Chapter 1. Emergence from the Forbidden Land. Night envelopes the Nine Nether Forbidden Land. A sudden surge of azure light bursts forth. Within the desolate expanse of the Nine Nether, a melodious cry of a phoenix resonates through the heavens, revealing a phoenix bearing a youth upon its back, gliding gracefully forward. The boy's eyes shimmer with excitement. 5 years. A full 5 years, and I have finally emerged. Father, mother, Mengdai, I have returned. Inhaling the fragrant air outside, Chu Ci feels an overwhelming sweetness. The young man's name is Chu Ci, who has dwelled in this perilous domain for an entire 5 years, a place where even emperors might meet their demise. 5 years ago, Chu Ci was the legitimate son of the Chu family in Tianyang City, renowned as the prodigy of the city. At the tender age of 5, he commenced his cultivation, achieving the pinnacle of the celestial realm within just 5 years. To put it plainly, it is akin to a 5-year-old child excelling in the imperial examination and becoming the top scholar. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, with Chu Ci's innate talent, he would have undoubtedly ascended to become the strongest individual in Tianyang City, inheriting the Chu family's legacy and marrying his betrothed, Lin Mengdai, thus attaining a blissful life. However, at the age of 10, Chu Ci was captured by a madwoman and subjected to inhumane torment daily. Even now, recollecting the torment inflicted upon him by those 3 women sends chills down his spine. Yet, in truth, their torture was merely a form of training, as they regarded him as a disciple, nurturing him with their eccentric methods. Today, the 3 madwomen have finally released Chu Ci, bound by a former agreement that prevents them from acting freely in the Xintian continent. They could only enlist Chu Ci to aid them in fulfilling their desires. Suddenly, the phoenix shook violently, tossing Chu Ci off its back. "Wait, you wretched old hen. Do you believe I won't turn you into soup?" Chu Ci yelled in anger. The phoenix cast a disdainful glance. "The master has decreed to deliver you only to this point, and as a reminder, do not forget to retrieve the hidden artifacts of the 3 sects and 6 factions. They were originally the master's possessions, deceitfully taken away by treacherous individuals. Moreover, the master has also mentioned that you have progressed too rapidly in your cultivation and should take time to stabilize." Several runes shot forth from the phoenix, imprinting themselves upon Chu Ci. In an instant, Chu Ci felt his cultivation sealed. "No, this is a height of 10,000 meters. Without my powers, how am I supposed to retrieve the artifact from the 3 sects and 6 factions?" With his powers sealed, not only was he incapable of retrieving the artifacts for the 3 women, but he risked plummeting to his demise. The phoenix, indifferent to his fate, cared not whether an unpowered Chu Ci lived or died. If he survived, it indicated his utility. If he perished, it merely signaled his uselessness. Of course, this was solely the phoenix's perspective, unbeknownst to the 3 madwomen. "Damn it, you old hen, wait for me. Once I grow strong, the first thing I will do is turn you into soup." As he fell, Chu Ci raised his middle finger defiantly at the phoenix. In the skies above the Forbidden Land, a meteor fell, creating a massive crater. This drew the attention of numerous powerful beings outside the Forbidden Land. Heavenly treasure descends. Anything that could appear in the Nine Nether Forbidden Land must be a treasure of great significance. For powerful beings facing imminent death, this place represented a glimmer of hope to extend their lives. In the past, a strong warrior had discovered a treasure within the Nine Nether Forbidden Land as his lifespan waned, subsequently soaring to greatness and founding the illustrious Great Xia dynasty. The crowd flocked to the place where the treasure had landed. "Hey, that seems to be a person. He's moving." Indeed, it is a person. Indeed, the figure is none other than Chu Ci, who plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters. Initially presumed to be a treasure, the revelation of a mere human instantly diminished the interest of many powerful beings, causing them to disperse. However, some discern an unusual aura, an ancient presence. One strong warrior landed before Chu Ci, gazing intently at the ring adorning his finger. From this ring, the warrior sensed a formidable energy. "This ring is undoubtedly extraordinary. Boy, hand over that ring." The warrior fixed a cold glare upon Chu Ci. Are you speaking to me? Rising to his feet, Chu Ci pointed to himself, incredulous. You, a martial king, wish to rob me? The known realms of the Great Xia dynasty are the four realms of heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with the higher realms being combat martial, martial sovereign, martial king, and martial emperor. Beyond the martial emperor, the martial king is the mightiest warrior of the Great Xia dynasty. Impudent. Chu Ci regarded him with disdainful eyes, inciting the wrath of the martial king. The warrior's massive hand came crashing down, imbued with terrifying might, aimed at Chu Ci. Chu Ci's gaze turned frigid. Though his powers had been sealed, it did not mean he was an easy target. Having survived in the Forbidden Land for 5 years, could Chu Ci be a pushover? In the next moment, a formation materialized beneath the martial king's feet. The once menacing threat transformed into a mere heap of flesh before the eyes of all present. Chu Ci scanned the remaining martial kings with a chilling gaze. Does anyone else wish to claim my ring? No, I dare not. Tu was merely passing by. The other martial kings, terrified, scattered in all directions. What ist? They hadn't even caught a glimpse of how Chu Ci had acted. Such prowess was likely beyond even a martial emperor. A formidable enemy is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the unknown strength of an adversary. As he watched the martial kings flee, Chu Ci exhaled a sigh of relief. What he had just employed was a forbidden technique, one that invoked lethal power at the cost of his own lifespan. This technique was not invincible. It could only succeed against weaker foes like the martial kings. The price he paid was 50 years of his life. Old man, I'm addressing you. Stop. At that moment, Chu Ci called out to an elder attempting to flee. The elder, also a martial king, trembled in fear under Chu Ci's gaze. The elder fell to his knees before Chu Ci, pleading desperately. Respected one, I have an elderly mother of 800 years to care for and an infant of 3 months waiting to be fed. Please have mercy and let me go. Fear not. Old man, I won't kill you. Just take me to Tianyang City. The journey from the 9 Nether Forbidden Land to Tianyang City spans 200,000 kilometers. With his powers sealed, Chu Ci could not fathom how long it would take to arrive, relying solely on his own strength. 3 hours later, under Chu Ci's imposing presence, the elder brought him to Tianyang City. Once they arrived, the elder fled in haste. Gazing upon the familiar town, tears welled in Chu Ci's eyes. And back at long last, upon entering the city, Chu Ci hurried towards the Chu residence. He could barely contain his eagerness to reunite with his parents. Having vanished for 5 years, they must have been terribly worried. And Lin Mengdai, that little shadow, must have cried for a long time after realizing he was gone. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Ci quickened his pace. As he neared the Chu residence, he spotted a familiar figure standing at the entrance. A young man, handsome yet pallid, stood with his empty right sleeve fluttering in the wind. This young man was none other than Chu Ci's cousin, Chu Xian. Brother. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Xian turned, momentarily stunned. Then his pupils dilated in shock. Xiao Ci, is that you? He rushed forward for a closer look, and joy surged within him indeed. It was his younger cousin, Chu Ci. Brother, what happened to your right arm? Chu Ci noticed the empty sleeve of Chu Xian's shirt, a flicker of barely perceptible malice crossing his eyes. Lin Mengdai severed it. Chu Xian chuckled bitterly. Xiao Ci, much has transpired during your absence of 5 years. Chu Ci stood in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. That little shadow who used to follow him everywhere, calling out Brother Chu Ci? Xiao Ci, Lin Mengdai has changed. Chapter 2. So you have become a wretch. Farewell, little one. Chu Xian, in a state of panic, grasped Chu Ci's arm and implored, we cannot afford to offend Lin Mengdai at this juncture. Brother, I must confront this matter with clarity. Despite Chu Xuan's fervent entreaties, Chu Ci remained resolute in his determination to visit the Lin household and demand a reasonable explanation from Lin Mengdai. Their relationship was not merely founded on emotional ties. They were bound by a marriage contract. It was unfathomable that Lin Mengdai would conspire with other families of Tianyang City to seize the mines belonging to the Chu family, for those mines were the very cornerstone of their family survival. Chu Ci, Chu Xian called out, hastening after him to the Lin residence. Chu Ci was halted by the guards in response, he forcefully kicked open the grand entrance. The commotion attracted many guards from the Lin family. Impudence! Those who trespass upon the Lin household shall face death. Glancing at the guards, Chu Ci proclaimed loudly, "This is Chu family. Chu Ci seeks an audience with the Lin family." Chu Ci, is he not the prodigy from Tianyang City 5 years ago? Was it not rumored that he had perished? In Tianyang City, Chu Ci's name was known to all, from octogenarians to infants. "Chu Ci, you are alive?" At that moment, a formidable middle-aged man approached, his expression one of astonishment and disbelief. This man was Lin Xingxian, Lin Mengye's father. "Lin uncle, I trust you are well." In Lin Xingxian's gaze, Chu Ci perceived a hint of wariness, devoid of the warmth he had previously shown. "What of your cultivation?" Lin Xingxian queried, noticing the absence of any aura emanating from Chu Ci. Was he simply too powerful for Chu Ci's presence to be felt, or had Chu Ci truly become a waste? Chu Ci did not conceal the truth, revealing that he had lost all his cultivation due to certain events. However, Lin Xingxian's demeanor shifted from initial caution to outright fury as he rebuked, "Chu Ci, you have audacity. How dare you intrude upon my Lin family? Do you seek death?" Lin Xingxian had initially feared that Chu Ci would return with formidable strength. Yet he was met with a mere wastrel devoid of any power. "Seize this brat and kill him." Lin Xingxian, my father aided you in breaking through to the Earth Extreme realm. Is this how you repay his kindness? Chu Ci's expression darkened. Although he had anticipated Lin Xingxian's transformation, he had not expected such decisiveness, showing no regard for their past bond. "Humph, I never sought your father's assistance," Lin Xingxian scoffed. "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Just as the guards prepared to advance, Chu Xian arrived. "Master of the Lin family, please calm down. Chu Ci has just returned and is unaware of the circumstances." Chu Xian stood before Chu Ci, pleading with Lin Xingxian. "I'll take him away at once, leave." Lin Xingxian sneered at, you think my Lin family is a place you can enter and exit at will? No one shall leave today," with a wave of his hand. The guards encircled Chu Ci and Chu Xian. "Chu Ci, I will carve a path for you to escape. Hurry back home." As Chu Xian prepared to act, Chu Ci restrained him. "Brother, let me handle this." Chu Ci stepped past Chu Xian and approached Lin Xingxian. As their eyes met, Lin Xingxian felt a tremor of fear deep within him, inexplicably intimidated by this wastrel. "Chu Ci, your parents, both at the Earth Extreme realm, are absent, and you are nothing but a waste now. Do you think I would fear you?" Lin Xingxian's voice dripped with contempt as he reached out to strike Chu Ci, confident that with his Earth Extreme prowess, it would be effortless to eliminate this worthless individual. "Father, stop!" A chilling voice interrupted, belonging to a tall maiden who was accompanied by 2 maids. Chu Ci recognized her immediately. It was Lin Mengdai. 5 years had wrought significant change in her. Once innocent and cheerful, often trailing behind Chu Ci and calling him Brother Chu Ci, she now exuded an aura of icy aloofness. Lin Mengdai regarded Chu Ci, her cold gaze softening slightly before she exhaled in relief. "Allow me to handle this matter. Father, your status is now special, and I would prefer this boy not to trouble you further." Lin Xingxian looked at Chu Ci with disdain. "That there's no need. Father, I will resolve my affairs with Chu Ci today." Turning to Chu Ci, Lin Mengdai proposed, "Shall we talk?" Chu Ci held his head high. "Very well. Brother, you should return home. I will come back to the Chu family shortly." But Chu Xian regarded Chu Ci with concern, aware that the Lin family was no longer what it once was. "Do not worry, brother. If I wish to leave, no one can stop me." Chu Xian furrowed his brow, but then whispered to Chu Ci, "Wait here. I will fetch our father." After Chu Xian departed, Chu Ci and Lin Mengdai exited the Lin residence. "You have changed quite a bit in 5 years," Chu Ci remarked, breaking the tense silence. "I require a reasonable explanation for the injury inflicted upon my brother's arm." Lin Mengdai responded with a stony expression. "Different factions wage their own battles. Such is the nature of this world. The strong devour the weak. Your Chu family once dominated Tianyang City solely due to your parents' presence, with 2 at the Earth Extreme realm. Which family would dare oppose you? As for your 5-year absence..." A smirk of derision crossed Lin Mengye's face. "To be honest, upon seeing your return, I felt a flicker of regret, fearing you had grown stronger." But upon discovering you as a mere waste, I was reassured that my decision was correct, that I now have better options, that I am currently at the late stage of the Earth Extreme realm, an inner disciple of the Tiandao sect. Without your parents and your talent, you are nothing but a waste. Listening to Lin Mingdie's words, Chu Ci felt no anger. Understanding her true intentions, he held no lingering affection. Nor did he indulge in petty grievances. Deception and betrayal were experiences he had endured within the cycles of 3 madwomen. Chu Ci, leave Tianyang City. Lin Mingdai tossed a bag of spirit stones to him. Departing Tianyang City is the only way for your Chu family to preserve their lives. Chu Ci weighed the bag of spirit stones in his hand, chuckling derisively. Leave? Lin Mingdai, since we have laid our cards on the table. I shall not conceal my thoughts any longer. Chu Ci's expression turned frigid. If the families of Tianyang City cannot accommodate the Chu family, then they shall perish. Chapter 3. The Shura Sealing Curse. You are foolish to think you are still the prodigy of your. Do you possess the ability to stand against all the families of Tianyang City? Lin Mingdai shook her head. That I considered granting you a chance at life out of sentiment, but now it appears that you are merely courting death with your stupidity. Whether I am foolish or courting death, you will discover the truth in a month's time. Chu Ci turned with a cold voice. In 1 month's time, I will ensure the obliteration of all families in Tianyang City, including your Lin family. A month? The families of Tianyang City have deeply rooted themselves here for generations. Eradicate them all in such a short span is nothing short of delusional. Perhaps the former Chu Ci could have achieved it. But the current Chu Ci is a waste. He cannot get on his way back to the Chu family. Chu Ci encountered Chu Xian, who had rallied the entire family. Leading them was Chu Ci's uncle, Chu Haotsong. Uncle, I have returned. Chu Haotsong's face bore the marks of age. His eyes filled with tenderness as he regarded Chu Ci. Just returning is enough. Come, let us go home. The news of Chu Ci's return spread throughout Tianyang City. The reappearance of the once great prodigy inevitably captured the attention and wariness of various factions. Upon discovering Chu Ci's lack of cultivation, the undercurrents of intrigue dissipated. A mere waste could stir no significant upheaval. The Chu family residence. Chu Ci gazed at the courtyard where he once lived. The place remained unchanged, with daily cleaning still taking place. Yet it felt devoid of the warmth of the once happy family of 3. Father, mother, I will surely find you. Chu Ci inhaled deeply. He soon encountered his uncle, Chu Deming, the current head of the Chu family. From him, Chu Ci learned that during the first year of his disappearance, his parents had left the Chu family in search of him, and they had yet to return, had his cultivation not been sealed. Chu Ci could have utilized his divine sense to locate his parents across the entire Xinjiang continent. Furthermore, due to their disappearance, the Chu family had faced dire straits over the past 5 years. Other families had seized their mines, and they could barely afford to pay their servants' wages. I must first restore my cultivation and stabilize the Chu family. During his 5-year confinement in the Forbidden Land, Chu Ci had indeed progressed at an astonishing rate. He examined his body, noting the presence of 99 seals within his dantian. The Shura Sealing Curse? With widened eyes, Chu Ci exclaimed, My goodness, these 99 seals are precisely the most malevolent Azura seal of destruction. The reason the Azura seal of destruction is so nefarious is that it not only seals the martial artist cultivation, but also subjects them to torment every fortnight. In other words, I must not only break the 99 seals to restore my cultivation, but also endure excruciating torture. Despite the gravity of the situation, there was not a trace of dissatisfaction on Chu Ci's face. For each seal that is unraveled, he can obtain a trace of Azura's aura. Each trace of Azura's aura bestows upon Chu Ci a strength several times greater than that of his peers in the same realm. Although those 3 madwomen have tormented him relentlessly, it cannot be denied that they have aided Chu Ci in ascending from the celestial extreme realm to the saint realm over the span of 5 years. Traversing 5 major realms, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, martial monarch, and saint. Indeed, this is an astonishingly rapid progression that it is fortuitous, for this allows me to solidify my previous realms, facilitating my future transcendence into the great saint. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ci sat cross-legged and began to gather the surrounding spiritual energy. As he did so, the spiritual energy of the entire Tianyang city started to converge upon the Chu family residence. However, Chu Ci did not wish to attract attention. Hence, he controlled the flow of energy as the spiritual energy entered his body. He used this force to strike against the first layer of the seal. It is no surprise that the seal, devised by the madwoman Shen Luoyi, could not be broken with a single assault, even with the entirety of Tianyang City's spiritual energy at his disposal. Chu Ci frowned. Shen Luoyi is the most adept at formations among those three madwomen, and for the past 5 years, Chu Ci has been learning formations from her, making it fair to say that whatever Shen Luoyi knows, Chu Ci knows as well. However, little did the madwoman Shen Luoyi anticipate that my formation skills have surpassed hers. What Shen Luoyi knows, Chu Ci knows. What Shen Luoyi does not know, Chu Ci also knows. Talent supersedes effort, and Chu Ci possesses both talent and diligence. Yet due to his current cultivation issues, he has always been slightly inferior to Shen Luoyi in their exchanges regarding formations, since this involves breaking a formation. He shall treat it as such. As the spiritual energy gathered, Chu Ci focused intently, pinpointing the formations to deliver a decisive blow. As time passed, Chu Ci opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. Found you! Break the first seal for me. With the unraveling of the first seal, Chu Ci's cultivation was restored to the initial stage of the yellow extreme realm. Simultaneously, a surge of black aura flowed into Chu Ci's chest, manifesting as a dark pattern upon his neck. The Azura aura. Chu Ci inhaled deeply, savoring this newfound power. With such strength, he could contend with those in the initial stage of the Xian extreme realm. And if he utilized the Azura aura, he could match those in the initial stage of the Earth extreme realm in a one-for-one exchange, of course. This is under the condition of relying solely on his own strength. Should Chu Ci employ other means, those in the initial stage of the Earth extreme realm would be as helpless as sheep before him. If it were not for the sparse spiritual energy in Tianyang City, I would strive to break multiple seals in one go. That if spiritual energy is insufficient, then I shall refine pills. After contemplating, Chu Ci recalled that he had learned pill refining from one of the madwomen in the forbidden area. He possesses the recipes for any pill, making him, in essence, a 9th-rank alchemist. Perfect, I can concoct a creation pill to aid my elder brother in restoring his arm. I hope Tianyang City has the materials for refining the creation pill. Chu Ci rose and exited the courtyard, just in time to see his elder brother, Chu Xian, approaching. Xiao Ci, come with me. Father wishes to see you. T concerns the clues about your parents. Chapter 4. Do you think I'm easy to deceive? Naturally, Chu Ci would not remain idle regarding the clues concerning his parents. He followed Chu Xian to his uncle's study. Father, Xiao Ci has arrived, Chu Xian announced as they entered. Chu Haocang nodded and said, Xian, you may step outside. I have something to discuss with Xiao Ci. Chu Xian nodded and as he left, closed the door behind him. Before Chu Haocang could speak, Chu Ci inquired, Uncle, about my father and mother. Chu Haocang raised a hand to interrupt Chu Ci's words, shaking his head with a sigh. Xiao Ci, your parents have been missing since 3 years ago. Their last known location was in the southern wilderness. I know you are eager to find them, but their disappearance is exceedingly strange. There were no signs whatsoever, nor any indications of conflict with enemies. Chu Ci's expression darkened as he began to speculate. The southern wilderness is the territory of the demon race. Could it be that my parents encountered a great demon upon entering? A great demon is akin to a martial king among human warriors, and if a great demon were to strike, Chu Ci's parents would have had no chance to resist. However, Chu Haocang dismissed Chu Ci's conjecture. Xiao Ci, I considered your hypothesis as well, but after investigation, there were no great demons reported in the southern wilderness at that time. You are aware that after that incident 100 years ago, the great demons in the southern wilderness went into seclusion. They will not emerge unless there is a calamity for the demon race. A century ago, the demon race and the human race engaged in an unprecedented war, resulting in numerous casualties, with victory ultimately belonging to the humans. Following this battle, the great demons of the demon race were compelled to enter seclusion. Nevertheless, since your parents were last seen in the southern wilderness, it is imperative that you visit there. You are bound to uncover some clues. Right now, what is most crucial is to restore my cultivation. Chu Ci, I understand your thoughts. You wish to venture to the southern wilderness in search of your parents, do you not? With a single glance, he discerned Chu Ci's intent to travel to the southern wilderness. Chu Haotsong sighed. However, I share this information merely to provide you with clarity. You currently lack any cultivation. Going to the southern wilderness would be akin to courting death. Chu Ci smiled and replied, Uncle, do not worry. I certainly will not go to the southern wilderness, at least not for now. But what about your cultivation? Chu Haotsong furrowed his brows. Given Chu Ci's current state, the reason remained unspoken. Yet whether he could regain his cultivation was still uncertain. Nonetheless, even if Chu Ci were unable to cultivate, Chu Haotsong would not abandon him. This was his younger brother's flesh and blood, and even amidst the Chu family's decline, Chu Haotsong would ensure that his nephew did not suffer. Uncle, though I may have lost my cultivation, I am not rendered useless, Chu Ci said with a smile. While my cultivation is gone, I can start anew. Moreover, with my talent, I will surely restore my previous cultivation within a year. Chu Haotsong was taken aback, incredulously asking, Chu Ci, are you saying that within a year you can regain your cultivation? Upon seeing Chu Ci nod affirmatively, Chu Haotsong's fingers clenched tightly, his expression filled with excitement. Excellent. This is wonderful. As long as the Chu family can endure until you restore your cultivation to the celestial extreme realm, our family shall once again bask in glory. Chu Ci maintained a smile and said nothing further. Uncle Chu Haotsong's understanding of Chu Ci's cultivation only extended to the celestial extreme realm, unaware that what Chu Ci referred to as restoration was, in fact, the saint realm. However, Chu Ci had no intention of clarifying this that in the Daxia dynasty, the strongest realm recognized by everyone regarding martial artists was the martial emperor, and it was likely that his uncle was oblivious to the existence of the saint realm. By the way, uncle, could you lend me 100,000 taels? Chu Ci recalled another matter that required funds. He needed to purchase medicinal materials to assist his elder brother Chu Xian in restoring his severed arm. Although Chu Ci had extracted numerous rare treasures from the forbidden area, these items were unsuitable for refining the creation pill, as Chu Xian's body could not withstand the immense spiritual energy. Otherwise, his severed arm would remain unrepaired, and his body would explode from the overwhelming energy. Thus, acquiring inferior quality materials for refining the creation pill was the most prudent choice, as Chu Haotsong retrieved 50,000 taels in silver notes. He inquired, Chu Ci, although your uncle does not know what you intend to do, I currently only have 50,000 that, given the Chu family's circumstances. If this amount is insufficient, I will find another way. Having said that, Chu Haotsong handed the 50,000 taels to Chu Ci. 50,000 should suffice. Chu Ci nodded, though he knew it was inadequate and would have to sell some rare treasures from his storage ring. Even the lowest quality medicinal materials carry a hefty price. Chu Ci had initially refrained from selling rare treasures, as he feared attracting thieves' attention. Is this really enough? Chu Haotsong furrowed his brow, saying, if it is insufficient, I can still manage to gather another 50,000. Ha ha ha. It is ample, uncle. This 50,000 will be sufficient for me to refine the creation pill to help my elder brother restore his arm. Chu Haotsong's body trembled, causing the silver notes in his hand to fall to the ground. Chu Ci, you are not deceiving your uncle, are you? Your cousin's arm can truly be restored. Chu Haotsong grasped Chu Ci's shoulders tightly. His excitement was understandable. Ever since Lin Mengdai severed one of Chu Xian's arms, it was not merely a loss of an arm. It had also adversely affected his cultivation, causing him to plummet from the mid-stage of the Xian extreme realm to the initial stage. Even after a year's effort to adjust, he was still unable to recover his cultivation. Uncle, rest assured, the creation pill was obtained from outside, and I have at least an 80% assurance upon hearing this. Chu Haotsong muttered to himself, 80% assurance. That is sufficient, more than enough that do not fret, Chu Ci. Even should you fail, Uncle will not blame you, Chu Haotsong said with a serious expression as he gazed at Chu Ci. In truth, Chu Ci had spoken a falsehood. He was indeed confident of achieving success. However, he surmised that if he proclaimed his certainty, Uncle would likely be skeptical. That I shall take my leave, he stated, and after exiting Chu Haotsong's study, he disguised himself and departed the Chu residence in Tianyang City. There existed a pill shop. This establishment not only sold medicinal pills but also various herbs, and it was willing to purchase them as well. Within his storage ring, Chu Ci possessed a century-old red lotus. Although it was merely 100 years old, he estimated it could fetch a price of $1 million upon entering the pill shop. Chu Ci approached a shop assistant. "What do you want?" the assistant asked, casting a haughty glance at the cloaked Chu Ci. The shop was overseen by a fourth-grade alchemist, an esteemed and rare figure, which naturally elevated even the status of a mere assistant above that of ordinary warriors. "I wish to sell some herbs," Chu Ci replied, placing the century-old red lotus on the counter. The assistant's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite his lack of knowledge about herbs, he could discern that this red lotus was anything but ordinary. That a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes as he nonchalantly said, "10 taels," tossing 10 taels onto the counter. The assistant reached out to claim the red lotus, but Chu Ci tightened his grip on the assistant's wrist. "10 taels. Do you take me for a fool?" The assistant's expression changed, yet he retorted coldly, "Let go. Do you know where you are? 10 taels is the price. This is merely a common herb." "Common herb?" Chu Ci's eyes narrowed dangerously. The red lotus thrived in volcanic lava. Acquiring it required either special tools or formidable strength. Such a precious herb was reduced to being labeled as common by this assistant. Chu Ci's grip tightened, causing the assistant to cry out in pain. "Someone, quickly! There's trouble!" With the assistant's shout, guards swiftly surrounded the pill shop. Chu Ci glanced around, noting that the guards were all mid-stage Huangji warriors. While this strength might suffice against ordinary individuals, it was utterly ineffective against him. Many onlookers noticed the commotion. "Did I ask someone truly bold enough to cause a ruckus here?" They murmured. Previously, there had been an incident at the pill shop, and the individual involved had ended up in the sewers of Tianyang City. To them, it seemed certain that Chu Ci was doomed. "What? Are you planning to rob me in broad daylight?" Chu Ci's voice dripped with cold malice as he held the assistant's wrist. Though terrified, the assistant shouted at the guards, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and take action!" The guards wasted no time, charging toward Chu Ci. With a cold snort, he stomped his foot against the ground, unleashing a terrifying wave of force that radiated outward. Boom! The guards were sent flying in an instant. The assistant's expression shifted drastically. He had encountered someone formidable, someone not afraid of their pill shop. "That my lord, I recognize my error. Please forgive me," he pleaded. It was only because the master of the pill shop was absent that the assistant dared to speak so humbly. "Then tell me, what is this herb worth?" Chu Ci inquired coldly, gripping the assistant's collar. The assistant, sweating profusely, stammered, He recognized the red lotus as something extraordinary, but could not ascertain its exact nature. That he asked for the price. He feared that quoting too low would displease Chu Ci, while quoting too high would lead to losses for the shop. "Red lotus, such a treasure!" A voice of surprise rang out as Lin Meng Dai and her brother Lin Changtian entered the scene. They were both inner disciples of the Tianjin sect, with Lin Meng Dai being renowned as the most beautiful woman in Tianyang City. Many men in the vicinity widened their eyes in admiration. Lin Meng Dai approached the assistant, her excitement palpable. "I asked this red lotus for sale. What is the price?" She was eager, as the red lotus was a rare treasure that could be given to her master of the Tianjin sect to concoct a potion, which would aid her in breaking through to the Tianji realm. Although Lin Meng Dai was merely at the initial stage of the Diji realm, the red lotus was a rare find that could not be missed. "This herb does not belong to our shop. It is this gentleman's," the assistant lamented. Lin Meng Dai furrowed her brow, glancing at the cloaked figure. She did not recognize him, yet sensed a familiarity that resembled Chu Ci. However, this was not the same Chu Ci she knew. This individual emanated a powerful aura. Yet he also gave her an uncomfortable feeling. As Lin Meng Dai pondered, her brother Lin Changtian spoke up first. "Hey, are you selling that? Is 50 taels enough?" He tossed out 50 taels and reached for the red lotus in Chu Ci's grasp. He knew the red lotus was a treasure, but since his sister was an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect, he assumed it was an honor for the other party to be considered. "Get lost!" Before Lin Changtian's hand could touch the red lotus, Chu Ci's aura surged, sending Lin Changtian sprawling backward. His face paled as he felt as if he had been struck by a horde of savage beasts. Fortunately, Lin Meng Dai managed to catch him before he was thrown too far. "Changtian, are you all right?" Lin Mingdai asked, concern etched on her face. Lin Chengtian, though pale, shook his head in response. You resort to violence over a mere disagreement. Lin Mingdai glared at Chu Ci. Furrowing her brows, Chu Ci let out a cold laugh. You all intend to snatch my belongings, and I cannot retaliate. My lord, we do not aim to rob you. We wish to purchase, Lin Mingdai interjected. Chu Ci burst into laughter. Purchase? You think 50 taels is sufficient to acquire a century-old red lotus? You should understand that a red lotus of this age is worth at least 1,000,000 taels. Offering 50 is no different from theft. Lin Mingdai found herself momentarily speechless. As Chu Ci had stated, the century-old red lotus was indeed worth at least 1,000,000 taels. Yet, the Lin family could not possibly provide such a sum. Initially, Lin Mingdai had intended to leverage her status as an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect to persuade the pill shop to give her the red lotus or at least offer a discount. However, with the realization that the red lotus did not belong to the shop, she found herself at a loss. Thus, when she saw her brother attempt to purchase the red lotus with 50 taels, she refrained from stopping him. She held on to a glimmer of hope to obtain the red lotus through her brother's actions. Unfortunately, Lin Mingdai's aspirations were overly optimistic. The red lotus was something she was determined to acquire. Unfazed by their presence, Chu Ci decided not to waste any more time in the pill shop. Aside from the pill shop, there was also a Baibauge in Tianyang City. He had no necessity to sell the red lotus here. Therefore, he turned to leave at "My lord, you injure my brother and plan to simply walk away," Lin Mingdai called out, blocking Chu Ci's path. He turned to face her, a cold smile gracing his lips. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Mingdai fell silent, but the aura she exuded spoke volumes. Chu Ci chuckled. Lin Mingdai was quite adept at putting on a facade. Ostensibly, she sought to avenge her brother. But in reality, she aimed to seize the red lotus from him, as Chu Ci surmised. Her actions were merely a means to an end, as she was now an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect. Should she resort to outright theft, it would undoubtedly tarnish the sect's reputation and alter their perception of her. "You have harmed my brother. I demand an explanation." Lin Mingdai withdrew her sword, her aura revealing her to be at the initial stage of the DG realm. The onlookers watched with bated breath, eager to see the renowned Lin Mingdai in action. They understood that her selection by the Tianjin sect signified her formidable prowess. Yet they had never witnessed her in combat before. Today, they would finally witness her abilities. Lin Mingdai, as a warrior at the initial stage of the Earth Extreme realm, possesses a strength that allows her to stand on equal footing with veteran warriors in Tianyang City. Regardless of her actual prowess, had Chu Ci's parents not gone missing, these two heavenly extreme realm warriors would undoubtedly have overshadowed Lin Mingdai. However, with their disappearance, the strongest fighters in Tianyang City are merely at the late stage of the Earth Extreme realm. As an inner disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect and a prodigy, it is reasonable to assume that she possesses numerous techniques that enable her to contend with those at the late stage of the Earth Extreme realm. This individual, despite being unknown to her, dares to confront Lin Mingdai, the daughter of a celestial being. He must be oblivious to the consequences of his actions. There is no doubt that Lin Mingdai, at the initial stage of the Earth Extreme realm, will emerge victorious in the eyes of the onlookers. With sword in hand, Lin Mingdai charged towards Chu Ci, her blade imbued with a chilling intent to kill. It appears she intends to eliminate him for daring to seize the Scarlet Lotus. Unfortunately for her, Lin Mingdai has chosen the wrong path. Chu Ci chuckled coldly to himself. Yes, Lin Mingdai may be at the initial stage of the Earth Extreme realm. But what of it? With my abilities, I can certainly hold my own against even those at the same stage. Concealing his true aura, Chu Ci quietly summoned a surge of Shura energy within him. Empowered by this energy, his strength multiplied several times over. Even with his current cultivation at the initial stage of the Yellow Extreme realm, he stands undaunted against Lin Mingdai. He raised his hand, pinching Lin Mingdai's sword between his fingers. What? Lin Mingdai gasped in shock. Although she had not unleashed her full strength, the ease with which her attack was neutralized left her feeling a sense of reluctance. "Get lost," Chu Ci commanded in a low voice, sending Lin Mingdai staggering backward. Her expression remained cold as she spoke. "You possess some skill, but that is all. Acknowledging the strength of her opponent, Lin Mengdai decided to unleash 80% of her power, primarily motivated by her desire for the Scarlet Lotus. A 100-year-old Scarlet Lotus is an exceptionally rare treasure. Having discovered it, she had no reason to give up. If she were to obtain the 100-year-old Scarlet Lotus and refine it into a breaking heaven pill, she would have a tenfold assurance of advancing to the heavenly extreme realm. Thousand rain breaks the initial sun. Lin Mengdai shouted softly, her long sword glowing with a brilliant azure light. An overwhelming aura surged outward, surrounding her. The thousand rain breaks the initial sun is a supreme technique of the heavenly sword sect. Although Lin Mengdai is merely an appointed inner disciple, she has nonetheless mastered this formidable technique. The momentum of this move is staggering. Observers involuntarily shivered at the thought of facing Lin Mengdai's strike, likely leading only to their demise. It is no wonder she is hailed as a celestial prodigy by the heavenly sword sect, having mastered their thousand rain breaks the initial sun. Moreover, it seems she has perfected it to an extraordinary degree. A bystander could not help but draw in a sharp breath. It is worth noting that Lin Mengdai was invited to join the Heavenly Sword sect merely 6 months ago, yet she has managed to cultivate the thousand rain breaks the initial sun to such a level in this short time. One can only imagine the extent of her terrifying talent. This level of genius is on par with that of the former Chu Ci. Speaking of Chu Ci, the crowd could not help but sigh. Chu Ci has indeed fallen on hard times. After 5 years of disappearance, he returned only to become a mere waste. How could the current Chu Ci possibly compare to Lin Mengdai now? Even if he were to restart his cultivation, Lin Mengdai would undoubtedly leave him far behind. Setting aside Chu Ci, all attention is now focused on the clash between Lin Mengdai and the man in black, Chu Ci. However, they noticed that Chu Ci, confronted by Lin Mengdai's imposing aura, exhibited no fear whatsoever. Instead, he spoke in a detached tone, feeble and ineffectual, merely for show. His voice was low, yet everyone present heard it clearly. Lin Mengdai's expression darkened, her eyes glimmering with barely contained fury. She was determined to show him just how weak her swordplay truly was. Slash! As her sword struck, Chu Ci clenched his fist, channeling the energy from his dantian into it. Supreme Fist! Chu Ci's punch carried an overwhelming pressure. Even those who did not face it directly felt a sense of dread from its sheer force, let alone Lin Mengdai, who was confronting this punch head-on. Her face turned pale. The power behind this strike was immense, and she had an ominous premonition that facing it directly would leave her gravely injured. Would she be defeated? No, that was impossible. She was the celestial prodigy, destined not to be bested by anyone. With a stern expression, Lin Mengdai unleashed the thousand rain breaks the initial sun to collide with Chu Ci's supreme fist. An explosion of terrifying power erupted, causing Lin Mengdai to spit out a mouthful of blood, as if this dreadful force sought to engulf her. Previously, she merely sensed its strength, but now, facing it directly, she comprehended the true terror of this punch. Even the onlookers could see that Lin Mengdai was struggling to withstand the blow, merely holding on by sheer willpower. She longed to yield and admit defeat, yet with so many witnesses, how could she, Lin Mengdai, become the subject of ridicule? Just as she teetered on the brink of collapse, a voice, resonant like that of a celestial being, echoed through the air. "Sir, please cease your actions. Is it not shameful to bully the weak?" An elder's figure descended slowly from above, effortlessly dissipating the attack from both Chu Ci and Lin Mengdai. Old Master Lu. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lin Mengdai felt a wave of relief wash over her. Elder Lu was a senior member of the Heavenly Sword sect, assigned to protect Lin Mengdai due to her exceptional talent. The sect would not allow such a prodigy to perish prematurely. Chu Ci, concealed beneath his black robe, furrowed his brows. The elder was at the initial stage of the heavenly extreme realm, a formidable opponent. Given Chu Ci's current strength, even with the aid of his Shura energy and other hidden cards, he would find it challenging to eliminate him. However, employing the secret method of slaughter could achieve that, albeit at the cost of his own lifespan. For the moment, he decided to observe the situation. Should it become necessary, he would resort to the secret method of slaughter. Is it not shameful for you to bully the weak? Chu Ci couldn't help but chuckle. The old man seemed to believe he was stronger than Lin Mengdai. Little did he know that Chu Ci was merely a 16-year-old youth. What if I do choose to bully the weak? Chu Ci's gaze turned icy as he prepared the secret method of slaughter. Should Elder Lu dare to act, he would not hesitate to strike. But that moment, Elder Lu inexplicably sensed a looming threat of death emanating from Chu Ci. Having lived for a century, he was far from foolish. Recognizing this aura, he understood that Chu Ci's strength surpassed his own. Realizing the danger, Elder Lu had no desire to engage with the black-robed figure, Chu Ci, before him. While he had confidence in his abilities, recklessly attacking without knowledge of the opponent's capabilities would put him at a significant disadvantage. "Sir, I am an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect," Elder Lu spoke. "If you apologize now, this matter can be set aside." They held the backing of the Heavenly Sword sect, one of the 4 major sects of the Daxiao Empire. If their disciple was wronged and Elder Lu did nothing, it would not just reflect poorly on him, but also tarnish the reputation of the entire sect. "Apologize?" Chu Ci sneered. "What will you do if I refuse?" His tone was frigid, escalating the tension in the air. "You." Elder Lu's expression darkened. If the other party complied with an apology, it would preserve the Heavenly Sword sect's dignity, allowing the matter to be swept under the rug. Lin Mengdai, observing Elder Lu's grim countenance, assumed he was preparing to act and interjected. "Elder Lu, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I, Lin Mengdai, have taken note of him. One day, when I achieve the heavenly extreme realm, I shall surely slay him." Lin Mengdia's cold gaze bore into Chu Ci, her resolve unwavering. He is merely cultivated for a few more decades, relying on his higher cultivation to humiliate me. But I, Lin Mengdai, am a celestial prodigy. My future cultivation will undoubtedly surpass his. When that time comes, I shall avenge today's grievances. Her words were filled with conviction, prompting those around her to nod in agreement. This was indeed the celestial prodigy, truly remarkable. Their gazes turned towards the black-robed figure, Chu Ci, now tinged with pity for all his current strength and prowess. It was but a fleeting moment. As the celestial prodigy, Lin Mengdia's future cultivation and power would far exceed his. That so. You claim to have cultivated longer than I. Chu Ci couldn't help but let out a laugh. The age difference between him and Lin Mengdai was minimal. In terms of cultivation time, he had only practiced for a year longer than her. Chu Ci chose not to voice this, nor did he feel the need to. Since Elder Lu was unwilling to act, he saw no reason to expend his lifespan unnecessarily by employing the secret method of slaughter. "Leave your name. I shall seek you out in the future." Lin Mengdai glared coldly at Chu Ci. He turned back, replying, "In time, you will come to know." The brief interlude has passed, yet the fleeting encounter remains a topic of lively discussion. One cannot help but admire Lin Mengdia's prowess. Despite her defeat, it is merely indicative of her nascent skills. Given time, her capabilities are destined to flourish. Conversely, some regard the figure in the black robe, Chu Ci, as utterly shameless, resorting to bullying a junior, which they deem a sign of weakness. In the future, when they learn that the black robe individual is indeed Chu Ci, their jaws will surely drop in astonishment. This moment, Chu Ci arrived at the Baibao Pavilion. In stark contrast to the reception at the Dan Tower, the personnel at the Baibao Pavilion welcomed Chu Ci with open arms. They were well aware of the events transpiring at the Dan Tower. A warrior of such formidable strength was not someone they would easily offend. Convey their respect for the powerful and enigmatic black-robed figure. The pavilion master personally came to greet Chu Ci in the reception room. "Are you here to sell the century-old Red Lotus?" inquired a strikingly beautiful woman named Lung Qinghan, the pavilion master of Baibao Pavilion. Chu Ci nodded and produced the century-old Red Lotus. Upon inspection, Lung Qinghan confirmed its authenticity. "Would you be willing to sell this century-old Red Lotus for 1.2 million? She asked, fixing her gaze upon Chu Ci. 1.2 million? Chu Ci furrowed his brow. Acquiring the century-old Red Lotus for 1,000,000 taels would already be considered a good deal. Yet the additional 200,000 taels raised a flag of caution. Sensing his silence, Lung Qinghan clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. One of our alchemists is in dire need of the century-old Red Lotus." Despite our extensive search, we have yet to find one, which is why we have issued substantial rewards. Anyone who can provide the century-old Red Lotus will receive an additional 20,000 taels as compensation. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci understood and promptly agreed. Very well. However, I would like you to prepare the herbs on this list first. He handed a list to Lung Qinghan. Please wait a moment, she replied. Taking the list. After a quarter of an hour, Lung Qinghan returned with the required herbs. Here are the herbs you requested, along with 110,000 taels, already deducting the 10,000 for the purchase of the herbs. Chu Ci glanced at the offerings and confirmed that everything was in order. The quality was exceptional, and he was certain that Lung Qinghan had not attempted to deceive him. With this, he could concoct the creation pill, ensuring his brother Chu Xian's arm could be restored. By the way, does your Baibao Pavilion have any alchemy furnaces for sale? Alchemy naturally necessitated a furnace. Without one, even the finest herbs could not yield elixirs. Alchemy furnaces. Lung Qinghan smiled apologetically. I'm afraid we cannot provide one. While we might be able to assist you with other requests, the price of an alchemy furnace is exorbitant. Generally, they are only available at auction or crafted by an alchemist in collaboration with a blacksmith. The absence of a furnace was a troubling dilemma for Chu Ci. He needed to devise alternative solutions. As he pondered, he made his way toward the exit. Wait a moment. Lung Qinghan called out to him. Are you also an alchemist? Chu Ci did not deny it. He nodded in acknowledgement. Lung Qinghan's face lit up with surprise. Typically, alchemists possess little strength, yet this black-robed figure not only displayed remarkable power, but was also an alchemist. One could only surmise that he held significant influence. That it would be advantageous to establish a rapport with such a person. Although we do not have an alchemy furnace for sale, we do have an alchemy chamber. If you do not mind, we could lend it to you for your use. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci's eyes gleamed with hope. If he could borrow the chamber, it would alleviate a considerable burden. If it's not too much trouble, I would gladly accept. Lung Qinghan smiled. It's quite all right. The alchemist hasn't returned yet. Given his temper, he would undoubtedly be unwilling to lend his furnace to anyone. To him, the furnace is akin to his wife. Thus, while he is absent, we can afford to lend it out, and he will be none the wiser upon his return. Chapter 8. The furnace is his wife. Since the Baibao Pavilion offered the alchemy chamber, Chu Ci naturally accepted. Under Lung Qinghan's guidance, he arrived at the alchemy chamber. Please make use of this chamber, she said, adding a cautionary note. However, do refrain from touching anything inside. Chu Ci nodded. I understand. I only require the furnace. I 1-team meddle with the items within the chamber. Despite Chu Ci's assurances, Lung Qinghan reiterated her warning. You must remember, do not disturb anything in the chamber. I am aware, Chu Ci replied, slightly irked. If Baibao Pavilion is unwilling to lend the chamber, I can forego this arrangement. Clearly, her persistent warnings had begun to irritate him. The chamber was meant for his use. And yet she continued to emphasize not to touch its contents. If she continued to behave in this manner, it would be better not to lend it at all. Realizing her repeated admonitions were grating on Chu Ci, Lung Qinghan apologized. I did not mean to imply that. Please make use of it. She ceased her comments, intending to foster goodwill with the black-robed individual rather than sour their relationship. After all, the alchemist was currently absent, and it was unlikely he would return soon. Lung Qinghan estimated he might come back by evening, allowing Chu Ci ample time to concoct his elixirs and depart. A mere quarter of an hour after Chu Ci entered the alchemy chamber, a servant rushed to Lung Qinghan, exclaiming, Master, the alchemist has returned. At this, Lung Qinghan leapt from her seat in shock. What? How has Master Lin returned so soon? Her brows furrowed in concern. Wasn't he supposed to return in the evening? As she spoke, she hastened out of the room. Regardless of Lin's reasons for his early return, it was imperative to prevent him from entering the alchemy chamber. If he discovered she had lent it to a stranger, he would surely erupt in fury. Lin, a fourth-grade alchemist, commanded great respect, even from Lung Qinghan, the pavilion master. Should he unleash his wrath and sever ties with the Baibao Pavilion, the repercussions would be considerable. This was a predicament. Her intention had been to cultivate a friendship with a black-robed man, yet it seemed she was now in a bind. As Lung Qinghan reached the entrance of the Baibao Pavilion, she spotted a young maiden supporting an elderly man. The maiden, He Zixin was Lin's disciple, and the elderly man was none other than Lin himself. Master Lin, why have you returned so early? Lung Qinghan feigned astonishment. Ha ha ha, after conversing with a few old friends, I had some insights that I decided to return and reflect further. Lin replied with a cheerful demeanor. He Zixin, take your master to the alchemy chamber, she instructed. Of course. Master, He Zixin nodded in response. Seeing them headed toward the chamber, Lung Qinghan felt a surge of urgency. Master Lin, I have wonderful news. The century-old red lotus you sought has been located. What? Is it true? Lin's eyes brightened with excitement. Where is it? Bring it to me at once. Lung Qinghan retrieved the century-old red lotus, and upon seeing it, Lin trembled with exhilaration. Yes, this is indeed the century-old red lotus. I can't believe it has truly been found. With this, I shall surely concoct the sky-breaking pill. He Zixin, too, was filled with elation. While Lin did not necessarily need to create the sky-breaking pill, he had made a bet with his arch-rival during a recent argument. Provoked by insults, Lin had rashly agreed to produce a fifth-grade sky-breaking pill. Afterward, he regretted his impulsive promise, wondering how he could possibly find the rare materials needed, particularly the century-old red lotus. Master, what are you waiting for? Hurry and concoct the sky-breaking pill. Once you succeed, your rival will have nothing to say. He Zixin urged eagerly. Ha ha ha, indeed, I shall begin immediately. Lin understood the significance of this endeavor. Not only would it serve to embarrass his rival, but it would also bolster his own reputation. As the duo prepared to enter the alchemy chamber, Lung Qinghan felt a wave of panic. She had initially hoped that presenting the century-old red lotus would buy her some time. Yet she hadn't anticipated Lin's eagerness to begin crafting the elixir. Master Lin, shall we not prepare a bit more first? Lin laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. No need. I have been fully prepared for this moment. Having spoken, Master Lin Dan and He Zixin made their way towards the alchemy chamber. This is bad. Lung Qinghan's expression darkened. It seemed that stopping Master Lin Dan was now impossible. She could only hope that he would not become angry. With a sigh, Lung Qinghan reflected that for Master Lin Dan, the alchemical furnace was akin to his beloved wife. Anyone daring to touch it would face his wrath. Previously, someone had dared to meddle with Master Lin Dan's furnace, inciting him to break the offender's hand in a fit of rage. Although that figure in black, Chu Ci, possessed formidable strength, he was unlikely to face life-threatening danger. However, Master Lin Dan would undoubtedly be furious upon discovering that she had loaned his chamber to a stranger, and he would likely storm out of the treasure pavilion in a fit of anger. Before long, the three arrived at the alchemy chamber, and, as Master Lin Dan prepared to open the door, Lung Qinghan gritted her teeth and said, Master Lin, should we not prepare a bit more? No need, Pavilion Master. I am already prepared, replied Master Lin Dan with a smile. Lung Qinghan forced a wry smile, realizing that the joy on Master Lin Dan's face now would soon turn into fury. How about we grab a meal first? She suggested. Master Lin, after your long journey, shouldn't you rest a bit? What do you mean, Pavilion Master? Why are you trying to prevent me from refining alchemical products? Master Lin Dan's anger began to surface. Why did Lung Qinghan persistently obstruct his access to the alchemy chamber? Master, I hear some commotion within the chamber. He Zixin interjected, her brows furrowed. What? Master Lin Dan's expression turned icy as he focused, indeed hearing noises emanating from the chamber. His piercing gaze shifted to Lung Qinghan. At that moment, Lung Qinghan's heart sank. It seemed there was no way to prevent what was happening. With a swift motion, the door to the alchemy chamber swung open, revealing a figure in black, Chu Ci, using Master Lin Dan's furnace to refine alchemical products. Who are you? How dare you touch my furnace? Master Lin Dan's fury erupted. The furnace was as dear to him as his wife. To tamper with it was akin to courting death. Chapter 9. Li Hua. Who are you? He Zixin shouted, her voice laced with anger. How dare you touch my master's furnace? This was disastrous. Lung Qinghan thought to herself, now facing a considerable headache. While contemplating how to handle the situation, she failed to notice the change in Master Lin Dan's expression. Initially, he was enraged, but as a master alchemist, he quickly recognized the flames in Chu Ci's hands. That was Li Hua. Master Lin Dan's body trembled. his eyes wide with disbelief. Could it truly be Li Hua? He Zixin, unable to contain herself, rushed forward without waiting for Master Lin Dan's command, intent on teaching Chu Ci a lesson. Master Lin Dan. The furnace was as precious as family. With her aura erupting in the late stage of the Huangji realm, He Zixin charged at the figure in black, Chu Ci, prepared to deliver a stern reprimand. At this moment, Master Lin Dan intended to call her back, but He Zixin's speed was too swift. Get lost. Chu Ci's expression turned cold as he sensed interference while refining the Dan. The chaotic Dan was at a critical juncture. He could not allow anyone to disrupt it. A powerful wave of energy surged from Chu Ci, sending He Zixin crashing back before she could get close. He Zixin's expression shifted. This person is incredibly powerful. However, he dared to use my master's furnace. He must be dealt with. Her eyes turned icy as she prepared to charge forward once more, only to be intercepted by Master Lin Dan Zixin. Hold on, he exclaimed, gripping her wrist tightly. Confused, He Zixin looked at him and said, Master, this person dares to use your furnace. I must take him down now. Absolutely not. Master Lin Dan replied gravely, not disturb this esteemed master while he is refining. The moment those words left his lips, both He Zixin and Lung Qinghan were taken aback. Wait, you, Master Lin Dan, have always claimed that your furnace is your wife, that no one should touch it. Why are you now so excited and animated? Master Lin Dan offered no explanation. Instead, he gazed at the figure in black, Chu Ci, with palpable excitement. Li Hua. Even if this individual was not using Li Hua, he was undoubtedly a highly skilled alchemist. Moreover, if he truly wielded Li Hua, Master Lin Dan would not hesitate to ask for his assistance, regardless of his pride. For an alchemist, two things are indispensable: the furnace and the flame. Li Hua is the top-ranked flame, said to enhance any flame that undergoes its baptism. The flames Master Lin Dan possessed were obscure and unknown. If he could have his flames blessed by Li Hua, he could guarantee a success rate of at least 60% in refining the breaking heaven Dan. Master, He Zixin began to speak, but Master Lin Dan's brow furrowed as he whispered, Quiet, everyone be still. Do not disturb the master. He Zixin, feeling frustrated, complied and fell silent. As she observed, the figure in black, Chu Ci, was nearing the completion of his alchemical process when an anomaly occurred. Cracks began to appear on the furnace before him. As the fissures widened, both Master Lin Dan and Lung Qinghan felt an intense wave of heat that threatened to incinerate them. What terrifying flames! Lung Qinghan's face paled, despite her late-stage strength in the Earth Extreme realm. She found the searing heat emanating from the furnace nearly unbearable. Master Lin Dan, though equally affected, bore no trace of pain on his reddened face. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. It must be. It cannot be anything but Li Hua. As he thought this, Master Lin Dan grew increasingly animated that moment. The furnace before Chu Ci exploded. Fortunately, he managed to retract Li Hua just in time. Otherwise, the treasure pavilion might have been reduced to ruins. Simultaneously, Chu Ci held a Dan filled with intricate patterns in his hand. This Dan was the chaotic Dan with it. His brother's arm could regenerate. Before he could stow the chaotic Dan away, an elderly voice rang out. This esteemed master. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Ci turned to see Master Lin Dan before him. Lung Qinghan stepped forward, stating, Esteemed sir, this is Master Lin Dan of the Treasure Pavilion. The chamber you borrowed belongs to him. Master Lin Dan's temperament was renowned for being volatile, especially given the scattered remnants of the furnace around them. My apologies. I will find a way to compensate you for the damage to your furnace. Chu Ci offered. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci expressed regret. The furnace's quality was simply inadequate to withstand the might of Li Hua was a flame he had retrieved from the Forbidden Ground, where he had previously used another madwoman's, Gu Qingqiu. Furnace for alchemy. Ji Qingqiu was an exceptionally skilled alchemist, and it was from her that Chu Ci had learned his craft, including the Li Hua she had bestowed upon him. Esteemed sir, this matter transcends mere compensation. Lung Qinghan shook her head. Having damaged Master Lin Dan's furnace, he has been known to break hands over such matters. Now, with Master Lin Dan's furnace utterly destroyed, one could only wonder how furious he would become. However, to Lung Qinghan's surprise, Master Lin Dan wore a placating smile, saying, "It is of no consequence. No consequence at all. It was merely an old furnace. I had long wished to replace it." Upon hearing this, Long Qinghan was left stunned. "Wait, you were not so composed just a moment ago." Moreover, she noticed that Master Lin Dan referred to the figure as Master. Did that imply this person was an alchemist even more formidable than Master Lin Dan? "Esteemed Master, you were indeed using Li Hua earlier, correct?" Master Lin Dan inquired, his excitement palpable. Chu Ci did not deny it and nodded. "Indeed, it was Li Hua." "Master, I have a humble request," Master Lin Dan said earnestly. "I implore you to grant me a strand of Li Hua, so that my alchemical flames may be reborn." Chu Ci fell silent, contemplating. When Guqing Xiu had gifted him Li Hua, she had extracted it from herself, leaving her pale and requiring a year of recuperation. Thus, Li Hua held great significance for Chu Ci, even if he were to part with a strand. It was unlikely. Seeing Chu Ci's hesitation, Master Lin Dan's gaze dimmed, and he forced a smile, saying, "There is no need for you to feel troubled. Esteemed Master, I am well aware of the preciousness of Li Hua. If you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. While I cannot provide you with a strand of Li Hua, I can assist in enhancing the quality of your flames." Chapter 10. Ma Biao. "You deserve a die." Upon hearing this, Master Lin Dan's previously dimmed eyes sparkled with renewed brie. Having finished speaking, Chu Ci turned and departed. Master Lin Dan did not attempt to stop him. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Very well, esteemed Master, I shall await your grand arrival at the Treasure Pavilion." After Chu Ci left, Zixin finally mustered the courage to ask, "Master, you simply allowed him to leave?" "He has just destroyed your alchemy furnace." Confused, Zixin wondered how her master, who had always regarded his furnace as a treasured possession, could act as if he had undergone a complete transformation today. "Ha ha ha, Zixin, today I struck a stroke of fortune." Master Lin Dan stroked his beard, chuckling heartily. "As long as that master can assist me in enhancing the quality of my alchemical fire. The loss of a mere furnace is trivial. Zixin furrowed her brows. "But master, he has already departed. How can you be sure he is not deceiving you?" Upon hearing this, Master Lin Dan laughed even louder. "Impossible!" His certainty piqued not only Zixin's curiosity, but also that of Long Qinghan. What could have convinced Master Lin Dan to place such trust in the figure clad in black? Chu Ci? Observing the skepticism in their expressions, Master Lin Dan explained, "Because of the leaf fire. The ability to wield leaf fire indicates that he is likely a 7th or even 8th grade alchemist at such a level. There would be no reason for him to deceive me. He could simply refuse." Long Qinghan appeared astonished, yet still harbored doubts as she inquired, "Master Lin, even if he possesses leaf fire, that does not necessarily prove he is a 7th or 8th grade alchemist. Does it?" Unaware of the significance of leaf fire to an alchemist, Long Qinghan remained unconvinced. Tianyang City is merely a small place. How could a 7th or 8th grade alchemist possibly come here? If it were just leaf fire, I would naturally remain skeptical. Master Lin Dan raised his head, declaring, "But I observed that the elixir he concocted was actually an 8th pattern pill." "What? Are you certain you did not make a mistake?" Master Lin, at that moment, Long Qinghan's expression was one of shock. Although she did not understand leaf fire, she was aware of the significance of the patterns on a pill. The more patterns an elixir has, the higher the rank of the alchemist who crafted it in that instant. Long Qinghan finally comprehended why the figure in black, Chu Ci, had not faced any ire from Master Lin Dan after the destruction of his furnace. With such a high-ranking alchemist, there was no room for Master Lin Dan to confront him. "Master, where did you come to know this person?" Master Lin Dan turned his gaze toward Long Qinghan. Since she had brought him, it implied that Long Qinghan was acquainted with him. With a bitter smile, Long Qinghan replied, "Master Lin, how could I possibly have the qualifications to know him?" She promptly recounted the entire sequence of events to Master Lin Dan. Upon learning everything, Master Lin Dan could not help but snort disdainfully. "Umph, those at the Dan Tower truly do not know their place, daring to swindle even an item from this esteemed alchemist." Though that master did not take offense, I shall certainly help him vent his frustrations. The Dan Tower was established by Master Lin Dan's bitter rival, and now a good show was about to unfold. At that moment, Chu Ci had returned to the Chu family, having shed his disguise. However, he did not find his elder brother, Chu Xian. Consequently, Chu Ci sought out his uncle, Chu Haotsong. Uncle, upon seeing Chu Ci arrive, Chu Haotsong smiled and asked, "What troubles you, little Ci? Is it a shortage of funds? If so, just tell your uncle, and I shall ensure you have enough." Chu Ci waved his hand, smiling as he replied, "I have enough money, and moreover, I have successfully refined the elixir." "You have already refined it?" Chu Haotsong looked astonished. It had hardly been a day since, and Chu Ci had quietly managed to concoct the elixir. "Yes, now I just need to have my elder brother consume it." Chu Ci nodded. "I just wonder where my elder brother has gone." "Well," Chu Haotsong frowned, his expression darkening. Sensing something amiss, Chu Ci quickly inquired, "Uncle, has something happened to my elder brother?" With a sigh, Chu Haotsong shook his head. "No, your elder brother is fine. It's just that a faction from the Ma family is trying to seize our remaining mine. Your brother has gone to stop them." The Ma family was also one of the clans in Tianyang City. Previously, the Ma family had always been subservient to the Chu family, but following the disappearance of Chu Ci's parents, the Ma family's retaliatory actions commenced. "Uncle, I will go help my elder brother." With that, Chu Ci dashed out of Chu Haotsong's study. Chu Haotsong had intended to call out and stop him, but Chu Ci's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he had vanished. Has little Ci's cultivation been restored? Chu Haotsong was greatly astonished, as he had not even clearly seen Chu Ci's movements just now. Meanwhile, in the southern suburbs of Tianyang City, Chu Xian led the remaining disciples of the Chu family in a fierce clash with the members of the Ma family. This was the Chu family's last mine. If they were to lose it, their clan would be on the brink of annihilation. However, the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great, and the Chu family's members were being relentlessly pressed by the Ma family. "Ha! Chu Xian, you truly have guts, daring to come and stop us." One young man from the Ma family scoffed. "Didn't he the last time Lin Meng died cut off one of your arms teach you a lesson?" Furrowing his brows, Chu Xian coldly replied, "Ma Biao, do not go too far." Ma Biao was the young master of the Ma family, a warrior at the mid-stage of the Xuanji realm. Previously, Chu Xian might have been able to contend with him, but now, having lost an arm and his cultivation having fallen to the initial stage of the Xuanji realm, he was no match for Ma Biao. "What if we do?" Ma Biao sneered. "The Chu family is about to be expelled from Tianyang City. I advise you, Chu Xian, to step aside if you know what's good for you. Perhaps I will spare your life. However, if you are stubborn, then prepare to die," with a murderous glint in his eyes. Ma Biao advanced, while Chu Xian and the disciples of the Chu family showed no fear that if you want the mine, you'll have to step over my dead body. Chu Xian stood resolute. "Very well. Then I shall tread over your corpse." Ma Biao brandished his large blade and charged towards Chu Xian. Just as Ma Biao's blade was about to strike Chu Xian, a figure suddenly appeared, effortlessly sending Ma Biao flying. "You dare harm my elder brother, Ma Biao, you truly deserve death." Chapter 11. Whatever they possess, make them spit out. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ma Biao was initially taken aback. But then a look of disdain crossed his face that I was wondering who it was. "Turns out it's you, Chu Ci." With a contemptuous expression, Ma Biao laughed mockingly. In the past, he would have fled at the sight of Chu Ci. But now, he regarded Chu Ci as nothing more than a waste. Such a waste, he thought, could be easily dealt with 100 times over. "What? Have you come seeking death today as well?" Ma Biao glared at Chu Ci, swinging his large blade as he laughed. "Well then, today I shall bury both of you brothers here. Little Ci, run. I'll hold them off," Chu Xian said anxiously, positioning himself protectively in front of Chu Ci. Although he was no match for Ma Biao, he prioritized Chu Ci's safety above all else. He would not regret sacrificing his life if it meant keeping his brother safe. Chu Ci felt a warm surge in his heart. No matter how much time passed, his elder brother would always be there to shield him. He patted Chu Xian's shoulder, smiling as he said, "Elder brother, there's no need to worry. I will handle everything. Such trash I can eliminate in an instant." "What did you just say?" Ma Biao roared in fury. "You a waste, dare call me trash. Today, I will ensure you die here." Ma Biao's anger was understandable. He had once been a sycophant to Chu Ci. In the past, Chu Ci had been a genius and a peak practitioner of the Tianji realm. Although Ma Biao felt unwilling, he had still become Chu Ci's foremost lackey. After all, flattering a prodigy like Chu Ci was beneficial for both him and the Ma family. Now that Chu Ci was a waste, Ma Biao would not miss the opportunity to cleanse his past disgrace. Little Ci, Ma Biao is at the mid-stage of the Xuanji realm. Chu Xian furrowed his brows. Though he did not finish his sentence, it was clear what he meant. Don't worry, elder brother. Chu Ci smiled confidently. I will take care of everything. His self-assured demeanor left Chu Xian momentarily speechless. Since he could not dissuade Chu Ci, Chu Xian decided that if his brother were to encounter danger, he would risk his life to protect him. Huh? Are you done talking? Ma Biao laughed heartily, his gaze turning cold. Now that you're finished, I will send you on your way. With a single step, Ma Biao closed the distance to Chu Ci. His blade swung down toward Chu Ci's head. Undoubtedly, this strike would claim Chu Ci's life. Biao thought to himself, filled with confidence that a mere waste like Chu Ci had no means to contend with him. In Ma Biao's eyes, Chu Ci was nothing but a helpless insect waiting to be slaughtered. However, as Chu Ci merely raised a hand, Ma Biao's large blade came to a halt in midair, for Chu Ci had grasped the blade's body with a single hand, rendering it incapable of advancing another inch. What? In a state of utter shock, Ma Biao exerted every ounce of strength he had, his face turning crimson, yet the suspended large blade remained unmoving, refusing to advance further. How could this be? You have clearly become a cripple. I am now at the Xuanji realm. Chu Ci is a worthless being, and yet he, situated in the mid-stage of the Xuanji realm, cannot even kill such a useless person. Is the Xuanji realm truly formidable? Chu Ci scoffed disdainfully, and with a swift kick, sent Ma Biao flying. Upon impact, several of Ma Biao's ribs shattered, and he spat blood from the force of the blow. Terror painted Ma Biao's face as he watched Chu Ci approach. In that moment, he felt as if Chu Ci had regained the vigor of his former self, radiating an aura that filled Ma Biao with dread. No, this is impossible. You are clearly a cripple. Ma Biao's eyes widened in astonishment. Not only he, but even Chu Xian beside him wore an expression of disbelief. Xiao Ci, your cultivation. Chu Ci smiled and replied, Elder brother, I merely lost my cultivation. It does not mean I cannot practice again. Chu Xian was left incredulous. Chu Ci had just returned today, yet his cultivation had restored at such a rapid pace. How could this happen? At this moment, Ma Biao was struck with fear by Chu Ci's earlier words. Indeed, Chu Ci had merely lost his cultivation, not his ability to cultivate. He remained the prodigy of Tianyang City. Even if he had lost his cultivation, with his extraordinary talent, how difficult could it be to regain his former strength? What was even more frightening was that Chu Ci had returned today and already possessed the strength to kill. The thought sent waves of terror through Ma Biao's face. All right, elder brother, let us deal with Ma Biao first. I shall explain everything else afterward. Chu Ci cast a gaze at Ma Biao, his murderous intent glaringly evident. Xiao Ci, I was wrong. Ma Biao, enduring the pain, knelt on the ground and pleaded for mercy. Please, spare my life. I was once your follower. Chu Ci chuckled. Tio put it nicely. He was a follower. To be blunt, he was merely a sycophant. Since he was a sycophant, he ought to understand the consequences of betraying his master. Chu Ci struck down on Ma Biao's crown, and in that instant, Ma Biao perished beyond salvation. Xiao Ci, you have killed Ma Biao. This situation had become troublesome. Chu Xian's expression shifted. Ma Biao was the young master of the Ma family. With his death, the Ma family would undoubtedly seek vengeance against the Chu family. In the past, Chu Xian would not have feared this. But the Chu family had now fallen into disarray. Even the once lowly Ma family of Tianyang City could now bully them at will. Elder brother, do not worry. Our Chu family will inevitably engage in conflict with all the families of Tianyang City. Chu Ci asserted. This is merely a matter of time. The families of Tianyang City cannot tolerate our Chu family. If we do not make a choice, there will be no place for the Chu family in Tianyang City. After a moment of silence, Chu Xian nodded. He understood the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Chu Ci and said, Chu Ci, what do you intend to do? Whatever your decision. Elder brother will support you, but you must ensure your own safety. Chu Xian's expression was grave. He could overlook everything else, but Chu Ci's safety was his utmost concern. Warmth surged in Chu Ci's heart. His elder brother had always cared for him, supporting him unconditionally in whatever he chose to do. Rest assured, elder brother, Chu Ci said with a smile. Now, it is time for our Chu family to take action. Chu Ci's eyes grew progressively colder, the murderous intent within him erupting without restraint. They took our minds. I shall make them spit them back out. We will start with the Ma family. Chu Xian nodded in agreement. Very well, elder brother. I shall return and gather our Chu family's disciples. Just as Chu Xian was about to act, he was halted by Chu Ci. Elder brother, do not rush. There is something even more pressing to address before we proceed. Chapter 12. The earthly level? No, it is the imperial level. The more pressing matter? Chu Ci did not elaborate, and Chu Xian did not inquire further in his view, as long as it was something Chu Ci wished to do. He merely needed to execute it well. However, he wondered if he could truly assist Chu Ci in his current state of impairment. The two returned to the Chu family estate with their fellow disciples. Chu Ci instructed Chu Xian to come to his courtyard. Without wasting words, Chu Ci presented the creation pill to Chu Xian. Elder brother, consume this pill. It will allow your severed limb to regenerate. At these words, Chu Xian was taken aback. Disbelief etched on his face. Regeneration of a severed limb. Was such a thing truly possible? Clearly skeptical, Chu Xian nonetheless accepted the pill since it came from Chu Ci. He took the creation pill and declared, though I find it hard to believe, since you say so, I shall trust you, Chu Ci. Chu Ci smiled and said, Elder brother, take it here. While the creation pill may enable limb regeneration, it requires someone to assist in channeling spiritual energy. Nodding in understanding, Chu Xian swallowed the pill and seated himself in a meditative posture. Chu Ci placed his palm against Chu Xian's back, channeling his own spiritual energy into him. Soon, beads of cold sweat covered Chu Xian's brow, his expression growing increasingly pained. Yet it was evident that his severed limb was visibly regenerating at a remarkable pace. However, the agony accompanying this process was becoming unbearable for Chu Xian. Chu Ci could sense that his elder brother was nearing his limit. Elder brother, hold on. If you give up now, you will never have another chance to restore your arm. Chu Ci said earnestly he was not deceiving Chu Xian. If Chu Xian failed to persevere this time, it would leave an indelible shadow upon him. Hearing this, Chu Xian, who had initially considered surrender, found renewed strength. He did not know how Chu Ci had acquired this miraculous method for regeneration, but he understood that it must have come at a significant cost to Chu Ci to ensure that Chu Ci's efforts were not in vain. Chu Xian gritted his teeth and bore the pain. Though his limb was regenerating, its complete restoration depended on whether Chu Xian could withstand this suffering, that if he succeeded, then his limb would fully regrow. Yet this was something Chu Ci could not assist with. He could only channel spiritual energy to him. As time passed, Chu Xian's severed limb finally grew back in its entirety. The pale-faced Chu Xian gazed at his restored arm, joy illuminating his features. Chu Ci, is this real? My arm. Chu Xian expressed his concern, fearing he was caught in a dream. Chu Ci laughed and assured him, Elder brother, it is indeed real. You may feel weak. You should rest now. Following this, Chu Ci had someone escort Chu Xian back to his chamber to recuperate. After spending some time in his own room, Chu Ci sought out his uncle, Chu Haotsong. Upon meeting Chu Haotsong, Chu Ci informed him of Chu Xian's recovery. Excellent. Chu Ci, this is all thanks to you. Chu Haotsong exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. He had believed his son would be crippled for life. Yet unexpectedly, Chu Ci had restored Chu Xian's arm. Then, looking at Chu Ci, Chu Haotsong remarked, Chu Ci, you must have come to me for more than just this news. Chu Ci nodded and replied, Yes, today I killed Ma Biao of the Ma family. I am aware of this matter. Chu Haotsong said, shaking his head. Since it has occurred, there is no point in lamenting. The Ma family will certainly retaliate. Tonight, You and Xian'er should leave the Chu family. Chu Haotsong understood well that Ma Biao was the only son of the Ma family as patriarch. With his death, the Ma family would undoubtedly seek vengeance against the Chu family. Given the current state of the Chu family, although they could withstand the Ma family's onslaught, it was difficult to guard against hidden threats. Even if the Ma family could not annihilate the Chu family, they would surely target Chu Ci and Chu Xian. Chu Ci and Chu Xian were the only hope for the Chu family. As long as they survived, the family could rise again in the future. Uncle, you need not worry about the Ma family's affairs, Chu Ci reassured him. With your strength, confronting the patriarch of the Ma family should not pose a problem, right? Chu Haotsong nodded. Though my strength may not match that of your parents, I'm certainly stronger than the patriarch of the Ma family. However, he shook his head, stating, in terms of overall family strength, our Chu family is currently inferior to the Ma family. The Ma family not only had a patriarch but also 3 elders, each of whom was as powerful as the patriarch. If they joined forces, Chu Haotsong would be no match for them. If our Chu family's 3 elders had not left, we might have stood a chance. Chu Haotsong lamented. With the decline of the Chu family over the years, the original 3 elders had departed, and one would choose to follow a declining family toward ruin. Uncle, if your cultivation reaches the late earthly realm, can you fight? Chu Ci inquired, and Chu Haotsong confidently replied, of course, if I reach the earthly realm. Even if the patriarch of the Ma family and the 3 elders joined forces, I would still hold the upper hand. Merely mentioning this, Chu Haotsong felt a twinge of frustration. How could one easily break through to the late stage of the Earth Extreme realm? His uncle certainly did not possess the same innate gifts as your parents. Not to mention that I have been stuck at the mid-stage of the Earth Extreme realm for 5 long years. Without any unnecessary words, Chu Ci directly produced a piece of paper and handed it to Chu Haotsong. Take a look at this technique, Uncle. If you cultivate this method, you should be able to break through to the late stage of the Earth Extreme realm in just 1 night. Upon hearing this, Chu Haotsong reached out to take a look. Xiantian technique? As he continued to read, he couldn't help but be astonished. This technique was extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing the methods currently practiced by the Chu family. How could this technique be so formidable? If Uncle were to cultivate it now, he would undoubtedly step into the late stage of the Earth Extreme realm. Chu Haotsong exclaimed with great excitement. Chu Ci smiled faintly. This technique was one he had brought back from the Forbidden Area, and it was naturally exceptional. Uncle, this technique is classified as an Imperial-level technique. After you read it, you must destroy it. Chu Ci said with a serious expression that if an Imperial-level technique were to be leaked, it would undoubtedly bring catastrophic consequences to the Chu family. Imperial-level technique? Chu Haotsong was taken aback. Our Chu family's techniques are also of the Earth level. Why is this one so much more powerful? Chu Ci was momentarily stunned, realizing that his uncle had misheard and thought it was an Earth-level technique instead of an Imperial-level one. However, this misunderstanding was perhaps for the best. If Uncle realized it was an Imperial-level technique, he would likely be shocked. Very well, Uncle, you should cultivate it as soon as possible. Chapter 13. The Destruction of the Chu Family. Chu Haotsong nodded. With this technique in hand, he felt confident that he could elevate his cultivation to the late stage of the Earth Extreme realm within a single night. Chu Ci chose not to linger and disturb his uncle, quietly exiting the study. Given his uncle's capabilities, achieving the late stage of the Earth Extreme realm in 1 night was certainly within reach. Meanwhile, at the Ma family residence, Ma Biao's body had been returned. When they discovered him, he had already lost all signs of life. The expression on Ma Jiping, the head of the Ma family, was one of deep displeasure. Who on earth has killed my son? Ma Jiping roared, unleashing his mid-stage Earth Extreme realm cultivation. His aura erupted. The entire Ma family trembled. Many within the Ma family displayed expressions of fear, and the disciples who had brought back Ma Biao's corpse appeared particularly anxious. W didn't know that the young master was already dead when we arrived. One of the Ma family disciples stammered in response. Didn't he know? Ma Jiping's fury intensified. Why son Biao was with you, and now he lies dead while you still live. How dare you return with such disgrace? His eyes blazed with murderous intent, clearly intent on slaying these disciples. Wait, Master, just as Ma Jiping was about to strike. An elder of the Ma family intervened. Biao was killed in the Chu family's mine. It is evident that the murderer is one of theirs. We have already set out to seek retribution against the Chu family. Ma Ji, they were unaware whether these two individuals had left behind a life-saving trump card for the Chu family when they departed. Consequently, the families of Tianyang City dared only to seize the mines of the Chu family, yet refrained from overtly sending forces to obliterate them. This evening's actions of the Ma family would be closely observed. Should the Chu family indeed be annihilated, they would mobilize to divide the spoils. Conversely, if the Chu family managed to survive this crisis, they would refrain from openly troubling them. At the very least, the current state of the Chu family is one of near death, as long as they manipulate events from the shadows. The Chu family would remain perpetually incapacitated. That the family on the brink of extinction holds little to fear. That I shall seek out my father now. Within the Chu household, Chu Xian was preparing to find Chu Haotsong, but was halted by Chu Ci. Elder brother, our uncle is currently in seclusion. There is no need to disturb him for the time being. However, if the Ma family fully mobilizes, my father's strength is indispensable. Chu Xian furrowed his brow. Ma Jiping and the three elders of the Ma family were all at the mid-stage of the earthly extremity realm. Without Chu Haotsong's intervention, the Chu family would not endure for long. No matter. I shall handle this matter, Chu Ci said with a smile. Elder brother, you should first gather all the members of the Chu family. Chu Xian cast a glance at Chu Ci and then turned to leave. Since Chu Ci had spoken thus, he believed that Chu Ci must have a plan. After all, if Chu Ci could help him regrow his severed arm, he surely had a way to repel the members of the Ma family. Once Chu Xian departed, Chu Ci donned a black robe that he did not wish to reveal the news of his current cultivation recovery just yet. The Chu family now found themselves surrounded by enemies. If the other families of Tianyang City learned that this former prodigy's cultivation was gradually returning, they would undoubtedly band together to attack the Chu family. People instinctively unite for self-preservation. However, if they remain fragmented, it would grant Chu Ci ample time to recover his strength. With my current abilities, dealing with an early-stage earthly extremity cultivator poses no issue, yet 3 mid-stage earthly extremity cultivators present a considerable challenge. Chu Ci furrowed his brow. Presently, he had only unsealed his cultivation to the early stage of the yellow extremity realm. If he could reach the mid-stage of the yellow extremity realm, he would have confidence in slaying 3 mid-stage earthly extremity cultivators. Yet, time was insufficient to allow him to quietly unseal his cultivation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. While in the forbidden area, Shen Luoyi had taught him a formation, one of which was named the Blood Dragon Mysterious Formation. This formation could enhance one's strength at a minimal cost to consuming one's own spiritual energy. However, with the current reserves in his dantian, he could only sustain it for a maximum of 10 minutes. This meant that Chu Ci needed to slay Ma Jiping and the elders of the Ma family within that time frame. But what if he added the Spirit Gathering Formation? Chu Ci pondered whether combining it with the Spirit Gathering Formation would allow the Blood Dragon Mysterious Formation to operate for a longer duration. The Spirit Gathering Formation could accelerate Chu Ci's absorption of the surrounding spiritual energy. That if the Spirit Gathering Formation could assist the Blood Dragon Mysterious Formation, that would be favorable. Let us give it a try. Chu Ci promptly set up the formation around himself. Meanwhile, Chu Xian had gathered all the members of the Chu family and led them to the entrance. The Ma family's people had already arrived. With Ma Jiping glaring coldly at Chu Xian, Jiping's heart jolted. Your arm is healed? What business is that of yours? Chu Xian scoffed. Seeing Chu Xian's arm restored, Ma Jiping was even more convinced that the Chu family possessed some treasure. A treasure that could regenerate a severed limb must be extraordinary. Where's your father, Chu Haotsong? Have him come out. Ma Jiping's aura erupted, the pressure of the mid-stage earthly extremity realm bearing down on Chu Xian. Fortunately, Chu Xian was now at the late stage of the mysterious extremity realm, and he could withstand this imposing presence. Your Ma family prepared to declare war on the Chu family. Chu Xian inhaled deeply and spoke coldly. The members of my Chu family fear not your Ma family, although there was a vast disparity in strength between the Chu and Ma families. None among the Chu family were cowards. Even in death, They would defend the dignity of the Chu family. Very well. Your father killed my son. Today, I shall slay his son. Ma Jiping's eyes radiated murderous intent. Adoptive father, leave this matter to me. Ma Jiaqing stepped forward, declaring, since Biaoer was killed by his father, I shall ensure he does not die too comfortably. Go ahead. Ma Jiping nodded. Now is the time for Ma Jiaqing to showcase his abilities in this battle against the Chu family. By doing so, even without blood relations to the Ma family, the elders would support him as the heir. Come forth, Chu Xian. I shall take your head and place it upon my brother Biaoer's grave. Ma Jiaqing advanced and pointed at Chu Xian. Who dies today remains uncertain. Had it been before, Chu, as the formidable Chu Ci approached, Ma Jiping shouted, this individual's cultivation is on par with mine. Yet their strength may surpass my own. Upon hearing this, the three elders of the Ma family sprang into action, intent on eliminating Chu Ci in an instant. For mid-stage, earthly extremity realm warriors surrounded Chu Ci. Meanwhile, Chu Xian observed the unfolding scene with palpable tension. Although he was unaware of the identity of the figure cloaked in black, Chu Ci, he recognized that this individual was encircled by the Ma family's warriors in an effort to assist the Chu clan. Victory seemed improbable, and even escaping would be a Herculean task. Chu Xian longed to aid the figure in black, Chu Ci, yet his cultivation was far too low. Not only would he be unable to assist, but he would likely become a burden to the cloaked warrior, Chu Ci. As Ma Jiping and his companions closed in on Chu Ci, he commanded Ma Jiaqing, lead our Ma clan's disciples into the Chu family. Understood, adoptive father. Ma Jiaqing nodded, then shouted to the members of the Ma family, everyone, follow me into the fray. With that, he charged towards the Chu family. Ma Jiaqing, you seek your own demise. Chu Xian would not allow Ma Jiaqing to succeed. He rallied the Chu family members to intercept Ma Jiaqing and his entourage. Chu Xian, in a one-on-one confrontation, I am no match for you, Ma Jiaqing sneered. But do you truly believe those worthless individuals behind you can secure victory against me? Chu Xian's brows furrowed. Just as Ma Jiaqing had stated, if Chu Xian engaged him while the rest of the Chu family contended with the Ma family's disciples, how long could they endure? It was highly likely that before a victor was determined between him and Ma Jiaqing, the Chu family would be overrun. In that scenario, Ma Jiaqing would then join forces with the Ma family's disciples to confront Chu Xian. At the same time, Chu Ci noticed the precarious situation surrounding Chu Xian, that we cannot afford to linger here. His expression turned icy. Although it would be a formidable challenge to defeat 4 mid-stage earthly extremity realm warriors with his current strength, it did not imply he was devoid of options. Chu Ci set his sights on one of the Ma family's elders and charged forth with a spear aimed at the opponent. How audacious! The elder scoffed, you dare to challenge all 4 of us alone. While the figure in black, Chu Ci, may be formidable, he was ultimately just one individual, facing 4 mid-stage earthly extremity realm warriors. How could he hope to turn the tide? Little did they realize, for mid-stage earthly extremity warriors mattered little to Chu Ci, who had his own means. As the spear whirled through the air, Chu Ci stealthily activated the killing secret technique. In an instant, the body of the Ma family elder exploded, blood splattering across the faces of Ma Jiping and the others. Their expressions shifted to one of horror. Their eyes filled with shock at the black-clad figure, Chu Ci. What had this person just done? How had the third elder perished so suddenly? No one could comprehend the means by which Chu Ci had silently slain the third elder right before their eyes. With an indifferent expression, Chu Ci turned his gaze to Ma Jiping and the others, coldly declaring, it's your turn now. The cost of employing the killing secret technique was Chu Ci's lifespan. However, this was the only course of action available to him. Attack together, do not allow him a moment's respite. Upon Ma Jiping's command, the other 2 elders surged towards Chu Ci. Rather than engaging, Chu Ci deftly evaded their attacks. The killing secret technique was not a method that could be employed continuously. Should he persist, the cost would be even greater. Nevertheless, with only 3 mid-stage earthly extremity warriors, his current strength was sufficient to contend with them. That a cold smile crept across his lips. While he may have struggled against 4, 3 posed no challenge. With a spear strike that resonated like a dragon's roar, Chu Ci leapt into the fray. That moment, his figure multiplied into three, charging towards Ma Jiping and the two elders of the Ma family. The trio, not daring to underestimate the situation, immediately employed their techniques to defend themselves. However, they could never have anticipated that the three black-clad figures, Chu Ci, advancing toward them were mere illusions. "This is not good," Ma Jiping exclaimed, but it was too late. Chu Ci's true form had already positioned itself behind them. This was the essence of shadowy movement, allowing Chu Ci to create deceptive figures to confound his adversaries. Die. Chapter 16. Confusion. Killing you means the mind belongs to the Chu family. With a single thrust towards Ma Jiping and the others, a terrifying force sent them hurtling away. Ma Jiping and his companions crashed to the ground. Yet Chu Ci offered them no moment of respite. He leapt into action, gripping his spear tightly, channeling all his spiritual energy into this singular strike. Chu Ci realized that the effects of the Blood Dragon mysterious array were waning. Although the Gathering Spirit array continued to absorb surrounding spiritual energy to sustain the Blood Dragon mysterious array, the latter's consumption was far too great for the Gathering Spirit array alone to suffice. Thus, Chu Ci resolved to concentrate all his energy into this one attack. If he could eliminate Ma Jiping and the others with it, all would be well, that if not, he would have no choice but to forcibly employ the killing array again, even at a greater cost. With a resounding boom, the spear slammed into the ground, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that engulfed Ma Jiping and his companions. Moments later, the three were violently hurled away. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that while Ma Jiping and the others had survived, they bore significant injuries. That it appeared that continuing to employ the killing secret technique was imperative. Chu Ci's expression turned steely. He would need to use the killing secret technique at least 3 more times. Forcing himself to deploy it thrice would incur a cost even he could scarcely endure. "How are the two of you faring?" Ma Jiping inquired of the two elders. They shook their heads, their expressions grave. "Master, this individual's strength is overwhelming. With our current injuries, if we continue this battle, we shall surely perish." After their skirmish, the two elders had come to understand the black-clad figure's might. Clearly, today was not destined to be the day of the Chu family's demise. "Humph, you two have miscalculated," Jiping sneered. "Look at him. His aura is evidently weaker than before. He is likely at the end of his rope." Ma Jiping had sensed this when Chu Ci unleashed that previous spear strike. Upon hearing his words, the two elders immediately turned their gazes back to Chu Ci. Indeed, it was just as the master had indicated. They exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile. Though the three of them were injured, they were still in far better shape than the evidently exhausted figure in black, Chu Ci. Chu Ci watched as Ma Jiping and the others regained their footing and advanced toward him, coldly remarking, "It seems you are prepared to meet your demise." At this statement, the Ma family's elders froze, a wave of inexplicable dread washing over them. Despite the black-clad figure, Chu Ci, seemingly being on the brink of collapse. Why do they still feel such fear? "Do not let him intimidate you," Ma Jiping bellowed, snapping the two elders back to reality. "Attack and kill him." Ma Jiping charged forward, leading the assault against Chu Ci. Instead of rushing in, Chu Ci retreated, needing to evade their strikes while simultaneously employing the killing secret technique. His eyes narrowed as he focused on Ma Jiping, that he needed to eliminate Ma Jiping first. If he fell, the two elders might flee in the wake of his demise. Just as Chu Ci prepared to activate the killing secret technique, an overwhelming aura erupted from within the Chu family. Chu Xian and Ma Jiaqing were momentarily stunned by the pressure, rendered immobile. Sensing this aura, Ma Jiping and the others halted their advance. Chu Ci also paused, a smile breaking across his face that it seemed his uncle had succeeded. With his uncle's ascension to the late stage of the earthly extremity realm, there was no need for Chu Ci to employ the killing secret technique any longer. He could leave Ma Jiping's fate in the hands of his uncle. "Chu Haotsong, what is happening?" Ma Jiping's complexion darkened. Could it be that there were still powerful figures within the Chu family? The two elders of the Ma family turned pale, acutely aware that the owner of this aura was far stronger than they. It was likely that this individual had attained the late stage of the earthly extremity realm. "We must flee," Ma Jiping did not hesitate. If the Chu family truly possessed a late-stage, earthly extremity warrior, remaining any longer would mean their demise. Chung, we must go, Ma Jiping shouted to Ma Jiaqing. Just as his words fell, a figure appeared, coldly declaring, you think you can leave? The Chu family is not a place you can enter and exit at will. Since you have come, you shall not depart. Ma Jiping's expression darkened upon recognizing the newcomer. Chu Haotsong, you have reached the late stage of the earthly extremity realm. The presence of Chu Haotsong emanated an overwhelming aura. Indeed, Chu Haotsong did not shy away from this fact. Having successfully ascended to the late stage of the earthly extremity realm, he intended for all members of the Ma family to perish. Chu Haotsong, tonight, the fault lies with my Ma family. I now demand that we leave. Ma Jiping spoke in a grave tone. Ha, leave? Chu Haotsong retorted coldly. You think you can just depart as you please? The aura of Chu Haotsong radiated with an oppressive force, characteristic of a late-stage Earth Extreme Realm warrior, bearing down upon Ma Jiping and his companions. Jiping's complexion drained of color, his immediate reaction revealing the overwhelming strength of his opponent. Even with the joint efforts of the two elders, they would stand no chance against Chu Haotsong, not to mention the presence of a mysterious figure in a black robe. Chu Haotsong, if you allow the members of the Ma family to leave, I will immediately return all the mines belonging to the Chu family, Ma Jiping declared, taking a deep breath. Though reluctant, he understood this was the only leverage he had to negotiate with Chu Haotsong. You truly are a fool, Chu Haotsong replied with a grin. By killing you, I can reclaim the Chu family's mines. So why would I spare you? With that, the murderous intent in his eyes could not be concealed. In a swift motion, he approached Ma Jiping and struck him with a palm. Jiping gritted his teeth, attempting to retaliate, but the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. He was sent flying by Chu Haotsong's strike. Blood spewed from Ma Jiping's mouth as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing this, the two elders of the Ma family were paralyzed with fear and turned to flee. Not a single one shall escape. Chu Haotsong scoffed, pursuing the two, swiftly seizing them by their necks and lifting them off the ground. Lord of the Chu family, spare us. We are merely elders of the Ma family, with no ties to them. The pleas of the two elders fell on deaf ears, as Chu Haotsong had no intention of showing mercy. With a disdainful grunt, he snapped their necks. With the deaths of Ma Jiping and the elders, the morale of the Ma family shattered, leading to their subsequent capture by the Chu family. Who might you be? Chu Haotsong inquired, glancing at the figure in black. Chu Ci. Father, it was this elder who assisted our Chu family in fending off the Ma family, Chu Xian interjected. Had it not been for this elder's intervention, we likely would not have withstood the Ma family for so long. Chapter 17. The Frantic Master Go. Chu Haotsong cast a grateful look at the figure in black and expressed, "Thank you for your assistance this time. I, the Chu family, shall remember this favor. It is I, your uncle." The black-robed figure suddenly spoke, causing Chu Haotsong to momentarily freeze. Chu Ci offered no further explanation, instead stating, "Let us return to the Chu family for now." After dealing with the remnants of the Ma family, Chu Ci and Chu Xian made their way to their uncle's study. Chu Ci instructed that his recent decision to resume cultivation should remain undisclosed to the outside world. The reasoning was straightforward. The Chu family's current standing in Tianyang City was precarious, with relations deteriorating with other families. If they were to learn of the Chu family's resurgence in strength, they would undoubtedly unite against them before Chu Ci could regain his powers. Given his current capabilities, Chu Ci was not yet equipped to confront all the families within Tianyang City. The only viable strategy was to bide his time until his powers improved, while also aiming to elevate the overall strength of the Chu family. Thus, Chu Ci presented two techniques. Uncle, please impart this technique to all the disciples of the Chu family, encouraging them to practice it. The technique he revealed was of Earth-level caliber, promising to enhance the overall prowess of the Chu family's members. Understood, Chu Haotsong replied without hesitation, recognizing the necessity for the disciples of the Chu family to bolster their abilities. This way, should they face similar circumstances in the future, the disciples would be able to contribute effectively. As for the other technique, it was intended for Chu Xian. Brother, this technique is for you. Your focus on spear techniques will be greatly augmented by it. Chu Ci accepted the technique without pretense. Nodding, I will diligently practice this technique. Brother, as for the Ma family's assets, I will trouble you to send someone to take charge of them, Chu Ci added. Chu Haocong nodded and immediately set about his task. With this matter temporarily settled, Chu Ci planned to unlock several seals to restore his cultivation. However, the spiritual energy available in Tianyang City was insufficient for him to break through the remaining seals. The only solution was to head to the Baibao Pavilion. The next day, news of the annihilation of the Ma family spread swiftly. Last night, it had become known that the Ma family had mobilized forces against the Chu family. Yet no one anticipated that the seemingly fallen Chu family would manage to eradicate the Ma family in return. The specifics of the event were only vaguely understood by the residents of Tianyang City. It was known that Chu Haocong had executed Ma Jiping and 3 elders of the Ma family. However, the families in Tianyang City showed little response, seemingly indifferent to the incident, though their true intentions remained shrouded in mystery. In a tea house within Tianyang City, Master Lin Dan of Baibao Pavilion showcased a century-old red lotus to the elders seated across from him, exclaiming, "Behold, this is a century-old red lotus." Lin Dan puffed out his chest in pride. And the elder, not disappointing him, gazed at the red lotus with evident envy. The elder, filled with longing, reached out to touch the precious flower. "Ah, look all you want, but do not touch." Lin Dan hurriedly withdrew the century-old red lotus. The elder cleared his throat and inquired, "Pray tell, where did you procure this century-old red lotus?" "I've searched high and low and found none." With a sigh, the elder's envy was unmistakable. "I owe it all to your Dan Tower. Had it not been for you, this century-old red lotus would not have graced my possession." Lin Dan's remark left the elder perplexed. Because of the Dan Tower? The elder furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the connection. This elder was Master Gu, an alchemist of the Dan Tower. If he had previously had the opportunity to acquire the century-old red lotus, he would not have allowed Lin Dan to claim it. Wasn't it your Dan Tower staff who, just yesterday, attempted to acquire the century-old red lotus for a mere 10 taels of silver, driving the seller away in frustration? Lin Dan laughed. "What?" Master Ge's eyes widened, fury igniting within him. "Cursed be it. This is an abomination," he roared. If all went according to plan, the century-old red lotus should have been his, and he would never have allowed it to fall into Lin Dan's hands. "Old Lin, how about I trade you 1,000,000 taels for that century-old red lotus?" Master Go proposed, his gaze fixed on Lin Dan. "Forget it. Even if you offer 1,000,000 taels, I would not sell it. The century-old red lotus is a rare find. If I were to sell it now, who knows when I would encounter another." Lin Dan declared resolutely, "3,000,000 taels. Master G's jealousy was palpable. Yet, no matter the price he offered, Lin Dan remained unmoved. It was not until the Baibao Pavilion staff arrived and whispered something to Lin Dan that he finally stood up with a smile. "Well then, I must take my leave." "Wait, old Lin, let us continue our discussion," Master Go called out, but Lin Dan did not look back as he exited the tea house. "Damn it, truly damn it," Master Go seethed, storming out of the tea house towards the Dan Tower. Upon entering the Dan Tower, Master Go wore a dark expression, as if someone owed him millions. "Who was on duty yesterday?" He barked. At once, a staff member stepped forward, the very same who had attended to Chu Ci the previous day. "Master Go, it was I who was on duty yesterday," the staff member replied cautiously, fully aware of the storm brewing within Master Go. "Very well, you are to leave immediately." Master Go showed no mercy. "But why, Master Go? I was diligent in my duties at the Dan Tower." The staff member was petrified. Working at the Dan Tower not only provided a lucrative salary, but also earned him respect from many warriors. Even the young masters of the families in Tianyang City would grant him some deference due to Master G's influence. "Why, yesterday, someone attempted to sell a century-old red lotus, and you offered them 10 taels? Master G's fury peaked. "If it were not for your actions, I would not have lost the opportunity to claim the century-old red lotus." The staff member's face drained of color as he realized that his previous attempt to deceive the seller had cost him his position at the Dan Tower. "Master Go, I was wrong. I will never act so recklessly again." the staff member pleaded, dropping to his knees in apology. Humph, get lost. I will investigate whether you have ever pilfered any medicinal herbs of the Dan Tower. If you have, your fate will be sealed. Chapter 18. What is your relation to the Chu family? The staff member was horrified. Those who worked at the Dan Tower were unlikely to have never stolen medicinal herbs at some point. Many individuals employed at the Dan Tower often discreetly pilfer a pill or two, subsequently selling them at a lower price to other martial artists, thus earning a modest income. When one such fellow sought clemency, Master Gu resolutely ordered his expulsion. Although he had disposed of this individual, who had cost him the opportunity to acquire the century-old Red Lotus, Master Gu still felt a pang of disappointment in his heart. After all, it was the century-old Red Lotus. Who could say that the person selling it might not possess another? Master Gu pondered this, but finding no leads, he resolved to seek out Master Lin at the Baibao Pavilion for further inquiries. At that moment, at the Baibao Pavilion, Chu Ci arrived clad in a black robe. Upon his immediate request to see Master Lin, Lung Qinghan promptly directed him to the tea house to await his arrival. Before Master Lin arrived, Lung Qinghan invited Chu Ci to the VIP room for a moment of respite. "My lord, I heard that during the Ma family's assault on the Chu family last night, a figure in black intervened to assist them." Lung Qinghan glanced at the man in black, Chu Ci, and inquired, "Might you be that individual who aided the Chu family?" Chu Ci cast a sidelong glance at Lung Qinghan and replied, "Indeed, that was I." He did not conceal the truth, for there was no need for subterfuge. "And what is your relationship with the Chu family?" Lung Qinghan pressed further. However, this time, the man in black did not respond but merely snorted derisively. "What? Are you attempting to interrogate me? You misunderstand." Lung Qinghan hastily clarified, sensing the other's ire. "I am merely curious as to how the declining Chu family came to be acquainted with you. That is of no concern to you." Chu Ci retorted, but Lung Qinghan surmised that this enigmatic figure, Chu Ci, must indeed have ties to the Chu family. All the families in Tianyang City believe the Chu family to be in decline. Yet who could have anticipated such a formidable ally lurking in their midst? Not only was he a master alchemist, but he might even be from the celestial realm. Lung Qinghan recalled how the man in black, Chu Ci, had remained unfazed in the face of Elder Lu from the Tianjin sect, who had not dared to engage him. It was evident that the Chu family had concealed much, and if necessary, she would need to cultivate a favorable relationship with them. What intrigued Lung Qinghan was not merely the black-robed man's, Chu Ci, strength in the celestial realm, but rather his alchemical prowess. While Baibao Pavilion possessed its own celestial realm practitioners, it only had Master Lin as its alchemist. If they could befriend another alchemist, it would be an unparalleled boon. Before long, Master Lin arrived. "Master, upon hearing of your arrival, I hastened here," he exclaimed with a smile. "Might you require my assistance in enhancing your alchemical fire?" Master Lin recalled that the previous day, the black-robed man, Chu Ci, had promised to assist him in this regard. The very thought filled him with excitement, for once the alchemical fire was strengthened, the subsequent crafting of the Breaking Heaven pill would become significantly easier. "Do you still possess an alchemical furnace?" Chu Ci inquired, nodding. Master Lin's furnace had been destroyed the day before, and if Chu Ci wished to continue his alchemical endeavors, a furnace was indispensable. The alchemical furnace, Master Lin sighed. "It is not that I am unwilling to lend it to you. After the destruction of my furnace, I immediately contacted someone to have a new one crafted, but I doubt it is ready yet." Chu Ci furrowed his brow. Without a furnace, his alchemical pursuits would be thwarted. He regretted not having discreetly taken Gu Qingqiu's furnace when he exited the forbidden area. When he had intended to do so, he had been caught by Gu Qingqiu, who had not only beaten him, but had also thrown him into the furnace for refinement. At that moment, a voice called out, "Old Lin, Old Lin." Upon hearing the voice, Master Lin's eyes brightened. "Although I do not have a furnace, there is certainly someone who does," he exclaimed. "Please wait here a moment." With that, he dashed out of the VIP room and soon returned with Master Gu in tow. "Master, this old fellow has a furnace." Master Lin pointed at Master Gu. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and retrieve your furnace for this esteemed master." "What do you mean by that, Old Lin?" Master Gu frowned. He had come to see Master Lin, only to find him seeking his furnace. "Old Gu, this esteemed master is the one who is selling the century-old Red Lotus. Master Lin stated, prompting Master Gu to regard Chu Ci with newfound respect. Oh, you still have a century-old red lotus? Master Gu inquired eagerly. If you do, I am willing to purchase it, but he quickly added, of course, I will also lend you my furnace. Without further ado, Chu Ci produced a century-old red lotus. Naturally, I possess it. Upon seeing the century-old red lotus before him, Master Ji's eyes sparkled with joy. Long Qinghan and Master Lin were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated that Chu Ci truly possessed a century-old red lotus. 2 million. I offer you 2 million for it, Master Gu declared, hastily producing the requisite silver notes. Upon receiving the 2 million, Chu Ci promptly handed the century-old red lotus over to Master Gu, who cradled it in his palms, unable to conceal his elation. And what of the furnace? Master Gu inquired. Upon hearing this, he carefully stored the century-old red lotus and stated, Please, esteemed master, follow me. The furnace is located within my Dan Tower. With that, Master Gu led Chu Ci away from the Baibao Pavilion, and Master Lin followed closely behind. Upon arriving at the alchemical chamber within the Dan Tower, Master Gu gestured, Esteemed master, feel free to use this chamber as you wish. Stay for as long as you need, and should you require any medicinal materials, simply let me know, and I shall procure them for you. Master Gu, unable to contain his excitement, was eager to depart and closely examine his treasured red lotus. Once outside the chamber, Master Lin turned to Master Gu and advised, Old Gu, I suggest you have someone craft a new alchemical furnace for you. Why is that? Master Gu furrowed his brow. Is it truly necessary? After all, I'm not currently engaged in alchemy. He gazed at the red lotus in his hands, joyfully exclaiming, This lotus is so precious. Even if I were to use it for alchemy, I must be thoroughly prepared. Master Lin hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal that the black-robed man, Chu Ci, might cause the furnace to explode. Ultimately, he decided to wait until the alchemical process was complete before addressing the matter. Within the alchemical chamber, Chu Ci retrieved numerous precious medicinal materials from his ancient ring in preparation for his crafting. The high-grade Gathering Spirit Pill was currently the most suitable elixir for him. Chapter 19. The Marketplace. The Gathering Spirit Pill was indeed the most appropriate elixir for Chu Ci at this stage. However, this was merely the best option for now. As time progressed, he would need to transition to more potent elixirs to aid him in breaking the Azura sealing mark. The leaf fire manifested in the palm of Chu Ci's hand as he cast all the materials into the furnace, but he then used the leaf fire to eliminate the impurities within the materials. Meanwhile, outside the chamber, Master Gu stared blankly at Master Lin. Old Lin, what exactly do you mean by that? Master Gu inquired, his brow furrowed. Why must I have someone craft a new furnace? The more he thought about it, the more perplexed he became. Indescribable, indescribable, Master Lin replied, his demeanor cheerful as he observed Master Ji's bewilderment, finding it somewhat amusing. Pray tell, what are you concealing from me? Master Gu demanded. Just then, a tremendous explosion resonated from the alchemical chamber. What is happening? Master Gu gasped in astonishment, while Master Lin muttered, That was quicker than I anticipated. They hurriedly flung open the chamber door and entered. A rich aroma of alchemical fragrance wafted through the air, prompting Master Lin to exclaim, What a potent fragrance! I wonder what elixir the esteemed master has concocted this time. While Master Lin's curiosity piqued, Master Gu gazed in horror at the shattered remnants of his alchemical furnace scattered across the floor. My furnace, he wailed, despairing at the sight of the debris. It was worth noting that he had expended his entire fortune to acquire that furnace, only for it to be reduced to mere fragments. Seeing Master Gu in such a state of distress, Master Lin chuckled. Oh, come now, old Gu. It is just a furnace. If it is broken, we can simply have another crafted. Master Gu, infuriated by Master Lin's nonchalance, retorted, What do you mean just a furnace? He turned to Chu Ci, his voice low and stern. Esteemed master, I lent you my furnace, and now that you have damaged it, you must compensate me. Old Gu, let us not dwell on the furnace. Master Lin interjected, his brow furrowed in concern. After all, the esteemed master has just sold you the century-old red lotus. That is irrelevant. This is a matter of principle. Master Gu shook his head, his expression icy. That furnace cost me 100 mid-grade spirit stones to craft. The price of a medium-grade spiritual stone is equivalent to 100,000 silver taels, while 100 of them amounts to a staggering 10 million. Old Go, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Master Lin furrowed his brow. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Master Go. Enough, Old Lin, no matter what you say today. The alchemy furnace must be compensated. Master Lin shook his head helplessly. After all, he was trying to assist him. The damage to the alchemy furnace was a minor issue. This could allow the figure in the black robe, Chu Ci, to remember this incident, potentially leading to better offerings in the future. Moreover, the alchemy skills of the figure in black, Chu Ci, were remarkably proficient. Learning even a fraction from him would be immensely beneficial. The quality of this alchemy furnace is lacking. At this moment, Chu Ci spoke up. I will compensate you with a fine alchemy furnace later, of course. If you prefer spiritual stones, I can provide those as well. Master Go pondered for a moment. Although the figure in black, Chu Ci, claimed to compensate him with a furnace later, who could guarantee that he wouldn't simply flee? Just give me the spiritual stones directly. Hearing this, Chu Ci nodded and retrieved 10 superior-grade spiritual stones from his ancient ring. The price of my furnace is 100 medium-grade spiritual stones, and you are offering me 10. Master initially displayed a look of dissatisfaction. But upon closer inspection, he realized that the stones Chu Ci produced were actually superior grade. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Are these superior-grade spiritual stones? Superior-grade spiritual stones are quite rare in the Great Xia dynasty. Even the royal treasury within the dynasty contains merely 100 superior-grade spiritual stones. Yet this individual was able to produce 10 at once. One superior-grade stone is equivalent to 10 medium-grade stones. Thus, these 10 superior-grade stones are sufficient to compensate Master Go. Superior-grade spiritual stones. Master Lin inhaled deeply. Indeed, the origins of the figure in black, Chu Ci, are not simple. Old Ge has truly suffered a significant loss this time. He has missed an opportunity to befriend a person of great stature. Very well. If there are no further questions, I shall take my leave. Chu Ci did not wait for Master Ge to respond and turned to depart from the alchemy tower. Old Ge, you have been exceedingly foolish this time. Master Lin shook his head and said, not only is he an alchemist, but he also wields the fire of separation. Now he can effortlessly produce 10 superior-grade spiritual stones. Such a person, even if he accidentally destroys your furnace during alchemy, would undoubtedly compensate you later. Master Lin did not conceal anything, sharing with Master Ge the incident of his furnace's destruction, as well as the promise that the figure in black, Chu Ci, would assist him in enhancing his alchemical fire. Upon hearing this, Master Ji's face revealed an expression of regret. He gazed at the superior-grade spiritual stones in his hand and said, Old Lin, if I return the stones to him now, will it still hold any value? What do you think? Master Lin sighed. How could Master Ge possibly retrieve the superior-grade spiritual stones after accepting them? Unbeknownst to the departing Chu Ci, Master Ge was engulfed in such regretful sentiments. Once he exited the alchemy tower, he shed his disguise. There was no other reason for this but because he had spotted his elder brother, Chu Xian. Brother, where are you headed? Chu Ci inquired. Chu Xian smiled upon seeing Chu Ci and replied, Little Ci, you arrived just in time. I was informed that a plethora of treasures has recently arrived at the 100 Good Street. I'm going to see what good items are available. The 100 Good Street is essentially a marketplace where martial artists set up stalls along the street. Although the stalls are filled with an array of items, most of them are merely tricks of deception from the martial artists. However, there are indeed some who have genuinely unearthed valuable treasures from the 100 Good Street. Very well, let us go together. Chu Ci did not decline that if he could spot some fine treasures at the 100 Good Street, he would not mind sharing them with his elder brother. The two swiftly arrived at the 100 Good Street. Look here, behold the Xiantian sword produced by a martial emperor. Possessing this sword allows you to strike down even a martial emperor with ease. And check out this indestructible divine skill. Mastering this technique ensures that no one can kill you. The street was filled with the sounds of clamorous hawking. Chu Ci glanced over, realizing that the vendors were mostly peddling worthless goods. Little Ci, what do you think of this sword? Chu Xian approached the stall and picked up a lustrous sword. Ah, young lad, you have a discerning eye. This sword was personally forged by the martial emperor. The vendor, upon seeing business, immediately began to boast. This sword can slice through iron like mud, no matter who approaches. A single strike will surely end them. Chu Ci, overhearing this, naturally did not believe it. The claim of the martial emperor forging it was undoubtedly false, yet the sword appeared quite appealing. He intended to pull his elder brother, Chu Ci, away, but at that moment, a brazen voice rang out that, "I want this sword." Chapter 20. I will kill you. A young man approached from a distance, none other than Lin Shengtian, brother of Lin Mengdai. Lin Shengtian walked towards Chu Ci and Chu Xian with an air of arrogance that, "I want this sword." Lin Shengtian disregarded Chu Ci and Chu Xian entirely. The vendor's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Lin Shengtian. "Ah, it is young Master Lin. This sword is worth but a trifle. If you desire it, I shall sell it to you for 100,000 taels. Lin Shengtian holds little significance in Tianyang City, whether in terms of cultivation or talent. He is rather mediocre. The only reason people remember him is that he is Lin Mengdai's brother." "Boss, we arrived first." Chu Xian frowned. He found the sword quite appealing and wished to purchase it. "Alas, young man, my apologies. This individual is the brother of Lin Mengdai." The vendor interjected. "If you wish to look around further, I can offer you a discount on anything else you find appealing." Lin Shengtian turned around at this moment, casting a contemptuous glance at Chu Xian, saying, "So what if you arrived first? Do you have the money? 100,000 taels, even if you sold everything your Chu family possesses. You wouldn't be able to afford it. You." Chu Xian's brow tightened. As Lin Shengtian stated, the Chu family indeed could not produce 100,000 taels at present. Although Chu Xian understood that Lin Shengtian's act of snatching the sword was meant to provoke them, the condescension was still difficult to swallow. "Brother, don't mind him. This worthless sword is of no significance." Chu Ci interjected. "Let us search elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Chu Xian reluctantly acquiesced. "What are you saying?" The vendor immediately grew displeased at Chu Ci's words that, "If you can't afford it, then why disparage my goods?" The vendor glared, angrily retorting, "If others heard this, they might think I, Huang Lao San, only sell rubbish. Ha ha ha. There is no need for the boss to get riled up. You know the current situation of the Chu family. They can't afford it, so of course, they need a reasonable excuse." Lin Shengtian sneered that, in the face of such mockery, Chu Ci chose to ignore it. "Must I prove my wealth to you? Why should I have to do so?" Just as Chu Ci was about to lead Chu Xian away, Lin Shengtian's voice rang out again. "Chu Ci, my sister is now an inner disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect." Lin Shengtian scoffed. "And remember, you are a waste. It would be best not to harbor any thoughts of climbing up to my sister's level. Should you dare approach her, I will ensure your fate is a miserable one." The vendor's expression shifted, and he no longer dared to linger in that place. He quickly packed his belongings and departed. If Lin Mengdai were to hold him accountable for this incident, who could predict whether this innocent vendor would suffer an undeserved calamity? Before long, Lin Shengtian was brought back to the Lin family. Upon learning that Lin Shengtian's arm had been severed by Chu Ci, the members of the Lin family were consumed with rage. How audacious of Chu Ci to believe that after annihilating the Ma family last night, he could now challenge my Lin family. Lin Shengtian's face was darkened by fury. It seemed that the Chu family had no reason to continue existing in Tianyang City. Lin Shengtian addressed the elders of the Lin family, declaring, "Summon all the descendants of my Lin family. Today, we shall surely eradicate the Chu family." This matter is not to be taken lightly. One of the elders interjected. Though the Ma family is among the weakest in Tianyang City, their annihilation by the declining Chu family suggests they still possess hidden cards. If we act recklessly, even if we manage to destroy the Chu family, our Lin family will suffer significant losses from this grand upheaval. Who's to say there aren't other families in Tianyang City eyeing us with hostility? Are we to let this vendetta go unavenged? Lin Shengtian scoffed. Even if we were to injure ourselves while wounding 1,000 foes. With Mengdai by my side, what is there to fear? Lin Mengdai was now a disciple of the Tianjin sect. Families in Tianyang City were eager to curry favor with her. "Father, allow me to handle this matter." Lin Mengdai's voice rang out that, "I spared Chu Ci last time, thinking he would mend his ways, but it seems I was mistaken. This time, I shall kill Chu Ci. The elders were correct. The Chu family's ability to eliminate the Ma family indicated that they still had hidden resources. We, the Lin family, must not act impulsively. Lin Xingxian nodded. Very well. You shall take charge. It is truly reassuring to have such a capable daughter. Lin Mengdai immediately made her way to the marketplace. Chu Ci and Chu Xian had yet to leave. The moment Lin Mengdai laid eyes on Chu Ci, she said, Chu Ci, with a chance to live, why do you seek death? If you have become a waste, you ought to bear the appearance of one. Chu Ci glanced at Lin Mengdai and chuckled. And what brings you here? To kill you. Lin Mengdai spoke with chilling indifference, yet a murderous intent radiated from her eyes. Chapter 21. Have you two decided how you wish to die? The crowd in the marketplace turned their attention to Chu Ci and Lin Mengdai. Goodness, the former genius Chu Ci and the current prodigy Lin Mengdai are about to clash. What is there to be astonished about? Chu Ci is now a waste. Lin Mengdai could defeat him without lifting a finger, while Chu Ci was once hailed as a genius. That was merely a remnant of the past. Everyone knew he had fallen. Lin Mengdai, on the other hand, had become an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect, having achieved the early stages of the earthly extreme realm at the tender age of 15, with such talent. She was not only rare in Tianyang City, but also a standout even within the Tianjin sect. Previously, Lin Mengdai had merely been a shadow beside Chu Ci. The current situation was truly poignant. Kill me? Chu Ci pointed at himself, laughing as he asked, Lin Mengdai, what gives you the confidence that you can kill me? His eyes gleamed with an icy coldness. Lin Mengdai's heart quivered, for some reason. She felt an inexplicable fear towards Chu Ci. However, this fear was quickly cast aside. With her formidable strength, she had become an existence that Chu Ci could only look up to. You sever my brother's arm. Today you must die. Lin Mengdai's eyes ignited with murderous intent, completely disregarding their past friendship. She drew her sword, and the sound of the blade echoed through the sky. This was the essence of the sword. Many gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought that at such a young age, Lin Mengdai could comprehend the essence of the sword? No wonder she was accepted as an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect. But does she really need to use the essence of the sword to kill a waste like Chu Ci? To some, it seemed that Lin Mengdai was overexerting herself to slay Chu Ci. Others, however, felt that since Chu Ci was once a prodigy, using the essence of the sword against him was a form of respect. Xiao Ci, upon seeing Lin Mengdai make her move, Chu Xian stepped forward to shield Chu Ci from her attack. Brother, let me handle this. Chu Ci stopped him with a hand, smiling as he said, She is after me. Xiao Ci, allow me. Chu Xian insisted that I just practiced the technique you taught me yesterday. While I may not be able to defeat Lin Mengdai, I should be able to hold her off for a moment. It's the perfect opportunity for me to test it out. Chu Ci chuckled, knowing that the technique he had provided was of imperial grade. Even though Chu Xian had only just begun to learn it, defeating Lin Mengdai would not be beyond his capabilities. Very well, then I shall rely on you, brother. Chu Ci smiled, recognizing that his elder brother harbored resentment for Lin Mengdai, severing his arm. Allowing him to take action today provided an opportunity for revenge. Are you planning to fight me? Lin Mengdai cast a disdainful glance at Chu Xian. You are no match for me, if you two wish to die together. I can gladly oblige. Lin Mengdai, who is the newcomer, no one recognizes him. Yet someone has identified the attire worn by the young man. It is the garb of a disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect. He is indeed one of them. Only the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect don such azure robes, with a sword slung across their backs. Ignoring the others, the young man stepped forward to assist Lin Mengdai. What brings you here? Lin Mengdai furrowed her brow. I heard from my uncle that you came to seek vengeance for your brother, so I have come to aid you, the young man replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Mengdai shook her head and said, This matter does not require your assistance. I can handle it alone. But you are my fiancée, the young man chuckled. Your brother is also my brother. What a disgusting pair of dogs, Chu Xian remarked with disdain. Lin Mengdai had originally been betrothed to her brother, Chu Ci, yet now she was entangled with another's engagement. Such a fickle woman did not deserve her brother. Chu Ci, what did you just say? The young man turned to Chu Xian, his voice cold. It seems you truly wish to court death. The aura emanating from him was unmistakably that of a mid-stage, earthly extreme realm cultivator. A potent sense of oppression weighed heavily upon Chu Ci, nearly rendering him breathless. You think that a mere semblance of strength makes you invincible? The young man sneered. I am Bai Yangqiu, the young master of the Heavenly Sword sect. Will you take your own lives, or shall I personally assist you on your way? Bai Yangqiu's words carried the weight of a command. What? This is the young master of the Heavenly Sword sect. No way. Lin Mingdai is actually engaged to the young master of the Heavenly Sword sect. Isn't she supposed to be betrothed to Chu Ci? The crowd was taken aback by Yangqiu's identity. But even more shocking was the relationship between Bai Yangqiu and Lin Mingdai. The Lin family had evidently ascended by allying with the Heavenly Sword sect, securing a prestigious position in Tianyang City. It was likely that other families would rush to curry favor with the Lin family upon learning this news. Chu Ci possesses formidable strength. I can sense it. I am no match for him. Chu Ci said, taking a deep breath. This young master of the Heavenly Sword sect must be extraordinary. You should leave. I will stay here and cover your retreat. Chu Ci shook his head and remarked, Brother, there is no need for concern. I will handle everything. With Chu Ci's assurance, Chu Ci felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seems you intend for me to take matters into my own hands. Bai Yangqiu observed coldly. Noticing that neither Chu Ci nor Chu Ci made a move, he began to advance towards them, each step amplifying the pressure emanating from him. The oppressive force was quite discomforting for Chu Ci. Indeed, as a mid-stage, earthly extreme realm warrior, he was far beyond Chu Ci's current capabilities. Fortunately, Chu Ci took action as well, releasing his own aura to shield Chu Ci from the overwhelming pressure. Chu Ci's cultivation was originally at the Saint Realm, although it had been sealed by the Shura sealing mark. That it was this very aura that caused Bai Yangqiu to momentarily falter, a wave of fear washing over him. His expression darkened. Who are you? Bai Yangqiu demanded, fixing an intense gaze on Chu Ci, who had just instilled a fleeting moment of dread within him. Chu Ci came the indifferent reply. You are the once celebrated genius of Tianyang City. Now reduced to this. How can this be? Bai Yangqiu gaped incredulously at Chu Ci. He struggled to fathom how someone he had heard of as a prodigy could now appear as a mere shell of his former self. What? Do you wish to make a move? Chu Ci inquired, his demeanor suggesting that should Bai Yangqiu take any aggressive action, he would not hesitate to retaliate. While Bai Yangqiu was a mid-stage, earthly extreme realm cultivator, it was essential to remember that Chu Ci still possessed means to eliminate him. Chu Ci, is it? I shall remember you, Bai Yangqiu said, his face contorted with disbelief. Despite hearing rumors of Chu Ci's fall from grace, he could not reconcile this image with the one before him. Chu Ci hardly resembled a wastrel. Perhaps he had misjudged, yet Bai Yangqiu was inherently cautious, until he confirmed Chu Ci's status as a waste. He would refrain from acting. After all, he had once heard of Chu Ci's prowess when he was still the earthly extreme realm. Lin Mingdai, we shall take our leave, Bai Yangqiu said as he approached her. Lin Mingdai's brow furrowed, clearly displeased with his intent to escort her away. Rest assured, I will handle this matter, Bai Yangqiu reassured her with a smile. Reluctantly, Lin Mingdai nodded in agreement. As they departed, Chu Ci did not attempt to stop them. It was not yet the time to eradicate the Lin family, for they were backed by the Heavenly Sword sect. Chu Ci knew that he must wait until he was fully prepared to confront them. As for the Heavenly Sword sect, a minor sect of the Great Xia dynasty, he regarded it with disdain. Let us go, brother, Chu Ci suggested, returning to the Chu family estate with Chu Ci. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Lin family residence, Bai Yangqiu furrowed his brow and inquired, Mingdai, is it true that Chu Ci has truly become a waste? Yes, Lin Mingdai confirmed. He exhibits no trace of spiritual energy. Bai Yangqiu's brow knitted in disbelief. Even 5 years ago, when he was at the Heavenly Sword sect, he had heard of Chu Ci's name, that a 10-year-old prodigy at the earthly extreme realm was a remarkable figure in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Unfortunately, he had vanished at that tender age. Had he not disappeared, it was likely his status would have surpassed that of Bai Yangqiu, the young master of the Heavenly Sword sect. If you do not believe me, You need not ask, Lin Mengdai replied coldly. Bai Yangxiu forced a smile. Of course I believe you. I'm merely worried that Chu Ci is feigning his condition. Since he is a waste now, do not worry. I will send someone to eliminate him. Lin Mengdai remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Mengdai, I have made the effort to visit your home today. You must entertain me properly, Bai Yangxiu said, his gaze lingering on Lin Mengdai. Stirred by an insatiable desire, as he reached out to pull her into his embrace, she deftly evaded him. Bai Yangxiu, if you wish to take our relationship further, let us discuss it after our marriage. Lin Mengdai replied, her expression firm. For now, it is out of the question. You may rest here. If you require anything, just call for a servant. With that, Lin Mengdai departed without a backward glance. Bai Yangxiu's countenance darkened ominously. What a farce! Clearly, you seek to climb the ranks by associating with the Heavenly Sword sect. Humph. If it were not for your unique constitution, I would not have endured for so long. Bai Yangxiu pursed his lips. Lin Mengdai, continue your training. Once your cultivation is adequate, everything you possess will merely serve as my bridal dowry. Chapter 23. Refining the Meridians. Bai Yangxiu's thoughts remained unknown to Lin Mengdai, who was just preparing to return to her room when her father, Lin Xinxian, hurriedly approached her. Daughter, I heard you were defeated by Chu Ci's elder brother. Chu Xian? Lin Xinxian asked, his eyes betraying deep concern. Mengdai, do you think the changes in the Chu family since Chu Ci's return are too drastic? Were our previous actions truly justified? Chu Ci was once a genius, the son of two formidable earthly extreme realm warriors. Even if he's become a waste, no one knows what transpired during his 5-year absence. He may have encountered fortuitous events or been taken in by powerful mentors. Any of these possibilities would be detrimental to the Lin family. Lin Mengdai's expression momentarily blanked as she pondered whether Chu Ci's return had genuinely altered the Chu family. Yet, he exhibited no trace of spiritual energy. How could he possibly affect the current state of the Chu family? She recalled the image of the spirited Chu Ci from years past. He had been a 10-year-old prodigy at the earthly extreme realm, and had circumstances not intervened, Lin Mengdai would have been destined to marry him. Although she held no particular affection for Chu Ci, the prospect of becoming the wife of a potential future powerhouse did not displease her. No, it cannot be like this. Chu Ci is a waste. No matter how he struggles, he will inevitably fade away in Tianyang City. Meanwhile, I, Lin Mengdai, shall ascend to become a figure of renown throughout the great Xia dynasty. Not to mention, her current fiancé, Bai Yangxiu, was also a prodigy. After a lengthy contemplation, she shook her head and remarked, Father, you are overthinking this. Chu Ci is utterly and irrevocably a waste. His elder brother, Chu Xian, managed to defeat me partly because I underestimated him, and additionally, due to the restoration of his severed arm. Lin Xinxian grew increasingly agitated, exclaiming, Mengdai, did you see? Chu Xian's arm has healed. Does that not imply that your brother's arm may also be restored? He is the only male heir of the Lin family. If his arm cannot be healed, his life will be ruined. Lin Mengdai raised an eyebrow, but with a hint of resignation, she replied, I understand. I will seek a solution. However, I have never heard of severed limbs being restored, not even within the Heavenly Sword sect. How had the Chu family accomplished such a feat? Lin Mengdai's first reaction was to think of the Chu Ci. The matter of Chu Xian's severed arm regaining its form must be related to the Chu Ci. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Lin Mengdai herself. How could a useless person possibly achieve such a feat? Perhaps there are treasures within the Dan Tower and the Baibao Pavilion that allow for the rebirth of severed limbs. With this thought in mind, Lin Mengdai resolved to visit the Dan Tower and the Baibao Pavilion. Meanwhile, at the Chu residence, Chu Ci was in his room. It was time to unravel the second layer of the Shura sealing curse. In his possession were 10 high-grade, gathering spirit pills. With these 10 high-grade pills, breaking the second seal would not pose much difficulty. Chu Ci seated himself in a meditative posture and promptly consumed all 10 gathering spirit pills. Instantly, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupted within his body. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Ci began to assault the second seal. As long as he could locate the focal point of the seal, he could shatter it with a flood of spiritual energy. However, The Shura sealing curse laid by Chu Ci was indeed not so easily broken. Compared to the first seal, Chu Ci spent considerable time without discovering the location of the focal point. His brows furrowed in frustration. If he couldn't find it soon, his spiritual energy would dissipate. Should the energy disperse before he could break the second seal, he would have to refine gathering spirit pills once more. Among the entire Xintian continent, no one was as skilled in formations as Chu. She must have hidden the focal point where he could not see it, given her ability to compress formations. It was likely she could also arrange them to be portable. Otherwise, that ancient hen would not have been able to utilize the Shura sealing curse laid by Chu. Wait a moment. Since I couldn't find a formation in my dantian, could it be that the focal point is embedded in another part of my body? Chu Ci pondered this new possibility and began to inspect various parts of his body. Sure enough, as he suspected, the focal point of the second seal of the Shura sealing curse was indeed located within his meridians. That madwoman Chu trying to take my life. Chu Ci gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could rush back to the forbidden grounds and teach Chu a severe lesson. The focal point being in the meridians meant that Chu Ci would need to channel his spiritual energy into them to shatter it. However, if he miscalculated the force, it could result in the destruction of his own meridians. Anger aside, he still had to break the second seal. He understood that Chu's actions were intended to force him to temper his meridians. Although channeling spiritual energy into the meridians posed risks, it also bore potential benefits. That if he could break the focal point while channeling energy, his meridians would be refined, enabling him to absorb spiritual energy at a significantly accelerated rate. This method of tempering meridians had been discovered by Chu Ci within the Forbidden Grounds. Due to its high risks, such cultivation techniques had gradually faded from history. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ci spread all his spiritual energy throughout his meridians. As the energy surged into his meridians, an excruciating pain erupted, nearly causing him to faint. His complexion turned ashen, and cold sweat poured from him. Even the slightest impact brought pain that Chu Ci could scarcely endure. You three madwomen wait for me. Once I become an emperor, the first thing I will do is have you serve me tea and wash my feet. Fueled by this determination, Chu Ci gritted his teeth and persevered. His body was racked with bulging veins, as if they could burst at any moment. However, after several successive impacts, he gradually began to acclimate, from the initial half hour to a mere breath between each surge of spiritual energy into his meridians. One more push, and the focal point would be completely shattered. Chu Ci's lips trembled. Though he had grown accustomed to the pain, the sensation remained unbearable. He gathered all his spiritual energy and directed it forcefully towards his meridians. The wave of pain surged forth, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Yet, Chu Ci grit his teeth and endured. At last, he succeeded. Indeed, the second seal of the Shura sealing curse had been broken. Chu Ci's cultivation had ascended to the Xuanji realm. After a brief rest, as his spirits revived, Chu Ci was eager to witness the unexpected changes resulting from the tempering of his meridians. The speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy had indeed accelerated. He sensed that his current absorption rate was 3 times that of before. Furthermore, to his astonishment, his control over spiritual energy had also improved significantly. Considering this, Chu Ci pondered for a moment before stepping out of his room. A small flame appeared in his palm. No larger than the nail of his pinky, he hurled this diminutive flame towards a nearby rockery. A deafening explosion ensued, and the rockery was reduced to dust in an instant. Indeed, after tempering his meridians, not only had his absorption of spiritual energy accelerated, but his power had also amplified. Chu Ci clenched his fist. Although his strength had increased, the consumption of spiritual energy was alarmingly rapid. His earlier use of that small flame had already depleted 1/10 of his spiritual energy, that he couldn't help but wonder how much energy would be consumed if he unleashed his full power. If he were to engage in battle with an enemy, while his damage output would be high, he could easily exhaust his dantian of energy in such a scenario, regardless of how formidable his attacks were. He would merely become prey. He needed to either increase the storage capacity of his dantian or keep some gathering spirit pills on hand. Keeping a stock of gathering spirit pills was not the optimal solution. Enhancing his dantian's capacity was the best course of action. Reflecting on this, Chu Ci murmured to himself, Shenloi, with the second seal, aim to compel me to temper my meridians if all goes as expected. The third seal should be designed to enhance my Dantian's capacity. Having speculated on the intent of the third seal, Chu Ci decided to prepare accordingly. He would first visit the Baibao Pavilion to inquire about the materials he needed. The two materials he sought were the fire fruit and the refined crystal, neither of which were in his possession. It was not that these items were too advanced. Rather, they were too lowly in rank to be found in the Forbidden Grounds. Having made the necessary preparations, Chu Ci donned a black robe and departed the Chu residence. Meanwhile, Lin Mingdai made her way to the Dan Tower. Given her status as an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect, it was an easy matter for her to request an audience with Master Gu. Out of respect for the Tianjin sect, Master Gu readily agreed to meet with Lin Mingdai. Upon meeting Master Gu, Lin Mingdai expressed her purpose to inquire whether there existed any elixir capable of restoring a severed limb. Restoring a severed limb? Master Gu frowned, looking at Lin Mingdai as if she were a fool. Were it not for Lin Mingdia's backing from the Tianjin sect, Master Gu might have scolded her. A severed limb cannot possibly regenerate. If such a thing were feasible, there would be no martial geniuses left in despair after losing their arms. Miss Lin, what you speak of is something I have never heard of. Master Gu shook his head in denial. Please think again. Is there truly no way? Lin Mingdai pressed, furrowing her brow. Master Gu replied, with my 80 years of experience in alchemy, I can responsibly assure you that an elixir for the restoration of severed limbs does not exist. With Master Ji's assurance, Lin Mingdai naturally had no further questions. Even if she continued to inquire, the answer would remain the same. After leaving the Dan Tower, she headed toward the Baibao Pavilion, that if there was no solution at the Dan Tower, it had to be at the Baibao Pavilion. Otherwise, how could Chu Xian's severed limb possibly be restored? One of the two establishments must possess the means to achieve limb restoration. Upon arriving at the Baibao Pavilion, Lin Mingdai requested to see the pavilion master. Lung Qinghan. Ha ha, Miss Lin, what brings you to my Baibao Pavilion? Are you looking to purchase something? Lung Qinghan soon arrived, smiling at Lin Mingdai. Whatever Miss Lin desires, my Baibao Pavilion will surely assist you. Lung Qinghan's courteous demeanor was not solely due to Lin Mingdia's affiliation with the Tianjin sect. It was also because Lin Mingdai herself was a remarkable talent. Associating with such an extraordinary individual could only yield benefits. Master Lung, I require a method for limb restoration, Lin Mingdai stated directly. Upon hearing this, Lung Qinghan's expression faltered momentarily before she shook her head. Miss Lin, you are putting me in a difficult position. How could such a technique as limb restoration possibly exist in this world? With a smile, Lung Qinghan continued, if you seek treasures or elixirs, I can certainly help you find them. But as for limb restoration, such a thing has never existed in history. Lin Mingdia's face hardened. Does it not exist? Then how is it that Chu Xian of the Chu family was able to regenerate his severed arm? At present, there is no way to address the situation over at Danlu, and is there nothing that your Baibao can do either? Or perhaps, both of your establishments fall short when compared to the Chu family. As for Chu Xian, has his arm healed? Lung Qinghan expressed a hint of surprise. Yet, it wasn't long before she thought of someone. The figure in the black robe, Chu Ci. The connection between him and the Chu family must indeed relate to Chu Xian's severed limb. Miss Lin, while it is true that Baibao lacks a method for regrowth of severed limbs, I'm aware of an individual who might possess a solution. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingdai inquired, who is it? I do not know his identity. Lung Qinghan shook her head, but this person's mastery in alchemy is extraordinarily advanced. He might indeed have a way. However, seeking his assistance could prove to be rather challenging. Lung Qinghan refrained from being too definitive. She was well aware of the relationship between the Lung and Chu families. Given that the figure in the black robe, Chu Ci, had ties to the Chu family, coupled with Lin Mingdia's previous conflict with him at Danlu, it was likely that Lin Mingdia's plea for help would be met with refusal. That is of no concern. Head Lung, simply bring him to see me, Lin Mingdai stated. Upon hearing this, Lung Qinghan couldn't help but scoff internally. What do you think you are, Lin Mingdai? Did you not hear that the individual in question is an alchemist? Moreover, he is someone whom even Master Lin Dan must address with reverence. Do you truly have the audacity to ask me to bring him to you? Miss Lin, He is not someone you could summon at will. Lung Qinghan replied in a tone that was devoid of warmth. It is rather a matter of whether he wishes to see you. Just as Lin Mengdai was about to respond, a servant from Baibao approached and whispered something into Lung Qinghan's ear, prompting her to rise immediately. Miss Lin, if there is nothing else, it would be wise for you to take your leave. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Lung Qinghan turned to exit, and Lin Mengdai followed suit. Yet, just as she was about to leave Baibao, she witnessed Lung Qinghan escorting a figure in a black robe, Chu Ci, into the VIP room. Could this person be the one Lung Qinghan spoke of? Filled with suspicion, Lin Mengdai stealthily trailed behind. Chapter 25. Do not regret your choice in the future. Before Lung Qinghan and Chu Ci could settle into their seats, Lin Mengdai burst into the VIP room. Upon seeing her, Lung Qinghan's demeanor immediately turned frosty. Miss Lin, what is the meaning of this? Your intrusion may disturb my esteemed guest. Lin Mengdai paid no mind to Lung Qinghan, her gaze fixated upon the figure in the black robe, Chu Ci. She recognized him from their previous encounter at Danlu, where they had clashed. Unperturbed, she asked, "Can you restore severed limbs?" Chu Ci cast a glance at Lin Mengdai, clearly understanding that her inquiry regarding limb restoration pertained to her brother. Lin Qinghan. Master, I apologize. I will have her removed at once, Lung Qinghan said with an apologetic expression, but Chu Ci raised a hand to stop her. He smiled faintly and looked at Lin Mengdai, saying, "Of course I can. Good, my brother's arm is severed. Restore it." Lin Mengdai commanded Chu Ci. "Upon completion, you shall receive your due rewards." Chu Ci chuckled and asked, "Why would I assist you?" Lin Mengdai furrowed her brows and replied, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Mengdai, the legitimate daughter of the Lin family in Tianyang City and an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect. Should you help me, you will be well compensated." "And so, what?" Chu Ci scoffed. "You expect me to help you simply because you're an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect. Do you believe your standing is significant, or perhaps that the name of the Tianjin sect holds weight?" Lin Mengdia's expression soured. In the past, whenever she invoked the name of the Tianjin sect, many would rush to curry favor with her. The last time, due to her failure to disclose her identity. This figure in the black robe, Chu Ci, had shown her disrespect, but she had brushed it off. Now that she had revealed her status, how dare he refuse her? "Enough, Lin Mengdai. It would be wise for you to leave." Lung Qinghan spoke in a low voice. "This individual is an alchemist. Even your backing from the Tianjin sect would not dare offend him." Lin Mengdai ignored Lung Qinghan's warning, her icy gaze locked onto the figure in the black robe, Chu Ci. After a prolonged silence, Lin Mengdai finally spoke, "Are you certain you wish to turn me down?" Chu Ci chuckled awkwardly. "And if I refuse, what then? Do you intend to fight me?" "Of course, if you possess the capability." The indifference in Chu Ci's tone began to escalate. Imbued with a rising threat, a wave of energy erupted from him, surging toward Lin Mengdai. She reacted instantly to defend herself. However, the disparity in their strengths was too great, and she was sent flying. With APFF, Lin Mengdai spat blood. "Remember this," she said, her face cold. The killing intent emanating from him was palpable, and Lin Mengdai understood that she was no match for the figure in the black robe, Chu Ci. Had it not been for Elder Lu from the Tianjin sect's timely arrival last time, she might have met her demise at his hands. Lin Mengdai, am a once-in-a-century talent. Your choice today will lead you to your demise in the future. I hope you will not regret it then." With that, Lin Mengdai turned on her heel and departed, harboring a grudge against the figure in the black robe, Chu Ci. One day, when her strength surpassed his, she would seek him out and make him rue today's choices. Sir, Lin Mengdai has the backing of the Tianjin sect. After Lin Mengdia's departure, Lung Qinghan remarked, "While you may be an alchemist, provoking the Tianjin sect is not a wise decision." "And what of it?" Chu Ci dismissed her concern at a sect that holds no standing within the Daxia dynasty. "Should I fear it? If the Tianjin sect seeks to provoke me, I would not mind seeing one less sect within the Daxia dynasty." At that moment, a chill radiated from Chu Ci. Lung Qinghan involuntarily shivered, her cold gaze fixed upon the figure in the black robe, Chu Ci. His confidence seemed to stem not solely from his identity as an alchemist, but likely from the power behind him. In recent days, Lung Qinghan had pondered extensively. The emergence of such an alchemist in the small locale of Tianyang City suggested that he could not be a mere rogue. Prominent alchemists like the figure in the black robe typically hailed from powerful families or sections. Since you are not concerned, then it is my overreach. Lung Qinghan smiled and then asked, might I inquire what brings you to Bai Baoge this time? Are you perhaps seeking Master Lin? Chu Ci shook his head and replied, I require 2 items, fire fruit and refined crystals. That we do have fire fruits in stock at Bai Baoge. Lung Qinghan nodded. However, we currently lack refined crystals. At least for the next 3 months, there will be no refined crystals available in the Tianyang City market. Why is that? Chu Ci's brow furrowed. Without refined crystals, he could not proceed with his next course of action. The production mine for refined crystals has encountered some issues, Lung Qinghan explained. All miners entering have mysteriously vanished. Until the cause is determined, there will be no refined crystals. Chu Ci remained silent for a moment before asking, is there only one mine for refined crystals in Tianyang City? Indeed, only our Bai Baoge possesses refined crystals, Lung Qinghan confirmed with a smile. You need not doubt my words. Chu Ci understood that Lung Qinghan had no reason to deceive him. If there were no refined crystals in Tianyang City, he would have to source them elsewhere. Seemingly perceiving Chu Ci's thoughts, Lung Qinghan continued, if you intend to seek refined crystals from other regions, I advise you to abandon that notion. Not only in Tianyang City, but in any part of the Desolate dynasty, you'll find none. Why is that? Chu Ci's brow knitted further. Refined crystals were not particularly rare. How could they be entirely absent? Due to the 8th prince of the Desolate dynasty, Lung Qinghan stated, her tone casual, as this was no secret. The 8th prince has awakened the sacred king physique. Ranked 5th on the divine rankings, such a physique requires a substantial amount of crystals for cultivation, leading the royal family to amass all the refined crystals throughout the Desolate dynasty. Chu Ci comprehended. He had indeed heard of the sacred king physique. This physique boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, but its sole drawback was the incessant need for crystals to refine. Ultimately, while refined crystals could suffice initially, as cultivation progressed, the demand would surpass the available supply. If I wish to procure refined crystals now, must I await your resolution of the mine's issues? Chapter 26. The one thing I fear not is threats. Lung Qinghan shook her head. Theoretically, yes, but you must understand that with the 8th prince of the Desolate dynasty awakening the sacred king physique, the royal family will undoubtedly purchase all available refined crystals to nurture him. Even if the mine's issues are resolved, I cannot guarantee there will be refined crystals for you to purchase. Upon hearing the words, Chu Ci fell into a deep silence. In the absence of refined crystals, he would have to seek alternatives. There is no need for your excellency to be so troubled, Lung Qinghan remarked with a smile. The royal family will undoubtedly purchase a significant quantity of refined crystals. If your excellency does not have a pressing demand for them, I can certainly reserve some for you. However, you'll need to wait 3 months. 3 months is simply too long for me. Chu Ci sighed. I will assist you in resolving the issue concerning the refined crystal mines. Though I am unaware of the predicament afflicting the mines, given the knowledge I have acquired within the Forbidden Grounds, I can certainly tackle this challenge. Lung Qinghan was taken aback. She had not anticipated such urgency from Chu Ci. Very well, then, please visit the Bai Bao Pavilion tomorrow, she replied, after bidding farewell to Lung Qinghan. Chu Ci returned to the Chu residence. Upon entering the courtyard, he sensed the presence of outsiders within his chamber. Concealed within were 2 early-stage warriors of the Earth Extremity realm. Are they here to kill me? Chu Ci's expression turned cold. Despite not knowing who had sent these assassins, he resolved that they would not leave alive. Unfazed, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. As he entered, the door slammed shut behind him, and the 2 hidden warriors immediately sprang into action, their swords lunging toward him. The 2 warriors were perplexed. Why were 2 Earth Extremity warriors dispatched to eliminate a mere worthless individual? Surely, even a Huang Extremity warrior could easily accomplish this task. Yet soon, they would realize the folly of their assumptions. Just as the sword tips were about to pierce Chu Ci as flesh, he suddenly pivoted, pinching the blades between his fingers. What? The early-stage warrior of the Earth Extremity realm was taken aback, utterly unprepared for his stealthy attack to be thwarted, and no matter who you are, since you have come, Do not expect to leave alive. Chu Ci's gaze was frigid, an aura of coldness radiating from him. The two assailants were momentarily gripped by fear. How absurd it was, they thought, that two early-stage warriors of the Earth Extremity realm would fear a powerless individual. However, they soon discerned the truth. He was actually a mid-level Huang Extremity warrior. Exchanging glances, they could not help but scoff. Even if he were not a worthless fool, he remained a mere weakling. A mid-level Huang Extremity warrior was beneath their notice. With their strength, they could easily dispatch 100 of his kind. Behave yourself. This way, your demise will be swifter. One of them swung a fist toward Chu Ci's head. The sheer force behind the punch was formidable. Even a late-stage warrior of the Shin Extremity realm would surely suffer grievously from such a blow. Chu Ci caught the fist with one hand, applying merely a fraction of his strength, causing the assailant's entire arm to twist grotesquely, but a series of cracking sounds echoed as a wail of pain escaped the warrior's lips. Impossible! The other warrior was left dumbfounded. How could a mere mid-level Huang Extremity warrior possess such power? Before he could process the situation, Chu Ci was already before him. "You," he began, but was swiftly silenced as Chu Ci pressed his head down forcefully against the ground. The impact produced a resounding thud, causing the earth to crack, and the man's skull nearly shattered from the collision. Though he did not perish, blood streamed from all 7 orifices of his face. Then, a flame appeared in the palm of Chu Ci, a flame the size of a fingernail that consumed the warrior in an instant. Do not come any closer. The surviving early-stage warrior of the Earth Extremity realm stammered in terror. His mind blanked. He could not fathom how a mid-level Huang Extremity warrior could be so formidable. Him. The two Earth Extremity warriors felt as vulnerable as infants. Chu Ci smiled as he advanced toward the trembling figure, who felt his knees in desperation, pleading, "Please do not kill me. Someone else sent me. If you spare me, I will reveal who it is." Even at death's door, the man still clung to hope. "I do not need to know," Chu Ci replied indifferently. "You are disciples of the Tianjin sect." The two wore the garb of Tianjin sect disciples. Chu Ci's eyes were not blind. The only individuals who would send disciples of the Tianjin sect to assassinate him were Lin Mengdai or the sect's young master. "By Yang Xiu, you know I hail from the Tianjin sect. You truly dare to kill me." The man was taken aback that Chu Ci recognized his identity, yet it only fostered a flicker of hope within him. He speculated that Chu Ci would think twice about provoking the Tianjin sect, considering that though he lacked exceptional talent within the sect, he was still an inner disciple. If Chu Ci intended to kill him, he would have to weigh the consequences of inciting the sect's wrath. "Are you threatening me?" Chu Ci chuckled. "Ironically, I am least concerned about threats from others." As Chu Ci's words fell, the assailant's expression shifted. Yet his countenance would forever be frozen at that moment. Chu Ci delivered a punch that shattered the man's skull. After disposing of the two intruders, Chu Ci summoned someone to handle the bodies. Upon learning of the incident, Chu Xian hurried over. "Xiao Ci, are you unhurt?" Chu Xian immediately checked Chu Ci for injuries, and only after confirming his safety did he exhale in relief. "Who dares to commit such an atrocity in our Chu family?" He fumed. "The Tianjin sect," Chu Ci replied. Upon uttering those 3 words, Chu Xian's expression changed dramatically. "Could it be that Lin Mengdai has sent the Tianjin sect to kill you?" He seethed, his teeth clenched. It was infuriating. Had he not been thwarted by Yangxiu earlier, he would have slain Lin Mengdai long ago. It may not be her, but she is certainly involved. Chu Ci chuckled coldly. "Brother, you need not worry. With my current strength, as long as they are not late-stage Earth Extremity warriors, they cannot kill me." Chu Ci had downplayed his prowess, not to mention late-stage Earth Extremity warriors. Even if a martial king were to come, they would have to consider who would perish first. Chapter 27. You were about to make a move, weren't you? With Chu Ci unharmed, Chu Xian felt considerably relieved and subsequently left his brother's room. However, not long after Chu Xian's departure, an uninvited guest entered Chu Ci's chamber. Sitting upon the bed was a woman clad in vibrant red. Her features were exquisitely delicate, accentuated by a hint of red around her eyes, adding an alluring quality to her visage. "What a surprise! Why are you here, old hen?" Chu Ci exclaimed, astonishment etched upon his face. The woman before him was none other than Chu Ci, the one who had previously escorted Chu Ci from the Forbidden Grounds. Chu Ci had seen her transformed appearance before. Her name in this form was Chu Ci, yet he had not anticipated her emergence from the Forbidden Grounds. Chu Ci, how dare you? Chu Ci's expression turned furious. Flames erupting around her, as if to engulf him. Sister, the enchanting Yinner. Chu Ci thought it unwise to confront her in his current situation. As the saying goes, one must know when to yield to achieve longevity. After all, he could always exact his revenge later. That moment. Chu Ci retracted the flames surrounding her. But dear Yinner, what brings you here so suddenly? Chu Ci instinctively nearly called her old hen, but upon witnessing the murderous glint in her eyes, he quickly amended his words. He was genuinely curious. Chu Ci had remained in the Forbidden Grounds for so long. What could have prompted her to emerge? How had those three mad women allowed her to leave? Chu Ci crossed her arms, a cold smile gracing her lips. The master instructed me to accompany you, as your next destination is fraught with danger. Turning her head, she scoffed, do not delude yourself. Had it not been for the master's orders, I would never have ventured out of the Forbidden Grounds. Danger? Chu Ci questioned, puzzled. He had no intention of heading into perilous territory. However, he soon connected the dots and inquired, is the refined crystal mine dangerous? Chu Ci explained, indeed, that place once housed a great emperor. The imperial tomb had remained sealed for ages, yet for reasons unknown. The seal has suddenly been lifted. Had you chosen not to go, the master would have remained indifferent. An imperial tomb. Chu Ci mused, a smile tugging at his lips. Since it is the grave of a great being, surely there must be countless treasures within. Sister Yinner, let us retrieve all the treasures from the Emperor's domain. Chu Ci scoffed derisively. What valuable treasures could possibly belong to a mere emperor? I have no interest in the possessions of an emperor. She looked at Chu Ci with disdain. After all those years in the Forbidden Grounds, have you gained no wisdom? The few items within your ancient ring would drive an emperor to madness if they were revealed. Indeed, you are utterly unaware. In the eyes of the master, the emperor is no more than an ant. Chu Ci's words left Chu Ci profoundly shaken. He was aware of the formidable nature of that madwoman within the Forbidden Grounds. Yet he never imagined that the emperor would be regarded as insignificant as an ant before those three deranged women. Chu Ci straightened her posture and addressed Chu Ci. It has been quite some time since I emerged from the Forbidden Grounds. Now, take me to see the world beyond. Chu Ci did not refuse and nodded in agreement. He quickly led Chu Ci to the bustling streets of Tianyang City. The sight of Chu Ci in the streets attracted considerable attention. With onlookers captivated by her beauty, it was no surprise. After all, Chu Ci, in her transformed state as a vermilion bird, was indeed stunning, compelling many to steal glances. Such a beautiful woman walking alongside Chu Ci, a mere waste, seemed incongruous. Though many were tempted to approach her, the moment they caught sight of Chu Ci's murderous glare, they trembled and feared. I have heard you possess a fiancée. Chu Ci suddenly inquired while strolling down the street. Why haven't you brought her to meet me? I am quite curious about the blind woman who would choose you. Faced with Chu Ci's ridicule, Chu Ci could only mutter a few curses inwardly. Fully aware that he was not her match at present, he chuckled softly. Chu Ci raised her chin and uttered a nonchalant HM. Her icy gaze fixed ahead. There, standing in her line of sight, were a man and a woman, Lin Mengdai and Bai Yangxiu. They were oblivious to Chu Ci and Chu Ci's presence at that moment, as Bai Yangxiu was busy charming Lin Mengdai with his sweet words. Lin Mengdai appeared indifferent, harboring a deep-seated displeasure, yet choosing to remain silent until she noticed Chu Ci and Chu Ci. Chu Ci, Lin Mengdai remarked, her brows slightly furrowing. Bai Yangxiu turned around, his gaze initially directed toward Chu Ci, but instantly captivated by Chu Ci's beauty. He had never encountered such a stunning woman before. In fact, she surpassed Lin Mengdai in allure. Bai Yangxiu yearned to possess Chu Ci, but the sight of her standing beside Chu Ci ignited a spark of fury within him. Simultaneously, he cursed the two early-stage Earth Extremity warriors he had dispatched to deal with Chu Ci for their failure to act promptly. Unbeknownst to Bai Yangxiu, Those two had already fallen to Chu Ci moments earlier. "May I inquire who this young lady is?" Bai Yangqiu sneered. "Could she be a new fiancée? Does she know you are a waste?" Just as Chu Ci was about to respond, Zhu Yin'er was quicker. She casually struck him, sending Bai Yangqiu sprawling to the ground, half dead. "Did your family not teach you how to speak?" "There are plenty of people who can." Zhu Yin'er's tone was chilling. Her cold, beautiful visage contrasted sharply with the intense heat radiating from her. Lin Mengdai's expression hardened. Despite her lack of affection for Bai Yangqiu, he was still her betrothed. She could not let Zhu Yin'er go unpunished for injuring him. "How dare you? You have the audacity to harm the young master of the Tianjin sect." Before Lin Mengdai could take action, the overwhelming pressure of an earth extremity expert surged forth. Elder Lu appeared, charging toward Zhu Yin'er, intent on eliminating her. However, before he could close the distance, Zhu Yin'er effortlessly sent him flying with a mere flick of her hand. Zhu Yin'er's gaze suddenly fell upon Lin Mengdai, and with a radiant smile, she inquired, "Did you wish to engage me just now?" Her smile, though dazzling, was laced with a suffocating killing intent. Lin Mengdai was drenched in sweat, yet she struggled to suppress her fear as she stammered. "I did not." Chapter 28. Is it possible that everyone will perish? Even Elder Lu of the Earth Extremity realm stood no chance against Zhu Yin'er. Lin Mengdai was acutely aware that should she dare to make a move, her opponent could easily crush her with a single finger. Pleased by Lin Mengdai's submissive demeanor, Zhu Yin'er approached her, scrutinizing her closely. "You are indeed quite lovely," Zhu Yin'er remarked with a cold chuckle. "But it is a pity you are a selfish and unfaithful harlot." Lin Mengdai lowered her head, unable to meet Zhu Yin'er's gaze, as her overwhelming aura rendered her breathless. Even though she was deeply incensed by Zhu Yin'er's insults, she could only endure in silence. Boring. Zhu Yin'er suddenly lost interest, regarding Lin Mengdai with disdain that if only you would resist, I could turn you into charcoal, from the burning intensity in Zhu Yin'er's eyes. Chu Ci discerned that she genuinely intended to incinerate Lin Mengdai. "What are you staring at?" Zhu Yin'er glared at Chu Ci, snorting, "Let us go, or do you wish to be turned into charcoal as well?" Chu Ci remained silent, following Zhu Yin'er with a resigned expression. After they departed, Lin Mengdai managed to suppress her fear. Watching their retreating figures, she murmured to herself, "Chu Ci, is this woman truly your trump card? She is powerful, yet I, Lin Mengdai, will undoubtedly surpass her in the future." Clenching her teeth, Lin Mengdai vowed to make Chu Ci and Zhu Yin'er pay for today's humiliation. She was a genius destined for greatness, destined to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. Meanwhile, Zhu Yin'er, finding the day too monotonous, instructed Chu Ci to take her back to the Chu family. En route, Chu Ci turned to Zhu Yin'er and asked, "Were you just now avenging me?" After hearing Zhu Yin'er label Lin Mengdai a disloyal harlot, Chu Ci began to suspect that she had intervened on his behalf. Zhu Yin'er shot him a disdainful glance, sneering, "How self-important you are! I, Zhu Yin'er, will do as I please, and it has nothing to do with anyone else." She quickened her pace, leaving Chu Ci trailing behind. He scratched his head, muttering to himself, "It seems I was overthinking it. This old hen is hardly so kind-hearted." Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Soon, the next day arrived, and Chu Ci took Zhu Yin'er to Baiboche on their way. He naturally did not forget to disguise himself. Upon seeing him clad in a black cloak, Zhu Yin'er mocked, "Oh, so you are aware that you're not fit to be seen." Chu Ci remained silent, too weary to engage in banter. After all, he was currently weaker than Zhu Yin'er and chose to let her speak as she pleased. Noticing his silence, Zhu Yin'er refrained from further comments. Upon reaching Baiboche, Lung Qinghan had been waiting for quite some time. When she saw Chu Ci arrive, she respectfully approached to greet him. Upon noticing the unfamiliar woman by his side, she did not wait for inquiries, and Chu Ci promptly introduced, "This is Zhu Yin'er, my hired help." Lung Qinghan nodded. She did not mind Chu Ci bringing someone along. However, not everyone shared her sentiment. "Elder Lung, you mentioned yesterday that we could bring one person, and we agreed. Why is there an additional person today?" The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in armor, exuding an imposing aura. Lung Qinghan frowned. "Captain Wang, this master will undoubtedly assist you all." "Master, this is the commander overseeing 1,000 troops under the royal family." The royal court places great importance on the refining of crystal ores and has conveniently dispatched the commander to assist. Should any minor disputes arise, I hope the master will be understanding. Chu Ci nodded in response. After all, his involvement in the refining of crystal mines was for his own benefit. He had no intention of taking offense at anything Captain Wang said. However, should he utter another word of nonsense, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Captain Wang was a mid-stage Earth Extremity warrior, and thus Chu Ci felt confident he could deal with him if necessary. Elder Lung, did you not hear what I said? Captain Wang's tone turned menacing as he approached, ready to reprimand. Yet, upon seeing Zhu Yin'er, his intended reproach was swallowed back, replaced with lascivious remarks. Such a lovely young lady. Captain Wang laughed heartily. She looks quite refreshing. I imagine she would be delightful to toy with. He licked his lips, his gaze shamelessly roaming over Zhu Yin'er. Clearly unsatisfied, Captain Wang reached out, intending to touch her. In the next instant, his hand was seized by Chu Ci. Are you seeking death? Chu Ci's voice was icy, and the killing intent emanating from him sent a chill down Captain Wang's spine. Humph, it seems you are the one with a death wish. Captain Wang, undeterred, locked eyes with Chu Ci. After all, he was the royal family's commander and a mid-stage Earth Extremity warrior. Enough, Captain Wang. At this moment, Lung Qinghan spoke with a chilling tone. If you wish to cause trouble in my Baibauj, I would not hesitate to send you packing. We do not require the royal family, yet the royal family cannot do without us. Upon hearing Lung Qinghan's words, Commander Wang finally reined in his demeanor. When he cast a glance at Chu Ci, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. It was evident that once they left Baibauj, Commander Wang would undoubtedly take action against them. Without further ado, please set off promptly to resolve the matter concerning the refined crystal mine. After Lung Qinghan finished speaking, she instructed her people from Baibauj to accompany her. She was aware that Commander Wang would likely make his move against Chu Ci and his companions en route. However, as long as her people were present, Commander Wang would need to consider whether he could withstand the wrath of Baibauj. Naturally, Commander Wang understood Lung Qinghan's intentions. After a cold snort, he turned to leave. Chu Ci and Zhu Yin'er also departed for Baibauj. What? Were you just trying to stop me out of jealousy for being touched by other men? Zhu Yin'er pouted as she looked at Chu Ci. You think too much. If that person had dared to touch me, I can only imagine how you would have ignited the entire Baibauj with your temper, Chu Ci replied, exasperated, raising his hands in resignation. I can't afford to compensate them with a Baibauj, he added. Zhu Yin'er chuckled softly. Are you worried about that? Is it possible that your concerns are unwarranted? If I were to set fire to things, not a single person present would survive. Zhu Yin'er narrowed her eyes with a smile, clearly indicating that her words were not mere jest. Had Commander Wang truly laid a finger on her earlier, they would all have met their demise at Zhu Yin'er's hands. Chapter 29. The Tiger's Might. Chu Ci shook his head. Whether Zhu Yin'er killed Commander Wang was of little consequence to him. As long as she did not create too much of a ruckus within Baibauj, I suspect that this man will surely make a lethal move against us midway, Zhu Yin'er remarked with a smirk. From her twinkling eyes filled with mirth, Chu Ci sensed an underlying threat. When the time comes, let us just deal with him, he replied, shaking his head. As the divine beast vermilion bird, Zhu Yin'er would certainly not face any repercussions from trifling ants who dared to approach her. Their fate would inevitably be death. Commander Wang, of all people, had chosen to provoke this formidable creature. It is worth noting that during their time in the Forbidden Area, Chu Ci had stealthily plucked a feather from Zhu Yin'er while she slumbered. Subsequently, Zhu Yin'er pursued him relentlessly for 3 days. Had it not been for Xinluo's intervention, she would have never relented. Soon, Commander Wang gathered his forces, numbering around 200, all of whom were late-stage Xuanji realm warriors. He cast a cold smile at Chu Ci and Zhu Yin'er. What are you two still doing standing here? Let us get moving. The refined crystal mine is located in the eastern outskirts of Tianyang City. That mountainous area is teeming with demon beasts. However, these beasts are not formidable. My 200 men will easily crush their way through to in roughly half an hour. They arrived at the vicinity of the refined crystal mine. Along the way, Chu Ci was quite curious as to why Commander Wang had not taken action against him and Zhu Yin'er. Although the anticipated confrontation did not occur, he remained on high alert. Heaven knows whether Commander Wang would suddenly order an attack against them, but in fact, Commander Wang had intended to strike against Chu Ci and Zhu Yan'er during the journey. But the people from Bai Baoj were keeping a close watch on him. Indeed, the individuals from Bai Baoj had been instructed by Lung Qinghan to keep a constant eye on Commander Wang, that if he dared to make a move against Chu Ci and Zhu Yan'er, he would be swiftly dealt with. The elderly Zhang, a 60-year-old from Bai Baoj, was a beginner in the Tianji realm. Thus, with the Tianji realm warrior watching him, Commander Wang suppressed his malicious thoughts. Would Commander Wang give up? No, he would not. He contemplated that once this matter was concluded, he would kill Chu Ci before leaving and then abduct Zhu Yan'er. Do you two see anything? Old Zhang approached Chu Ci and Zhu Yan'er to inquire. He had learned from Lung Qinghan that Chu Ci was an exceptionally skilled alchemist. Hence, regarding the issue of the refined crystal mine, he was keen to hear Chu Ci as perspective as for Commander Wang. He was merely an ordinary earthly realm warrior. If it were not for the royal family's insistence on assigning Commander Wang to this task, Bai Baoj would have never permitted his presence. Old Zhang. I believe this refined crystal mine is likely just a case of a group of demon beasts invading, causing the miners to vanish, Commander Wang said with a smile. Next, I will lead my men directly into the fray. Old Zhang did not even spare a glance at Commander Wang. Had the situation truly been as simple as he imagined, Bai Baoj would have resolved it long ago. Noticing that Old Zhang was ignoring him, Commander Wang forced a smile, but his heart was filled with darkness. This old man was truly insufferable, relying solely on his status as a Tianji realm warrior. He too would become a Tianji realm warrior in the future. As for how to proceed, my friend and I will enter and see for ourselves, Chu Ci stated. He had no intention of disclosing to these individuals the existence of an imperial burial site within the refined crystal mine. The notion of an emperor was far too distant for them. They would find it difficult to believe. Moreover, should news of the imperial burial site leak, it would undoubtedly trigger a bloodbath. The powerful figures of the entire Great Xia dynasty would flock to Tianyang City. Do you need this old man to accompany you inside? Old Zhang offered, but was promptly rejected by Chu Ci. No, this matter is sufficient for the two of us. Upon hearing this, Old Zhang nodded, while Commander Wang interjected, then how about I join the two of you in entering? What Commander Wang was truly thinking, Old Zhang could not be unaware that he merely sought to use the opportunity of entering the refined crystal mine to kill Chu Ci and then defile Zhu Yan'er. You stay here and keep your head down, Old Zhang replied curtly. If you go in, you'll likely be of no assistance and will only hinder them. As Old Zhang continued to belittle him. Commander Wang could no longer contain his fury. Old Zhang, I respect you as a Tianji realm warrior, which is why I've given you this face repeatedly, Commander Wang said coldly. If you continue like this, do not blame me for being rude. Old Zhang chuckled. I am quite curious to see how you intend to be rude to this old man. The aura of a beginner Tianji realm warrior erupted from Old Zhang, and the immense pressure bore down on Commander Wang like a mountain, leaving him gasping for breath. With cold sweat trickling down his brow, Commander Wang gritted his teeth and said, Old Zhang, if you continue like this, do not blame me for shattering this token. In Commander Wang's hand was a black token. Upon seeing the token, Old Zhang's expression darkened. His Tianji realm pressure dissipated as a result. The token in Commander Wang's hand was the Tiger's Might token. Should he crush it, the Tianji realm warriors from the royal family would surely appear. What left Old Zhang perplexed was why Commander Wang possessed the Tiger's Might token at that moment. Commander Wang sighed in relief, secretly rejoicing. The Tiger's Might token had been entrusted to him by the Emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, intended for handling the situation of the refined crystal mine. After all, the 8th Prince's sacred king crystal required refined crystals. And thus, this matter could not be taken lightly. Old Zhang snorted coldly. Since you wish to accompany them both into the mine, then let us all enter together. Old Zhang reasoned that as long as he entered with them, Commander Wang would not dare to act against Chu Ci and Zhu Yan'er. Although Commander Wang felt somewhat dissatisfied, he refrained from voicing his grievances. Then, Old Zhang whispered to Chu Ci, you two need not worry. Once inside, this old man will protect you and will not allow him to lay a finger on you. Chu Ci nodded silently, and he understood that old Zhang had been sent by Lung Qinghan to safeguard him and Zhu Yan'er. Of course, Lung Qinghan's motive was merely to foster a good relationship. After all, in her eyes, his current identity was that of a formidable alchemist. However, neither he nor Zhu Yan'er truly required protection. Commander Wang was merely a mid-stage earthly realm warrior. For either Chu Ci or Zhu Yan'er, eliminating Commander Wang was no more than a matter of lifting a finger. Chapter 30. The Imperial Burial Site emerges. Having resolved to enter together, the group wasted no time and stepped into the refined crystal mine. The moment old Zhang and Commander Wang set foot inside, they were met with a terrifying aura that surged toward them. Their bodies trembled, and the color drained from their faces. Chu Ci and Zhu Yan'er, however, were unfazed. They knew that an imperial burial site lay hidden within a place where an emperor was interred would naturally exude an aura that ordinary beings could not withstand. Zhu Yan'er, possessing high cultivation, was impervious to the aura of a deceased emperor. Though Chu Ci's cultivation was sealed, he had once been a sage and thus remained unafraid of this faint imperial presence. "Are you all right?" Old Zhang? Chu Ci turned to inquire of the elderly Zhang beside him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang finally spoke. "It's nothing. The situation appears to be rather precarious." The gravity etched on Zhang's face was unmistakable. If even a being of the heavenly extremity realm felt fear, the matter was undoubtedly complex. This might be more troublesome than we anticipated. Should the master proceed further or return to deliberate? Without a second thought, Chu Ci declined, declaring, "There is no need to deliberate. We shall resolve this matter today." Meanwhile, Commander Wang's eyes were filled with a murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Chu Ci. He was already gripped by fear. Had Chu Ci chosen to retreat, he would have felt a measure of relief. Yet, this audacious individual was intent on pushing forward. Could he refuse? He found himself powerless to do so. As a man of stature, he could not allow himself to appear cowardly in the face of the black-robed figure, Chu Ci. If he showed fear, would he not become the subject of ridicule? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Commander Wang forced a semblance of calm and remarked, "Mr. Zhang, if you are afraid, you may wait for us outside." Zhang regarded Wang's trembling form with a look of scorn. This man truly was a slave to his pride, lacking in sincerity. They continued deeper into the mine, and with each step, the lingering aura of the great emperor grew increasingly terrifying, as if it sought to obliterate them. Before long, they reached the end of their path. Throughout their journey, they had encountered neither miners nor any beasts. Strange, Zhang furrowed his brow and mused, "There is only this path in the mine, yet we have found nothing." Upon entering the mine, Zhang had speculated whether powerful beasts lay in ambush within. However, after traversing the area, he was left perplexed by the absence of any signs. Just then, Zhu Yan'er stepped forward, extending her hand, and an overwhelming aura emanated from her. This presence caused even Zhang, in the early stages of the heavenly extremity realm, to tremble. "Is this girl truly so formidable?" Zhang was taken aback. Chu Ci chuckled softly. This girl had lived for countless millennia. In terms of seniority, she could be considered Zhang's ancestor. Yet, it was Commander Wang who felt the greatest trepidation. How is this possible? He was utterly astounded. He had never imagined Zhu Yan'er to possess such strength. Should she choose to strike him down, a mere breath would suffice to end his life. The memory of his earlier disrespectful remarks towards Zhu Yan'er at the Baibao Pavilion loomed large in his mind, and he felt an enormous weight settle upon his heart. If Zhu Yan'er sought retribution, he would surely meet his doom. Although he bore the Tiger Might command, it was bestowed upon him by the Emperor of the Great Xia to handle matters pertaining to the mines. If he were to summon a being of the heavenly extremity realm, they would not risk offending a formidable entity like Zhu Yan'er for his sake, especially after the disrespect he had shown her. The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him. Thus, he resolved to apologize to both Chu Ci and Zhu Yan'er upon their return. His decision to apologize stemmed not from a recognition of his wrongdoing, but from the realization that they were far more powerful than he, leaving him no choice but to concede. Before long, they came upon a massive tombstone, towering at least 3 men in height. "Is this a grave?" Zhang exclaimed in astonishment. "Whose tomb could this possibly be?" Could it belong to the martial emperor? Zhang could conjure no other powerful figure whose resting place could emit such a terrifying aura. The martial emperor's tomb. Commander Wang's heart raced. If this were indeed the tomb of the martial emperor, it would imply that it contained his burial treasures. The thought of acquiring even a few artifacts from the martial emperor sent waves of excitement through Wang. However, the presence of Zhu Yin'er and Zhang, both of whom surpassed him in strength, doused his fervor like cold water. What significance did the martial emperor's tomb hold for him when these two formidable warriors stood in his way? After Zhu Yin'er unearthed the imperial tomb, she addressed Chu Ci, saying, "That will suffice." Chu Ci nodded, then turned to Zhang and Wang. "Do you wish to enter?" Zhang, brimming with enthusiasm, chuckled. "This is my first encounter with the martial emperor's tomb." Chu Ci remained silent, allowing Zhang to indulge in his misconception. After much deliberation, Commander Wang, too, decided to enter. Regardless of whether he could seize the finest treasures, he could at least gather some discarded relics. Even the remnants of the martial emperor would still hold value. However, Zhang suddenly pondered an unsettling possibility. Were the missing miners perhaps drawn into the martial emperor's tomb? Chu Ci nodded. "That seems likely. The miners may have inadvertently unearthed the grave." Yet, he shook his head, adding, "But they should not have entered the tomb. Those miners were merely ordinary folk. They could not withstand the terrifying aura present here. A mere brush with it would lead to their annihilation." Zhang nodded in agreement. Such a fearsome presence was beyond even his heavenly extremity realm, let alone that of the ordinary miners. "Let us proceed," Zhu Yin'er urged, and the four of them moved toward the imperial tomb. Upon touching the tombstone, a blinding white light erupted, forcing them to shield their eyes. As the brilliance faded and they reopened their eyes, they found themselves within a subterranean palace. This truly the martial emperor's tomb. Zhang surveyed the surroundings, only to find his own cultivation level had inexplicably dropped to the initial stage of the yellow extremity realm. Not only Zhang, but also Chu Ci and the others discovered their own powers had similarly regressed to the initial stage of the yellow extremity realm. Zhang contemplated this for a moment before stating, "It appears our cultivation has been suppressed to the initial stage of the yellow extremity realm." Chu Ci nodded. "Indeed, this place must possess some form of restriction." He turned his gaze to Zhu Yin'er and quietly inquired, "What about your cultivation?" Zhu Yin'er replied calmly, "I have been suppressed by 5 major realms. The restrictions here seem to apply to all martial artists, lowering their cultivation by 5 realms. However, given your lower levels, you are all capped at the initial stage of the yellow extremity realm." Pondering her words, Chu Ci eventually addressed Zhang. "Mr. Zhang, this place is exceedingly perilous. I recommend that you leave." This was no mere tomb of the martial emperor, as Zhang had presumed, but rather the imperial tomb. With Zhu Yin'er present, Chu Ci initially felt secure, but now, even she had been forcibly suppressed by 5 realms. This indicated that the dangers within the imperial tomb were far greater than he had anticipated. Within its confines, Zhu Yin'er would likely only be able to protect herself. If Zhang and Commander Wang chose to remain, they risked their lives. "Since this place is so dangerous, I cannot leave," Zhang chuckled. "My master has entrusted me with your protection." While he genuinely intended to safeguard Chu Ci and Zhu Yin'er, he also sought to seize any opportunity for advancement, but he had been stuck at the initial stage of the heavenly extremity realm for far too long. And this was his chance, not one he would let slip away to, "I in this realm. We are all equal, are we? Are you suggesting we leave so you can hoard the treasures for yourself?" Commander Wang glared at Chu Ci with suspicion. The realization that their powers had been equalized filled Wang with delight, and his gaze shimmered with greed and malice. With their strengths now comparable, he believed he could seize the treasures without challenge, even from Zhu Yin'er. He looked at her, thinking that, even if she was formidable, her cultivation was now restricted to the initial stage of the yellow extremity realm. She would be at his mercy. "Commander Wang, suppress your ill intentions." Zhang huffed that Wang's thoughts were all too evident on his face. In response, he forced a sheepish smile, saying, "What do you mean, Mr. Zhang? I harbor no ill will." Though his cultivation had been suppressed to the initial stage of the yellow extremity realm, Commander Wang remained quite rational that he was alone. Should he confront Chu Ci and the others, he would be outnumbered 3-1, unless he resorted to some underhanded tactic. However, even if such a tactic could help him deal with Chu Ci and his companions, Wang understood that they likely possessed their own hidden cards. You should know better. Old Zhang let out a cold snort and said, "If you harbor any treacherous thoughts, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Chu Ci glanced at Old Zhang, knowing full well that he had no concern for the life or death of Captain Wang. However, he acknowledged that Old Zhang had been rather considerate towards him and Zhu Yin'er throughout their journey. "Have you made up your mind, Old Zhang?" Chu Ci inquired. "That if you choose to leave now, you might just have a chance to survive." "Humph." Old Zhang scoffed at that moment. "What? Are you afraid that I might snatch treasures from you?" Chu Ci's repeated counsel had already begun to irk Old Zhang. "Very well." Chu Ci shook his head. He had already extended his good intentions. Since Old Zhang refused to listen, it was his own affair. The four of them now ventured deeper into the underground palace. The palace was vast, the long corridor seemingly endless. Zhu Yin'er and Chu Ci led the way. The imperial burial ground was fraught with peril, and none could ascertain whether there were traps or other dangers lurking within the corridor. Chu Ci was unfamiliar with the imperial burial grounds, as he had never encountered such matters. But Zhu Yin'er was different. Having lived for several millennia, she had witnessed many a burial ground. Upon reaching the corridor's end, they were met with a grand palace, above which hung the fiery sun. Indeed, that object radiated a scorching heat akin to the sun itself, so intense that even without looking up, one could feel its blinding glare. "I asked at the Golden Crow." Zhu Yin'er furrowed her brow. "It truly is the Golden Crow." Chu Ci's expression darkened. He had read in ancient texts that the Golden Crow was a three-legged raven, perched amidst a blazing sun, surrounded by shimmering red light, thus earning its name. Moreover, all golden crows were born at the level of sage. Yet the one suspended above the palace, its cultivation and power were unknown. Could Zhu Yin'er contend with it? "Do not worry. That golden crow is merely a corpse," Zhu Yin'er stated. "Its remains are a valuable treasure. Later, I shall help you bring it out." Chu Ci stared at Zhu Yin'er in astonishment. "You will help me take it out?" Initially, he had indeed desired the golden crow, but the overwhelming heat emanating from its corpse was beyond his capacity to approach. Should he draw near, he would be incinerated by its scorching aura. He had not anticipated Zhu Yin'er's intention to assist him in retrieving the golden crow's remains. Zhu Yin'er cast a sidelong glance at Chu Ci and replied coolly, "Do not misinterpret my intentions. I will assist you in retrieving the golden crow's remains, but I hope you will strengthen yourself swiftly to help our master accomplish his tasks. That, of course, if you do not wish for it, that is of no consequence." "How could I possibly refuse?" Chu Ci replied with a grin. "Then I shall trouble you, Sister Yin'er." Their whispered conversation went unnoticed by Old Zhang and Captain Wang. However, Captain Wang soon noticed a sacrificial altar not far ahead. Upon the altar rested a translucent elixir. While he did not know what the elixir was, its presence in such a place indicated it was no ordinary item if he could obtain it. Even if it did not significantly enhance his cultivation, it would still be beneficial. "Wait, Captain Wang, what are you doing? Stop. Do not act rashly." Old Zhang's expression changed as he reached out to grasp Captain Wang. But it was too late. How could Chu Ci and the others have failed to notice the elixir? It was merely their concern for potential dangers that held them back. Yet, unexpectedly, Captain Wang seemed to be completely entranced. A smirk crept upon his lips. "Wait? Wait for what? For someone to snatch the elixir away. This elixir is mine." He pressed his lips together, greed glinting in his eyes, disregarding the danger entirely. Just as Captain Wang approached the altar, a sudden flash of golden light erupted around them. "Not good. The formation is activated." Chu Ci's brows knitted together. "What formation? What is happening here?" Old Zhang's face also turned grave, feeling the impending crisis drawing near. Chu Ci's expression soured. For someone who had mastered formations to their peak, he recognized that the formation now activated was a lethal one that, although it had not fully initiated yet, it would require time to do so. Once activated, it would not cease until all intruders were annihilated. Should it fully activate, all present would meet their demise. Even if Zhu Yin'er were to survive, she would be gravely injured. Zhu Yin'er possessed formidable strength. Yet even she could be harmed by such a powerful formation. It was akin to how Shenloi one of the three mad women in the Forbidden Zone, despite her lesser strength compared to the others, could easily slay them if given sufficient time to prepare with her formation. Captain Wang, standing by the altar, was also gripped by terror, having sensed the impending doom. Suddenly, the floor around the palace cracked open, revealing a dungeon below. Roars echoed from the depths, deafening the palace. Countless monsters surged forth from the dungeon, their numbers impossible to count, starved for who knows how long, upon spotting Chu Ci and the others. The beasts charged at them in a frenzy. "Gather around me," Chu Ci shouted, prompting Zhu Yin'er and Old Zhang to quickly position themselves behind him. Chu Ci bit his thumb, allowing his blood to drip to the ground. In an instant, a defensive formation enveloped them, safeguarding them within, and no matter how fiercely the monsters attacked, they could not breach the defensive barrier Chu Ci had erected. Impressive! Old Zhang gazed at Chu Ci in astonishment. He had heard from Qing Han that the figure in the black robe, Chu Ci, was an alchemist, but he had not expected him to be a master of formations as well, with a considerable depth of knowledge in it. "Help me! Save me!" Captain Wang, pursued by the beasts, was running exceptionally fast, managing to evade the monsters behind him as he continuously called out for help to Chu Ci and the others. However, neither Chu Ci nor Zhu Yin'er had any intention of rescuing him, and Old Zhang certainly would not. Faced with such a multitude of beasts, attempting to save Captain Wang would be akin to courting death. Moreover, the current predicament was entirely his doing. "You scoundrels, why won't you come to my aid?" Captain Wang shouted in fury toward Chu Ci and the others. Yet, no matter how he raged, they ignored him. "Captain Wang, instead of wasting your breath here, you would do better to conserve your strength for your escape," Old Zhang advised. "There may yet be an opportunity to save yourself." Grinding his teeth in frustration, Captain Wang felt a seething rage, but now his only option was to flee. As he ran for his life, he inadvertently drew away many of the beasts. "Chu Ci, I can handle these beasts, but you should be able to deal with the formation, right?" Zhu Yin'er looked at Chu Ci and asked. "After all, you have the true teachings of the second master." Chu Ci nodded. "Of course, I already have a method to break it. However, my current cultivation is too low, and it will take some time. Additionally, the surrounding beasts will interfere with my ability to dismantle the formation. Even with Zhu Yin'er slaying these monsters, she cannot guarantee her own safety completely. It is worth noting that among these beasts, several possess strength on par with Zhu Yin'er. Unless you provide me with a drop of your essence blood to imbue me with the aura of the Zhuke, thereby deterring the weaker beasts from approaching," Chu Ci stated, falling silent thereafter. The prospect of requesting Zhu Yin'er to part with a drop of her essence blood was daunting. Such a sacrifice would harm the core of her power. No one would easily relinquish a drop of their essence blood. "It's merely a drop of essence blood," Zhu Yin'er replied without hesitation, conjuring a single drop in her palm. Even just that one drop left her face pale, her aura becoming exceedingly unstable. "Take it." Watching the drop before him, Chu Ci was momentarily dazed. Zhu Chui's essence blood was gifted to him so readily. "Do not overthink it," Zhu Yin'er said coldly. "I merely fear for my own life here. Losing a drop of essence blood is better than perishing. In truth, even if the beasts and the formation sought her life, it would not be so simple." "What are you dawdling for?" Zhu Yin'er shot Chu Ci a fierce glare. "Hurry and refine it. If you allow me to perish here, I shall haunt you as a ghost." At her words, Chu Ci accepted the Zhuke essence blood and promptly sat down in a meditative posture. "What is he doing?" Old Zhang, standing nearby, was utterly perplexed by Chu Ci and Zhu Yin'er's plans. "Do not ask what should not be asked. It will not bring you harm," Zhu Yin'er replied coldly, causing Old Zhang to instinctively retract his neck. Half an hour later, Chu Ci successfully refined the Zhuke essence blood, emanating its aura. Zhu Yin'er, witnessing this, bore a satisfied expression but quickly adopted a stern demeanor. "Now that you have refined it, do not dawdle. Quickly dismantle the formation." Chu Ci nodded and stepped out from the defensive formation. "Master, what are you doing?" "Don't go out." Zhang the old man was terrified. Chu Ci ventured outside. Was this not akin to sending a sheep into the tiger's den? "Do not fret. We must now resolve this imminent crisis." Soon as Chu Ci emerged, infused with the essence of the vermilion bird, The weaker beasts in the vicinity, sensing the aura, scurried away in fear. However, the formidable beasts were undeterred by the presence of the vermilion bird and charged toward Chu Ci. Observing this, Zhu Yin'er also dashed out from the defensive formation. If you wish to devour him, have you sought my permission? Zhu Yin'er's demeanor was indifferent, as the aura of a sage erupted from her. This was still due to the constraints placed upon her by the imperial tomb, which had suppressed her by 5 major realms. Without such limitations, her strength would be even greater. Nonetheless, even relying solely on her sage-level cultivation, Zhu Yin'er was more than capable of contending with these powerful beasts. Had she not bestowed a drop of her essence blood to Chu Ci, she could have easily vanquished these beasts. Unimpeded by the beasts, Chu Ci began to manipulate the attacking formation before him. Initially, he intended to dismantle it, but he resolved to turn it to his advantage instead. After all, Zhu Yin'er had already sustained severe injuries due to the loss of a drop of essence blood. Naturally, Chu Ci did not wish for Zhu Yin'er to face these beasts alone. Once he commandeered this attacking formation, he could annihilate all these beasts in a mere breath. Chapter 33. The Aura of the Great Emperor. To turn this attacking formation to his favor, Chu Ci needed to alter its core mechanism. By incorporating his own runes into the heart of the formation, he could achieve this. Thanks to the vermilion bird's essence enveloping him, no beast dared approach as he sought the formation's core. The more powerful beasts were kept at bay by Zhu Yin'er. This is it. Chu Ci's eyes sparkled. In a certain part of the dungeon, he discovered the formation's core. This is how it is. After glancing at the core, Chu Ci nodded thoughtfully. This the formation laid by the great emperor? It doesn't seem that formidable. Chu Ci had anticipated that subverting the formation laid by the great emperor would take some time. However, upon truly seeing the core, he realized he had overestimated the difficulty. Altering the formation for his own use would not consume much time at all. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, a satisfied smile graced Chu Ci's face. The formation set here was now entirely under his control. He immediately exited the dungeon. Zhu Yin'er, who had been confronting the powerful beasts, turned her gaze toward him upon his arrival. Chu Ci nodded at her. He then activated the formation completely, causing the entire palace to tremble. An aura of death permeated the in an instant. The beasts present were reduced to mere bones. Zhu Yin'er breathed a sigh of relief. Casting a glance at Chu Ci as she remarked, "Well done, that if you could not accomplish even this, I would not concern myself with your fate." Chu Ci chuckled at her words. Although this old hen could be quite exasperating at times, it must be acknowledged that she had no obligation to accompany him to the imperial tomb. Moreover, when faced with danger earlier, she had no need to offer him a drop of her essence blood. She could have simply walked away. "Old Zhang, are you all right?" Chu Ci turned to look at the dazed old man, who was still in shock. The events that had transpired were too swift for him to comprehend. Countless beasts had perished, leaving behind a ground strewn with their crystal cores. The crystal cores were akin to the dantians of human warriors, holding significant value for them. The cores of powerful beasts could enchant weapons, endowing them with formidable abilities. Zhu Yin'er extended her hand, summoning the surrounding crystal cores toward herself. "Take these. Although they are of little use, they should assist you for the time being." Chu Ci accepted without hesitation. Placing the crystal cores into his ancient ring, they prepared to proceed. Old Zhang stepped forward, saying, "You two possess remarkable strength, of which I am keenly aware. However, I am merely an old man, lacking your prowess. Continuing to accompany you may only hinder your progress. Therefore, I intend to take my leave." Seeing old Zhang's intention to depart, Chu Ci made no effort to stop him. The imperial tomb was far too perilous for him. "Very well, old Zhang, you can return now. Stay safe," Chu Ci advised. Old Zhang nodded and soon departed. Following his exit, he would likely inform those above him of their findings. Zhu Yin'er commented, "Once that old man leaves, he will probably relay the information here." Chu Ci shrugged, replying, "The things within the imperial tomb are of no interest to either of us. Even if he speaks of it, it will not affect us. Moreover, I came here to address the matter of refining crystal," as Chu Ci and Zhu Yin'er had anticipated. After leaving the imperial tomb, old Zhang promptly reported the matter to Lung Qinghan. However, he did not recognize the imperial tomb, merely believing it to be the burial site of a martial emperor. "Master Lung, We cannot afford to miss a martial emperor's tomb, old Zhang remarked gravely. Since it is the tomb of a martial emperor, Lung Qinghan pondered deeply before inquiring, "Why did you not return to report sooner?" Old Zhang did not conceal the truth, offering a bitter smile as he replied, "To be honest, Master Lung, I have been stuck in the early stages of the celestial extremity realm for a decade. I had hoped to seize the opportunity for a breakthrough from this martial emperor's tomb." Shaking his head in resignation, old Zhang continued, "But that tomb is indeed fraught with peril. Not only does it suppress cultivation to the early stages of the yellow extremity realm, but it is also riddled with deadly traps and beasts. My abilities are limited." Old Zhang's limitations were evident. Otherwise, he would not have remained stuck in the early stages of the celestial extremity realm for so long. Moreover, he was weaker than others of the same realm by a notable margin. Lung Qinghan nodded, asking, "Did the master and Zhu Yin'er not leave with you?" Speaking of Chu Ci and Zhu Yin'er, old Zhang recounted the earlier events to Lung Qinghan. After a moment of silence, Lung Qinghan remarked, "If that is the case, their cultivation levels must be at the late stages of the celestial extremity realm, possibly even at the level of a martial lord." Martial lord, old Zhang's pupils constricted. Indeed, he should have deduced this. After all, it was the tomb of a martial emperor, and venturing into it was akin to facing certain death. However, if they were martial lords, they would certainly have the capability to contend with the dangers. "I will arrange for the martial lords from my family to handle matter of the martial emperor's tomb," Lung Qinghan declared. "Remember, this information must not leak. The tomb of the martial emperor must undoubtedly contain treasures left behind from his lifetime. Even if no treasure were present, the mere news of the tomb's existence would attract countless powerful individuals from the Daxia dynasty. Rest assured, Master Lung, this matter will remain known only to the four of us." The appearance of the martial emperor's tomb had not stirred any commotion. Old Zhang continued, "The master and Zhu Yin'er are still inside. Captain Wang is currently being pursued by beasts and is likely perished within." "Very well," Lung Qinghan replied, promptly instructing old Zhang to relay the information back to his family. She was not at ease leaving this matter to others. With old Zhang, who was aware of the martial emperor's tomb, she felt reassured. Should their family acquire the treasure from the tomb, it would elevate their standing in the imperial city and even enable them to contend against their family's sworn enemies. Meanwhile, within the imperial tomb, Chu Ci and Zhu Yin'er entered a chamber. Through their exploration, Chu Ci discovered that this imperial tomb was, in fact, the residence of the great emperor during his lifetime. After the great emperor's passing, the tomb was not excavated. He had simply repurposed his palace. Wait a moment. Chapter 34. The Great Emperor's Affinity for Collecting Rubbish. Zhu Yin'er surveyed the room, noting the lingering essence of beasts. Chu Ci immediately grew vigilant. The beasts must have departed not long ago. Zhu Yin'er glanced around, frowning as she inquired, "The aura of the great emperor?" Her expression turned, "I see why. There's still a living great emperor here." That seemed unlikely. If it were indeed the great emperor, he would have long since vacated the premises. Furthermore, the aura Zhu Yin'er sensed was quite faint. "Sister Yin'er, if it were the great emperor, what are your chances of eliminating him?" Chu Ci asked. The great emperor was exceedingly powerful, far beyond Chu Ci's current capabilities. Even if he could utilize formations, the vast disparity in strength could lead to his own demise. Before my cultivation was restricted, the great emperor appeared to me as nothing more than a pig or dog. Zhu Yin'er scoffed, then added, "But now, it poses a bit of a problem. Indeed, if there truly exists an emperor, I would find it challenging to contend with him. However, to regain my true form, I could still vanquish the emperor." With Zhu Yin'er's words, Chu Ci felt considerably reassured. There was nothing of interest to behold here. Zhu Yin'er suggested, "Let us depart." After Chu Ci and Zhu Yin'er had left, a phantom materialized not far from the bedroom. Those scarlet eyes radiated a terrifying, murderous intent. These two individuals were capable of detecting my presence. That woman seems to carry the aura of a divine beast. Potent and overwhelming, if I were to consume her. After a moment of contemplation, the figure vanished, stealthily following Chu Ci and Zhu Yin'er. The pair arrived at a courtyard filled with an abundance of medicinal herbs. Chu Ci glanced around, astonished, and inquired, "Is this the medicinal garden cultivated by the emperor?" Concealed in the shadows, The emperor wore a fierce expression. This garden had taken him a lifetime to cultivate. The countless precious herbs within were the result of his arduous trials. Should this young man dare to meddle with his garden, he would ensure his demise. What a pitiful selection of herbs, Chu Ci remarked disdainfully. This all the emperor can offer. He recalled having seen these herbs in the Forbidden Land, where they were deemed fit only for swine. Indeed, these herbs were used to nourish pigs, which produced remarkably delectable meat. Was it possible that the emperor was a pig demon for nurturing such herbs in his garden? The hidden emperor seethed with rage upon hearing Chu Ci's words. What did he mean by fit for pigs? Did this young man even comprehend the nature of these herbs? The Nine Heavens Phoenix Tail, a celestial medicine, was said to have absorbed a trace of the phoenix's essence during its rebirth, and the nether immortal, a herb that flourished in the netherworld, was not easily acquired. He had undergone numerous near-fatal trials to obtain it. Of course, emperors often regarded refuse as treasures. Zhu Yin'er scoffed. Well, consider this a lesson for you. In the future, should you encounter the imperial tomb, you need not concern yourself with it. Zhu Yin'er added, these worthless items are of no use to you. The emperor, hidden in the shadows, was infuriated. Today, he would confront these two and express his grievances. Think that his treasures were dismissed as mere rubbish in their eyes. How dare they display such contempt towards an emperor? As the emperor prepared to reveal himself, a voice suddenly erupted. I have succeeded. I have entered the heavenly extreme realm. I have ascended to the heavenly extreme realm. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci and Zhu Yin'er ventured deeper into the medicinal garden. In the depths of the garden, a figure sat upon a mound of earth, none other than the Commander Wang, who had previously been pursued by demonic beasts. This fellow had somehow survived? Chu Ci was taken aback. Despite being relentlessly chased by numerous beasts, Commander Wang had managed to escape, and remarkably, he had stumbled upon the Emperor's garden. At that moment, Commander Wang noticed Chu Ci and Zhu Yin'er. He stood up, smirking as he said, What a pleasure it is to see you. This means I can eliminate you. Now in the early stages of the heavenly extreme realm, Commander Wang was brimming with confidence in his abilities. You never expected my luck to be this good, did you? He sneered. Not only did I survive the clutches of those demonic beasts, but my strength has also significantly improved. While fleeing from the beasts, he had accidentally fallen into a deep pit. Sliding down, he had found himself in this medicinal garden. It was here that he absorbed the potent herbs, rapidly enhancing his cultivation. The herbs here were astonishingly powerful. Having refined just 2 of them had not only lifted his cultivation limits, but also enabled him to break through to the heavenly extreme realm. Should he consume all the herbs here, he would surely ascend to the rank of martial emperor. Zhu Yin'er, do you wish to die, or would you prefer to serve as my slave? Commander Wang's gaze fell upon Zhu Yin'er, his eyes glinting with malice. Chu Ci and Zhu Yin'er regarded him impassively. Even with his newfound power, Commander Wang posed no threat whatsoever. Seems you are eager for a miserable end. Zhu Yin'er replied coldly, her overwhelming murderous intent emanating from her. Even the hidden emperor was taken aback by her formidable aura. This woman's killing intent was terrifying. Could it be that even the emperor felt a twinge of fear? However, upon observing that Zhu Yin'er was merely at the saint level due to the restrictions placed upon her cultivation, the emperor calculated and his expression gradually darkened. She far surpasses the emperor. As fear took root in the emperor's heart, Zhu Yin'er swiftly dispatched Commander Wang. He likely never fathomed that even having just entered the heavenly extreme realm, he would still fall short against Zhu Yin'er. You insignificant wretch, how dare you covet what belongs to me? Zhu Yin'er huffed disdainfully. Chu Ci watched, breaking into a cold sweat. This fierce woman was truly ruthless. Commander Wang's body was reduced to ashes by the flames emanating from Zhu Yin'er. I'd best avoid provoking this fierce hen for now. Chu Ci thought to himself. Zhu Yin'er's gaze sharpened. Have you seen enough? If so, why don't you come out now? Chapter 35. I am no dog. As Zhu Yin'er's voice echoed, a phantom appeared before them. This little girl possesses quite the discerning eye. To have discovered me. The figure was none other than the emperor who had been lurking in the shadows. The emperor, now only a remnant of his former self, issued a chilling smile that if you wish to avoid a painful demise, You should obediently allow me to refine you. Though the emperor had suspected that Zhu Yin'er might have surpassed him, he reminded himself that this was his domain. Moreover, with Zhu Yin'er's cultivation restricted, he felt confident that he could overpower her. Should he consume her, he might even restore his corporeal form. Zhu Yin'er's eyes glimmered with disdain. Her words incited the emperor's wrath. You dare to speak so arrogantly? I am the Red Cloud Emperor, he bellowed. Chu Ci, this remnant of an emperor's soul could prove useful to you. Zhu Yin'er turned to Chu Ci. Though he may be a mere specter, he is still an emperor. If you can absorb his essence, it will facilitate your ascension to the imperial realm in the future. That's so. Chu Ci's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, given my current strength, even if this old dog is an emperor's remnant, he is beyond my capacity to handle. Had Chu Ci not been sealed by the Shura's curse, he might have felt confident in confronting the emperor's remnant, though it was a mere remnant. It lacked even a fraction of its former strength. If you employ your abilities, subduing him should not pose a problem, Zhu Yin'er urged. Hearing Zhu Yin'er's encouragement, Chu Ci felt a surge of eagerness. He was uncertain if her words held truth, but engaging with an emperor would undoubtedly yield great benefits. You dare to belittle me so? The Red Cloud Emperor was incensed by their conversation. He had reigned for centuries, and no one had ever dared to treat him with such disdain. Very well. Today I shall consume you, young man. Afterward, I will savor the enjoyment of this young lady. The emperor unleashed a wave of imperial might, causing Chu Ci to display a troubled expression. Even the remnant of an emperor posed a challenge, yet he felt a spark of confidence. What? You, a mere boy, can withstand my imperial might? The Red Cloud Emperor was taken aback. Chu Ci, limited by his cultivation, had been reduced to the early stages of the Yellow Extreme realm. Such a feeble state should have crumbled beneath the emperor's pressure. Remember, this old dog is merely a remnant. Your task is to subdue him and absorb his essence, Zhu Yin'er reminded him. Should you unleash your lethal techniques, his soul will surely be obliterated. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci abandoned his intention to unleash his ultimate move. Indeed, just moments ago, he had been prepared to wield his most formidable trump card. However, upon hearing Zhu Yin'er's words, he realized that this strongest card could no longer be played. Otherwise, he could not guarantee whether the soul of the Qi Shaoyun Emperor would be obliterated. If one could not even subdue this old hound, there would be no hope of retrieving the artifacts hidden by the 3 sects and 6 factions. One might as well meet their demise. Zhu Yin'er spoke bluntly. Chu Ci chuckled softly, assuring her, Fear not, I possess a method to resolve this. Even if I cannot subjugate him, I have numerous means at my disposal. Even at a cost, I can still annihilate his soul. This emperor shall ensure your death without resurrection. The Qi Shaoyun Emperor's eyes glowed a fierce crimson. How dare this ignorant junior look down upon him? He was an emperor, a figure of unfathomable terror. Did he take him for a mere dog? The supreme might of the emperor radiated forth as he raised his hand, summoning a colossal palm behind Chu Ci. That palm descended upon him with devastating intent. Chu Ci, having anticipated the impending crisis, swiftly evaded the strike that in that moment. He refrained from counterattacking, knowing that his offensive capabilities would have no effect on the Qi Shaoyun Emperor's soul. Thus, he resolved to employ a formation to ensnare the emperor out of course. He had to ensure that the Qi Shaoyun Emperor remained oblivious to his actions. If discovered, the emperor would undoubtedly thwart Chu Ci's attempt to set up the formation. The Qi Shaoyun Emperor was easily provoked. How could he possibly notice Chu Ci's subtle maneuvers? His singular focus was to capture Chu Ci and devour him whole. After several attacks, Chu Ci deftly avoided the Qi Shaoyun Emperor's onslaught, which only served to heighten the emperor's impatience. Can you dodge forever? Are you a monkey? The Qi Shaoyun Emperor bellowed. Next, let us see how you evade. The emperor's aura erupted, signaling his intention to employ even stronger tactics. Zhu Yin'er, who had been quietly observing from the side, now stood up. Her demeanor suggested that if the Qi Shaoyun Emperor's forthcoming attack posed a threat to Chu Ci's life, she would intervene. Cloud Mountain, Mist Shadow. The Qi Shaoyun Emperor's illusion took form, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of mist. With his vision obscured, Chu Ci was unable to discern his surroundings. Was that old dog planning to ambush him from within the fog? Chu Ci furrowed his brow, heightening his vigilance. Despite appearing to evade the Qi Shao Yun Emperor's attacks with ease, he understood that any strike from the Emperor could render him unconscious, although Zhu Yin'er stood by his side. And her strength assuredly surpassed that of the Qi Shao Yun Emperor. Chu Ci could not guarantee that she would intervene in time to save him if he were struck down. 8 directions formation flags. Chu Ci took a deep breath and set up the formation around himself. This was a defensive formation, capable of providing comprehensive protection, though the setup consumed a significant amount of his spiritual energy. As long as it did not interfere with the establishment of his other formation, it would suffice. Little brat, receive this hammer from this emperor. The mist swirled as the Qi Shao Yun Emperor suddenly appeared behind Chu Ci, wielding an enormous hammer that radiated an overwhelming aura. Clearly not an ordinary weapon, but an emperor-grade artifact. This is bad. Chu Ci's expression changed drastically. If that hammer truly was an emperor-grade weapon, he would be powerless to evade it. Even the 8 directions formation would be incapable of withstanding such a strike. Chu Ci felt himself locked in place. Unable to move, he would have to endure the Qi Shao Yun Emperor's hammer blow. The old dog truly had no shame in resorting to an emperor-grade weapon. Chapter 36. I am just a cowardly dog. The one who spoke was Zhu Yin'er. She raised a hand, unleashing flames towards the Qi Shao Yun Emperor. Phoenix fire, you are the vermilion bird. Under the searing flames of the vermilion bird, the Qi Shao Yun Emperor's soul nearly faced annihilation. In that moment, he felt a pang of fear. This was the divine beast. The vermilion bird. Not only in his current state of being, but even at the height of his power, he would never stand a chance against such a creature. Zhu Yin'er reached out and snatched the emperor-grade artifact from the Qi Shao Yun Emperor's grasp. Ew! The Qi Shao Yun Emperor seethed with anger, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. This was the vermilion bird. Should he utter any disrespectful words, he would surely meet his demise. With his eyes locked on a Chu Ci, he had initially intended to slay him to vent his fury. However, upon further reflection, he realized the gravity of the situation. This young boy was allied with the vermilion bird. If he were to kill Chu Ci, the vermilion bird would undoubtedly retaliate. This was dire, extremely dire. Realizing that the situation was overwhelmingly unfavorable, the Qi Shao Yun Emperor dared not linger any longer. Both of you, remember this, if this emperor ever regains his strength. I shall take your lives. With that, the Qi Shao Yun Emperor transformed in a mist, attempting to flee the scene. That old dog intends to escape. Zhu Yin'er frowned. Fear not. He cannot evade, Chu Ci replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. While Zhu Yin'er had been confronting the Qi Shao Yun Emperor, Chu Ci had completed the final rune of the formation. Heavenly Great Formation, arise, Chu Ci bellowed. The formation activated instantly, trapping the Qi Shao Yun Emperor, who had transformed in a mist, rendering him unable to escape. What is this? As the Heavenly Great Formation ensnared the Qi Shao Yun Emperor, he found himself confined in place, and no matter how he struggled or what tactics he employed, he could not break free from the prison of the formation. What kind of trick is this? How can this emperor be captured? The Qi Shao Yun Emperor shouted furiously. Release me at once, or I shall ensure you face dire consequences. In the future, you have no future, Chu Ci said with a smile as he approached the Qi Shao Yun Emperor. The emperor, sensing impending doom, turned pale. Why you wouldn't dare to devour my soul? The Qi Shao Yun Emperor stammered. I am merely a wild dog that has cultivated for thousands of years to become an emperor. Now, with my death, I leave behind only my residual soul. Hoping to be reborn in a century, I beseech you, spare my life. The once proud and arrogant Qi Shao Yun Emperor now appeared utterly ridiculous, addressing Chu Ci and Zhu Yin'er as grandfather and grandmother. Zhu Yin'er looked on with disdain. In such a cowardly state, how can you still call yourself an emperor? Yes, I am just a cowardly dog. The Qi Shao Yun Emperor dared not refute, repeatedly asserting, I am indeed a cowardly dog. I stumbled upon an opportunity to become an emperor. If you spare me, I will surely offer you that opportunity. Zhu Yin'er contemplated for a moment. The emperor's true form was that of a wild dog. Ordinarily, a wild dog regardless of talent, could not possibly reach the level of an emperor. He must have acquired a fortuitous encounter to attain such status. Moreover, an opportunity that could elevate a wild dog to the rank of emperor must be extraordinary. If you hand over that opportunity, I may spare your life. Yes, I shall certainly offer it. The Yin emperor nodded vigorously. Nearby, Chu Ci inquired, "Are you not going to absorb his residual soul?" "Not absorbing it." Zhu Yin'er shook her head. "You already annoy me. Absorbing this wild dog's residual soul would only deepen my disdain to in truth. Zhu Yin'er believed that absorbing the residual soul of this wild dog emperor would be of greater benefit than any opportunity he might offer. If a wild dog could become an emperor, acquiring such an opportunity could significantly enhance Chu Ci's chances of becoming an emperor in the future. Given his constitution, his path to cultivation was already fraught with challenges. Furthermore, who could guarantee that the Yin emperor would actually allow him to go free after offering the opportunity? The residual soul of an emperor was something to be absorbed if possible. After freeing the Yin emperor from the formation, Zhu Yin'er threatened, "Do not even think about escaping, that if you attempt to flee, I will incinerate your soul." With that, she conjured the flames of the vermilion bird in her palm. Causing the Yin emperor to shake his head vehemently, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." "Very well. Hand over your opportunity." The Yin emperor found himself in a predicament. He wished to comply, yet, "Do you wish to die?" Zhu Yin'er's eyes sparkled with murderous intent. "And no. You see, this opportunity is not in my possession. It lies in the southern wilderness. In the beginning, I was pursued by my archenemy. To prevent the opportunity from falling into his hands, I concealed it in the southern wilderness. If not, why don't the two of you accompany me to the southern wilderness? To the southern wilderness." Zhu Yin'er furrowed her brows. She truly wished to assist Chu Ci in retrieving the opportunity from the southern wilderness, but she could not linger for long. Zhu Yin'er reached out and grasped the remnant soul of the Qi Cloud Emperor in her hand. "What are you going to do?" The Qi Cloud Emperor was terrified, but Zhu Yin'er did not respond. Instead, she placed a restriction upon him. Zhu Yin'er gazed at the Qi Cloud Emperor and spoke a few words. Yet Chu Ci could not hear her voice, as if she had arranged for soundproofing to ensure he wouldn't overhear. After a considerable time, she tossed the remnant soul of the Qi Cloud Emperor to Chu Ci. "You should keep him. When the time comes for you to venture into the southern wilderness, allow him to guide you in seeking that opportunity." Upon hearing this, Chu Ci nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I will certainly take him with me to find that opportunity to preserve his own life." The Qi Cloud Emperor, being a great emperor, could only nod submissively. "Very well. Can you, as the master, take away this imperial tomb?" Chu Ci inquired, directing his gaze at the Qi Cloud Emperor. "Of course. No problem." The Qi Cloud Emperor replied, and with a thought, the entire imperial tomb was collected, returning both Chu Ci and Zhu Yin'er to the refined crystal mining site. Here, they could continue their excavation. Chu Ci felt relieved. "Chu Ci, I must take my leave now." Zhu Yin'er spoke at this moment. "Do not forget the tasks that lie ahead of you." Chapter 37. Our relationship is not good. After imparting these words, Zhu Yin'er departed. Once she left, the Qi Cloud Emperor slowly materialized before Chu Ci. "I must say, young man, you seem to share quite a bond with that Zhu Quebec." Chu Ci cast a sidelong glance at the Qi Cloud Emperor and then shook his head. "My relationship with her is not good." The Qi Cloud Emperor was momentarily taken aback. "Not good? Are you pulling my leg? If the relationship were truly poor, would that damned Zhu Ke place a restriction upon you?" Indeed, Zhu Yin'er had placed a restriction upon the Qi Cloud Emperor. Should Chu Ci perish, the Qi Cloud Emperor's soul would likewise cease to exist. Conversely, if the Qi Cloud Emperor would die, Chu Ci would remain unscathed. Thus, if the Qi Cloud Emperor wished to survive, he had to ensure Chu Ci's safety in times of peril. "Enough of that old hen," Chu Ci remarked. "The opportunity you mention lies in the southern wilderness, yet I have no intention of going there at present." The southern wilderness was the domain of ferocious beasts, without formidable power. Venturing there would be akin to walking in a certain death. "Don't be so hasty. We should quickly head to the southern wilderness." The Qi Cloud Emperor insisted. Only by delivering that opportunity to Chu Ci could he break free from his side. If Chu Ci chose not to go to the southern wilderness, it meant the Qishao Cloud Emperor would have to stay by his side indefinitely. Ignoring the Qishao Cloud Emperor, Chu Ci turned and made his way towards Tianyang City. Before long, he arrived at the Baibao Pavilion. "Master, you're back." Upon seeing Chu Ci return, Long Qinghan expressed surprise. "It has been 3 days. I thought you." 3 days? Chu Ci was puzzled. He had only spent a day within the imperial tomb. How could 3 days have passed? As Chu Ci pondered this, the voice of the Qishao Cloud Emperor echoed in his mind. "Don't dwell on it, young man. That imperial tomb was crafted using the Time River's time stones, causing the flow of time to differ from the outside world." With this explanation, Chu Ci understood he had previously encountered records about the Time River in the Forbidden Area. It was a place forbidden to all deities and Buddhas. Anyone who entered the Time River would meet their demise. Consequently, records about the Time River had not circulated widely, as all who had ventured there had perished, with none returning. "Yes, the refined crystal mining site has been handled," Chu Ci affirmed. "You may now arrange for people to commence mining." Long Qinghan furrowed her brows and inquired, "What about the tomb of the martial emperor?" "The tomb of the martial emperor?" Chu Ci pondered for a moment. Recalling that Long Qinghan was referring to the imperial tomb, it seemed that the old man had informed her about the imperial tomb's existence. Chu Ci was aware that Long Qinghan had likely already arranged for people to head towards the imperial tomb. Unfortunately, the imperial tomb had already been collected by the Qishao Cloud Emperor and had vanished. Vanished. Long Qinghan frowned slightly. "It may have disappeared after the treasures were taken by you. I wonder what treasures the master obtained within the tomb of the martial emperor." Long Qinghan inquired curiously, assuming that any treasures found within would undoubtedly be extraordinary. "None," Chu Ci stated truthfully. Aside from the Zhuke blood bestowed upon him by Zhu Yin'er, he had not taken anything from the imperial tomb. Moreover, he found the items within the imperial tomb to be beneath his notice. Long Qinghan was skeptical. She believed that Chu Ci was merely concerned that she might harbor thoughts of robbery. However, she had no such intentions. Rather, she was too apprehensive to entertain them. "Rest assured, master, I will manage the affairs regarding the refined crystals," Long Qinghan said with a smile, "that I should be able to have it ready for you by tomorrow." Afterward, Chu Ci departed from the Baibao Pavilion. Just as he stepped out, members of the Lung family arrived promptly after. Among them was a martial lord, none other than Long Qinghan's second uncle, Long Junfeng. "Has the family sent you here, second uncle?" Long Qinghan asked, astonished as she regarded Long Junfeng. Long Junfeng was among the top 5 in their family. Indeed, the higher-ups in the family are quite concerned about the matters regarding the tomb of the martial emperor. Long Junfeng nodded, then asked, "Where is the tomb of the martial emperor? Take me there quickly, lest others discover it and Onid." "Second uncle," Long Qinghan replied, shaking her head. "The tomb of the martial emperor has already been claimed by someone else. Even if we go now, we would be unable to locate it." Long Junfeng's expression turned cold as he spoke in a grave tone. "Do you know who has acquired the treasures within the tomb of the martial emperor?" Clearly, the implication behind Long Junfeng's words was evident. He intended to resort to robbery. He was confident in such endeavors. Although he was merely a martial lord and not the strongest within the Great Xia dynasty, he could still handle ordinary martial lords. "Absolutely not," Long Qinghan hastily interjected. "Second uncle, we cannot provoke that individual to prevent her second uncle from committing a grave mistake that would leave the Lung family vulnerable." Long Qinghan revealed Chu Ci's circumstances to Long Junfeng. That moment, Long Junfeng calmed down. "Qinghan, is that figure in black as you described?" Long Junfeng inquired, scrutinizing Long Qinghan. "Could it be that this is merely your conjecture?" Long Qinghan shook her head resolutely. "That is impossible. That person possesses exceptional alchemical skills and formidable strength. Moreover, the woman he brought today is also quite powerful that I can sense that her strength surpasses even yours." "Second uncle," Long Qinghan spoke gravely, "thus it is certain that they have a formidable force backing them. I boldly speculate that he is most likely from that place, the alchemist's sacred land." Upon mentioning this force, Long Junfeng's pupils constricted. He contemplated carefully. If that person's alchemical skills were indeed as remarkable as Lung Qinghan described, it was indeed plausible that he hailed from the alchemist's sacred land. Given that he was from the alchemist's sacred land, the Lung family should seek to cultivate a relationship with him. The mere tomb of the martial emperor would only temporarily bolster the Lung family's strength, but if they could forge ties with the alchemist's sacred land, they would be backed by a powerful ally. Furthermore, regardless of whether the individual had a formidable force behind him, his alchemical skills and strength alone warranted the Lung family's outreach. Did they not? Lung Junfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, our family's influence in the capital is waning day by day, that if this alchemist would join us, it would be advantageous. Lung Junfeng then addressed Lung Qinghan. Qinghan, be sure to treat him well. If he has any requests, do your utmost to accommodate them, but if there are some things you cannot fulfill, you may seek assistance from the family. After providing his instructions, Lung Junfeng departed from the Baibao pavilion. On the other side, Chu Ci was hurrying back to the Chu family. As soon as he entered the Chu family, he was met with the sight of the family members all bearing severe injuries. What transpired? Chapter 38. The Nangong family must no longer exist. Second young master, a member of the Chu family, said, looking dejected upon seeing Chu Ci. Given the circumstances surrounding the Chu family, informing Chu Ci would be of little use. In the past, if they had relayed the situation to Chu Ci, even if he had no solution, his strength could have aided the family in resolving the issue. Yet now, Chu Ci had become a waste. What happened? Chu Ci asked, his brow furrowed. Why is everyone so injured? Second young master, it would be best if you did not concern yourself with this matter. Several family members shook their heads. You should gather your belongings and leave the Chu family as soon as possible. In the past, Chu Ci had always treated them well. Not only did he generously distribute surplus elixirs among them, but he also shared his insights on cultivation. Noticing their silence, Chu Ci refrained from pressing them further. What about his uncle and elder brother? Now he could only inquire about them. What had transpired within the Chu family during his absence of 3 days? The clan members exchanged glances, each hesitating to articulate a coherent response. However, observing their demeanor, Chu Ci deduced that something had indeed happened to his elder brother and uncle. He instructed the Red Sky, Cloud Emperor, to search for the current whereabouts of his uncle and elder brother. The news he received was disheartening. Both were absent from the Chu family and even from Tianyang City, their whereabouts unknown to that moment. Chu Ci's expression turned icy, a chilling rage simmering within him. Such a terrifying bloodlust. The Red Sky Cloud Emperor felt a tremor of fear. The young man's murderous intent was formidable enough to instill dread even in an emperor like himself. What manner of person was Chu Ci that he could evoke such fear? Since he could glean nothing from his kin, Chu Ci resolved to seek assistance from others. Soon, he returned to the treasure pavilion. Upon his return, Lung Qinghan inquired, Master, what troubles you? Is there something else you wish to address? Chu Ci wasted no time and replied, I need you to investigate what transpired in the Chu family over the past 3 days. Where have Chu Xian and Chu Hao Tsang gone? Sensing the underlying fury in Chu Ci's tone, Lung Qinghan adopted a serious demeanor. Understood, master. Give me a moment, and I shall have people look into it immediately. She promptly dispatched individuals to inquire about the affairs of the Chu family. Before long, the person she sent returned. Pavilion master, we have discovered something. He reported 3 nights ago. A powerful practitioner from the Tianji realm arrived at the Chu family. He injured several members and demanded the surrender of Chu Ci. However, Chu Ci was not present, so he captured Chu Hao Tsang and Chu Xian, awaiting Chu Ci's appearance. Chu Ci interjected swiftly. Do you know who he is? The man shook his head. We have yet to ascertain his identity, but we have located him at the Nangong Manor, just behind Tianyang City. Nangong Manor? Could it be that the Nangong family has captured my uncle and elder brother? Yet, I have no enmity with the Nangong family. Why would they target me? The Nangong family is not a part of Tianyang City's clans. Consequently, they would interfere in the conflicts of the various families within the city. Only a visit to the Nangong Manor would reveal the truth. As Chu Ci prepared to depart, Lung Qinghan asked, Do you require assistance from the treasure pavilion? If you do, we can lend you our people. She warned, the master of Nangong Manor is a practitioner of the Tianji realm, and he commands several hundred initial stage practitioners of the Diki realm. If you go alone, you may encounter danger. Chu Ci declined her generous offer. What of the Tianji realm? Those who dare to harm my family should contemplate the manner of their demise. After Chu Ci left, Lung Qinghan summoned the Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang, take some people to Nangong Manor. Elder Zhang chuckled bitterly. Pavilion Master, that master possesses terrifying strength. He requires no assistance from us at the Treasure Pavilion. The Nangong family has brought calamity upon themselves, in Elder Zhang's view. Once Chu Ci took action, the Nangong Manor would undoubtedly face annihilation. While the master's prowess is formidable, our Treasure Pavilion must still demonstrate a stance for him to see. Indeed, Chu Ci may refuse our help, but we cannot remain idle. For instance, assisting him in locating his family is trivial for us and does not constitute a favor. However, should we be willing to offend the Nangong family on his behalf, it would carry a different significance. In this way, Chu Ci would remember our Treasure Pavilion, and in the future, if we require assistance, he would find it difficult to refuse. At this moment, Chu Ci had already arrived at Nangong Manor. Standing before the entrance, he observed the guards. Two of them were practitioners at the late stage of the Xuanji realm. Inform your master that Chu Ci has arrived, he stated coldly. The guards laughed derisively. Chu Ci? Never heard of him. What sort of insignificant figure dares to seek an audience with our master? With their mockery falling on deaf ears, Chu Ci wasted no further breath and struck out directly. With a single punch, one of the guards was sent flying. Impudence! How dare you act recklessly in Nangong Manor? Are you seeking death? The other guard, witnessing this, immediately launched an attack before he could close the distance. Chu Ci kicked him toward the entrance. With a resounding crash, the door was flung open, and Chu Ci strode confidently into Nangong Manor. Chu Ci, have arrived. Will your Nangong family not come and greet me? Chu Ci scanned the surroundings. After a lengthy pause, a young man emerged from within Nangong Manor. You are Chu Ci? The young man assessed Chu Ci, noting his mid-level Huangji realm cultivation, and couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, Chu Ci nodded, then continued, I have never wronged your Nangong family. Why have you captured my uncle and elder brother? You have not wronged us, true, the young man retorted with a cold smile, but Bai Yangxiu is my cousin. Upon hearing the name Bai Yangxiu, Chu Ci understood it was no wonder that the Nangong Manor, which typically refrained from interfering in the conflicts of Tianyang City, would take action against the Chu family. In that case, the Nangong family has no reason to exist today. Chu Ci's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, and his murderous intent was fully unleashed, such terrifying bloodlust, though he appeared merely a mid-level Huangji realm practitioner. Why did this young man evoke such fear in him? Chapter 39. A determined kill. Previously, Zhu Yin'er and Chu Ci had encountered Bai Yangxiu and Lin Mengdai in Tianyang City. Bai Yangxiu, harboring ulterior motives, attempted to flirt with Zhu Yin'er and was subsequently injured by her. Thus, nursing a grudge, he had incited his maternal relatives, the Nangong family, to trouble the Chu family. Young man, your cultivation may be modest, but your aura is quite impressive, the young man sneered. However, even if you command a formidable presence, dying at the hands of Nangong Zhengqing is a fitting end for you. With that, Nangong Zhengqing unleashed his aura, revealing his mid-level Diqi realm cultivation. This is not good. The Red Sky Cloud Emperor furrowed his brows. That fellow is at the mid-level of the Diqi realm. Chu Ci's cultivation and strength are certainly insufficient to contend with him. Although Chu Ci had demonstrated formidable prowess during the Imperial Tomb incident, it was largely due to his strategic arrangements and Zhu Yin'er's support. Now, without Zhu Yin'er and facing the assault of a mid-level Diqi realm practitioner, Chu Ci was undoubtedly at a disadvantage, unless he could quickly set up an array to assist him. Alas, I am bound by the restrictions placed upon me by the Vermilion Bird. The Red Sky Cloud Emperor shook his head helplessly. Should this young man encounter danger, I shall step in to eliminate Nangong Zhengqing. Despite being in a weakened state, eliminating a mid-level Diqi realm practitioner would be a simple task. However, the Red Sky Cloud Emperor underestimated Chu Ci. In terms of cultivation, Nangong Zhengqing surpassed him significantly, but when it came to actual strength, Nangong Zhengqing was no match for Chu Ci. Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish, Chu Ci replied coldly. You are quite arrogant, Nangong Zhengqing sneered. But have you considered that arrogance requires ability, and you lack the capability? He laughed, believing that a mere mid-level Huangji Rel practitioner would dare to boast before him. Clearly, he intended to make the young man suffer before ending his life, teaching him the harsh reality of power in this world. Without formidable strength, any arrogant attitude must be supported by substantial ability. Nangong Zhengqing charged forward, extending his hand to grasp Chu Ci's head. To subdue Chu Ci, he needed only to expend a fraction of his strength. However, he did not anticipate that. In the instant he rushed forward, Chu Ci had already appeared before him. With a swift kick to Nangong Zhengqing's chest, the speed was so rapid that he couldn't react in time. Huffed! Nangong Zhengqing spat out blood, his body rolling helplessly on the ground like a defeated dog. What? Clutching his chest, Nangong Zhengqing's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a dignified mid-level practitioner of the Diqi realm be injured by such a seemingly weak individual? By chance, it seems I possess the capability you speak of. Chu Ci remarked nonchalantly as he slowly approached Nangong Zhengqing. Were my uncle and elder brother currently held captive by your Nangong family? With icy coldness in his gaze, Chu Ci stood before Nangong Zhengqing, who rose to his feet, shadows clouding his eyes. That I underestimated you, Nangong Zhengqing remarked with a frosty expression. And oh wonder you were once a prodigy who entered the Tianji realm at the tender age of 10 in Tianyang City. Despite your inferior cultivation, you possess some degree of strength. The glimmer flickered from the ring in Nangong Zhengqing's hand, and a sword materialized within his grasp. I should not have belittled you. I ought to confront you with my full power. Yet, it is not too late. Even though I was injured by you earlier, I do not perceive you as my superior. Rather, I recognize my own negligence in not unleashing my complete potential. Now, all I need to do is give my all. What Nangong Zhengqing failed to perceive, the Emperor of Qishao did. This lad is exceedingly powerful. A look of astonishment crossed his face. As an emperor, he would not typically regard the earthly realm lightly. However, Chu Ci was different. The earthly realm was two great realms above him. Those two realms were not something he could dismiss, even in his former glory, with such innate talent and formidable strength. Defying the suppression of two great realms, if given time, would he not be capable of slaying even an emperor before ascending himself? Contemplating this, the Emperor of Qishao felt a tumultuous wave within. Alas, such a prodigy is destined for a short life, he mused, shaking his head. Having lived for 4 to 5 millennia, he had witnessed his contemporaries fall, unrecognized by this world, on that fateful day of dusk. He speculated that Chu Ci would likely meet a similar end. Ha ha ha! Chu Ci, meet your demise! At that moment, Nangong Zhengqing lunged at Chu Ci with his sword. The setting sun illuminates the snow. A swift sword technique surged forth, imbued with a faint, elusive sword energy. This was Nangong Zhengqing's ultimate move in the past. When he executed this technique, even those of the same realm would fall before him. Using this move against Chu Ci was a mark of respect for his status as a former prodigy of Tianyang City. The sword play is commendable, but regrettably lacking in finesse. Chu Ci's expression remained indifferent, showing no regard for Nangong Zhengqing's attack. With a deft motion, Chu Ci positioned his fingers against the tip of Nangong Zhengqing's sword. Impossible! Nangong Zhengqing gasped in disbelief. His prideful killing move had been thwarted by Chu Ci. Li Hua. In an instant, flames erupted around Chu Ci. The searing Li Hua enveloped Nangong Zhengqing entirely, igniting his garments with its scorching heat. What infernal fire is this? Nangong Zhengqing's face twisted in terror. The flames could not be extinguished, no matter how he rolled on the ground. Ah! The Li Hua scorched his skin, burning through to his very organs. If these flames were not quenched soon, he would perish in agonizing flames. That yellow-haired brat is no match. Just then, a voice rang out, and an overwhelming pressure from the Tianji realm surged forth. A middle-aged man emerged from the depths of the Nangong family residence, accompanied by Yang Xiu. Indeed, this man was Nangong Hongda, the patriarch of the Nangong family, and Yang Xiu's uncle. "Father, save me! Please, save me!" Nangong Zhengqing cried out desperately. Nangong Hongda waved his hand. releasing a formidable force. Yet this power astonishingly failed to extinguish the flames engulfing his son. Could this fire even defy someone of the Tianji realm? "Father, hurry! I am dying!" Witnessing his son's suffering, Nangong Hongda furrowed his brow and turned his gaze to Chu Ci. "Boy, extinguish this fire at once, or I shall take your life without mercy." Chu Ci chuckled coldly. "From a moment your Nangong family provoked the Chu family, our enmity is irreconcilable." Chapter 40. "It is your turn, by Yangxiu." Nangong Honda's expression grew increasingly frigid. This brat faced him, a being of the Tianji realm, yet remained so unflinching. "Uncle, there is no need for idle chatter. Let us eliminate him first, and then the flames on my cousin will be extinguished." By Yangxiu's gaze turned venomous as he fixed his eyes on Chu Ci. Upon hearing this, Nangong Honda deemed it reasonable. The flames were conjured by Chu Ci, and eliminating him would resolve the issue. "Chu Ci, where is that wretched girl who was with you before? Have her come out at once." Bai Yangxiu barked at Chu Ci. "Otherwise, I shall have my uncle torture you mercilessly." The malice in Bai Yangxiu's eyes revealed his deep-seated hatred and resentment towards Zhu Yan'er. Ever since she had injured him last time, he had discovered a grave issue. His dantian was irreparably damaged. Though his cultivation remained intact, he could never advance again. This was intolerable for Bai Yangxiu. Thus, he sought his uncle's assistance to deal with the Chu family. "Bai Yangxiu, this time, I shall ensure your demise," Chu Ci declared, locking eyes with Bai Yangxiu. Bai Yangxiu felt an involuntary shiver of fear as he met Chu Ci's gaze, instinctively stepping back a few paces. Yet upon seeing his uncle Nangong Hongda standing nearby, his heart settled somewhat. His uncle was a late-stage Tianji realm warrior. Killing a mere waste like Chu Ci would be as easy as a breath. "Chu Ci, do not be so arrogant. Do you truly believe you still possess the strength of the former Tianji realm?" Bolstered by this reassurance, Bai Yangxiu no longer feared Chu Ci, that if Chu Ci were still of the Tianji realm, Nangong Hongda would not provoke him for Bai Yangxiu's sake. "Tianji realm? Ha!" Chu Ci scoffed. "Even if my cultivation is not of the Tianji realm, I regard it as nothing more than an ant." Chu Ci dismissed Nangong Hongda entirely. What of the Tianji realm? Utilizing the secret arts of slaughter, Chu Ci could dispatch Tianji realm warriors with the same ease as one would swat a fly. Nangong Hongda raised an eyebrow. Why was Chu Ci so confident? Where did this audacity stem from? Could it be that his cultivation had returned to the Tianji realm? The memory of Chu Ci's 10-year-old achievement in the Tianji realm was still fresh in his mind. Nangong Hongda genuinely worried that Chu Ci had somehow regained that strength. Consequently, he scrutinized Chu Ci closely, fearing he might overlook something. However, after several observations, it was clear that Chu Ci's cultivation was still merely at the mid-level of the Huangji realm. How could such a feeble cultivation grant Chu Ci such an imposing presence, one that disregarded even the Tianji realm? "Father, I am at my limit. Perhaps you should just end my life." Nangong Zhengqing's voice interrupted Nangong Hongda's contemplation. Seeing his son in such torment, Nangong Hongda realized he could no longer delay, that if this continued, his only son would perish before him. "Chu Ci, prepare to die," Nangong Hongda growled, unleashing a powerful pressure towards Chu Ci. Chu Ci remained unfazed, channeling the secret arts of slaughter to, "You boy, have you lost your mind?" The Emperor of Qishao, residing within Chu Ci, was in a state of panic. That was the Tianji realm, while he acknowledged Chu Ci's prowess in defeating the earthly realm. The disparity was 3 entire realms. If he did not flee now, he would surely perish. Observing Chu Ci's unwavering stance, the Emperor of Qishao realized that this lad was as stubborn as a mule. "I understand your urgency to save your kin, but your strength is insufficient. You should flee now. Avenge your family when you are stronger." Listening to the Emperor's words, Chu Ci chuckled. "A mere Tianji realm? Chu Ci, have my methods of killing." His audacious demeanor left the Emperor of Qishao momentarily speechless. "Very well," he sighed in resignation. With such obstinacy, it was clear that no matter what he said, Chu Ci would not heed his counsel. Thus, once Nangong Hongda approached Chu Ci, he would assist him in eliminating the threat. Though killing Nangong Hongda would impact his spirit. As long as Chu Ci survived, it was acceptable. After all, should Chu Ci perish, the emperor of Qishao would follow him into oblivion. Nangong Hongda approached Chu Ci, a formidable aura radiating from him, that he raised his hand, unleashing a tremendous force. With such a strike, even those of the Huangji realm, let alone the earthly realm, would be obliterated. Old man, perish. Chu Ci narrowed his eyes, activating the secret arts of slaughter. In that instant, Nangong Hongda's body suddenly trembled. He opened his mouth, but no words emerged. The next moment, his body began to swell and, ultimately, exploded as blood splattered across the ground. A pungent scent filled the air, leaving Bai Yangxiu in a daze. His pupils contracted in disbelief that no, this is impossible. My uncle is a Tianji realm warrior. Bai Yangxiu could not fathom how his uncle, Nangong Hongda, who had been perfectly fine just moments ago, could suddenly perish. Was there another powerful being aiding Chu Ci? Do not mention Bai Yangxiu any longer. Even the formidable Qishan emperor is rendered speechless. Just moments ago, before he could make a move, Nangong Hongda met his demise. Initially, he harbored doubts akin to those of Bai Yangxiu, suspecting that someone was assisting Chu Ci. Yet, as his spirit scanned the surroundings, he found no one else present. Though he was a remnant soul, as a great emperor, the power of his spirit was not something ordinary beings could compare to. Bai Yangxiu, it is your turn. Chu Ci's gaze fixed upon Bai Yangxiu. Chu Ci, do not approach. I am a young master of the Heavenly Sword sect. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. Bai Yangxiu's face was a mask of terror. Had he considered that even the pinnacle of the heavenly realm could not slay Chu Ci, he would have refrained from provoking him further. If you kill me, my father is the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. He will not let you go. Unfortunately, threats held no weight against Chu Ci. Had he not instigated Chu Ci from the outset, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Your uncle and elder brother are imprisoned. I can take you to them. Bai Yangxiu was truly frightened. He was terrified of death. As the young master of the Heavenly Sword sect, his life was one of splendor, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. He was destined to inherit the position of sect master. Yet today, whether he would survive was an open question. They are in the Nangong Manor. I shall find them myself. But you, Chu Ci, pointed at Bai Yangxiu, coldly declaring, Bai Yangxiu must die. In a flash, Chu Ci appeared before Bai Yangxiu. He raised his hand and struck Bai Yangxiu squarely on the head with his fist. Bai Yangxiu's head burst open like tofu. Yet in the next moment, a golden light flared, and an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 41. No different from a rogue. A yellow talisman emerged from Bai Yangxiu's body. As the golden light erupted from the talisman, Bai Yangxiu transformed into a streak of light, attempting to flee. Humph, you shall not escape. Chu Ci scoffed. He reached out towards the golden light. Instantly, the energy within his dantian surged, converging towards his palm, as long as he seized the streak of light. Bai Yangxiu would never escape this place. Presumptuous! How dare you lay a hand on my son? In an instant, a formidable force surged towards Chu Ci. This strike was the full force of a martial sovereign. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Ci did not dare to underestimate his current level of cultivation. If he were to face a full-force strike from a martial sovereign head-on, it would surely result in his demise. Ha ha, Chu Ci, you are doomed, Bai Yangxiu's mocking voice echoed. This is a life-saving talisman left by my father. Once activated, it will unleash his full power. You are certain to die today. Naturally, Chu Ci was too preoccupied defending against the impending strike to pay Bai Yangxiu any mind. Thus, Bai Yangxiu successfully escaped. You cannot die here. The voice of Qishan Emperor rang out. If you perish, I shall follow you to the grave. Qishan Emperor did not dare to be careless and swiftly took action to counter the blow, though it was a full-force strike from a martial sovereign. It appeared feeble before the great Emperor Qishan. In mere moments, the attack was neutralized, and Chu Ci breathed a sigh of relief. Although he possessed numerous hidden cards capable of slaying more powerful warriors, he could not withstand a potent attack from a formidable opponent. You ought to be grateful for my intervention today, Qishan Emperor proclaimed with pride. Had it not been for me, you would surely have perished. If you encounter that Zhuge in the future, be sure to speak well of me before her. Qi Emperor felt quite pleased, knowing Chu Ci held a significant place in Zhu Yiner's heart. Should Zhu Yiner learn of his protection over Chu Ci, she would undoubtedly bestow upon him some precious gifts. I do not seek her to grant me Zhuge blood, but surely she could spare a feather for me. You want me to speak well of you before her? Chu Ci rolled his eyes. His relationship with Zhu Yiner was far from amicable. If he were to extol Qi Shaoyan Emperor before her, he would likely be ridiculed or worse, beaten. Very well. In light of your saving my life today, Chu Ci pondered for a moment, then produced a feather from his ancient ring. This is a feather I plucked from her previously. The feather of the Zhuge is indeed a treasure. Consider it a token of gratitude for your life-saving deed. Chu Ci was unwilling to let this debt linger, particularly with someone as cunning as Qi Shaoyan Emperor, lest he use this favor against him in the future. His surprise, upon hearing it was a feather from the Zhuge, Qi Shaoyan Emperor's complexion paled slightly. She did not kill you? Chu Ci scratched his head. She did not kill me, though I did receive a few disdainful glances that I asked there a problem. Do you not want it? I cannot accept it. I cannot accept it. Qi Shaoyan Emperor was horrified. Ancient texts have recorded that the feathers of the Zhuge are treasures. It surely suffices as a token of your gratitude for saving my life. Chu Ci's anger began to simmer. He suspected that Qi Shaoyan Emperor was attempting to extort him. Please spare me. If I were to present this feather to her, my fate would be dire. The feathers of a Zhuge are indeed a precious treasure. If one could obtain even a single feather and refine it into a weapon, it would be an exceptional imperial artifact. However, I dare not accept it. It would be better to forego this favor. Your gratitude could easily turn into enmity. Qi Shaoyan Emperor lamented. The feathers of the Zhuge are like her attire. Asking for a feather is no different from being a rogue. If you plucked her feather and she did not kill you, it is due to her feelings for you that if you were to give it to me, it would be to my detriment. Chu Ci felt a mix of surprise and embarrassment. In this light, his earlier act of plucking Zhu Yiner's feather was akin to tearing her clothing. No wonder those three mad women had scolded him as a lecherous rogue. Qi Shaoyan Emperor's heart was heavy. He genuinely desired a feather from a Zhuge. With a feather in hand, he could restore his strength and forge a true imperial artifact. The imperial artifact he currently possessed was merely a flawed piece. At this moment, Chu Ci reflected that he ought to treat Zhu Yiner better in the future. Although she sometimes vexed him greatly, she harbored no malice. However, that was a matter for another day. For now, he needed to rescue his uncle and elder brother. Chu Ci ventured deep into the Nangong Manor. With both Nangong Hongda and Nangong Zhongqing deceased, the members of the Nangong family had fled. Chu Ci quickly located his uncle and elder brother in the dungeon. The two appeared quite disheveled, having evidently endured considerable torment within the confines of the Nangong Manor. The more he thought of the suffering his uncle and elder brother had endured, the greater his sense of guilt grew. Uncle, elder brother, I am sorry for your suffering. It is the fault of an unfilial nephew. Upon seeing Chu Haotsong and Chu Xian, Chu Ci wore a look of deep contrition. Had it not been for him, Bai Yangqiu would not have troubled them. Do not speak nonsense. This is not your fault. Chu Haotsong said with paternal kindness, the blame lies solely with those wretches. Indeed, little Ci is right. Father speaks the truth. Chu Xian added with a smile. After all, we are family. Come, let us return home, before long. Chu Ci led Chu Haotsong and Chu Xian out of the dungeon. Prior to their departure, Chu Ci gathered everything of value within the Nangong Manor. Since the manor was no more, the possessions therein rightfully belonged to the Chu family. Soon, the tale of the destruction of the Nangong Manor spread throughout Tianyang City. How did the Nangong Manor meet its end? No one knew, yet they were aware that prior to its downfall, the Nangong family had made a move against the Chu family. Could it be that the Chu family had annihilated the Nangong Manor? This suspicion quickly spread among all the families in Tianyang City. Some were skeptical, believing the Chu family to be a declining clan, and that their strength was insufficient to contend with the Nangong Manor. Yet they also remembered that the Nangong Manor was closely allied with the Heavenly Sword sect. Others were concerned that the Chu family might be staging a resurgence. They were well aware of how powerful the Chu family had once been. With 2 heavenly realm experts stationed, even the Nangong Manor would not dare provoke the Chu family. Consequently, Lin Xingxian of the Lin family could no longer sit idly by. He hastily summoned the families in Tianyang City that conspired with his Lin family to discuss how to respond to the Chu family. The primary concern was to seek his daughter's opinion. Mingdai, what are your thoughts on the matter of the Nangong Manor? Could it truly have been the Chu family? Lin Xingxian was anxious. If the Chu family truly rose again, they had missed a tremendous opportunity. There is no need for concern. The annihilation of the Nangong Manor must have been the work of a martial artist who has a grudge against the Heavenly Sword sect. Chapter 42. Let not one of the Chu family escape. Is that so? Lin Xingxian's eyes brightened as Lin Mingdai nodded. Indeed, the destruction of the Nangong Manor was the doing of another. It was certainly not the Chu family. The downfall of the Nangong Manor had occupied Lin Mingdia's thoughts for quite some time. Given the strength of the Chu family, the notion of annihilating the Nangong Manor seemed utterly fanciful. However, the Nangong Manor had familial ties to the Tianjin sect. In the past, the Tianjin sect had committed numerous transgressions against various malevolent forces. If Lin Mingdia's intuition served her correctly, the current assault on the Nangong Manor must be the work of those who bore animosity towards the Tianjin sect. Yet, ever since Chu Ci's return, the Chu family appeared to have undergone a transformation. Lin Xingxian furrowed his brow and remarked, although Chu Ci is deemed worthless, his 5-year disappearance leaves us in the dark about his whereabouts. Did he perhaps acquire some treasure during that time? This thought filled Lin Xingxian with unease. Father, you are overthinking it, Lin Mingdai replied disdainfully. If Chu Ci truly obtained some fortuitous treasure, why would he still be regarded as a waste? Were he not a waste, Lin Mingdai, would not have cast him aside. If you remain truly concerned, then unite with the other families in Tianyang City to eradicate the Chu family. Indeed, Lin Xingxian nodded repeatedly. Eliminating the Chu family now would spare me from worry and fear. Moreover, if you take action at this moment, we will have a high probability of success. Father, I cannot partake in this matter. Lin Mingdai shook her head. Today, my master has conveyed a message urging my swift return to the Tianjin sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingxian's brow knitted tighter. Why the haste to return to the Tianjin sect? You have only just returned. My brief stay has already delayed my cultivation. Why master insists I return to the Tianjin sect to continue my training and hasten my progress towards enlightenment. Lin Mingdai clarified. Lin Xingxian nodded in agreement. Indeed, daughter, your cultivation is of utmost importance. Nothing surpasses the significance of Lin Mingdia's training. As long as you grow stronger, the Lin family will inevitably ascend alongside you. Furthermore, returning to the Tianjin sect may also provide me with a means to restore my armt, the mention of Lin Qingtian's severed arm. Lin Xingxian sighed heavily. In recent times, he had sought various methods for restoration. Yet none proved fruitful. He pondered what method Chu Xian had employed to enable the regeneration of his severed limb. In a moment of contemplation, Lin Mingdai interjected. Father, if you and the other families were to destroy the Chu family, would it not be an opportunity to extract this method from them? If the Lin family were to acquire such knowledge, we could forge numerous connections. There are countless martial artists in the Daxia dynasty whose progress has been stunted due to missing limbs. Should the Lin family obtain the secret to limb regeneration, many would undoubtedly seek our assistance. Upon this revelation, Lin Xingxian's heart swelled with joy. Yes, I shall convene with the heads of the families to discuss this matter. Before long, a servant from the Lin family arrived to inform Lin Xingxian that the heads of the other families in Tianyang City had gathered. He promptly proceeded to the hall to meet with them. As for Lin Mingdai, with her master's command to return to the Tianjin sect, she dared not delay and set off immediately in the Lin family hall. Upon Lin Xingxian's arrival, the heads of the various families greeted him with great courtesy, not due to Lin Xingxian's formidable strength, but rather because of his daughter, the esteemed inner disciple Lin Mingdai of the Tianjin sect. May I inquire, Lin family head, what urgent matter necessitated our presence? One of the family heads ventured to ask. Lin Xingxian nodded gravely. Indeed, there are pressing matters at hand. Recently, 2 significant events have transpired in Tianyang City, the annihilation of the Ma family and now the destruction of the Nangong Manor. Both incidents are linked to the Chu family. The heads of the various families exchanged glances, pondering the implications of Lin Xingxian's words. Surely, he must be suggesting that they unite to eradicate the Chu family. Let us speak plainly, Lin family head. You summoned us here with the intention of forming an alliance to eliminate the Chu family, correct? Lin Xingxian did not deny it, affirming, indeed, that is my intention. Ever since Chu Ci's return, I have felt an ominous premonition. Though the Chu family has weakened, this thorn in my heart cannot remain unaddressed. His eyes glimmered with a murderous intent. It was evident that he was resolute in his desire to see the Chu family obliterated from Tianyang City. However, it was worth noting that only 5 years prior, the Chu family had been the strongest family in Tianyang City, in such a short span. One could only wonder if the Chu family still possessed hidden cards to play. If they did, the alliance of these families might find itself in peril. Though the Chu family appears diminished, they once had formidable guardians in the form of 2 experts at the Tianji realm. Even if we unite, it may not guarantee their complete destruction. There is no need for concern. Lin Xingxian reassured them with a smile that if the Chu family truly had any hidden trump cards, they would not have allowed us to encroach upon them for these past 5 years unchallenged. However, Chu Ci is different. He was once a prodigy, a peerless genius who attained the Tianji realm at the tender age of 10. Now that he has returned, who can assure us that he cannot once again ascend to that level? Should we fail to eliminate the Chu family now, when Chu Ci regains his strength, will he show mercy for all that we have done to his family? Lin Xingxian's words rendered the assembly of family heads silent. Indeed, while Chu Ci may be deemed a waste, he was not incapable of cultivation. Given his extraordinary talent, it was likely that he could return to the Tianji realm within a few years. At that point, it would not be the Chu family that faced demise, but rather these weaker families. With Lin Mengdai and the Lin family, Chu Ci would likely refrain from taking action against us. But what of you all? What you possess? I have heard my daughter mention that the Tianjin sect will soon be opening its doors to recruit disciples. If Lin Mengdai were to assist, entering the sect would not be a daunting task. This revelation sent waves of excitement through those present. Joining the Tianjin sect was indeed a monumental opportunity. Lin family head speaks true. Should the Chu family remain unscathed, our fates will be sealed. With the first family head voicing agreement, the others quickly followed suit. They feared for their lives, since Chu Ci had not yet fully regained his strength. It was prudent to eliminate him before he could grow formidable. Lin Xingxian was elated, exclaiming, "Excellent! Your agreement is most welcome. Return to your families and gather those capable of combat. Tonight, we shall launch an assault on the Chu family. Let us leave no trace of them. Tonight, we will ensure that the Chu family vanishes completely from Tianyang City." Chapter 43. The third seal. Yes, let us eradicate them tonight. The heads of the families echoed their agreement. And Lin Xingxian was thoroughly satisfied. In times past, he lacked such influence. Now, he owed it all to his daughter, Lin Mengdai. Very well, everyone, return and prepare. As Lin Xingxian's words fell, the heads of the families departed in haste. Meanwhile, at the Baibao Pavilion, Elder Zhang, following Lung Qinghan's instructions, gathered the martial artists to assist Chu Ci. Has the situation with the Chu family been resolved? Lung Qinghan inquired. Elder Zhang nodded. Indeed, it has been resolved. Yet none of our people had the opportunity to intervene, that he realized that without any of their members taking action, how could Chu Ci possibly know of their assistance? Pondering further, Elder Zhang remarked, "When I arrived, the master was absent, leaving only Chu Ci behind. Even when Nangong Hongdao intervened, the master did not appear." His brow furrowed in confusion. He recounted the events to Lung Qinghan, explaining how he had been prepared to rescue Chu Ci when Nangong Hongda attempted to strike him down. But by the time he acted, Nangong Hongda had met his end. Elder Zhang had initially assumed the master was responsible, but found no trace of him upon closer inspection. How had Chu Ci managed to defeat Nangong Hongda? An expert at the Tianji realm, without protection? Elder Zhang shook his head, unable to fathom it. It seemed utterly implausible. Could it be that Chu Ci was the one who vanquished Nangong Hongda? Lung Qinghan pondered. Could it be that the master we know is actually Chu Ci, that they are one and the same? Elder Zhang was taken aback by this suggestion. Master, that is highly improbable. Chu Ci is merely at the mid-level of the Huangji realm. While the master possesses strength far surpassing the Tianji realm, by any measure, they cannot be the same person. Lung Qinghan smiled and said, "It is precisely because we deem it impossible that it becomes the most probable." Mr. Zhang, do not forget that Chu Ci has been missing for 5 years. Can you imagine that a peerless genius has vanished for 5 years, shrouded in mystery? Has he truly become a useless individual? His enigmatic disappearance must not have been an accident. Rather, it signifies that he has encountered a tremendous opportunity. Perhaps what we perceive now is not the reality at all. Upon hearing this, old Zhang suddenly understood. Thus, the possibility of Chu Ci's return indeed seemed quite substantial. Having been missing for 5 years, it stands to reason that he must have gained some significant advantage during that time. The cultivation level of Chu Ci that they currently observe, merely at the mid-stage of Huangji realm, is likely just a facade he wishes them to cede. In reality, his strength is far greater than what they have perceived. However, if Chu Ci has returned after 5 years, now immensely powerful, why would he choose to conceal his capabilities? Old Zhang furrowed his brows and said, "If I were Chu Ci, I would undoubtedly make it known to all that I'm stronger than ever. In that case, wouldn't the families that have oppressed the Chu family over the past 5 years be compelled to come and apologize?" Upon hearing this, Lung Qinghan chuckled and replied, "Mr. Zhang, considering your age, how can you still not comprehend? If Chu Ci were to return in such a grand manner, how would the ugly faces of those who wronged him be exposed? It is only by revealing these hideous visages that the truth can come to light." Old Zhang acknowledged the reasoning behind her words. What a pity, though. Lin Mingdai believes that her status as an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect makes her a true prodigy, unaware of the remarkable match she has missed. Old Zhang shook his head. Does this not present an opportunity for our Lung family?" Lung Qinghan smiled subtly. "If the Lung family can form a favorable alliance with Chu Ci, who would dare to belittle us in the future great Xia dynasty?" Chu Ci reached the Tianji realm at the tender age of 10, and with his talent, he is bound to achieve even greater heights. By the way, Mr. Zhang, arrange for someone to deliver refined crystals to Chu Ci. But remember, if he wishes to remain hidden, we shall pretend to be oblivious. After Lung Qinghan finished speaking, old Zhang immediately set about attending to the matter. The Baibao Pavilion delivered refined crystals to the Chu family. Upon receiving the refined crystals, Chu Ci prepared to unlock the third seal of the Shura Fengshan mark. Returning to his chamber, he began examining the location of the third seal, as he had anticipated. All 3 seals were located in his dantian. It seems that Shen Luoyi has paved the way for my future cultivation. Chu Ci chuckled softly. Once he expands the reserves in his dantian, he will possess several times the spiritual energy compared to others at the same realm. The more spiritual energy he has, the more methods he can employ, with both the fire fruit and refined crystals in hand. Chu Ci took them out. By adding these herbs, he could concoct the Huiyun Shunjing. He retrieved some divine herbs from the ancient ring. Crafting the Huiyun Shunjing does not require alchemical skills. It merely necessitates extracting the flames from the fire fruit. Extracting flames is no challenge for Chu Ci, as the Li Huo within him can suppress any flame in the world. The flames within the fire fruit naturally fell under his control. In less than half a moment, the flames were successfully extracted. He then incorporated this flame into the refined crystal. While combining these 2 elements, Chu Ci also utilized the surrounding divine herbs. Although the fire fruit and refined crystal alone could produce the Huiyun Shunjing, the quality would be subpar. Even if it could enhance the reserves of his dantian, it would only be a minor increase. After a period of time, a top-tier Huiyun Shunjing materialized in Chu Ci's hand. Perfect! His eyes gleamed as he immediately absorbed the Huiyun Shunjing into his dantian, intending to compress the spiritual energy within. Chu Ci promptly activated the energy in his dantian, guiding it toward the Huiyun Shunjing. As Chu Ci directed the flow, the spiritual energy surged into the Huiyun crystal. Not enough. He needed more. Furrowing his brows, Chu Ci began to draw in all the spiritual energy from his surroundings into his dantian. Absorbing it all at once would break this seal. A flicker of brilliance danced in Chu Ci's eyes. Chapter 44. What of excess? The surrounding spiritual energy was absorbed, yet it proved insufficient. Chu Ci's dantian resembled a gluttonous beast, ravenously consuming all the spiritual energy available. However, this energy could not satiate the hunger of his dantian. Consequently, the spiritual energy of the entire Tianyang city was once again drawn into Chu Ci. This time, he did not unconsciously control the flow of energy. Instead, he voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy of the entire Tianyang city. He needed to fill the Huiyun Xinjing quickly. Any delay could result in failure. That night on the streets of Tianyang city, many young scions of various families set out. Upon meeting with Lin Xingxian and his companions, they all headed toward the Chu family. What is happening? Why does the spiritual energy seem so scarce? Lin Xingxian frowned. What could be going on? Why has the spiritual energy vanished? The crowd was filled with shock and confusion. This was the first time they had encountered such a phenomenon. Unbeknownst to them, this was the second time the spiritual energy had disappeared in Tianyang city. The previous instance had gone unnoticed due to Chu Ci's ability to control the flow of energy. However, this time, he could not afford to draw energy slowly, hence the conspicuous absorption. Lin family head, have you discerned anything? Inquired a family patriarch. The disappearance of spiritual energy is indeed peculiar. It has never occurred before. Could it be that Tianyang city is facing some upheaval? Many were filled with apprehension. They were uncertain of the cause, or whether some malevolent force was siphoning off the city's spiritual energy. Although the spiritual energy of the world would not be exhausted, such a large-scale extraction would hinder its recovery, and no need to panic. Let me investigate, Lin Xingxian said, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the flow of energy. Following the trajectory of the energy, he soon arrived at the gate of the Chu family. This is the Chu family, gasped the crowd. They had initially intended to obliterate the Chu family, but the mystery behind the vanishing spiritual energy had led them right to the Chu household. The disappearance of spiritual energy must be linked to the Chu family. Damn it, what has the Chu family done to cause all this energy to vanish? Many were incensed. Without spiritual energy, how could they continue their cultivation? Unlike the others, Lin Xingxian was not angry. Instead, he wore a face of delight. The connection between the disappearance of spiritual energy and the Chu family indicated that they must be hiding a treasure. If he could obtain this treasure, it would significantly advance his cultivation. With this thought, Lin Xingxian remained composed. If these individuals were to discover this, they might hesitate to contest with him, yet the Lin family would certainly have to pay some price to satisfy them. Thus, it was imperative to keep this information concealed. The Chu family is truly insidious, corrupting the spiritual energy of Tianyang city, Lin Xingxian declared with indignation. Such actions undoubtedly hinder our cultivation. This treacherous behavior is utterly vile. We have come today to eradicate the Chu family, and it is justified. Lin Xingxian's words quickly garnered the approval of the crowd. The Chu family is exceedingly wicked. If we do not eradicate them today, our family may find it impossible to survive in Tianyang city. They sought to annihilate every member of the Chu family, but the Chu family had severed the spiritual energy of the entire Tianyang city, preventing their cultivation. Gentlemen, follow me into the Chu family. With his command, Lin Xingxian and the others charged into the Chu residence. They kicked down the door of the Chu family in the dead of night. Although the Chu family was fast asleep, the commotion was too great to go unnoticed. Who are you? The awakened members of the Chu family shouted, but upon seeing the assembly of all the families of Tianyang city, their faces paled in fear. Not a single Chu family member, not even a dog, was to be spared. The assailants gave the Chu family no opportunity to react and launch their assault. Even a passing dog would receive a few kicks. The sounds of pain and wailing echoed throughout. Even as the Chu family members began to resist, they were vastly outnumbered by Lin Xingxian's group, leaving them little chance to fight back. Stop. Everyone, cease this at once. At that moment, the voice of Chu Haotsong rang out. He gazed upon the numerous fallen Chu family members, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Xingxian and the others. Lin Xingxian, have you all gone mad? Coming to my Chu family to kill. The aura emanating from Chu Haotsong exploded forth, startling many with his late-stage DG realm cultivation. It had been many years since Chu Haotsong had remained stuck at the mid-stage of DG realm. How had he managed to break through? Lin Xingxian narrowed his eyes slightly. While others feared Chu Haotsong, he felt no trepidation. After all, he too had attained the late stage of the Earth Extreme realm. Moreover, having entered this stage before Chu Haotsong, it was only natural that Lin Xingxian possessed the upper hand in terms of strength. Heh, Chu Haotsong, the slaughter of your family will inevitably lead to the downfall of the Chu clan. Lin Xingxian sneered coldly. You have gone too far, Lin Xingxian. Chu Haotsong clenched his fist. In the past, Lin Xingxian maintained an amicable relationship with the Chu family. However, following the disappearance of Chu Ci's parents, the rapport between Lin Xingxian and the Chu family deteriorated. Previously, it was merely a matter of seizing some of the Chu family's minds and exerting pressure upon them. Yet now, he had brought along members of other families to annihilate the Chu clan. Excessive? And what of it? Today, your Chu family is destined for extinction. Lin Xingxian scoffed. After all, your clan has already fallen into decline. You are bound to perish sooner or later. Killing you now merely grants you an early release. Chu Haotsong let out a cold snort. To obliterate my family, we shall see if you possess the capability. With that, he surged forward towards Lin Xingxian. Lin Xingxian coldly retorted, do you truly believe that having reached the late stage of the Earth Extreme realm grants you the ability to alter the tide of battle? How laughable! You are not the only one at this level. Turning to the heads of the other families, he declared, I will hold Chu Haotsong at bay. The rest of the Chu clan is yours to deal with. Upon hearing this, the family heads laughed in agreement. Rest assured, clan leader Lin. Today, not a single member of the Chu family shall escape. These family heads were all mid-stage Earth Extreme realm practitioners, easily overpowering the Chu disciples. Fortunately, Chu Xian was present. Wielding a long spear, Chu Xian shouted at those approaching, Old fools, your adversary is me. Although Chu Xian was at the late stage of the profound extreme realm, he could contend against a single mid-stage Earth Extreme clan leader. However, facing 8 at once, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Chapter 45. Killing to vent frustration. Unsurprisingly, facing 8 clan leaders, Chu Xian was completely on the back foot. It was not long before he was captured by the 8. Despite having cultivated an imperial-level technique, his cultivation was barely at the late stage of the profound extreme realm, and he had only been training for a few days. Had he been given a month to strengthen his abilities, those 8 clan leaders would undoubtedly have fallen short against him. Alas, time was of the essence, and Lin Xingxian and his cohort had not afforded the Chu family sufficient opportunity. This lad possesses considerable strength. Cripple his limbs. One of the clan leaders' eyes glinted with malice. Immediately, others raised their clubs, shattering Chu Xian's limbs. Accompanied by a wail of agony, one of them stepped on Chu Xian, turning to face Chu Haotsong and Lin Xingxian. Lin Xingxian found himself consistently pressured by Chu Haotsong, with Chu Haotsong at the late stage of the Earth Extreme realm, bolstered by an imperial-level technique. Lin Xingxian was no match for him. This is dire. Clan leader Lin appears to be no match for Chu Haotsong. The 8 clan leaders, sensing the shift in the tide, displayed signs of panic. Once Lin Xingxian was defeated, Chu Haotsong would certainly not spare them. One of them, steeling himself, drew a large knife and pressed it against Chu Xian's head, shouting at Chu Haotsong, if you wish to see your son live, you must cease your actions. Xianer, upon witnessing his son captured, Chu Haotsong's rage ignited. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xingxian delivered a swift kick to Chu Haotsong's chest. Though the kick was painful, it posed no real threat to Chu Haotsong. You are doing splendidly. Lin Xingxian's heart swelled with delight. Having failed to subdue Chu Haotsong until now, he had been anxious. Now that they had captured Chu Xian, wouldn't Chu Haotsong be at their mercy? Father, do not concern yourself with me. Chu Xian shouted through gritted teeth. Kill them. Otherwise, our entire family will perish tonight. Fearing for his life, he understood that if his capture led to the demise of the entire Chu family, he would have no face left to show. His death alone would be inconsequential. Silence. The man, furious, kicked Chu Xian in the face. Chu Haotsong, think carefully. This is your son. Lin Xingxian narrowed his eyes at Chu Haotsong. saying, "If you wish to see your son live, you must kneel and beg. Who knows, I might spare both your lives." Lin Xingxian. Chu Haotsong clenches fists, letting out a roar of anger. Observing Chu Haotsong's furious countenance, Lin Xingxian smiled. What did it matter how strong Chu Haotsong was? He was currently at his mercy, and Lin Xingxian could hardly believe that Chu Haotsong would disregard his son's life. Chu Haotsong, I grant you 3 breaths to decide, Lin Xingxian said coldly. After 3 breaths, should you fail to make a choice, I shall slay your son. Lin Xingxian approached Chu Xian, gripping his hair with one hand while brandishing a knife at his throat with the other. Should Chu Haotsong fail to comply with his demands, he would sever Chu Xian's head without hesitation. Da Xiener, I am sorry. Chu Haotsong's heart ached. As the head of the Chu family, he had to prioritize the lives of the others. He found himself forced to sacrifice his son. Chu Xian's pale face displayed a hint of joy that he was relieved that his father would make the right decision. If his existence led to the downfall of the entire Chu family, living on would be a torment akin to being a walking corpse. Lin Xingxian. Chu Haotsong bellowed at Lin Xingxian. Today I, Chu Haotsong, will slay every last one of you. Lin Xingxian's heart trembled, fear flooding in. Chu Haotsong. Think carefully. This is your son. Are you truly willing to disregard his life? Disregard? How could Chu Haotsong not care for his son's life? But did he have a choice? As Chu Haotsong charged forward, Lin Xingxian gritted his teeth, raising his knife to behead Chu Xian. Even this act would not sway Chu Haotsong's determination. As the knife was about to fall, Chu Xian closed his eyes, preparing himself for death. However, the knife did not descend. Rather, it was abruptly shattered. You intend to kill my kin and harm my elder brother. Have you considered how you shall meet your demise? At that moment, a figure appeared before them. The silent silhouette was none other than Chu Ci. Having rushed over after unsealing the 3rd seal, he arrived just in time to save Chu Xian. Chu Ci. Lin Xingxian felt a jolt of fear. Chu Ci's expression was frigid, his aura erupting, forcing Lin Xingxian and the others back several steps. The one who had captured Chu Xian was instantly killed by a single strike from Chu Ci. Supporting Chu Xian, he stepped before Chu Haotsong. Uncle, I apologize for my tardiness. Chu Ci wore an expression of regret, while Chu Haotsong shook his head repeatedly. No, Xiao Ci, you have arrived just in time. You saved Xiener. Tears streamed down Chu Haotsong's face. He had been on the brink of watching his son be beheaded, utterly powerless. Had it not been for Chu Ci's timely arrival, he truly did not know what he would have done. Uncle, keep an eye on elder brother. After handing Chu Xian over to Chu Haotsong, Chu Ci turned his gaze towards Lin Xingxian and the others. Xiao Ci, what do you intend to do? Chu Haotsong furrowed his brow, stating, leave this to your uncle. You and Xiener need not intervene. Chu Ci shook his head. Uncle, my fury can only be quenched through bloodshed. They have come for me. Thus, I shall slay them. At that moment, the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Chu Ci could no longer be concealed. The aura of his late-stage profound extreme realm erupted forth. Though Chu Ci's cultivation was lower than theirs, Lin Xingxian and his cohorts felt an overwhelming dread, causing their legs to tremble uncontrollably. Chu Haotsong opened his mouth, intending to speak, but no words emerged. As Chu Ci approached Lin Xingxian, he coldly remarked, I had intended to grant you more time to live. Yet, it seems you are in such haste to meet your end. Lin Xingxian involuntarily took several steps back, though he gritted his teeth and retorted, Chu Ci, if you wish to kill us, you must first ascertain whether you possess the capability. Although Lin Xingxian felt a deep-seated fear, he continually reassured himself that Chu Ci was merely at the late stage of the profound extreme realm and posed no threat. Yet the terror he felt toward Chu Ci was impossible to suppress. Kill him! Execute him! Lin Xingxian shouted to the clan leaders, if the Chu family survives today, we shall be the ones to perish tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the clan leaders gritted their teeth and charged towards Chu Ci. Killing Chu Ci would be far easier than slaying Chu Haotsong. Unfortunately, their assumptions were misguided. Slaying Chu Ci was infinitely more challenging than taking down Chu Haotsong. Chapter 46, Tianjian Sect. Why should I fear? As the group charged, they had yet to unleash their techniques. When Chu Ci's expression turned icy, he struck out at one of them. Supreme Fist. With a single punch, the man's head exploded, blood spraying onto the others. To kill a mid-stage Earth Extreme Realm warrior with a single punch? Was this the strength expected of a late-stage profound Extreme Realm practitioner? In their state of shock, Chu Ci once again set his sights upon them. This terrified the few individuals present, who scrambled to escape from Chu Ci's vicinity. Seeking to flee, with a cold laugh, Chu Ci declared, "Since you have come, do not even think of leaving here alive." The fate awaiting these individuals today was singular. Death in this very place. They exerted every ounce of strength to escape, yet regrettably, their speed was far too sluggish. Chu Ci swiftly caught up with them. Die. With another punch, yet another family head met their demise. The remaining 6 family heads were so frightened that their souls seemed to leave their bodies, and they immediately knelt before Chu Ci. "Please spare my life. I was wrong. It was all Lin Xingxian's doing that brought me here. Young Master Chu, I implore you, do not kill me. My family will henceforth serve you loyally," in their desperate bid for survival. They cast aside all semblance of dignity. What did it matter if they knelt before Chu Ci? As long as they could live, dignity and face were but trifles. "You worthless wretches!" Lin Xingxian's face flushed with anger upon witnessing these individuals bowing to Chu Ci. The people present were ostensibly family heads, yet they could not even contend with Chu Ci, a mere late-stage Huangji realm martial artist. Was this not utterly ludicrous? "You wish to survive?" Chu Ci's cold gaze bore into them, as they hurriedly nodded. "Yes, we wish to live. We will do anything to ensure our survival." Chu Ci's laughter was frigid, his murderous intent surging ever more violently. "And what of my Chu family? Do they not wish for survival? They too desire to live. They too do not wish to die. Although some of the Chu family remain alive, many others had already perished at the hands of these very individuals. Yet they believe that by kneeling and admitting fault, they could attain forgiveness. On what grounds? What justified their kneeling and apologies? Young Master Chu would exact his vengeance upon them. All of them deserved to die. The Chu family members gazed upon these people, wishing they could flay them alive. You comprehend. If I do not kill you, the wrath and hatred of my Chu family shall not dissipate. Of course, even if he were to slay them, the Chu family's resentment would endure. Those who had perished were their kin. Just yesterday, they had practiced together and shared drinks. Yet tonight, they were already separated by the veil of death. Chu Ci, we are also family upon hearing the words. Lung Qinghan felt the urge to speak, but the words were swiftly swallowed back down. She understood that Chu Ci had already harbored resentment towards her in his heart. If this animosity remained unaddressed, it would be nearly impossible for the Lung family to reconcile with Chu Ci. Of course, she was aware that any further explanations at this moment would be futile. They could only wait for a more opportune time to gradually mend their relationship. Now that she had recognized Chu Ci's capabilities, the Baibao Pavilion would undoubtedly refrain from exhibiting such indecisiveness in the future. Master Go let out a sigh. What was initially intended to be a step towards reconciling with Chu Ci had ultimately come to naught. He truly felt foolish. Just because of a slight twinge of suspicion in his heart, had he not promptly intervened to prevent Lin Xingxian from harming the Chu family, perhaps their relationship would not have deteriorated to this extent. After Lung Qinghan and Master Ge departed, the next matter to address was Lin Xingxian. The inevitable outcome for Lin Xingxian was death. He was a thankless scoundrel, after all. The Lin family had once been a mere small clan in Tianyang City. It was only through their connection with the Chu family and the assistance of Chu Ci's father that they managed to stabilize their position in Tianyang City. Unfortunately, Lin Xingxian's insatiable greed led him to choose to kick the Chu family while they were down. Instead of offering help as they began to decline, he joined others in seizing the Chu family's mines. Eldest uncle, we must arrange for some people to eliminate the Lin family and the other clans. After all, the main fighting force of the Lin family has perished here, he said, and those left behind are merely the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Little Ci, must we truly go to such extremes? Chu Xian furrowed his brows and spoke. The crisis facing the Chu family has been resolved. Keeping them around poses no threat to us. Lacking in experience, Chu Xian felt a twinge of mercy in his view. There were children among the Lin family, and those other clans that annihilate an entire family seemed excessively cruel. Eldest brother, do not entertain such thoughts, Chu Ci said with a serious expression. The Chu family does not commit evil, but we cannot afford to be overly merciful if we lack the means today. It may very well be our family that faces annihilation tonight. Our family also has children and the elderly. Have they ever considered sparing them? Furthermore, the seeds of hatred have already been sown today. Who can guarantee that those clans will not seek revenge on the Chu family in the future? Your compassion today may very well become the weapon that leads to our family's downfall tomorrow. Chu Ci did not wish to be seen as the villain, yet he understood all too well that for the sake of himself and his entire clan, any potential threats must be eradicated in their infancy. Xin'er, little Ci, speaks truthfully. Chu Haocong supported Chu Ci's stance as the head of the Chu family. His considerations lay not in personal moral sentiments, but in the safety of the entire clan. You are to inherit the entire Chu family. Such thoughts must not linger in your mind. The Chu family was meant for Chu Xian to inherit. One cannot live forever, and inevitably, there will come a day of passing. If Chu Xian continues to harbor such thoughts, the Chu family will not endure long under his stewardship. Chu Haocong had not overlooked Chu Ci. Yet he also recognized that with Chu Ci's talents, he would not remain in the Chu family forever. The vast world outside was truly where Chu Ci belonged. Father, I understand, Chu Xian sighed helplessly. Though he felt disheartened, he also recognized that the concerns of Chu Ci and his father were valid. Subsequently, Chu Haocong led the way to annihilate the Lin family and the other clans in Tianyang City, in the span of a single night. The entirety of Tianyang City was left with the Chu family as the sole survivor. The people of Tianyang City were aware of the events that transpired. The commotion of the previous night had not gone unheard. Yet they were astonished at how a declining Chu family could withstand the might of all the clans in Tianyang City. Moreover, did the Chu family not fear Lin Mengdai? After all, she was an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect. Were she to learn of her family's destruction, she would surely go mad, seeking to eradicate the Chu family. Unfortunately, Lin Mengdai had returned to the Tianjin sect yesterday. Had she not done so, a grand spectacle would undoubtedly have unfolded today. Meanwhile, within the Chu family, Chu Haocong addressed Chu Ci. Little Ci, in half a month, the 4 major sects will open their doors to recruit disciples. You should travel to the imperial city in half a month to participate. The news of our obliteration of the Lin family will soon reach Lin Mengdai. Chu Haocong sighed. Lin Mengdai has the Tianjin sect backing her, and we cannot afford to provoke them. You cannot venture into the Tianjin sect, but if you can attract the interest of any of the other 3 major sects, we need not fear Lin Mengdai. Chu Haocong held great confidence in Chu Ci. With his talents and strength, he would undoubtedly be coveted by the other 3 major sects. It was likely he would be accepted as an inner disciple on the very first day. Eldest uncle, we need not fear the Tianjin sect, Chu Ci stated nonchalantly. Should the Tianjin sect dare to invade, I possess means to counter them. Chu Ci was not jesting. He indeed had a method to respond. By setting up formations around the Chu family, should anyone from the Tianjin sect dare to step foot within, they would find themselves unable to return. Little Ci, defending against the Tianjin sect is a minor concern. The primary issue is that the 4 major sects are backed by the Wuzong. It matters not which sect you join. What is crucial is being recognized by the Wuzong. Chapter 48. Is he useless? Back in the day, the upper echelons of the 4 major sects personally came to invite you to join. Regrettably, at that time, you declined. Chu Haocong wore a look of regret. Had Chu Ci accepted back then, he would not have disappeared for 5 years, and his parents would still be with the Chu family. Naturally, Chu Haocong did not blame Chu Ci for this. Life is unpredictable, and who can guarantee that every decision made is the right one? Perhaps had Chu Ci joined any sect back then, the events that were meant to unfold would still have occurred. Though your cultivation level has diminished, your talent remains, Chu Haocong asserted. With your talent, being noticed by the 4 major sects again is not a difficult feat ultimately. Through the sect you join, you will certainly attract the attention of the Wuzong. Chu Haocong envisioned a bright future for Chu Ci, believing he would soon be favored by the Wuzong. Yet, Chu Ci's thoughts were occupied with the matters entrusted to him by the three mad women within the Forbidden Grounds. Among the 3 sects and 6 factions they spoke of, one of them was indeed the Wujizong. With my current cultivation, attempting to retrieve the divine artifact from the Wujizong would be akin to courting death. However, if I can infiltrate the Wujizong through the recommendation of any sect within the Daxia dynasty, I might be able to unobtrusively obtain the artifact. With this thought in mind, Chu Ci began to formulate a plan that he spoke. Eldest uncle, I understand that I will certainly participate in the recruitment event of the 4 major sections. Upon hearing this, Chu Haotsong's face lit up with joy. I am delighted to hear you say this. If your parents were here, they would undoubtedly be proud of your choice. Chu Haotsong expressed his satisfaction. With half a month remaining until the recruitment of the 4 major sects, the journey from Tianyang City to the Imperial City would also take half a month. You must set off immediately. Do not delay. Chu Ci thought to himself that with his current speed, traveling to the Imperial City of the Daxia dynasty would take no more than 10 days. However, seeing his uncle's urgency, he refrained from voicing any objections and nodded in agreement. Chu Haotsong advised Chu Ci to rest for a moment while he prepared some supplies. Meanwhile, at the Tianjin sect, renowned within the Daxia dynasty, the sect held immense prestige. Much like the other 3 major sections thus, every citizen of the Daxia dynasty aspiring to cultivate yearned to join one of the 4 major sections on the Qingtai peak among the 6 main peaks. Lin Mingdia's face contorted with fury upon hearing the news of her family's annihilation and her father's death. Chu Ci, you killed my father and exterminated my kin. I will not let you off easily. The tidings of the Lin family's demise had reached Lin Mingdia's ears. She promptly rose, preparing to head to Tianyang City. She sought to obliterate the Chu family and exact 1,000-fold revenge upon Chu Ci for her family. Just as Lin Mingdi was about to leave Qingtai Peak, a figure appeared before her, blocking her path. It was a middle-aged woman clad in green, Lin Mingdia's master, Lu Weiyue. She extended her hand to halt Lin Mingdi. Lin Mingdi, you wish to leave Tianjin sect so soon after your return? Lu Weiyue frowned, her voice icy. You have wasted several days of cultivation already. Master, my family has been annihilated. I must return to kill them. Lin Mingdia's eyes burned with rage. Is it that Chu Ci? Lu Weiyue raised an eyebrow. She had already heard of Chu Ci's exploits. This Chu Ci was formidable, having killed the sect's junior relative and grievously injured the young master by Yangqiu, leaving him forever stuck in the mid-stage of the earthly realm. The sect was furious, desiring nothing more than to tear Chu Ci to shreds. However, for the time being, those from the Baibao Pavilion and Danlu were siding with Chu Ci, and the sect leader would not act just yet. Indeed, it is that very person. When it comes to Chu Ci, Lin Mingdi is filled with a seething resentment. Had she foreseen such events, she should have eliminated Chu Ci on the very day he returned. Lin Mingdi, do not underestimate Chu Ci's capabilities. They are far from simplistic. If revenge is what you seek, your current strength may prove insufficient, remarked Lu Weiyue, shaking her head. Master, are you jesting? Lin Mingdi retorted, a glimmer of disdain flashing in her eyes. That Chu Ci has become a mere waste. If I were to strike him down, he would be unable to withstand even a single blow from me. This day. Lin Mingdi continues to regard Chu Ci as nothing but a failure. It is no surprise, for since learning of his perceived ineptitude, she has not sought to understand the truth behind Chu Ci. Had she taken the time to uncover the reality of Chu Ci's circumstances, she would not hold such a misguided view. Lu Weiyue opened her mouth to speak. Lin Mingdi possesses considerable talent, yet her arrogance is her downfall. If she were to acknowledge that Chu Ci's strength surpasses hers, she would undoubtedly refuse to believe it. Moreover, continuing this line of discussion would only serve to entrench Lin Mingdi further in her obstinacy. However, Lu Weiyue cannot allow Lin Mingdi to depart from the Tianjin sect. With the young sect master by Yangqiu unable to cultivate, Lin Mingdia's unique constitution is his only hope. Thus, she cannot leave the Tianjin sect at this juncture. Lin Mingdi, Chu Ci is backed by the Baibao and Danlu. Lu Weiyue stated, Do you believe your strength can rival that of the Baibao and Danlu? Upon hearing these 2 names, Lin Mingdia's expression shifted immediately. How could the Baibauge and Danlu possibly support Chu Ci? Are they mad? To protect a mere waste. Lin Mengdai felt a surge of dissatisfaction. She is the true genius, and it is the people of Baibauge and Danlu who should be currying favor with her. Not with Chu Ci. A waste. Lu Weiyue scoffed inwardly. If Chu Ci were truly a failure, would the Baibauge and Danlu be inclined to support him? These two factions are hardly foolish. Moreover, it was Lin Mengdia's proclamation of Chu Ci's ineptitude that led by Yangqiu to repeatedly trouble him, ultimately resulting in by Yangqiu's inability to continue his cultivation. The sect master loathes Lin Mengdai. Were it not for her unique constitution, she would have long been dealt with. Nonetheless, once Lin Mengdai ascends to the celestial extreme realm, her entire cultivation will inevitably belong to Bai Yangqiu. To that point, the sect master will undoubtedly seek to eliminate Lin Mengdai. Lu Weiyue calculated her mind. Currently, Lin Mengdai is in the early stages of the Earth Extreme Realm. She will surely ascend to the Celestial Extreme Realm within 3 to 4 years. Lu Weiyue shook her head, a look of regret upon her face. She is indeed a talent, yet it is a pity that her days are numbered. Lu Weiyue's expression left Lin Mengdai feeling perplexed. Why did it seem as though her master perceived her impending demise? Is something the matter, master? Lin Mengdai inquired, filled with curiosity. Lu Weiyue shook her head. It is nothing. Here, take these medicinal pills that if you wish to exact revenge, then grow stronger. When you have attained a sufficient level of strength that the sect master believes it worthwhile to offend the Baibauge and Danlu for your sake, only then will you be able to seek your vengeance. Chapter 49. The cost of being a good person. Lu Weiyue's words were merely to placate Lin Mengdai, encouraging her to quickly cultivate and ascend to the celestial extreme realm. Thank you, master. Lin Mengdai expressed her gratitude, her face brimming with appreciation. The storage ring contained an abundance of medicinal pills. Her master had sacrificed everything for her sake. Little did she know, these pills had been given to Lu Weiyue by the sect master, who desired Lin Mengdai to cultivate swiftly, intending her prowess to serve as a bridal gift for his son. It is only right for a master to do this, Lu Weiyue affirmed with a nod. Now, hasten to your cultivation. With that, she departed. Lin Mengdai clenched the storage ring tightly, coldly proclaiming, Chu Ci, you had better wait. Do not think that just because you have the backing of the Baibauge and Danlu, I cannot bring you down. The murderous intent radiated from Lin Mengdia's eyes. The hatred for my father's murder is unquenchable, and I will ensure you pay a grievous price. Lin Mengdai was confident in her talents. She believed that once her abilities were recognized by the sect master, the Tianjin sect would aid her in avenging her grievances. At that time, even the Baibauge and Danlu would have to carefully consider whether it was worth offending a peerless genius like herself for the sake of a mere waste like Chu Ci, or if they would choose to perish alongside him. At the Chu family in Tianyang City, Chu Haotsong had prepared excellent provisions. Chu Ci and Chu Xian were also readying themselves for their journey to the capital city. Little Ci, be cautious on your journey, Chu Haotsong said earnestly, gazing at Chu Ci. Before turning to Chu Xian to Xianer, as the elder brother, you must protect your younger brother well. Chu Xian held his head high, a serious expression on his face. Oh, not worry, father. I will surely safeguard little Ci. Even without his father's urging, Chu Xian would protect Chu Ci. After all, Chu Ci had given him a second chance at life. Furthermore, Chu Ci was the most talented member of the Chu family. He could die, but Chu Ci must not. Ha ha, uncle. Do not speak as if we are off to our doom. Chu Ci laughed lightly. We are merely attending the recruitment conference of the 4 great sects. Chu Haotsong chuckled at this and nodded. Indeed, indeed. Little Ci is correct. It seems I have worried too much. Well then, it is getting late. You may set off. After bidding farewell to Chu Haotsong, Chu Ci and Chu Xian mounted their horses and departed from Tianyang City. With the Chu family firmly in control, Chu Ci felt no anxiety regarding their safety. Additionally, before leaving, he had provided the family with numerous cultivation techniques accessible to all members of the Chu family. Naturally, these techniques were of the heavenly level, not the imperial level. Had Chu Ci introduced imperial level techniques, Any leaks would have jeopardized the Chu family's safety. Yet, even the heavenly level techniques would significantly bolster the overall strength of the Chu family. Their journey proceeded smoothly without incident. However, caution was warranted ahead. To reach the capital city, they must traverse the Black Cloud Mountain Range and then proceed to Luoyang City nearby. The Black Cloud Mountain Range is rife with demonic beasts, albeit mostly weaker ones. However, encountering a pack of feral beasts could pose a challenge in addition to the beasts. Some rogue cultivators might also lurk within the Black Cloud Mountain Range. They are not here to train but to rob and pillage. The Black Cloud Mountain Range is the only route from Tianyang City to Luoyang City. Hence, many warriors traverse this path. Chu Ci harbored no fears of the demonic beasts or the rogue cultivators. Generally, the beasts encountered in the Black Cloud Mountain Range are of the Xian Extreme Realm. Even if they were to face stronger beasts, it would be no more than those of the Earth Extreme Realm. As for the rogue cultivators, they are of little concern. Those of the Celestial Extreme Realm would not engage in such disgraceful acts, while those of the Earth Extreme Realm still have some families in the Daxia dynasty willing to recruit them. Only those of the Xian Extreme Realm would stoop to such lowly endeavors. Upon entering the Black Cloud Mountain Range, neither Chu Ci nor Chu Xian encountered any demonic beasts. The primary reason for this was that Chu Ci had refined the blood of the vermilion bird, carrying its aura with him. With the presence of the vermilion bird's essence, the demonic beasts dared not approach either Chu Ci or Chu Xian. As the two advanced a distance, they heard a commotion nearby. "Stop! Don't touch me! My father is the city lord of Luoyang." A girl's terrified scream pierced the air. "I merely wish to rob a little wealth. But who would have thought I would encounter such a beautiful young girl? How delightful! Let uncle cherish you well and transform you into a woman today." A voice laced with lascivious intent rang out. Chu Ci and Chu Xian hurried forward, only to witness a group of older men bullying two girls around 17 or 18 years of age. Several corpses of guards lay sprawled on the ground. The men were all in the late stages of the Xian Extreme Realm, while one of the girls was in the early stages of the Xian Extreme Realm and the other in the mid-stages of the Huang Extreme Realm. It was clear that they were no match for these assailants. The clothing of the two girls had been torn, revealing their fair skin. The girl in the yellow dress adorned herself with exquisite jewelry, while the other was dressed like a maid in broad daylight, under the clear sky. Chu Xian was enraged. He detests such acts more than anything. Engaging in despicable dealings is one thing, but now even young girls are not spared. Such scum deserved death. Chu Ci, however, made no move. He believed that Chu Xian could handle these ruffians on his own. Grasping his spear, Chu Xian rushed forward, shouting, "Stop!" Upon seeing Chu Xian's righteous demeanor, the men burst into laughter. "Ah, a fearless one has arrived. Oh, you wish to play the hero and save a damsel. Aren't you afraid of losing your life?" These men were all late-stage Xian Extreme Realm cultivators. If they were to encounter someone in the Earth Extreme Realm, they would flee without a second thought. However, they quickly discerned that Chu Xian was merely in the late stages of the Xian Extreme Realm as well, with 7 or 8 of them present. They felt confident in overpowering him. To be a good person comes with a price. One individual took the initiative to strike first, swinging his large blade towards Chu Xian with a frigid expression. Chu Xian deftly maneuvered his spear, lifting the assailant into the air. In that fleeting moment, the man lost his balance, and Chu Xian seized the opportunity, dispatching him with a single thrust. Such scoundrels posed no moral dilemma for Chu Xian. He felt no remorse in their demise. This man is far too formidable. The sheer strength of Chu Xian instilled trepidation in the hearts of others, prompting thoughts of retreat as late-stage practitioners of the Xuanji realm. Witnessing Chu Xian's lethal efficiency starkly highlighted the chasm between their abilities. Thinking of fleeing, "You shan't have that opportunity," Chu Xian snorted coldly, urging his steed onward to pursue them, under the relentless assault of his spear. The brigands fell one by one, both unharmed. Chu Xian swiftly approached the two young women. Chapter 50. A clear resolution. The two maidens glanced up at Chu Xian after he had pursued the fleeing brigands. They took a moment to adjust their disheveled garments. "Thank you for your timely rescue." The first to speak was the woman clad in yellow. "I am Yin Lurong, daughter of the Lord of Luoyang." I vow to repay your kindness on behalf of my father for saving me today. Chu Ci smiled gently, waving his hand dismissively. It was but a trifling act. With that, he turned to Chu Ci, saying, "Xiao Ci, let us continue our journey." Chu Ci nodded, remarking, "Elder brother, you could have eliminated that group with a single strike." Having cultivated an imperial-level technique, Chu Ci's strength rivaled that of mid-stage practitioners of the DG realm. The brigands he had just faced, being late-stage practitioners of a Xuanji realm, were indeed vulnerable to a single thrust. Yet in the beginning, Chu Ci had been slightly caught off guard, feeling the awkwardness of the moment. Chu Ci scratched his head, admitting, "I made a slight miscalculation that it was indeed a misstep." His distraction had stemmed from the sight of Yin Lurong and her companion in disarray. Being a young man, he was not immune to the allure of beauty. Chu Ci, while nodding, cautioned, "Elder brother, do be more vigilant next time. Although those individuals were weaker than you, a single mistake against a stronger opponent could cost you your life." With a serious expression, Chu Ci acknowledged her words. Chu Ci was right. He must exercise greater caution in the future. "Benefactor, we were quite shaken earlier. Might I request your assistance in escorting us back to Luoyang?" Yin Lurong approached, noticing that Chu Ci hesitated to respond. She added, "Moreover, the guards perished while protecting me, and I wish to bring their remains home for a proper burial that I fear that transporting these bodies may hinder our progress. Hence my appeal to you." Having lost her protectors and haunted by fear from the recent events, Yin Lurong was anxious about traveling alone with her maid. Who knew if they would encounter brigands again? With Chu Ci's support this time, what would happen next? The thought filled her with dread. Chu Ci raised an eyebrow slightly. He was inclined to help, yet they needed to reach the capital without delay. However, ignoring Yin Lurong's plight left him feeling uneasy. Seeing Chu Ci consult Chu Ci, Yin Lurong gazed at her with hopeful eyes. "Xiao Ci, shall we escort them to Luoyang?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ci decided to seek Chu Ci's opinion. If she agreed, they would accompany the women. If not, they would leave their fates to chance. "Then let us escort them," Chu Ci replied without reluctance. After all, we are bound for Luoyang. Furthermore, Yin Lurong's character seems commendable, especially considering her concern for the guards who died protecting her. "Excellent," Chu Ci smiled, relieved that Chu Ci was compassionate. He had feared she might refuse. Thank you. Yin Lurong expressed her gratitude profusely. Soon, Chu Ci and Chu Ci assisted Yin Lurong in loading the bodies of the guards onto the cart, with the added burden of the cart and the two women. Their pace slowed considerably. They arrived at Luoyang only after nightfall. Upon entering the city, Yin Lurong, eager to repay Chu Ci, invited him and Chu Ci to the Lord's manor. "Dear benefactors, I have informed my father of today's events." Yin Lurong smiled. "As night has fallen, it is unsafe for you to continue your journey. Please, stay at my home tonight so that my father may host a banquet in your honor." Chu Ci and Chu Ci did not decline, for they had no intention of traveling further at night. Once inside the Lord's manor, a voice filled with urgency rang out. Rong, my precious daughter, are you hurt?" A middle-aged man rushed in, his eyes brimming with concern, scrutinizing Yin Lurong for any injuries. "Are you unscathed?" Yin Lurong felt warmth in her heart at her father's worry, but with guests present, she felt a flush of embarrassment. "Father, I am well, thanks to these two benefactors." She quickly stepped forward to introduce them. "Esteemed benefactors, this is my father, Yin Yuanda, the Lord of Luoyang." Upon hearing this, Yin Yuanda straightened his attire, beaming as he addressed them. "Thank you both for saving my daughter. Were it not for you, I would have been at a loss in facing her late mother's spirit." Overwhelmed with emotion, he wept openly, for Yin Lurong was his treasured jewel since the passing of his wife. All his affection had been lavished upon her, cradled with the utmost care. How could he have borne to let her venture out alone? Had he known of the dangers? His gratitude was immense for the timely intervention of Chu Ci and Chu Ci. "You are too gracious, Lord," Chu Ci replied with a smile. "Even if we had not intervened, someone else would have." "Someone else?" Yin Yuanda scoffed with a bitter laugh. "If it were someone else, they would have relished the opportunity to see my daughter harmed." Chu Ci and Chu Ci exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the implication behind Yin Yuanda's words. He offered no explanation, instead smiling broadly. "Come, Dear friends, you have saved my daughter today. Whatever reward you desire, I, Innuenda, shall gladly provide. Please do not refuse. His expression turned serious. Just as Chu Ci opened his mouth to decline, Chu Ci intervened. Elder brother, since it is the Lord's goodwill, we should graciously accept. Chu Ci sensed that Innuenda intended to establish a bond of obligation, fearing that they might leverage their assistance for personal gain in the future. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Ci pursed his lips, ultimately choosing silence. Since Chu Ci agreed, he would not oppose. Innuenda, seeing their acceptance, wore a look of satisfaction. I have arranged a banquet. Please follow me. He led Chu Ci and Chu Ci to the banquet hall, which was well stocked with a sumptuous feast. Afterward, Innuenda presented them with a modest selection of medicinal pills as tokens of gratitude, which sufficed to settle their debts. Midway through the banquet, a voice resonated from outside the hall. Uncle Ian, I heard that Ian Luron was attacked on her way back. I, your humble nephew, have come to check on her. Upon hearing this, Innuenda's countenance darkened. Chapter 51. Where you shall suffer severely. Gong Yongyan, what brings you here? Innuenda's voice turned cold. The newcomer, Gong Yongyan, was the second son of the Gong family in Luoyang. Gong Yongyan chuckled. What do you mean, Uncle Ian? Am I unwelcome here? It seems I must inform my elder brother. At this, Innuenda deflated like a punctured balloon. No, of course not. Your presence is always welcome. He forced a smile. However, I am currently entertaining esteemed guests. Gong Yongyan paid little heed to this, taking a seat with ease. What? Others can come, but I cannot? Or perhaps these two are your hired help? He cast a pointed glance at Chu Ci and Chu Ci. Chu Ci's brow furrowed slightly. How could Innuenda, the Lord of Luoyang and a late-stage practitioner of the DG realm, appear so intimidated by Gong Yongyan? This situation seemed far removed from the previous events. Innuenda hastily interjected. Esteemed guests, my apologies for the inadequate hospitality. I must ask you to take your leave. He urged Chu Ci and Chu Ci to depart. Naturally, they had no intention of overstaying their welcome, and Chu Ci had no desire to be embroiled in the Lord's affairs. Farewell. Gong Yongyan's voice dripped with disdain. Did I permit you two to leave? He lifted his gaze, his eyes directed towards Chu Ci and Chu Ci, filled with an icy demeanor. None of you are permitted to leave without my consent. He declared, Dare to threaten me. Do you wish to meet your demise? Chu Ci's eyes glinted with frost, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. You dare, before Gong Yongyan could utter a word. A subordinate beside him immediately bellowed. How dare you speak to my young master in such a manner? Lier, cripple one of his arms. Gong Yongyan, without even lifting his eyelids, issued the command, his words. Lier prepared to strike at Chu Ci. Gong Yongyan, you are going too far. These two are my saviors. At that moment, Yin Lurong arrived, gritting her teeth as she implored, do not make things difficult for them. And what of your saviors, Yin Lurong? Gong Yongyan replied, pursing his lips, of course, if you wish for me not to trouble them. That can be arranged. Come to my room tonight. A flicker of disdain and disgust shone in Yin Lurong's eyes as she retorted. Gong Yongyan, you are shameless, shameless. Gong Yongyan chuckled. Indeed, I am shameless. Yin Lurong, either you come to my room tonight, or these two shall meet their end in your lord's estate. You. Yin Lurong's complexion turned pale, at a loss for words. Gong Yongyan, this is the lord's estate, not your Gong family's domain. You cannot act with such impunity. Innuenda was genuinely enraged. He had been tolerant, yet Gong Yongyan dared to lay his hands on his daughter. Facing Innuenda's terrifying aura, Gong Yongyan showed no fear, instead smiling as he said, Innuenda, do you dare to lay a hand on me? Are you not afraid that if I lose a finger, your daughter will perish? The moment those words left his lips, Innuenda slumped back into his seat. Indeed, if Gong Yongyan would lose a finger, his daughter would meet her end. Clenching his fists, Innuenda felt a mix of rage and helplessness. If it were not for that incident, damn it, truly damn it. Years ago, Gong Yongyan's elder brother had joined the Bloodblade sect. Yes, the very same Bloodblade sect. One of the four major sects of the Great Xia dynasty. Moreover, Gong Yongyan's brother had been favored by an elder of the sect, becoming a direct disciple. It was precisely for this reason that the ambitions of the Gong family had been laid bare. They actually sought to usurp his title of lord. However, in terms of strength, the Gong family was no match for the lord's estate. Thus, they had set their sights on Yin Lurong, poisoning her in fact. She was required to take an antidote once a month. Failure to do so would result in her demise. It was through such means that Yin Yuanda had no choice but to relinquish his title. Yet, the position of lord must be recognized by the great Xia dynasty. Moreover, it would only be after the year's end that Yin Yuanda could apply to abdicate the lordship and recommend another. What was Yin Lurong thinking? Gong Yongyan was indifferent to Yin Yuanda's musings, his gaze fixated on Yin Lurong. Observing her graceful figure, Gong Yongyan couldn't help but lick his lips. He had long desired to take action against her, but had refrained due to the ongoing struggle for the lordship. Yet now, with the year's end approaching, Yin Yuanda was about to relinquish his title. Although the Gong family should have provided the antidote after Yin Yuanda stepped down, they were far too cunning to actually do so. Take action. Growing impatient as Yin Lurong hesitated, Gong Yongyan commanded. Immediately advanced towards Chu Ci, his expression fierce as he sneered, "Brat, you should blame yourself for associating with the wrong people." No, Yin Lurong was terrified. She did not wish to see Chu Ci and Chu Xian harmed. Yet, she could not bring herself to submit her body, nor did she feel compelled to comply with Gong Yongyan's threats since she was not well acquainted with Chu Ci. Yin Lurong's heart ached at the sight unfolding before her. Yin Yuanda sighed. Feeling quite helpless, he contemplated bestowing favors upon Chu Ci and Chu Xian later. After all, they had been injured within his estate. However, before Li'er could make his move, Chu Ci acted first. He seized Li'er's hand, and with a resounding crack, Li'er let out a pained howl. Chu Ci then delivered a kick to Li'er's knee, causing him to collapse on the ground, unable to endure the pain. "You dare to resist." Gong Yongyan was furious. He had not anticipated Chu Ci to possess such audacity, even daring to lay hands on his subordinate. "Not only do I dare to resist, but I also dare to kill him." Chu Ci's cold face was rife with murderous intent. Without hesitation, he delivered a punch that obliterated Li'er's skull. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the entire banquet. Gong Yongyan stood frozen in place, stunned, before finally regaining his senses. "You have quite the audacity. You've even killed my man." Gong Yongyan roared in rage. He remained oblivious to the impending crisis approaching him. As Chu Ci advanced towards him, Gong Yongyan exclaimed, "What? Do you wish to kill me?" Gong Yongyan's aura erupted, revealing his cultivation at the initial stage of the Xuanji realm. "Oh, you truly think that because you killed a trivial subordinate, you have become formidable? Kneel before me at once." Gong Yongyan's voice was cold. "Otherwise, I shall ensure your death is a most gruesome one." Chapter 52. Gong Yongyan has an elder brother. Gong Yongyan's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, for his elder brother was a direct disciple of an elder within the Bloodblade sect. Leveraging his brother's reputation, Gong Yongyan wielded considerable influence in Luoyang City. It was not Gong Yongyan himself that others feared, but rather the formidable figure of his elder brother behind him. Thus, in Gong Yongyan's eyes, Chu Ci should rightly be as fearful as everyone else. "If you seek death, I can accommodate you." Chu Ci's tone was indifferent as he stepped forward towards Gong Yongyan. Gong Yongyan was momentarily taken aback, then coldly remarked, "Humph, do you truly wish to kill me?" As soon as his words fell, he sensed the terrifying murderous intent emanating from Chu Ci. Gong Yongyan's expression turned icy. "Very well, since you seek death, I shall grant it." In Gong Yongyan's view, Chu Ci was merely a late-stage Huangji realm practitioner, while he himself stood at the initial stage of the Xuanji realm. Dealing with Chu Ci would be a mere trifle. Gong Yongyan made his move. The overwhelming pressure of the initial stage of the Xuanji realm erupted forth. Beside him, Chu Xian could not merely stand by as Gong Yongyan confronted Chu Ci. "I will be your opponent." Chu Xian's aura surged forth in that instant. Gong Yongyan's previously arrogant demeanor visibly waned. He looked at Chu Xian with a grim expression. Or a late-stage Xuanji realm practitioner? Damn it! His attention had been entirely on Chu Ci, completely underestimating the strength of Chu Xian beside him. "Dealing with you does not require little Ci to act." Chu Xian's face was filled with disdain. Gong Yongyan was truly unaware of his own mortality. His younger brother, Chu Ci, had the capability to slay even late-stage DG-Rel practitioners. Gong Yongyan was foolishly overconfident in his own abilities, daring to act against Chu Ci. Innuenda, will you merely watch as these two strike against me? Gong Yongyan shot a fierce glare at Innuenda. If I die, not only your Yin family, but even your daughter shall perish. Should Chu Xian truly kill Gong Yongyan, Innuenda would feel elated. However, for the sake of his family and daughter, Innuenda could not allow Chu Xian to kill Gong Yongyan. Gentlemen, for my sake, I implore you to cease hostilities. Innuenda stepped forward to mediate. That I assure you, within my lord's estate, you shall not encounter any trouble. After tomorrow, you are free to depart. Chu Ci held out a hand to stop Chu Xian, saying, Elder brother, since Lord Yin has made such an appeal, let us grant him this favor. Seeing Chu Ci intervene to halt Chu Xian, Innuenda breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the situation had not escalated to an irreparable state. However, Gong Yongyan was dissatisfied. Innuenda, I demand you kill these two. In Gong Yongyan's perspective, as a late-stage DG-Realm practitioner, it should be an effortless task for Innuenda to eliminate Chu Ci and Chu Xian. Gong Yongyan, you are going too far. These two are esteemed guests of my lord's estate. Innuenda's expression darkened as he replied, You wish for me to kill them. Are you intending for me to bear the reputation of being ungrateful? Grant me this favor and let them go. After all, he was still the lord of Luoyang City, even if soon the title would fall into the hands of the Gong family. Yet until that time, he remained the lord of Luoyang City. Your favor? Gong Yongyan scoffed disdainfully. What is the worth of Innuenda's favor? I tell you, today you will either kill these two, or you shall witness your daughter's demise. Innuenda's face darkened with rage, his clenched fists itching to land a blow on Gong Yongyan's face. Yet he restrained himself. His daughter, In Lurong, was afflicted with poison that required the Gong family to provide the antidote. If he did not eliminate Chu Ci and Chu Xian today, his daughter would perish. However, if he were to kill them, he would be branded as ungrateful. Innuenda struggled with his dilemma for a brief moment. But the murderous intent in his eyes soon surfaced. That in the hierarchy of importance, his daughter took precedence over the two outsiders, Chu Ci and Chu Xian, although they had saved his daughter's life. If he executed his subsequent plans flawlessly, no one would ever learn of their deeds. Chu Ci, having sensed Innuenda's murderous intent, was already prepared to strike. The moment Innuenda made a move, he would slay him. However, before Innuenda could act, In Lurong interjected, Father, please, let it go. With a smile, she continued, I fear not death. What truly terrifies me is the thought of being sullied by a despicable man like Gong Yongyan. Father, these two benefactors have saved my life. We cannot repay kindness with enmity. Her words left Innuenda feeling utterly powerless. If you truly commit an act of ingratitude by killing these two benefactors, I would rather Yes, she uttered this. Innuenda's heart wavered. He knew his daughter never jested. If he would heed Gong Yongyan's words and kill Chu Ci and Chu Xian, In Lurong would undoubtedly meet her demise as well. Gong Yongyan, my family will not engage in such treachery. After a prolonged contemplation, Innuenda made his decision, inciting Gong Yongyan's fury. Very well, Innuenda, just watch as your daughter succumbs to the poison. With that, Gong Yongyan stormed off, but could he truly escape? Chu Ci had already positioned himself before him. What do you intend to do? Gong Yongyan shouted angrily. I warn you, this is Luoyang City, and the Gong family holds sway here. Chu Ci remained silent, merely taking Gong Yongyan's life. Gong Yongyan could hardly fathom his own demise, for in Luoyang, who dared to lay a hand on a member of the Gong family? How could you kill him? Innuenda's countenance shifted dramatically. Not only had Chu Ci killed Gong Yongyan, but he had done so within the very walls of the Lord's residence. Gong Yongyan had an elder brother, a favored disciple of the Bloodblade sect. If he were to return and learn of his brother's death, he would undoubtedly exact vengeance. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci chuckled. What? If I spare him, he would let me go. Don't be naive. Gong Yongyan would likely return with reinforcements to hunt down both him and Chu Xian. Given this, why should Chu Ci refrain from slaying Gong Yongyan now? Yuanda had no retort. He understood Gong Yongyan's narrow-mindedness and recognized that the outcome would align with Chu Ci's predictions. If Gong Yongyan were to leave alive, he would surely return with men to hunt down Chu Ci and Chu Xian, and even the Lord's residence would be subjected to his malice. At this juncture, it is best for you to depart, Yuanda said, shaking his head. You have no backing here, and once the Gong family learns of Gong Yongyan's demise, they will not spare you lightly. Chapter 53. I am the human pill. Chu Ci glanced at Yuanda and inquired, And what of you? From your prior conversation, it seems the Gong family has designs on your lordship, with this man dead here. It will surely have considerable repercussions for your lord's residence, will it not? Chu Ci's words were not born of a desire to assist Yuanda. He had already harbored an unfavorable impression of him after Yuanda had initially sought to strike. He had no intention of aiding him. However, Lurong was indeed a commendable individual, one who remembered kindness and sought to repay it. Yuanda waved his hand dismissively, though the lordship may soon fall into the hands of the Gong family. I have navigated Luoyang City for long enough. They lack the capability to utterly extinguish my lineage, but the Gong family has a senior elder from the Blood Blade sect backing them. Yuanda acknowledged, though he was wary that if pressed to desperation, he would be willing to fight to the death. Alas, my daughter is afflicted with a potent poison. Yuanda shook his head, given the current circumstances. The mask has been torn from our faces. They will undoubtedly refuse to provide the antidote. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci directed his gaze toward Lurong and remarked, If it is poison, that is easily remedied. I carry herbs that can neutralize any toxin in existence. With that, Chu Ci retrieved a plant from his ancient ring. This herb was not particularly rare. He had harvested a considerable amount from the forbidden grounds. For it could counteract any poison that this herb truly so miraculous. Yuanda's face displayed a blend of surprise and skepticism. After all, the Gong family had employed a unique poison on Lurong, one that could only be countered by an antidote crafted by a third-tier alchemist, someone Yuanda had no knowledge of. Even with his connections, he could not locate such an alchemist. Only a trial will reveal its efficacy. Chu Ci stated with a smile. Lurong is a good girl. It would be a pity if she perished. After providing the antidote to Yuanda, Chu Ci departed with Chu Xian. Once outside the Lord's residence, Chu Xian questioned, Xiao Ci, are we simply leaving? Will the Gong family not seek retribution against the Lord's residence? If you have a method, then by all means assist them, Chu Ci replied, shaking his head. Brother, it is unnecessary. The Lord's residence holds no ties to us, and they initially intended to follow Gong Yongyan's orders to eliminate us. Therefore, we have no obligation to assist them. Furthermore, what benefit would it confer upon us? From Yuanda's disposition, had Lurong not been present, he would have indeed struck that if we were to assist him, he might easily be swayed by the Gong family's provocations and turn against us. Very well, since you have stated it so, Chu Xian sighed resignedly. If all goes as expected, once the Gong family learns of Gong Yongyan's death, they will undoubtedly surround the Lord's residence. Whether it can withstand the onslaught will depend on Yuanda's own capabilities. Should he falter, the Lord's residence will fall, and Yuanda will meet his NDS for Lurong. Her fate is of no concern to me. After all, we have saved her twice, once in the Black Cloud Mountains, and now with the antidote. Upon exiting the Lord's residence, Chu Xian had anticipated that Chu Ci would leave Luoyang City that very night. Instead, they took up residence in an inn. According to Chu Ci, there was no need to flee. Should the Gong family seek trouble, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Meanwhile, within the Lord's residence, Yuanda began to refine the antidote from the herbs provided by Chu Ci for Lurong. To his delight, the herb indeed possessed the power to neutralize the poison. However, this joy was short-lived as news arrived that the Gong family had sent men. Yuanda, maintaining his composure, proceeded to meet them. Earlier, he had sent Gong Yongyan's corpse back to the Gong family, so he was not surprised by their arrival. Old steward Nya, Yuanda addressed the elderly man before him. Take the young lady and leave the Yin family. If there is any chance of survival, return for her later. But remember, do not approach the Dayan Empire or associate with its people, Old steward Nyan nodded in agreement. Understood, my lord. He promptly led Yin Lurong away. Yin gathered the remaining members of the Yin family and approached the entrance. Antiquity this moment. The lord's residence was completely surrounded by the Gong family. The middle-aged man leading the Gong family. Gong Wenguang bellowed, "Yin Yuenda, you have slain my son. I did not kill your son." Yin Yuenda replied solemnly. "Not you, yet he died at your hands." Gong Wenguang roared, "Today I demand that every member of your family pay for my son's life." Yin Yuenda recognized that further dialogue would be futile, and he exuded the aura of a late-stage, earthly extremity warrior. Soon, he and the Yin family engaged in battle with the Gong family. Meanwhile, old steward Nya escorted Yin Lurong away from the lord's residence, but they did not leave Luoyang City. Yin Lurong understood that her father and his allies would not be able to withstand the Gong family's assault alone. To ensure their survival, assistance would be essential. It is imperative that the families possess equal strength. However, the families in Luoyang City have long since bowed to the Gong family, if one were to seek their assistance. It is likely that Yin Lurong would be captured and delivered to the Gong family. Thus, Yin Lurong contemplated turning to Chu Ci and Chu Xian, with Chu Xuan's formidable prowess and the distinctive attire of both Chu Ci and Chu Xian. It was evident that they were not of ordinary lineage. It stands to reason that they must have connections to esteemed families, should they persuade their families to aid the city lord's mansion. The crisis facing it tonight could potentially be averted. Through the investigation conducted by Steward Nya, Yin Lurong learned that Chu Ci and Chu Xian were residing in an inn within Luoyang City. She promptly set out to find them. Yin Lurong soon encountered Chu Ci. From their previous interactions, she discerned that the powerful Chu Xian was always obedient to Chu Ci. Therefore, to solicit their assistance, she knew she must approach Chu Ci, for he was the one who made the decisions. "Benefactor, the Gong family is currently invading our city lord's mansion. I implore you to aid us." She beseeched. In return, the city lord's mansion shall undoubtedly repay your kindness." Chu Ci cast a sidelong glance at Yin Lurong and shook his head, saying, "I have no obligation to assist you. This is a matter for your city lord's mansion alone. Benefactor, if you would be willing to lend your hand, I, Yin Lurong, would gladly serve you as a maid." She declared through gritted teeth. N01 was willing to help, and her father's life was at stake. Chu Ci did not spare her a second glance. "I have no interest in you." With each rejection, Yin Lurong's complexion grew increasingly pallid. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "Benefactor, I am a Rundan." Chapter 54. Hubris, Rundan. Chu Ci looked at Yin Lurong with a hint of surprise. Chu Ci's expression hardened as he regarded her. "Are you telling me this in hopes of using yourself as a bargaining chip?" Yin Lurong did not conceal her intent and nodded. "Indeed, from your expression. It is clear you are aware of the effects of Rundan." "What is a Rundan, you ask?" "It is a being born as a medicinal pill. Such individuals, regardless of their cultivation, are highly coveted materials for pill refinement. Take the Poshiandan, for instance, that if a common individual were to consume it, they would only have a 40 chance of breaking through to the Tianjijing. However, should a Rundan be refined into a Poshiandan, the efficacy would soar to an astounding 90. This is merely a conservative estimate. In truth, those who consume Poshiandan refined from a Rundan rarely fail to break through to the Tianjijing. Benefactor, as long as you are willing to assist our city lord's mansion, I can serve as a Rundan," Yin Lurong said through clenched teeth. Although she and her father had concealed their identities to avoid becoming a Rundan, she was willing to expose this information in order to save her father. The risks were immense. Should Chu Ci harbor greedy thoughts, he could easily disregard their agreement. Yet, Yin Lurong was willing to take the chance. For the mere fact that Chu Ci and Chu Xian were prepared to save her was sufficient proof that they were not malevolent. The allure of a Rundan was indeed compelling. Chu Ci lifted his chin. The efficacy of a Rundan, when incorporated into any medicinal pill, would increase to an impressive 90. However, this unique constitution was often misunderstood by those lacking knowledge, who regarded it merely as a miraculous resource for pill refinement. Having once been in a forbidden area, Chu Ci was aware of another purpose for a Rundan that rivaled its effects in pill crafting. Assisting your city lord's mansion is not out of the question. After careful consideration, Chu Ci resolved to acquiesce to Yin Lurong's request. "Really? A wave of joy surged through Lurong. Even though the price was her being used as material for pill refinement, she was willing to pay it to save her father, regardless of the cost. She hoped her father would not resent her for her perceived disloyalty. "Follow me," Chu Ci instructed, and Lurong trailed behind him. She initially believed Chu Ci intended to take her to his family for reinforcement. To her surprise, he led her directly to the vicinity of the city lord's mansion. "Benefactor, this is not right." Lurong furrowed her brow. "Shouldn't we seek aid from your family?" Her heart raced with an unsettling premonition. Did Chu Ci intend to confront the situation alone? Even if he brought Chu Xin along, it would still be risky for a mere Huangjing late-stage warrior to face the Gong family's patriarch, that I alone am sufficient to aid your city lord's mansion. Chu Ci replied calmly. His strength was formidable enough to repel the Gong family's forces single-handedly. Moreover, even if Chu Ci returned to Tianyang City to summon his uncle, Chu Haotsong, the round trip would take a day. Benefactor, but the head of the Gong family is a late-stage Daijing warrior. Lurong exclaimed anxiously that if you go alone, it would be tantamount to courting death. Panic surged within her, yet Chu Ci remained unfazed, saying, "You need only wait here." Without regard for any further protest from Lurong, he charged towards the city lord's mansion. Antiquity that moment. At the gates of the city lord's mansion, Inuenda was being relentlessly pushed back, suffering significant injuries that, if this continued, he would surely perish at the hands of Gong Wenguang. "Today marks your end, Inuenda," Gong Wenguang declared, preparing to deliver the final blow as Inuenda lay defeated on the ground. However, just as his blade was about to sever Inuenda's head, it suddenly encountered an unseen force, halting its descent. "What?" Gong Wenguang exclaimed in shock, and upon closer inspection, he discovered an unfamiliar young man had appeared beneath his blade, effectively stopping it. This individual was none other than Chu Ci. "You insolent brat! Who are you? Do you seek death?" Gong Wenguang's fury ignited. Inuenda cast a glance at Chu Ci, astonishment etched on his face. He had never anticipated Chu Ci would suddenly appear to save him. Yet there was no trace of joy on Inuenda's countenance. Despite not knowing how Chu Ci had intervened, he recognized that Chu Ci's strength was insufficient to contend with Gong Wenguang. A mere slap from Gong Wenguang could Gong Wenguang let out a cold snort. "Even if you possess some skill, you simply lack the capability to kill me." He acknowledged that Chu Ci was indeed among the stronger warriors in the late Huangji realm. But what of it? No matter how formidable his strength, it paled in comparison to Gong Wenguang, who stood at the pinnacle of the Earth Extreme realm, 3 great realms above him. The chasm between realms cannot be bridged by mere strength. Die! A surge of murderous intent welled up within Gong Wenguang. Although his great blade had just been destroyed by Chu Ci, he must not forget that as a master of the Earth Extreme realm, his own power was exceedingly formidable. Regrettably, Gong Wenguang had no inkling of the true extent of Chu Ci's strength. His fingers, sharp as talons, reached toward Chu Ci, Dragon Tiger Claw. This strike bore terrifying might. A weaker warrior caught by Gong Wenguang's claw would surely meet a grim fate. Gong Wenguang's heart raced as he anticipated Chu Ci's imminent demise beneath his grasp. Yet, contrary to his expectations, it was Gong Wenguang's other hand that was rendered useless by Chu Ci. "Such feeble strength, and yet you dare to boast before me." Chu Ci's eyes glinted with disdain. "This is impossible." Shock filled Gong Wenguang's eyes. Even the members of the Gong family behind him could hardly believe what they were witnessing. Had it not unfolded so vividly before them, they would never have believed that their patriarch could possibly be defeated. Chu Ci's gaze was icy as he regarded Gong Wenguang, a palpable murderous aura radiating from him. "You wish to kill me?" Faced with numerous trials and tribulations, Gong Wenguang momentarily faltered. Chu Ci offered no response. "You cannot kill me. My son is the direct disciple of an elder from the Bloodblade sect. If you dare to slay me, my son will undoubtedly seek vengeance." Gong Wenguang attempted to leverage his eldest son's status to intimidate Chu Ci, unaware that Chu Ci remained utterly indifferent. Nearby, Inuenda interjected. Gong Wenguang's eldest son is not only the direct disciple of an elder from the Bloodblade sect, but also a master of the Celestial Extreme realm. If you kill him, his son will surely retaliate. Inuenda grateful for Chu Ci's intervention that had saved him, wished to shield Chu Ci from Gong Wenguang's Antiquity that moment. However, Chu Ci chuckled and replied, "Oh, do you think that if I spare him, he will let me go?" With an expression of utter disdain, Chu Ci continued, "Regardless of whether I kill him or not today, he will not easily let us off the hook." Inyuna fell silent. Just as Chu Ci had said, the events of today had sealed their fate. The conflict between them and Gong Wenguang was irreconcilable. Gong Wenguang's expression darkened instantaneously. He had initially hoped that upon hearing of his son's renown, Chu Ci would relent, allowing him to write to his son to come from the Bloodblade sect and eliminate both Chu Ci and Inyuanda. At this juncture, Inyuanda ceased to hinder Chu Ci. In a swift motion, Chu Ci struck down Gong Wenguang. The members of the Gong family, having lost their anchor, began to scatter in panic. Naturally, Inyuanda would not allow Gong's family to escape. He led the city lord's guards in pursuit. These individuals could not be spared if they were allowed to flee. The news would inevitably reach the ears of Gong Wenguang's son. By eliminating these members of the Gong family now, they could at least buy some time to prepare. With the crisis at the city lord's residence averted, Yin Lurong made her appearance. "Father!" Seeing her father safe and sound, tears welled in Yin Lurong's eyes. Although her father was unharmed, she was bound by her agreement with Chu Ci to become his human Dan. Yin Lurong dared not breach the pact. "It's all right, Lurong. Father's fine now, isn't he?" Inyuna said with a cheerful smile. "This is all thanks to our benefactor." He clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving our city lord's residence." Inyuanda was filled with emotion. Though Chu Ci's cultivation was not high, his strength was surprisingly formidable. This young man was destined for great achievements in the future. "There is no need for thanks." Chu Ci waved his hand dismissively. "Assisting your city lord's residence was merely a transaction with your daughter." "Transaction?" Inyuanda raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to Yin Lurong. He wondered what sort of arrangement his daughter had made with Chu Ci. However, as long as it was within the means of the city lord's residence, it mattered little. Yin Lurong did not conceal anything from her father and spoke up. "Father, I informed our benefactor about my status as a human Dan." "What?" Inyunda's expression changed dramatically. The fact that a woman could be a human Dan was a secret he had guarded closely. Fearing that if discovered, his daughter would be turned into a Dan, he never anticipated that today, in her bid to save him, his daughter would expose her identity. "My dear daughter, why would you do this?" Inyunda lamented. "If I were to perish, it would matter not. But how could you do such a thing?" Yin Lurong shook her head. Having been raised by her father, how could she bear to see him fall to Gong Wenguang's hand? "Benefactor, whatever you desire, I shall comply, but please do not turn Lurong into a Dan." Ina turned to Chu Ci, and then, with a thud, knelt before him, declaring, "As long as you spare my daughter, I am willing to fulfill any request. Father, please rise." Yin Lurong rushed to support her father, but Inyuanda refused to stand. For the sake of his daughter's life, he was willing to pay any price. Yet, the value of a human Dan was an irresistible temptation for any warrior. Inyuanda could not guarantee that Chu Ci would relent. If he did not, then even if it cost him his life, he would ensure the safety of his daughter. When did I ever say I would turn her into a Dan? Chapter 56. Order of Arrival. Both Inyuanda and Yin Lurong, who were initially heartbroken, were taken aback by Chu Ci's words. "Are you serious?" Inyuanda gazed at Chu Ci in disbelief. A human Dan was an object of desire for countless warriors. Could it be that Chu Ci was truly unmoved? Of course, Chu Ci affirmed with a nod. While Yin Lurong, as a human Dan, was indeed enticing, utilizing her solely as a Dan would waste her extraordinary constitution. That a human Dan, also known as a spiritual body, was something Chu Ci had read about in ancient texts within the Forbidden Grounds. Individuals who were spiritual bodies could enhance the efficacy of Dan medicine several-fold merely by using their blood. There was no need to refine the entire person into a Dan. Only in the Xinjiang continent would such foolishness occur. "What do you need Lurong for?" Inyuanda inquired, furrowing his brow. Although Chu Ci had assured him that he would not refine Yin Lurong into a Dan, it did not mean that the task he required of her would not endanger her life. "Oh, not worry. I only require her blood and will not take her life." Upon hearing this, Innuendo breathed a sigh of relief. If it were merely a matter of drawing some blood, that was not a significant issue. "Father, if it's just a little blood, it should be fine," In Lurong reassured her father. "Moreover, if it weren't for our benefactor's intervention today, we would not have survived this ordeal." Shortly thereafter, Chu Ci produced a small cauldron from his ancient ring. This cauldron was no larger than a palm, yet it emanated an aura of terrifying power. Chu Ci had discovered it in a certain location within the Forbidden Grounds, sensing a familiar presence at the time, though he had not paid it much heed. He had not anticipated that the cauldron would follow him ever since. Indeed, this cauldron possessed sentience. Thus, unable to shake off its entanglement, Chu Ci had no choice but to accept it. The three insane women had also informed him that this cauldron was a remarkable treasure. If handled properly in the future, it would serve as a lethal weapon. However, Chu Ci had not given it much thought, as he had yet to use it to take a life. Presently, he merely intended to use it as a vessel to contain In Lurong's blood. Soon, In Lurong cut her wrist, allowing her blood to flow into the cauldron. After filling it to about 1/5 of its capacity, Chu Ci instructed her to stop. If she continued to bleed, she risked losing too much blood and dying. Moreover, even with only 1/5 of the cauldron filled, it was already sufficient. Why adding a drop of the spiritual body's blood during the refining process? The efficacy of the Dan within the entire cauldron could be multiplied several times over. With the blood acquired, Chu Ci had no intention of lingering further. However, as he prepared to depart, Innuendo warned him. Gong Wenguang's elder brother is the direct disciple of an elder from the Bloodblade sect. With his entire family slain, he will surely seek vengeance. Innuendo refrained from uttering another word. Given Chu Ci's prowess, there was likely no cause for concern that a person of such formidable strength undoubtedly had a powerful backing. They need not worry about him. Rather, it would be prudent for them to concern themselves with their own affairs. Subsequently, Chu Ci returned to the inn to reunite with Chu Xian at dawn the following day. They departed Luoyang and continued their journey to the capital. 5 days later, Chu Ci and Chu Xian arrived in the capital. The capital was indeed a stark contrast to Tianyang City, as Chu Xian gazed at the bustling city. He couldn't help but express his awe. The size of the capital was tenfold that of Tianyang City. Moreover, a glance around revealed that even the least skilled martial artists possessed late-stage Xuanji realm capabilities. Warriors of the Earth Extremity realm were a common sight. The capital was particularly lively today, as it marked the day when the 4 major sects of the Great Xia dynasty would commence their recruitment of disciples. People from all corners of the Great Xia dynasty flocked to the capital. Tomorrow, the 4 major sects of our Great Xia dynasty will open their doors to new disciples. We must hurry to the square. If fortune smiles upon me, perhaps I shall be chosen. Upon hearing these words, Chu Xian breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "It seems we have not arrived too late. Tomorrow is indeed the day for the 4 major sects to recruit disciples." Chu Xian felt a sense of relaxation in his heart. Their next task was to find accommodation. The vast capital boasted numerous inns, yet they were all fully booked, leaving no spare rooms available. After visiting many establishments, Chu Ci and Chu Xian finally discovered a single vacant room in one inn. It was no trouble for them to share a room, though we shall take the remaining room. Chu Xian stated, handing over the silver to the innkeeper. "Very well, esteemed guests." The innkeeper replied with a smile, accepting the coins and preparing to give the key to a servant to guide Chu Ci and Chu Xian to their room when a voice interrupted. I'll take the last room," a young man swaggered in, flanked by 2 women. "Esteemed guest, these 2 arrived first," the innkeeper said, his expression turning awkward. The young man's brow furrowed in displeasure as he retorted, "Do you not know who I am, you old fool?" With an air of arrogance, he proclaimed, "Tell this innkeeper who I am." One of the women clinging to him giggled and said, "This is none other than the 2nd young master of the Great Xia dynasty's general." "What? He is actually the 2nd young master Zhao Wuxing of the general's manor." The innkeeper's demeanor shifted instantly. The Great Xia dynasty was home to a renowned general who had once single-handedly defended the city gates, defeating 3 invaders of the Tianji realm. Furthermore, this general was a favored subject of the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. Yet, that was not the most pressing issue. the general's second son, was notorious for his cruelty, leveraging his father's status to oppress the citizens of the capital. Anyone who dared oppose him would either end up imprisoned or worse. The innkeeper had never met the general's second son before, but he had heard tales of Zhao Wuxing's exploits from others. This was certainly not someone he could afford to offend. Zhao Eryi, the room is yours. The innkeeper forced a smile, snatching the key from the servant's hand and offering it to Zhao Wuxing. At least you have some sense. Zhao Wuxing nodded in satisfaction. Wait, hold on. Weren't we here first? Chu Ci interjected, furrowing his brow. What do you understand? The innkeeper shot a glare at Chu Ci, admonishing, this is the second young master of the general's manor. Chapter 57. A grave mistake. The principle of first come, first served means nothing here. Zhao Wuxing scoffed. Out here, it's all about whose background is more formidable. Unfortunately for you, I have plenty of backing. Zhao Wuxing wore a proud expression, while the innkeeper chuckled amiably. Indeed, Zhao Eryi, you speak the truth. However, regarding the payment, before the innkeeper could finish his sentence, he was met with a fierce glare from Zhao Wuxing. The young man then coldly stated, Innkeeper, I see you have no intention of keeping this in open. The innkeeper's face paled at this threat, and he quickly waved his hands, saying, I wouldn't dare. How could I possibly charge you? Innkeeper, since you refused to rent the room to us, you should return our money. Chu Ci reached out for his coins. The innkeeper replied coldly, Money? What money? Your coins are meant as tribute to Zhao Eryi. You think I'll return them? Not a chance. Without receiving any compensation from Zhao Wuxing, there was no way he would return Chu Ci and Chu Xian's money. After all, who would bear the loss? Are you certain you wish to proceed down this path? Chu Ci's expression grew increasingly frigid. The innkeeper, dismissive, paid no heed to someone as inconsequential as Chu Ci. What could he do? This was the capital, his territory. Though he feared Zhao Wuxing, he had no reason to fear two outsiders. How pathetic, losing both the room and your money. Zhao Wuxing mocked, ignoring Chu Ci and Chu Xian as he sauntered toward the second floor of the inn with the two women. However, a hand reached out and stopped Zhao Wuxing. What do you want? Zhao Wuxing glared at the hand resting on his shoulder, his displeasure evident. The individual who halted Zhao Wuxing was none other than Chu Ci. That I care not for your background. We arrived first, and the room rightfully belongs to us. Since the innkeeper refuses to refund our money, you shall not occupy the room either. Chu Ci's expression was indifferent as he snatched the key from Zhao Wuxing's grasp. Are you seeking death? Zhao Wuxing's expression grew. I see why it had been long since anyone had dared to defy him so brazenly. Have you lost your mind? The innkeeper was horrified. Angering Zhao Wuxing would be a grave mistake. He could easily reduce this into rubble. Quickly, hand the key to Zhao Eryi, or no one will be able to save you. Following the innkeeper's furious reprimand, he lunged for the key in Chu Ci's hand. Chu Ci sidestepped the innkeeper, stating coldly, Innkeeper, your actions are most unscrupulous that we arrived first, and you accepted our payment. How can you give a room to someone else? If you intend to hand the room to another, must you not refund our money? The innkeeper seethed. You know nothing. This is the second young master of the general's manor. Who are you to challenge him? Your money barely qualifies as a blessing from your ancestors to rent a room in my inn. It was evident that the innkeeper had no intention of relinquishing the room or returning the money to it. Seems there is nothing more to discuss. Chu Ci's eyes turned icy. Chu Xian prepared himself as well. Though they wished to avoid trouble in the capital, that did not mean they would allow themselves to be bullied. Looking for trouble? The innkeeper raised an eyebrow, signaling for a dozen henchmen to appear. Do you think this is a place where you outsiders can stir up trouble? Throw these two out of here before they become an eyesore for Zhao Eryi. With the innkeeper's command, the henchmen sprang into action. All were mid-stage Xuanji realm warriors. Such a display of power would typically intimidate others into submission. Unfortunately for the innkeeper, he had met his match this time. Chu Ci remained still, but Chu Xian did not hesitate. A mere dozen mid-stage Xuanji fighters were no match for him. Wielding a spear, Chu Xian charged at the henchmen. In mere moments, they were all dispatched, unable to withstand even 2 moves before collapsing to the ground. What? How could this happen? The innkeeper was taken aback. These henchmen were the strongest he had at the inn, and oh wonder they dared to challenge me. Zhao Wuxing chuckled, stroking one of the women beside him. What a pity. Your strength amounts to nothing in my eyes. Zhao Wuxing could clearly see that Chu Ci was quite powerful. Even he was not a match for him. However, as the second young master of the general's manor, did he need to get his hands dirty? Naturally, he had bodyguards at his disposal. Bring these two to justice. Zhao Wuxing ordered nonchalantly, deciding the fates of Chu Ci and Chu Ci with a mere word. The next moment, a man clad in armor strode into the inn. Upon entering, he clasped his hands in salute to Zhao Wuxing, then cast a cold gaze upon Chu Ci and Chu Ci. Are these the two? With one at late-stage Xuanji and the other at late-stage Huangji, he could dispatch them in less than 3 moves. After all, he was a late-stage Earth Extremity warrior, unless he faced someone at the Tianji realm. No one could rival him. Die. The man struck, unleashing the oppressive aura characteristic of a late-stage Earthly Extreme Realm warrior, which bore down upon Chu Ci. Startled, Chu Ci realized that this was beyond his capacity to confront. He had no choice but to call upon Chu Ci for assistance. Standing before Chu Ci, Chu Ci effortlessly dissipated the terrifying pressure that had threatened them, initially intending to eliminate the Xian Extreme Realm warrior first. He thought, since you wish to court death, I shall oblige. The man cast a fleeting glance at Chu Ci before launching a palm strike in his direction to T.O. him. This feeble warrior could be dispatched with a mere gesture. However, before the man's hand could make contact, Chu Ci delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. Shock washed over the onlookers as the scene unfolded like a dream. Could this be real? Zhao Wuxing was left speechless. This was the bodyguard his father had personally selected, yet he was dispatched by a late-stage Huang Extreme Realm warrior with a single kick? He lamented his earlier carelessness for not dodging. The man rose, his voice cold as ice. Kid, I underestimated you earlier and failed to evade that I never expected you, a mere Huang Extreme Realm warrior, to possess such strength. Alas, the chasm between the earthly and Huang realms is insurmountable. He had indeed been careless, not deploying his full strength previously. This time, he would unleash his utmost power to annihilate Chu Ci. Fiery flames consuming heaven, as the man erupted with a terrifying aura. The entire inn became suffused with oppressive heat. Die, he commanded. Chapter 58. You'd better behave. A terrifying force erupted in that instant. The innkeeper's face paled in fear, his heart racing with dread that we're doomed if this attack lands. Mine will surely be obliterated. At that moment, he harbored deep resentment towards Chu Ci. This reckless fool has no sense. He dares to provoke Zhao Wuxing. Now, my inn is at risk of damage. The innkeeper glared at Chu Ci with palpable hatred. If the boy survived, he would undoubtedly demand compensation. If he perished, the innkeeper would ensure that he left no trace of Chu Ci's remains. Kid, prepare to meet your end. The man sneered. For a late-stage Huang Extreme Realm warrior, dying to this strike would be a privilege. The fiery flames consuming heaven was his trump card, one he rarely revealed. Yet, Chu Ci's earlier display of strength compelled him to take it seriously. The searing flames descended upon Chu Ci. You intend to combat me with fire. Are you jesting? Chu Ci replied with a cold smirk. He bore the leaf fire, ranked first on the heavenly list, rendering all flames subservient in its presence. A.S. anticipated. The man-S attack dissipated in midair before it could reach Chu Ci, leaving not a trace behind. What just transpired? The man was taken aback. Utterly bewildered, he could not fathom how his fiery flames had slipped from his control. Captain Li, did you not hear the order to kill him? Zhao Wuxing's impatience was palpable as his icy gaze fell upon Captain Li. The latter wore a grim expression and replied, Second young master, this fellow is rather peculiar. He regarded Chu Ci with utmost caution, that I care not for his nature. I demand results. Zhao Wuxing was uninterested in Captain Li's explanations. To him, there were only 2 outcomes for Chu Ci: death or Captain Li's demise. If Chu Ci survived, then Captain Li would surely perish. Upon hearing Zhao Wuxing's words, Captain Li's expression darkened. He felt a surge of dissatisfaction. This ignorant heir, if not for his father's status as a general, would he dare speak to him so? Despite his grievances, Captain Li did not dare to express them openly, merely nodding fervently. Rest assured. Second young master, I will ensure their deaths. Captain Li understood that failing to eliminate Chu Ci would lead Zhao Wuxing to seek someone else to do the deed. Whether Chu Ci lived or died was of little concern to him. However, Zhao Wuxing would undoubtedly ensure that he was also killed in the process. Realizing this, Captain Li could no longer afford to delay. The late-stage Huang Extreme Realm Warrior possessed some capabilities, and he glared at Chu Ci, stating, "But today you shall die here." A chilling, killing intent radiated from Captain Li, laced with a palpable malice. Having seen the battlefield and taken lives, his murderous aura carried an unsettling edge. Regrettably, today it shall not be I who perishes, but you. As soon as Chu Ci's words fell, he appeared before Captain Li. The latter was momentarily taken aback before swiftly reacting, drawing his broadsword and slicing towards Chu Ci's head. Yet before the blade could descend, Chu Ci unleashed a punch, supreme fist. The instant the fist's power erupted, Captain Li felt an overwhelming force that threatened to tear his body asunder. His instincts were correct. The next moment, Captain Li's body exploded in a spray of blood, the acrid scent permeating the inn. Zhao Wuxing and the innkeeper stood frozen in disbelief. The previously composed Captain Li was suddenly slain by a late-stage Huang Extreme Realm Warrior, no less. No one would believe such a tale. Wait, this fellow cannot possibly be a late-stage Huang Extreme Realm Warrior. He must be a powerful figure concealing his true strength. How could Chu Ci, 2 realms below Captain Li, manage to slay him? As Zhao Wuxing remained in shock, he abruptly noticed Chu Ci advancing toward in that very moment. Zhao Wuxing hastily fled with his companion. After this brief interlude, the innkeeper naturally dared not retain Chu Ci and Chu Xian. If Zhao Wuxing were to return with his entourage to seek trouble with them, his establishment would undoubtedly suffer the consequences that, of course, the money previously owed was returned without hesitation. The innkeeper had no choice in the matter. Anyone who would dare to kill even the second son of General was certainly capable of eliminating him as well. Now, with no place to stay, Chu Ci and Chu Xian found themselves resting momentarily at a stall on the bustling streets of the capital. Fortunately, it was the season when the 4 major sects were recruiting disciples, so the streets were alive with crowds, and many stalls remained open late into the night. Thus, the two sat at the stall until dawn. The next morning marked the recruitment day for the 4 major sects, and throngs of individuals had already congregated in the capital square. Chu Ci and Chu Xian made their way there as well. And at this point, the crowd had become a veritable sea of humanity. It seemed that the capital truly brimmed with talent. Chu Xian's keen eye discerned many youths, 2 or 3 years his junior. Wielding abilities on par with his OW and IT was quite normal for those hailing from prominent families in the capital to possess superior resources. Chu Ci smiled and remarked, "Elder brother, you will surely surpass them in time." The Chu family had fallen into decline for 5 years, and for Chu Xian to have cultivated to the late stage of the Xuanji realm by the age of 18 was already commendable. Moreover, in the days to come, his rate of cultivation would only accelerate, and his strength would grow even more formidable. Surpass them? At that moment, a voice dripped with sarcasm interjected, "Humph, those who can come here are all prodigies among prodigies. That young master from the Wang family has already reached the late stage of the Xuanji realm at 15, and even those at the early stage of the Dij realm cannot contend with him. And then there's the one from the Lin family. His father is a minister, and he himself is already at the cusp of the early Dij realm, merely a step away from achieving it. You think you can surpass them just because you come from outside?" After this proclamation, both Chu Ci and Chu Xian chose to remain indifferent. An 18-year-old at the late stage of the Xuanji realm might still have a chance. However, a 15-year-old lingering at the late stage of the Huangji realm was, frankly speaking, utterly insignificant. Even in the capital, the least talented individuals had reached the mid-stage of the Xuanji realm by the age of 15. As Chu Xian listened to this person's words, he initially intended to ignore them, but with each passing moment, his displeasure grew. "What do you know? My brother achieved the Tianji realm at 10. In terms of talent, who could rival his brother Chu Ci in this world? Had it not been for his disappearance 5 years ago, resulting in his current lack of cultivation, who could fathom the terrifying heights he might have reached in that time? Tianji realm at 10, the individual widened his eyes and then burst into raucous laughter. "Ha! This fellow is truly spinning tales without a shred of modesty. There is no one in the entire capital who has achieved the Tianji realm at such a young age, let alone elsewhere. Little Wang, what could be so amusing that you share it with us? Just then, a voice emerged. The person addressed as Little Wang immediately donned a fawning expression, turning to the newcomer with exaggerated deference. Ah, Lord Zhao Heir, you have arrived? Ha, I just heard a most amusing tale. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Wuxing, the very individual Chu Ci had encountered the day before, after casting a brief glance at Little Wang. His attention shifted to Chu Ci and Chu Xian, and in an instant his expression turned a shade of green, fear unmistakably glimmering in his eyes. Lord Zhao Heir, I must tell you, this person dares to claim that his brother reached the Tianji realm at the tender age of 10. Is that not the height of absurdity? No sooner had Little Wang spoken than Zhao Wuxing delivered a sharp slap to his face, admonishing him. Silence, stunned by the blow. Little Wang was momentarily at a loss. He then observed Zhao Wuxing approach Chu Ci with an ingratiating smile, saying, "It is good to see you again. I sincerely apologize for yesterday's incident." After leaving the previous day, Zhao Wuxing had contemplated finding someone to eliminate Chu Ci. However, despite being a privileged scion, he was not foolish as he considered the matter. He recalled that Captain Li, a martial artist of the late DJ realm, had been easily dispatched by the opponent, indicating that this individual was no ordinary foe. The late Huangji realm was merely a facade. The true extent of their cultivation was likely at the Tianji realm. Realizing this, Zhao Wuxing felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. If his father were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Chu Ci regarded Zhao Wuxing with a slight and as long as Zhao Wuxing did not seek trouble with him. Chu Ci had no intention of involving himself. Seeing that Chu Ci offered no words, Zhao Wuxing felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, Chu Ci bore no anger and held no grudges regarding the previous day's events. Zhao Wuxing chose not to depart. A person of such formidable strength at such a young age was someone he certainly wished to befriend. Earlier, he had heard Little Wang mention that Chu Ci reached the Tianji realm at 10. Curiously, Zhao Wuxing asked, "Are you the Chu Ci from Tianyang City?" The tale of Chu Ci achieving the Tianji realm at 10 was known throughout the entire Daxia dynasty. At that time, all four major sects had sought to recruit him. Even his own father often spoke of Chu Ci, hoping that his son would not merely aspire to emulate him, but achieve even a fraction of his greatness. Indeed, Chu Ci acknowledged with a nod. Finding no reason to deny it, Little Wang stood dumbfounded, dread welling up within him. He had heard the legends surrounding Chu Ci. Heavens, what have I just done? I dared to mock a being of the Tianji realm. The only reason I am not struck down is sheer luck. Indeed, Zhao Wuxing's eyes brightened in an instant. He had long suspected as much. Such youth coupled with such terrifying strength was unparalleled in the capital. Besides the prodigious Chu Ci, there was no one else. Zhao Wuxing felt a surge of elation. If his father were to learn of his friendship with Chu Ci, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Brother Chu Ci, I must admit my fault from yesterday. After the recruitment event concludes, allow me to treat you to a meal as a form of atonement. No need, Chu Ci replied without a moment's hesitation, outright refusing the offer. Zhao Wuxing's expression grew slightly awkward, yet he maintained a smile, saying, "Brother Chu Ci, we are bound by our past encounter. Please grant me the opportunity to make amends that it was no jest." This was a once-in-a-lifetime genius who had reached the Tianji realm at just 10 years of age. Even if he were to face Chu Ci's cold demeanor, it would be entirely justified. Such an extraordinary talent would undoubtedly surpass his father in future accomplishments. That if all went well, Chu Ci could very well become a martial emperor. Associating with Chu Ci would grant Zhao Wuxing considerable prestige in future dealings. However, Chu Ci had no intention of engaging with Zhao Wuxing. Observing this, Zhao Wuxing did not press further. It was only natural, given the minor conflict they had experienced the day prior. Nonetheless, Zhao Wuxing felt that as long as he did not antagonize Chu Ci, ample opportunities would arise to cultivate a relationship with him. Following this brief exchange, the elders of the four major sects, Tianjin sect, Shuodao sect, Huntiang sect, and Hundan Tian sect, made their appearances, The arrival of these four elders signified the commencement of the recruitment for the four major sections. Additionally, there was Bai Gaoi, the current prime minister of the Daxia dynasty, who had come to assist with the recruitment event on behalf of the emperor. In truth, Bai Gaoi sought to uncover prodigious talents. Should any exceptional individuals emerge, the Daxia dynasty would gladly forge alliances with them, and if possible, recruit them away from the four major sects, thereby securing their service to the dynasty. Of course, if that proved unfeasible, they would still seek to foster goodwill, offering cultivation resources to establish a bond, ensuring that when the Daxia dynasty had need, they could call upon them for assistance. This initiative could be seen as an investment by the Daxia dynasty. The recruitment event of the four major sects of the Daxia dynasty is about to begin. All citizens of the Daxia dynasty under the age of 30 are eligible to participate. Bai Gaoi announced, the recruitment criteria will consist of 3 rounds of assessments: talent, teamwork, and potential. The specifics of the assessments are well known to many. The first and second rounds focus on individual ability, while the second round will require teamwork. That as long as the scores in the first and third rounds are exceptional, one can pass the second round as long as their performance is not particularly poor. We shall now proceed with the first round of the talent assessment. Bai Gaoi directed his gaze toward the enormous crystal behind him, stating, "This is the Ziyun crystal that IT can measure each person's innate talent. The brighter the emitted light, the greater the talent. Conversely, the dimmer the light, the poorer the talent. Each beam of light is categorized into 9 grades, with the minimum requirement being no less than the 3rd grade talent." After finishing his remarks, Bai Gaoi respectfully looked toward the 4 elders of the major sects and inquired, "Esteemed elders, we may begin now." Before them, the 4 elders nodded in unison, each seated around the purple cloud crystal. Subsequently, they extended their hands and infused it with their respective spiritual energies. Upon the infusion, the purple cloud crystal emitted a resounding roar. Those in the front row, the 100 of you, step forward and place your hands upon the purple cloud crystal. Bai Gaoi bellowed. The 100 individuals stepped forward and placed their hands on the crystal. Soon, a beam of light appeared on each of them, varying in brightness. 87 possessed 2nd-tier talent. 1 had 5th-tier talent. 3 had 4th-tier talent, and 5 had 3rd-tier talent. Undoubtedly, among the 100, 87 were eliminated. Only 12 barely qualified, yet 1 displayed remarkable talent, being 5th tier. The elders of the 4 major sects were quite pleased with this outcome. They valued quality over quantity in their disciple recruitment. 5th tier talent was already commendable, considering that the best talent previously recorded was only 7th tier. Start with a 5th tier talent was exceptional. "Young man, what is your name?" At that moment, Elder Zhao Wuji of the Tianjin sect spoke up. In response, "Esteemed elder, I am Lin Shun, the son of the minister of the great Xia dynasty." Lin Shun replied respectfully with a bow. Zhao Wuji nodded, a satisfied expression on his face as he remarked, "At merely 18 years of age, you are already at the threshold of the earthly extreme realm. Are you willing to join my Tianjin sect?" Before Lin Shun could respond, the elders of the other 3 sects expressed their discontent. "Zhao Wuji, this disciple is mine for the Hunyuan sect." Elder Qin Kongsheng of the Hunyuan sect stated coldly, "I see that this child has cultivated his physical body. Our Hunyuan sect's foundational technique, the Hunyuan dominating body, is perfectly suited for him. Qin Kongsheng, just because he has trained his body doesn't mean he must join your Hunyuan sect." Elder Guangdiyun of the Chaos sect scoffed, "What your sect possesses, ours possesses as well. Our Chaos sacred art is far more fitting for him." Qin Kongsheng couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this, then mockingly replied, "What is your Chaos sect's technique but a mere imitation of our Hunyuan dominating body? Cultivating your Chaos sacred art would surely hinder Lin Shun." Guangdiyun's eyes flared with anger as he retorted, "Nonsense! It is your Hunyuan sect that is the imitation. Centuries ago, the Hunyuan sect and the Chaos sect were indeed one, but a mysterious event caused the 2 factions to split, resulting in the current Hunyuan sect and Chaos sect." Meanwhile, the young men and women participating in the recruitment exam gazed at Lin Shun being contested by the 3 major sects, envy evident in their expressions, such as the fate of a genius. Just a hint of brilliance draws the attention of sects vying for them. If only they possessed Lin Shen's talent, even half of it would suffice. Lin Shun and Wang Yao were the two great talents of the capital. If Lin Shun was being fought over, surely Wang Yao would also attract the sect's attention. The crowd's gaze turned toward a young man among them, Wang Yao. Although Wang Yao's cultivation was merely at the late stage of the Xuanji realm, he was only 15 years old. One glance revealed that Wang Yao's talent was undoubtedly superior to Lin Shen's, standing on the high platform. Lin Shen also turned his gaze toward Wang Yao. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a smile. Both were prodigies of the capital, having had their share of rivalry, yet neither had established superiority over the other. Today's recruitment assessment by the four major sects might finally determine whose talent reigned supreme. Zhao Wuxing scoffed disdainfully. What nonsense about two great talents. In the presence of Chu Ci, they are but trash. Just wait and see. When Chu Ci reveals his talent, you will realize that these two so-called geniuses are nothing. Beside him, Elder Ma Yuanhua of the Blood Knife sect chuckled, saying, "Enough of your bickering. This is not the time for quarrels. Many disciples are waiting that if you wish for Lin Shun to join your sect, it would be wise to hear Lin Shen's own thoughts first." That moment, the gazes of the four major sects fell upon Lin Shun. Chapter 61. Chu Ci requires no test. Lin Shun respectfully addressed the four elders. "Esteemed elders, I have devoted myself to the cultivation of my physical body since childhood. Joining the Tianjin sect to pursue the sword path does not suit me." Hearing Lin Shen's words, Zhao Wuji forced a smile. No matter, each person has their own path to tread. Although Zhao Wuji appeared nonchalant on the surface, a shadow flickered in his eyes. Qin Kongqing and Guangdian, however, were delighted. It seemed Lin Shun would choose between the Hunyuan sect and the Chaos sect. "Lin Shun, should you wish to join my Hunyuan sect, you need not stay in the outer sect for 3 years. You can be directly promoted to an inner disciple. Furthermore, I will personally ensure that the sect provides you with an additional monthly allocation of cultivation resources." Upon joining a sect, regardless of one's cultivation level, one was required to remain in the outer sect for a full 3-year trial before becoming an inner disciple. The outer sect was rife with numerous trivial matters, leaving little time for cultivation. Qin Kongqing's offer was quite tempting to many. What you offer, the Chaos sect can offer as well. Guangdi retorted disdainfully. Lin Shen smiled and said, "Esteemed elder, I appreciate your kindness, but I have already decided to join the Hunyuan sect." Lin Shen's declaration left Guangdi in shock. "Why must you choose the Hunyuan sect? Is the Chaos sect not to your liking? Or do you truly believe we are inferior to the Hunyuan sect?" Guangdi laughed awkwardly. "This disciple now belongs to our Hunyuan sect." Qin Kongqing was elated. Despite the competition, Lin Shen ultimately chose the Hunyuan sect. Guangdi felt discontent but had no grounds to argue. Those who passed still needed to participate in the subsequent second and third rounds of assessments. As for Lin Shun, the results of the next 2 rounds no longer mattered, for he had been guaranteed a place. "Lin Shun, your father, as a minister of our dynasty, has contributed significantly. You truly are the son of a tiger." Bai Gao, you remarked with a smile. "Your father has held his post for quite some time. Tomorrow, during court, I shall petition His Majesty to appoint your father as an imperial censor." Lin Shun bowed in gratitude, fully aware that Bai Gao was openly courting his favor. He could not decline, as his father was indeed the minister of the great Xia dynasty. After Lin Shun departed, Bai Gao summoned another 100 individuals to the stage. Among them were Chu Ci and Chu Xian. Oh, the sharp-eyed Ma Yuanhua immediately spotted Chu Ci among the crowd. Are you Chu Ci?" Ma Yuanhua suddenly inquired, causing many to reveal expressions of surprise. "That boy's name is Chu Ci? What's going on? Does he know Elder Ma Yuanhua of the Blood Knife sect?" "What? It's actually Chu Ci." The other 3 major sects gasped upon hearing the name. They were all too familiar with Chu Ci, the unparalleled genius from 5 years ago, who had reached the heavenly extreme realm at the age of 10. At that time, all 4 major sects had rushed to Tianyang City to invite Chu Ci to join them, only to be rejected. Chu Ci did not deny it and nodded in acknowledgement. "Ha! Excellent. I did not expect you to also intend to join a sect." The elders of the Hunyuan sect, Chaos sect, and Blood Knife sect were all thrilled. Their gazes toward Chu Ci now burned with fervor. "Chu Ci, if you wish to join a sect, why bother with the assessment? Just inform me, and I will ensure you are admitted into my Blood Knife sect." Ma Yuanhua said with a smile that do not say anything else. If you join my Hunyuan sect, I can directly make you the Holy Son, second only to the sect master. Qin Kongsheng exclaimed excitedly. He saw no issue with offering such a condition, believing even the sect master would agree. Moreover, it was the same condition they had offered Chu Ci 5 years ago. The Holy Son is of no consequence. Guangdian scolded vehemently. Chu Ci, if you join the Chaos sect, you will have full control over all cultivation resources within the sect. Furthermore, everyone in the sect will regard you with the utmost respect. Guangdian's eyes shone brightly with anticipation. 5 years ago, Chu Ci had already reached the heavenly extreme realm. What terrifying heights would he achieve in another 5 years? Many were left dumbfounded, unsure of how the situation had escalated. Why was Chu Ci, who had yet to undergo an assessment, being fiercely contested by the 3 major sects? And the conditions offered were increasingly enticing. Lin Shun and Wang Yao could not help but turn their attention to Chu Ci. Chu Ci? So, it was him. Lin Shen's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. He had heard of Chu Ci 5 years ago, the 10-year-old prodigy who reached the heavenly extreme realm. After that, however, no news of Chu Ci had surfaced. Yet now, this genius, once feared and envied by countless talents of the great Xia dynasty, had re-emerged. In comparison, both Lin Shun and Wang Yao paled insignificantly beside him. Realization dawned upon the crowd, and some began to vocalize Chu Ci's identity. In that moment, everyone comprehended. That is my friend. That is my friend. Zhao Wuji gazed at Chu Ci's splendid demeanor, unable to resist flaunting it to those around him. Beside him, Xiao Wang's lips twitched slightly. After all, had Chu Ci even agreed to be friends with him? As the other 3 major sects clamored to claim Chu Ci, Zhao Wuji remained silent, his gaze fixated intently on Chu Ci. He was already aware of the situation regarding Chu Ci and their junior sect leader. Moreover, the current Chu Ci was nothing short of a waste. Only these 3 major sects remained blissfully ignorant, still offering benefits to Chu Ci. Meanwhile, the sect leader of the Tianjin sect was intent on killing Chu Ci to avenge his son. Additionally, it was rumored that whoever within the sect succeeded in slaying Chu Ci would be rewarded with an exceptional weapon. Zhao Wuji was undeniably tempted. However, if Chu Ci were to join any sect, it would complicate matters for Tianjin sect's assassination plans. Isn't it a bit premature for you 3 to be saying all this? Zhao Wuji sneered. Why not let Chu Ci undergo a test to assess his talent? Guangdian waved his hand dismissively, stating, what is there to test? Are we not already aware of Chu Ci's talent? Does he really need to prove himself? The other 2 echoed his sentiments. They held Chu Ci's talent in high regard, and a prodigy who had achieved the Tianji realm at merely 10 years of age hardly needed validation from others. Do you truly believe that? Zhao Wuji mocked. Perhaps you should scrutinize Chu Ci as cultivation level before making such assertions. Upon hearing this, Guangdian and the others raised their brows in surprise. Glancing at Chu Ci, only to be astounded to discover that his cultivation was merely at the late stage of the Huangji realm. No, how can this be? Wasn't he in the Tianji realm at 10 years old? Why is he now only at the Huangji realm? What is happening? Chu Ci, what has happened to your cultivation? Chapter 62. First-class talent? At this moment, Guangdian and his companions finally took note of Chu Ci's cultivation. 5 years prior, he had already stepped into the Tianji realm. So how had he regressed to the late stage of the Huangji realm? What on earth transpired during these 5 years? Lin Shun and Wang Yao were both curious about the events that had unfolded. They wondered what Chu Ci's talent was like now. Hearing their inquiries, Chu Ci smiled and replied, something happened, and I lost my cultivation. However, I can cultivate back to my previous state. This. Zhao Wuji could not help but let out a derisive laugh. Cultivate back? Ha! While I am unaware of how you lost your cultivation, do you truly believe it will be easy to regain it? Listening to Zhao Wuji's words, Qin Kongsheng and the others fell into silence. When Chu Ci mentioned regaining his cultivation, they had felt a surge of excitement. Considering Chu Ci's talent, returning to the Tianji realm should not be too challenging. However, reflecting on the situation, they realized that something must have occurred to cause Chu Ci's cultivation to drop to the late Huangji realm. If he were unable to return to the Tianji realm in the future, Wu and Ti, their sect, suffer a loss by recruiting him. At this juncture, Ma Yuanhua, the Bloodblade sect, spoke up. How about this, Chu Ci? Let us first assess your talent. Upon hearing this, Qin Kongsheng and Guang Diyun readily agreed that if Chu Ci's talent remained as formidable as it had been in the past, the sect would find it worthwhile to invest in his recruitment. Conversely, if his talent had diminished since 5 years ago, they could mitigate their losses in time. Chu Ci was indifferent to the proposition and subsequently stood alongside Chu Xian and the 98 others by the Ziyun crystal. As Chu Ci and the others placed their hands upon the crystal, the gazes of Qin Kongsheng and his companions were fixed intently on Chu Ci. The results were imminent. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light erupted forth, illuminating the surroundings to the point where it was blinding. This is a 9th-grade talent. By Gaoi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the radiant beam, that 9th-grade talent. It had only appeared a few centuries ago. Ma Yuanhua's eyes widened. Our Bloodblade sect's founding ancestor possessed a 9th-grade talent. The founding ancestor of the Bloodblade sect was a legendary figure whose prowess had once shaken the entire Xintian continent. Many had attempted to besiege him, yet none succeeded. During a 3-day and 3-night battle, he had slain thousands, earning the moniker Blood Demon Emperor. However, one day, for reasons unknown, this illustrious figure faded from public view. Establishing his sect thereafter, such talent was truly extraordinary. He must join our sect. The trio felt a surge of ambition that, if I recall correctly, that must be Chu Xian, Chu Ci's cousin, Guang Diyun suddenly remarked. Indeed, the one exhibiting the 9th-grade talent is Chu Xian. Following the revelation of Chu Xian's 9th-grade talent, even those among the crowd who showcased 5th-grade talents paled in comparison. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Chu Xian standing beside Chu Ci would possess such extraordinary talent. This implied that Chu Ci's talent could not possibly be lacking. Henti Lin Mengdai claimed that Chu Ci had become a waste. As these thoughts crossed Zhao Wuji's mind, he began to contemplate alternative strategies. If Chu Ci's talent truly was 9th grade, then he would ensure that he was brought into the Tianjin sect. Once he was part of the Tianjin sect, they could easily deal with him. With this thought, Zhao Wuji's smile became increasingly pronounced. How remarkable! Chu Ci's talent was already impressive, and now it seemed his cousin's talent was equally commendable. Qin Kongsheng sighed. If only we could recruit both of them into our sect. Given their relationship, they would surely join the same sect. However, they would need to present sufficient sincerity. In that moment, the three exchanged knowing glances, clearly having discerned each other's intentions. Now, they awaited Chu Ci. As the crowd brimmed with anticipation, a beam of light finally emanated from Chu Ci. Let us see what talent Chu Ci possesses. Surely, it would be 9th grade. I am convinced that this is merely due to the Ziyun crystal's limitation in detecting talents beyond 9th grade. Otherwise, I am certain that Chu Ci's talent exceeds that threshold before the results were revealed. Qin Kongsheng and his companions had already concluded that Chu Ci's talent surpassed 9th grade in the next moment. However, a beam of 1st grade talent radiated from Chu Ci. The emergence of this result left everyone present utterly astounded. After a moment of stunned silence, someone exclaimed, "What is happening? Were we not just discussing how formidable Chu Ci was? Why does he only possess 1st grade talent? How could this be? It should not be. Was he not in the Tianji realm at 10 years old? How could his talent be so lacking?" The revelation of 1st grade talent was simply beyond their comprehension. Moreover, how could someone attain the Tianji realm at 10 years of age with such a poor talent? This seemed implausible. Ha ha ha. It appears that Chu Ci's talent is merely 1st grade. Zhao Wuji could not contain his laughter. It seems we were all deceived back then. No matter how talented one may be, achieving the Tianji realm at 10 years old is simply impossible. How could that possibly be true? Guangdian furrowed his brow. We, the 4 major sects, all witnessed this and verified it. Really? These can all be fabricated. Zhao Wuji scoffed. It is far too easy for someone to disguise their talent. Moreover, take a look at Chu Xian. He possesses 9th grade talent, yet his cultivation is still merely at the late Huangji realm. At that moment, Guang Diyun and the others fell silent. Indeed, it was feasible to fabricate such claims. Moreover, Chu Ci had stated that he had lost his talent. How could one lose their innate gifts? This situation was unprecedented in their experience. Chu Ci regarded his first-grade talent with little surprise, as though he had anticipated this outcome all along. After all, the Shindaluo he had placed the Shura sealing mark upon him, which would not only seal his cultivation but also his talent. Chapter 63. The Academy of the Great Xia Dynasty. Chu Ci's talent had left them disheartened. However, they were also relieved that they had opted for a talent assessment beforehand. Otherwise, the losses would have fallen squarely upon their sect. You should all thank me. Had I not insisted on testing Chu Ci's talent, your sect might have faced dire repercussions, Zhao Wuji said with a cold smile. Indeed, Brother Zhao, we owe you our gratitude. Qin Kongsheng and the others were compelled to admit that Zhao Wuji had indeed saved them. Although Chu Ci's first-grade talent had left them greatly disappointed, they found solace in the fact that Chu Xian possessed ninth-grade talent. Chu Xian, would you be willing to join our Hunyuan sect? Qin Kongsheng inquired, gazing at Chu Xian. The Hunyuan sect is lacking in merit. Why not come my Chaos Tian sect instead? Guangyun immediately spoke up. Previously, Lin Shun had voluntarily joined Hui Tian's sect, and this time they absolutely could not let go of Chu Xian. A genius with a ninth-grade talent in the Chaos Tian sect. You two sects merely focus on physical cultivation and are not suitable for Chu Xian. Ma Yuanhua from the Blood Knife sect interjected. I observe that Chu Xian practices spear techniques. What if Chu Xian practices spear techniques? Qin Kongsheng scoffed. Your Blood Knife sect is not on the same path as Chu Xian. The knife techniques practiced by the Blood Knife sect naturally differ from the path pursued by Chu Xian. Although the master of my Blood Knife sect specializes in knife techniques, let us not forget that within our sect resides a supreme spear master, Ma Yuanhua declared with pride. Upon hearing this, both Qin Kongsheng and Guangyun fell silent. Indeed, the spear master of the Daxia dynasty is living in retirement at the Blood Knife sect. Should Chu Xian join the Blood Knife sect, they would undoubtedly invite this spear master to guide him, that if all goes as expected, Chu Xian will certainly choose the Blood Knife sect. What say you, Chu Xian? Ma Yuanhua turned to him and asked, do you wish to join my Blood Knife sect? Once you join, our sect will ensure that the spear master guides you. This elder, Chu Xian, stepped forward and replied, my younger brother also possesses considerable talent. Although I do not understand why he was assessed as having a first-grade talent on the Ziyun crystal, his potential surpasses mine. If you are willing to allow him to join as well, I shall join. Chu Xian truly could not fathom why Chu Ci's talent was only assessed as first grade. After all, he had already reached the heavenly extreme realm at the age of 10. Even though his cultivation has now fallen to the late yellow extreme realm, his innate strength remains formidable. Even late-stage Earth Extreme warriors are no match for him. Allowing Chu Ci to join? Ma Yuanhua furrowed his brow in contemplation that if this is Chu Xian's request, Ma Yuanhua could indeed accommodate it. Though Chu Ci's talent is lacking, facilitating his joining would secure Chu Xian's participation, which is a worthwhile trade. However, the Blood Knife sect would not support idleness. Consequently, this could lead to discontent among others in the sect, that if Chu Ci's talent were third grade, it would be manageable, but alas, it is only first grade. Seeing that Ma Yuanhua hesitated to respond, Chu Xian understood the outcome. He clasped his hands in a bow, preparing to decline when Chu Ci intercepted him. Brother, do not concern yourself with me. You should join the Blood Knife sect. Chu Ci smiled and said, joining the Blood Knife sect not only grants you the guidance of the Spear Master, but the sect's resources will also be directed towards you. Although Chu Ci had learned much in the Forbidden Area, he could not guide Chu Xian in spear techniques, as he himself pursued the path of the sword. But little Ci, your talent is not lacking at all. Chu Xian furrowed his brow. Chu Ci shook his head. He was not insistent on joining one of the four major sections, if not for his desire to enter the alchemical sanctum behind the four major sects. He would not have come here. Although he knew that he could not enter the four major sects now, he could secretly infiltrate the alchemical sanctum to steal the divine artifact or completely unseal the Shura seal and break into the alchemical sanctum with absolute power to seize the artifact. Very well. Observing Chu Ci's resolute stance, Chu Xian ceased his objections. He turned to Ma Yuanhua and declared, Elder, I am willing to join the Blood Knife sect. Excellent. Ma Yunhua's mood soared. This was a genius with ninth-grade talent. Furthermore, he was the one who had lured him in. The sect would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. While the prospect of rewards from the sect thrilled Ma Yuanhua, what truly captivated him was Chu Ci's talent. This could very well be the future martial emperor. It is worth noting that the founder of their Blood Knife sect had once cultivated to martial emperor status with ninth-grade talent. Indeed, your future is bright. At this moment, Bai Gaoi approached and remarked to Chu Xian, though it is somewhat regrettable that Chu Ci cannot enter the four major sects. The Daxia dynasty can nurture him and facilitate his entry into the Daxia dynasty's academy. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's eyes glimmered with joy as he nodded and said, "Thank you, Senior. No need to thank me. It is contingent upon Chu Ci's own willingness," Bai Gaoi replied, looking at Chu Ci. Bai Gaoi expressed this not because he was enamored with Chu Ci's talent, but rather due to Chu Xian's potential. Naturally, one must cultivate a relationship with a future martial emperor if he is concerned for his brother. Then his brother will be nurtured by the Daxia dynasty. Nurturing an idle person is a resource the Daxia dynasty can afford. Little Ci, what do you think? Chu Xian inquired of Chu Ci. Initially, Chu Ci intended to refuse, but seeing his elder brother's expectant expression, he felt reluctant to object. At the very least, he wished to put Chu Xian's mind at ease. Otherwise, he would likely be unable to focus on his cultivation after joining the Blood Knife sect. Haha! Although the Daxia dynasty's academy may not match the four major sects, it certainly offers considerable benefits. Moreover, provided your talent is exceptional enough, there is hope for you to be noticed by the alchemical sanctum in the future. Bai Gaoi concluded, prompting Chu Ci to glance over and ask, "Does the Daxia dynasty have connections with the alchemical sanctum?" The Daxia dynasty is one of the affiliated powers of the alchemical sanctum. And each year, they have the opportunity to send a particularly talented student to the alchemical sanctum, Bai Gaoi explained. Speaking to Chu Ci about this was somewhat futile. Given his first-grade talent, it was unlikely that he would catch the eye of the alchemical sanctum. This was merely to give Chu Ci some glimmer of hope. All right, then I shall join the Daxia dynasty's academy. Chu Ci nodded in agreement. Joining the alchemical sanctum through the Daxia dynasty's academy was indeed a viable option. Once the recruitment from the four major sects concludes, I will take you to the academy, Chu Xian said, relieved that Chu Ci had agreed to attend the academy. Now, let us proceed. After Bai Gaoi finished speaking, he invited those below to come forward for their talent assessment. How vexing! Originally, it seemed that Chu Ci would not be able to join any sect, yet unexpectedly, a path to the academy emerged. Chapter 64. Burden. If Chu Ci joins the Daxia dynasty's academy, I will have no opportunity to eliminate him. What should I do? Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally devised a plan. This way, even if Chu Ci dies, suspicion will not fall on me. Meanwhile, Bai Gaoi continued to let the individuals below test their talents. Wang Yao and Lin Shun, both outstanding prodigies of the capital, drew considerable attention when it was their turn to test. Despite his youth, Wang Yao did not slack in his cultivation. Should he undergo testing, it was uncertain what grade of talent he would reveal. With this thought, the crowd could not help but feel eager. They wondered if Wang Yao could achieve a ninth-grade talent like Chu Xian. After all, Chu Xian was at the late stage of the Xian Extreme Realm at 18 years old. With a talent assessment of ninth-grade, in contrast, Wang Yao, at the age of 15, had already reached the Xian Extreme Realm, so he would not likely be far behind Chu Xian. However, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, a beam of light revealing a fifth-grade talent appeared around Wang Yao that he actually shared the same fifth-grade talent as Lin Shen. I had thought Wang Yao's talent would surpass Lin Shen's. Although Wang Yao's talent did not astonish the crowd, a fifth-grade talent is still commendable. It is certainly far superior to Chu Ci, who has awakened a first-grade talent to date. The only truly lackluster talent displayed has been Chu Ci's first-grade talent. Thus, after awakening his fifth-grade talent, Wang Yao naturally became the target of competition among the four major sections. Ultimately, Wang Yao chose to join the Tianjian sect. Approximately an hour later, the first round of the talent assessment concluded. With the first round of talent testing finished, the second round of assessments was next. The second round of assessments was quite simple. It was merely to evaluate everyone's cooperation. Bai Gaoi smiled and announced, "There are 400 individuals who have passed the first round. You will be divided into 40 groups, with 10 individuals in each group. The individuals assigned to the same group must hunt magical beasts over the next day to obtain 100 magical crystals to meet the passing requirement. Additionally, we have set rewards for the second round of assessments. The group that collects the most magical crystals will receive a Breaking Earth pill." Upon hearing the mention of the Breaking Earth pill, excitement erupted among the crowd. Consuming a Breaking Earth pill allows a late-stage Xian Extreme Realm warrior to immediately break through to the initial stage of the Earth Extreme Realm. Undoubtedly, this pill holds immense allure for the late-stage Xian Extreme warriors present. As for the assignment of teams, that will be up to you. However, remember one thing. Since this is a team effort, the outcome will not only depend on the number of magical crystals collected, but also on the survival rate of the team. Bai Gaoi said with a serious expression, "If anyone in your team is devoured by magical beasts or chooses to forfeit, it will affect your scores in the second round of assessments." Upon hearing Bai Gaoi's words, the faces of these individuals displayed no hint of concern. Instead, they radiated excitement. Indeed, the evaluation criteria for the recruitment of the 4 major sects remained unchanged, just as it had always been. Those warriors who had successfully passed the first round of talent assessments had long been prepared, fully equipped with both elixirs and tools for hunting demonic beasts. Naturally, it was preferable to seek out formidable warriors as companions. Many had already approached Chu Xian, Lin Shun, and Wang Yao, the 3 strongest among them. By teaming up with any one of these 3, the chances of passing the second round of assessments were guaranteed. Chu Ci, since they are all participating in the second round, why not join them as well? Hunting demonic beasts alongside them will allow you to gauge the difference between yourself and these prodigies. Zhao Wuji remarked with a smile directed at Chu Ci. However, his eyes betrayed a sinister glint, revealing his true intentions. Chu Ci scoffed inwardly. Zhao Wuji, an elder of the Tianjin sect, was surely aware of Bai Yanqiu's situation. The malice he exhibited was evidently aimed at orchestrating Chu Ci's demise. "Zhao Elder, your words lack substance," Bai Gaoi interjected, furrowing his brow. "This assessment is meant to evaluate each disciple's teamwork, not to highlight the disparities between them." In response, Zhao Wuji chuckled, "A slip of the tongue, my apologies. However, having Chu Ci participate wouldn't be detrimental to him, would it?" His gaze fixated on Chu Ci, revealing his intent to contrive an obstacle for him in the second round. Bai Gaoi, recognizing the validity of Zhao Wuji's statement, acknowledged that participating in the second round could indeed provide benefits to Chu Ci. Moreover, the rewards for taking part were quite substantial. Nevertheless, Bai Gaoi had no intention of making the decision for Chu Ci. A warrior at the late stage of the Huangji realm participating in this round would undoubtedly face peril. The weakest among the selected warriors had already reached the early stage of the Xuanji realm. "Zhao Wuji, why do you wish for Chu Ci to partake in the second round?" Qin Kanxin questioned, his brow furrowed. His first-round performance demonstrated that he possesses only first-rate talent, and even if the Daxia Dynasty's Academy were willing to accept him, he does not qualify for the second round. What's wrong with letting Chu Ci participate in the second round? Zhao Wuji chuckled. "Who knows? He might just surprise us with something unexpected." While Qin Kanxian and the others were indifferent about Chu Ci's participation, they harbored no expectations regarding Zhao Wuji's notion of a surprise. After all, during the talent assessment, they had placed exceedingly high hopes on Chu Ci, only to be met with disappointment. Furthermore, given Chu Ci's late-stage Huangji realm cultivation, what surprises could he possibly bring? Merely surviving without being devoured by a demonic beast would be considered luck. Seeing that Qin Kangsheng and Ma Yuanhua did not oppose, Bai Gaoi turned to Chu Ci and inquired, "Chu Ci, what do you think? If you wish to participate, it is certainly an option." "Since that is the case, I shall participate," Chu Ci replied, unperturbed by Zhao Wuji. He was eager to see what kind of tricks Zhao Wuji planned to employ in the second round. However, a voice interrupted, "But there are already 40 groups fully occupied." Bai Gaoi frowned. "Indeed, with all 40 groups filled, where shall we place Chu Ci?" "Senior, allow Xiao Ci to join my group." Chu Xian stepped forward. Bai Gaoi nodded, about to assign Chu Ci to Chu Xian's group, when discontented voices arose. This is unacceptable. Allowing Chu Ci to team up with Chu Xian is unfair to us, someone objected, inciting further discontent among the others. Given Chu Xian's talent and strength, it was perceived that Chu Ci would gain rewards without effort. Indeed, having Chu Ci join Chu Xian's group would be unjust. Not only is Chu Xian formidable, but there are also Lin Shun and Wang Yao among them. Zhao Wuji added, if Chu Ci were to team up with Chu Xian, how could Zhao Wuji proceed with his plans? He had already devised a scheme to lure demonic beasts to besiege Chu Ci. Confident that Chu Ci's strength would render him incapable of escape, leading to his demise. However, if Chu Ci were to join Chu Xian, Zhao Wuji's plans would be thwarted. Faced with such opposition, Bai Gaoyi had no choice but to deny Chu Ci's inclusion in Chu Xian's group. Is there anyone willing to accept Chu Ci into their group? Bai Gaoyi surveyed the 40 groups, but no one stepped forward. Looking around, it was evident that no one was willing to team up with Chu Ci. Causing Bai Gaoyi's brow to furrow, what's this? You refuse to let Chu Ci join Chu Xian's group, yet none of you will accept him either. The crowd exchanged glances. Are you joking? Having a waste like Chu Ci in our group would only drag us down. Senior, it's not that we don't want him to join. It's just that he's utterly useless. Why should we let him in when he would merely coast to victory? Indeed, they believe that with their strength hunting demonic beasts, they would need to protect Chu Ci from being devoured. Bai Gaoyi's expression darkened as he rebuked. What? According to your logic, should Chu Ci be left to fend for himself? Silence ensued, but that was precisely their belief. As long as a waste like him stayed away from their group, he could do as he pleased. Well then, perhaps we should simply let Chu Ci form his own group, Zhao Wuji suggested with a smirk. After all, with us around, we can always come to his rescue should he encounter danger. Yet, Zhao Wuji had already calculated that by the time they arrived to assist, Chu Ci would surely meet his end. Chu Ci, since no one wishes to team up with you, your participation in the second round is inconsequential. Zhao Wuji stated. Ultimately, you will be joining the Daxia dynasty's academy, so whether you participate in the second round is of little importance. Of course, Bai Gaoyi's reluctance to let Chu Ci participate was not out of concern for his safety, but rather the fear that if Chu Ci perished in the second round, it would reflect poorly on them, especially with a prodigy like Chu Xian among them. No matter. I am perfectly fine with forming my own group, Chu Ci replied with a smile, eager to discern Zhao Wuji's ulterior motives. However, Bai Gaoyi's furrowed brow indicated his disapproval. Senior, Xiao Ci's strength is formidable. He can manage on his own, Chu Xian interjected, fully aware of Chu Ci's capabilities in his view, as long as the adversaries were not at the Tianji realm. None could pose a threat to Chu Ci. Seeing that both Chu Ci and Chu Xian were adamant, Bai Gaoyi relented. Very well. Should you find yourself in danger, simply inform me, and I shall come to your aid. Hearing Bai Gaoyi's words, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but mock. One might think that Chu Ci is a genius worthy of such concern. Bai Gaoyi remained silent, instructing everyone to step back. Soon after, a sand table was brought forth, revealing a miniature forest. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that various demonic beasts inhabited this small woodland. This is the Daxia dynasty's Qingkun world, Bai Gaoyi announced. It is a scaled-down realm covering an area of 400,000 square meters. He addressed Chu Ci and the others. Once you approach the Qingkun world, you will automatically enter. Should you encounter danger and wish to withdraw, simply state your intent, and we will release you. After laying out these instructions, Bai Gaoyi allowed Chu Ci and the others to step forward, facilitating their entry into the world, thereby dispersing the 41 groups as the others entered the Qingkun world. Only Chu Ci remained. Chu Ci. Consider this carefully, Bai Gaoyi cautioned as Chu Ci prepared to enter. If you wish to withdraw, now is your chance. Chu Ci shook his head, declining Bai Gaoyi's good intentions. Observing this, Bai Gaoyi chose not to press further. Chu Ci soon stepped into the Qingkun world, while Zhao Wuji began to set his plan in motion. Observing Chu Ci's landing spot, he waved his hand with a calculated intent. What are you doing? Zhao Wuji, Bai Gaoyi inquired, having noticed Zhao Wuji's subtle maneuver. Oh, nothing much. I simply find this Qingkun world fascinating. Zhao Wuji replied. It is remarkable that such a small sand table can encompass a 30,000 square meter realm. Zhao Wuji's words did not arouse the slightest suspicion in Bai Gaoi. The Qianquan world is indeed a realm of wonder. The IT is a treasure discovered by the late emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. Consequently, the late emperor had chosen to cultivate demon beasts within the Qianquan world, enabling the royal offspring to undergo trials in this extraordinary domain. Zhao Wuji gazed into the Qianquan world, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. His earlier gesture had been a deliberate act to disperse a powder capable of attracting demon beasts around Chu Ci, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. It is inevitable that Chu Ci will soon be besieged by countless demon beasts. At this moment, Bai Gaoi waved his hand to conjure a reflective water mirror, allowing everyone to witness the unfolding events within the Qianquan world. Has Chu Ci encountered demon beasts so soon? Bai Gaoi's brow furrowed. Fortunately, the demon beasts Chu Ci faced were merely of the Huangji realm. Given Chu Ci's strength, he should be able to cope. With his cultivation at the later stages of the Huangji realm, Chu Ci ought not to be so feeble, right? In truth, Chu Ci did not disappoint Bai Gaoi. The two Huangji realm demon beasts that charged at him were swiftly dispatched. However, as he vanquished these two foes, many more demon beasts emerged from the surroundings, including some of the Xianji realm. What could be the reason for this? Bai Gaoi furrowed his brow and remarked, "Why are there so many demon beasts appearing around Chu Ci?" The sheer number of demon beasts manifesting before Chu Ci was decidedly unusual. Zhao Wuji chuckled lightly and said, "What is there to be concerned about? Perhaps it is merely bad luck for Chu Ci, landing in a territory inhabited by these beasts." Bai Gaoi shook his head. Chu Ci's luck was indeed unfortunate. The other 40 groups had yet to encounter any demon beasts. Yet he alone faced this predicament. Chapter 66. The Dark-Maned Wolf? Undoubtedly, from everyone's perspective, being surrounded by such a multitude of demon beasts meant certain death for Chu Ci. Not to mention that among these beasts, there was one of the late stage of the Xianji realm. Even disregarding the other 7 late-stage Huangji realm beasts, there were already more than enough to pose a grave threat to Chu Ci. It was time to rescue him. Bai Gaoi did not hesitate and prepared to extract Chu Ci from the Qianquan world. However, Zhao Wuji intervened, raising a hand to stop him. "There's no rush. See, Chu Ci has not signaled his surrender. He must have a way to resolve this." What way could he possibly have? A late-stage Huangji realm warrior has no means to contend with these demon beasts. If we delay any longer, Chu Ci may very well become their next meal, Bai Gaoi muttered under his breath. Yet Zhao Wuji was unwavering that Bai Gaoi, Chu Ci's innate talent is already lacking. If you intervene like this, he may become a complete failure in the future. Zhao Wuji reprimanded coldly. Moreover, as a participant in the second round of assessments, you would release him before he has even chosen to surrender. Those in the know will realize he is about to join your academy, while those unaware might think he is your son. Zhao Wuji sneered derisively at Bai Gaoi. "You." Bai Gaoi's expression darkened, but he could not afford to lose his temper. Zhao Wuji was an elder of the Tianjin sect. Even if he spoke harshly, Bai Gaoi had to endure it. Even if Zhao Wuji were not an elder, his cultivation at the Tianji realm was not something Bai Gaoi could provoke. "Enough, Bai Gaoi. Zhao Wuji has a point," Qin Kongcheng interjected. "The second round of assessments has just begun. It would indeed be inappropriate to let Chu Ci out now. Let us observe the situation. If Chu Ci truly finds himself in danger, we can rescue him then." Upon hearing this, Bai Gaoi ceased his objections. If Chu Ci were genuinely in peril, they would still have the opportunity to intervene. He was prepared to act at any moment. After all, these demon beasts were beyond Chu Ci's capability to handle. Just as their attention returned to the Qianquan world, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The demon beasts that had surrounded Chu Ci were all dead. What transpired? How did all those demon beasts perish? Expressions of astonishment graced the faces of the onlookers. What had occurred while they were not paying attention? Zhao Wuji's expression was similarly troubled. Those demon beasts had clearly been capable of killing Chu Ci, yet they had failed. Could it be that someone intervened to save him? Bai Gaoi speculated internally. Not only Bai Gaoi entertained this thought, others harbored the same suspicion. Surely, during their earlier squabble, someone must have appeared to rescue Chu Ci. "This lad truly possesses remarkable luck," Zhao Wuji remarked with a grim expression. Not only had he been fortunate enough to be saved, But the rescuer had not even taken the demon crystals from the beasts. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that it was actually Chu Ci who had slain these demon beasts during their argument. However, he would not have such good fortune next time. Zhao Wuji scoffed inwardly. If Chu Ci were to be surrounded by demon beasts again, it was unlikely anyone would come to his aid. With Chu Ci now safe, Qin Kongsheng and the others shifted their focus away from him. Their attention rested on Chu Xian and Lin Shun. These three were undoubtedly the most gifted individuals in this round. Particularly Chu Xian, whose 9th-tier talent was fearsome indeed. The IT remained to be seen what kind of surprises they would bring forth in this second round of assessments, after entering the Qian world. Chu Xian and his companions began their hunt for demon beasts. Initially, they targeted weaker foes. Uncertain of the Qian world's layout concerning demon beasts, they refrained from attacking larger groups. However, they soon found themselves targeted by a demon beast of the DG realm. The dark-maned wolf, massive in size, boasted razor-sharp claws. Any wound inflicted by its claws would become necrotic. If not treated promptly, the victim's flesh would decay. Fortunately, it was merely an early-stage dark-maned wolf that a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Lin Shun, being an early-stage DG realm warrior, was more than capable of dealing with the dark-maned wolf. Yet, Lin Shun wore a grave expression. The dark-maned wolf's strength was formidable. Even mid-stage DG realm warriors could easily fall prey to it if they were not careful. Lin Shun considered himself talented. Even against a mid-stage DG realm warrior, he had confidence in his chances. However, facing the dark-maned wolf, he knew he had to proceed with utmost caution. A single misstep could cost them their lives. "We must work together to bring it down," Lin Shun urged. "You two will provide cover, distracting the dark-maned wolf while I attack." Both Wang Yao and Chu Xian readily agreed. The trio encircled the dark-maned wolf. Forming a triangular formation, it appeared that they had encountered a formidable foe. Yuanhua stood up, his demeanor serious. The dark-maned wolf's strength was exceptional, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary warriors, even with the talents of Chu Xian. Lin Shun and Wang Yao, encountering the dark-maned wolf, could easily lead to their downfall. Yuanhua was prepared. Should Chu Xian falter against the dark-maned wolf, he would intervene to save him. Not only Ma Yuanhua, but even Qin, Kongsheng, and Guangdejuan were intently watching the Qian world, ready to act should Lin Shun and Wang Yao require assistance. The second round of assessments was not of paramount importance to them. However, they could not allow any harm to befall these three prodigies due to this trial. At this moment within the Qian world, Chu Xian and Wang Yao sprang into action, launching their attacks on the dark-maned wolf from either side. The dark-maned wolf, with a fierce glare, leapt into the air as the two approached. As Chu Xian and Wang Yao crossed paths, the beast pounced above them. The dark-maned wolf let out a thunderous roar and brought its foreclaws crashing down upon the two. "Watch out!" Lin Shun shouted. Rushing forward, he crossed his arms to absorb the impact of the dark-maned wolf's strike. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath Lin Shun cracked, and his legs sunk into the earth. A testament to the immense power of the dark-maned wolf's blow. Fortunately, Lin Shun had trained his physical body, granting him remarkable resilience. The dark-maned wolf's claws inflicted no damage upon him. With a powerful shove, Lin Shun sent the beast staggering back. Be cautious. The dark-maned wolf's claws possess corrosive properties. Chapter 67. The demon beast prepared by Zhao Wuji. You two have not practiced any physical enhancement techniques. Lin Shun warned Chu Xian and Wang Yao that if you're injured by the dark-maned wolf's claws, timely treatment may save your lives. But if you delay, you may not survive. Understood? Chu Xian nodded. Wang Yao wasted no words and drew forth a sword. Corrosive, is it? I shall see just how tough its claws truly are. A cold glint flashed in Wang Yao's eyes. Swift wind sword. Wang Yao moved like the wind, charging at the dark-maned wolf with lethal intent. His target was none other than the beast's forepaw. Relying on instinct, the dark-maned wolf swiftly evaded Wang Yao's strike. However, in the following instant, Chu Xian thrust his spear towards it with determination. Although Chu Xian's movements were rapid, the wolf's speed was equally formidable. The dark-maned wolf sidestepped, yet the spear relentlessly pursued it, sweeping horizontally towards its underbelly. The force of a strike sent the dark-maned wolf crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chun and Wang Yao simultaneously lunged at the beast. The dark-maned wolf attempted to flee, but Chu Ci was not about to grant it that chance. Ascend with the wind. He commanded softly, lifting the wolf entirely off the ground. In a seamless motion, he drove his spear towards the wolf's abdomen. Wang Yao's sword descended upon the wolf's forepaw. Gale sword, thunderous fist. Lin Chun delivered a powerful blow to the wolf's head. Though unsure if it would slay the beast, it would certainly inflict considerable pain. With a resounding boom, Lin Chun's punch left the dark-maned wolf dazed. In that fleeting moment, it became momentarily disoriented. Now was the time to strike. Lin Chun's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Chu Ci and Wang Yao did not hesitate, joining Lin Chun in the assault on the dark-maned wolf. Just then, the wolf let out a sudden, fearsome howl. An overwhelming aura erupted forth. Laced with a corrosive power, as Chu Ci and the others approached, they were injured by this noxious force, forcing them to retreat. The dark-maned wolf's strength was immense, and its corrosive capability was terrifying. A moment's inattention could lead to grievous harm. In that instant, the wolf's speed surged, its form flashing directly before Lin Chun. It was intent on teaching this human warrior, who had dared to strike its head. A harsh lesson. The wolf's forepaw lunged towards Lin Chun's back. Alarmed, Lin Chun's expression changed drastically. He realized it was too late to evade. The wolf's speed was extraordinary, and despite Lin Chun's swift reflexes, he could only avoid a fatal blow and not prevent injury to his back. Should he be clawed, he would have to leave the Qian Kun world to heal. Clang. At that moment, Chu Ci's spear suddenly intervened, deftly parrying the wolf's forepaw and flinging it away with a deft maneuver. Meteor chase, Chu Ci shouted, charging at the dark-maned wolf once more. Chu Ci, this dark-maned wolf is not something we can handle. Lin Chun frowned, warning, we must retreat. We cannot confront it head-on. They had underestimated the wolf. It was far stronger than anticipated. Not only was it exceptionally fast, but it also bore a terrifying corrosive power. Chu Ci was acutely aware of this. Yet without someone to distract the dark-maned wolf, what could they do? Chu Ci, hold it off for a moment. Wang Yao suddenly interjected, I possess a formation that can restrain the dark-maned wolf. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci nodded in agreement. But how long could he sustain it? As the spear made contact with the dark-maned wolf, signs of corrosion visibly marred the weapon. If this continued, the spear would surely be rendered useless. Retreat. Chu Ci thrust his spear towards the wolf, a gust of wind propelling it several meters away. Wang Yao promptly hurled a wooden talisman, which emitted a radiant light, ensnaring the dark-maned wolf in an instant. Lin Chun and Chu Ci breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. We can't linger. This formation won't hold for long, Wang Yao warned, furrowing his brow. In just half a tea's time, it will automatically dissipate. Realizing this, Chu Ci and Wang Yao wasted no time in fleeing. Meanwhile, outside the Qiankun world, Ma Yuanhua and the others exhaled in relief. It seemed these younger warriors possessed some skill, though they didn't slay the dark-maned wolf. Escaping its clutches is quite an achievement, Qin Kongqing remarked with a smile. And Yuanhua's words resonated with Qin Kongqing and Guangdian. The dark-maned wolf at the initial stage of the Earth Extremity realm was not to be taken lightly, even by those at the later stages. While the wolf might not necessarily match a late-stage Earth Extremity warrior, its corrosive power was enough to instill fear. Subsequently, Ma Yuanhua and his companions kept a close watch on Chu Ci and his group, while others occasionally glanced their way. However, some had already opted out. The beasts within the Qiankun world were simply too terrifying to confront. Even with numerous prepared tools, they were rendered ineffective on the other hand. Chu Ci had yet to encounter any formidable beasts, mostly facing those at the mid-level of the Yellow Extremity realm. This left Zhao Wujie feeling exceedingly displeased. This damn Chu Ci is simply too fortunate. He grumbled through gritted teeth. After all this time, he still hasn't encountered a powerful beast to slay. Clearly, he thought he needed to intensify his efforts. With that in mind, Zhao Wujie discreetly reached into the Qiankun world while Ma Yuanhua and the others were distracted, scattering powder to attract beasts to Chu Ci's location. This time, he added an extra dose. ensuring that more powerful beasts would be drawn in, and that Chu Ci would undoubtedly find it impossible to leave the Qianquan world alive. No sooner had Zhao Wujie released the powder than an influx of beasts appeared around Chu Ci, including one at the initial stage of the Earth Extremity realm. The number of beasts gathering around him steadily rose. Reaching at least 40 to so many beasts, Chu Ci furrowed his brow. The sudden appearance of such a multitude of beasts, all fixated on him, was clearly suspicious. Could this be the work of Zhao Wujie? He scoffed. Surely, Zhao Wujie could not rely solely on these beasts to take his life. Chapter 68. Has the first round of assessment encountered an unexpected turn? For other warriors, these beasts might prove fatal. Yet for Chu Ci, they posed no threat whatsoever. On the contrary, these beasts were merely there to provide him with demon crystals at that moment. The beasts before him were already eyeing him hungrily, poised to attack at any second. Outside the Qianquan world, Bai Gaoi frowned, saying, Chu Ci's luck seems exceedingly unfortunate. He's surrounded by beasts right from the start. And now, to make matters worse, there's even a beast at the initial stage of the Earth Extremity realm. This is beyond what he can handle. It would be prudent to extract him now, that Bai Gaoi declared, reaching towards the Qianquan world. However, Zhao Wujie blocked Bai Gaoi's path, smiling as he said, Why the hurry? Bai Gaoi, Chu Ci hasn't signaled his withdrawal yet, that we might as well wait until he does before bringing him out. Zhao Wujie would not allow Bai Gaoi to rescue Chu Ci. This was a prime opportunity. With so many beasts present, including one at the initial stage of the Earth Extremity realm, it would be nearly impossible for Chu Ci to escape unscathed. Zhao Wujie had observed that there were no other warriors nearby Chu Ci, meaning he would not be as fortunate as before, receiving aid from others. Once the crisis struck, it would be too late. Bai Gaoi snorted in frustration if danger arose and his response was sluggish. It could result in Chu Ci's demise within the Qianquan world. Moreover, he couldn't help but question Zhao Wujie's motives. Why did he repeatedly obstruct his attempts to save Chu Ci? Did he truly wish for Chu Ci to perish in the Qianquan world? That seemed unlikely. After all, Zhao Wujie bore no grudge against him. While Bai Gaoi pondered, Guangdian suddenly exclaimed, Something's amiss. Look at Chu Ci. Has he lost his mind? In this situation, instead of fleeing, he charges straight into the pack of beasts. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to Chu Ci within the Qianquan world. Bai Gaoi shook his head, sighing. Has this kid truly lost his senses? He cannot possibly handle so many beasts alone. Any rational person would choose to flee. Even if others from their group had 10 members, they would never opt to confront these beasts. Who knows, perhaps Chu Ci possesses some hidden abilities, Zhao Wujie remarked sarcastically. Let's just see him out of the Qianquan world. After Bai Gaoi finished speaking, Qin Kongsheng and the others nodded in agreement. Although they felt disheartened by Chu Ci's innate talent as examiners for this round of disciple admissions, they could not bear to witness anyone perish during the assessment. As Bai Gaoi reached towards the Qianquan realm, Chu Ci charged alone towards the monstrous beast. An aura erupted from him, a surge of Azura energy enveloping his being. With this enhancement, Chu Ci's strength was significantly amplified. Without the Azura energy, his prowess already sufficed to contend with early-stage Earth Extreme Realm warriors. However, knowing the multitude of beasts present, Chu Ci remained neither arrogant nor careless. As those beasts perceived Chu Ci's advance, they instinctively launched their attacks. Yet upon nearing him, they found their heads shattered by a single punch from Chu Ci. With each blow, he dispatched a beast effortlessly, employing no excess force. Even late-stage Earth Extreme Realm beasts could not withstand the might of his strike. Their skulls obliterated. Bai Gaoi, initially intent on pulling Chu Ci from the Qianquan realm, was utterly astonished at this sight. Am I mistaken? A late-stage Yellow Extreme Realm warrior obliterated the head of a late-stage Earth Extreme Realm beast. His voice was laden with disbelief, for a vast disparity in realms existed between the two. Yet, the beast had not even a glimmer of resistance against Chu Ci, leaving everyone profoundly shocked. Something feels amiss. Qin Kongsheng, Guangdian, and Ma Yuanhua furrowed their brows. During the first round, Chu Ci's detected talent was merely first class. Yet the power he now exhibited far exceeded what should be expected from his current realm. Could it be that some mishap occurred during the first round of testing? This was the only possibility they could conceive. A chill ran through their hearts at the thought. If an error had indeed occurred during the first round, leading them to misjudge Chu Ci's talent, would they not be rejecting a once-in-a-lifetime genius? Let's wait and observe the situation. The three exchanged glances, resolute to witness Chu Ci's subsequent performance. They dared not blink, fearing they might miss crucial information. I could see that moment. Bai Gaoyi felt a flicker of secret delight. If Chu Ci was indeed a genius overlooked by the four major sects, then the Academy of the Great Xia dynasty had struck gold. Only Zhao Wuji wore a grim expression, but he had never anticipated Chu Ci to possess such formidable strength. A swarm of beasts could not even threaten him. Fortunately, there remained an early-stage Earth Extreme Realm beast. He could hardly believe that Chu Ci could surpass it in might. In an instant, the beast before Chu Ci was vanquished, leaving only the early-stage Earth Extreme Realm beast. This beast, the Crimson Flame Ape, was marked by its green face and sharp fangs, its robust arms adorned with scales. The Crimson Flame Ape was a creature of immense strength, capable of instilling fear even in late-stage Earth Extreme Realm warriors. Roaring ferociously, the Crimson Flame Ape leaped, its hind legs propelling it toward a height of nearly 100 meters. Its powerful forelimb bore down upon Chu Ci with devastating intent. Should Chu Ci fail to evade, certain death awaited him. Bai Gaoyi's brow furrowed. What was Chu Ci thinking? Even if he was unaware of the Crimson Flame Ape's might, surely he could discern the impending peril from its strike. It was evident to any discerning eye just how fearsome the ape's punch was. Yet, unexpectedly, a shocking event unfolded. Chu Ci extended his hand and, with sheer will, absorbed the impact of the Crimson Flame Ape's punch. Remarkably, after taking the blow, Chu Ci displayed no signs of distress. Rather, he appeared remarkably at ease. How did he block that? Guangdian was left speechless. Even a late-stage Earth Extreme Realm warrior would hesitate to meet such a strike head-on. Ma Yuanhua murmured in disbelief. Not only had Chu Ci withstood it, but he did so with a casual demeanor. Perhaps, indeed, some anomaly had occurred during the first round of testing. Chapter 69. Are these beasts going mad? Otherwise, should we not wait until the second round concludes before re-evaluating Chu Ci's talent? Qin Kongqing suggested. Given the power Chu Ci is currently demonstrating, it should surpass mere first-class talent. That I concur. Ma Yuanhua nodded. If Chu Ci's talent had truly been misjudged, the sect would undoubtedly not let them escape unscathed for neglecting such a genius. Bai Gaoyi's mood soured. He interjected, perhaps there was no misjudgment. As possible, Chu Ci's talent is indeed first class. What a joke. If Chu Ci's talent had been misjudged due to a prior error, then the Great Xia Dynasty Academy would have unwittingly acquired prodigy. Should he undergo a re-evaluation of talent, the four major sects would surely scramble for him. You genuinely believe the strength Chu Ci has displayed is merely first-class talent? Qin Kongqing scoffed. Bai Gaoyi, aware of the calculations running through his mind, fell silent, letting out a resigned sigh. After all, these were the four major sects. The Great Xia Dynasty had no standing to seize a genius from their ranks. Qin Kongqing, Guangdian, and the others were brimming with excitement. If the first round of talent testing had indeed been erroneous, it implied that Chu Ci's innate gift remained intact. As for why his cultivation had fallen from the Celestial Extreme Realm to late-stage Yellow Extreme Realm, that was inconsequential. With his talent intact, it would not be long before Chu Ci reclaimed his former prowess in the Celestial Extreme Realm. Zhao Wuji was increasingly discontent. Matters were unfolding unfavorably. Chu Ci must perish here, Ma Yuanhua remarked. Even 3 late-stage Earth Extreme Realm warriors would find it challenging to contend with the Crimson Flame Ape, let alone Chu Ci alone, that we should extract him from the Qiankuan realm. This would ensure his safety and allow for a re-evaluation of his talent. A Yuanhua suggestion resonated with Qin Kongqing and Guangdian. Very well. Let us proceed with that plan. Upon concluding, Qin Kongqing reached out to draw Chu Ci from the Qiankuan realm. Wait, don't rush. Zhao Wuji hurriedly interjected. Since you suspect that the previous talent assessment may have been flawed, that remains merely speculation. Why not observe how Chu Ci performs next? Hesitation flickered in the eyes of Qin Kongqing and the others. primarily out of concern that the Crimson Flame ape might obliterate Chu Ci in the next moment. With 4 Celestial Extreme Realm warriors present, could they not protect a single Chu Ci? Zhao Wuji's words struck a chord, and the 3 nodded in agreement. Indeed, with 4 of them present, it would be difficult for Chu Ci to meet his demise. Should he falter, they could swiftly pull him from the Qiankuan realm. Their gazes fixated once more on the Qiankuan realm, and Zhao Wuji's eyes darkened with malice, silently urging, "Crimson Flame Ape, do your part, deliver a crushing blow to Chu Ci." Alas, Zhao Wuji's wishes would remain unfulfilled. The Crimson Flame Ape, enraged that its punch had failed to annihilate this human warrior, began to strike the ground furiously, before charging at Chu Ci once more. With arms outstretched, it aimed to seize him. Should the Crimson Flame Ape grasp him, not only would it deliver a suffocating embrace, but would also launch Chu Ci into the air, culminating in a devastating elbow strike against the ground, followed by relentless pounding from its fists. Yet, the Crimson Flame Ape's hopes of capturing Chu Ci were in vain. Chu Ci gripped the ape's arms tightly, exerting pressure until the beast howled in pain. "This creature dared to challenge me in strength?" Chu Ci sneered, then delivered a kick straight to the ape's head, sending it sprawling several meters away. Without pausing, he swiftly closed the distance, unleashing the supreme fist. With that strike, he shattered the Crimson Flame Ape's skull. The onlookers outside the Qiankuan realm stood in stunned silence. The Crimson Flame Ape truly no match for him? Guang Diyun exclaimed in astonishment. Moreover, his strength surpasses that of the Crimson Flame Ape? This was absurd. Yet such absurdity had indeed transpired. We have undeniably underestimated Chu Ci. Qin Kongqing chuckled. To think that he possesses such formidable power at such a young age is truly remarkable. No, that is a dark maned wolf. Suddenly, Ma Yuanhua, who had been in shock, noticed the beast lurking behind Chu Ci. This creature was none other than the dark maned wolf that Chu Xian and the others had previously encountered. How could this beast appear here? Qin Kongqing furrowed his brow. Logically speaking, the positions of Chu Ci and Chu Xian were quite distant from one another. The dark-maned wolf should not have appeared here. Could it be that there are 2 dark-maned wolves? Bai Gaoi glanced at the elders of the 4 sections. Impossible. I only released 1 dark-maned wolf. Qin Kongqing replied, shaking his head. The beasts within the Qinkan world were all those they had placed there. They were fully aware of how many beasts were inside and what types had been introduced, so this dark-maned wolf must have come running from Chu Xian and his group. Ma Yuanhua frowned. What on earth is this dark-maned wolf doing here? It can't possibly be here just to devour Chu Ci, can it? Just as Ma Yuanhua thought, the arrival of this dark-maned wolf was indeed to feast upon Chu Ci. After all, Zhao Wuji had just scattered a significant amount of powder to attract beasts. The appearance of this dark-maned wolf was no exception. Soon, not just the dark-maned wolf appeared, but the entire menagerie of beasts in the Qiankuan world surged towards the location of Chu Ci. Were these beasts out of their minds? Guang Diyun exclaimed in alarm. Why are they all rushing towards Chu Ci's position? The reasons for their actions could be pondered later. For now, they needed to rescue Chu Ci. Ma Yuanhua shook his head. With so many beasts and a dark-maned wolf added into the mix, no matter how formidable Chu Ci was, he would undoubtedly struggle to survive against them. This was precisely the outcome Zhao Wuji desired to witness. Want to rescue Chu Ci? Just see if you have my consent first. Let's not be hasty. Let us observe the situation, he thought. Moreover, members from other groups were also hastening towards Chu Ci's direction. Indeed, as these beasts moved en masse, the warriors from the other 40 groups pursued them. What was wrong with these beasts? Why were they all madly charging in one direction? Many were puzzled by the behavior of this herd of beasts. Yet at present, they could only chase after them for the sake of the beast crystals. Chapter 70. The beasts of the celestial extremity, as more and more beasts gathered around Chu Ci. Qin Kongqing and the others could no longer remain seated. No. If this continues, Chu Ci will truly perish. Chu Ci's strength was formidable. There must be something amiss in the first round of the talent assessment. Ma Yuanhua nodded. Even if Chu Ci is unharmed, with so many beasts congregating, if they were to riot, the 400 disciples participating in the assessment would also be in peril, for the sake of both Chu Ci and the other 400 disciples. Qin Kongsheng, Ma Yuanhua, and Guang Diyun resolved to extract Chu Ci and the others first. Zhao Wuji felt dissatisfied, yet he could not voice his objections at this moment. If it were merely about Chu Ci, he could afford to delay, but with so many disciples' safety at stake, should he attempt to intervene, Qin Kongsheng and the others would not let him off easily. Zhao Wuji felt a pang of regret. Had he known earlier, he would not have used so much beast-attracting powder. Just as Qin Kongsheng and the others were preparing to take action, an unexpected event unfolded within the Qinquan world. They saw Chu Ci single-handedly charging into the throng of beasts. Under his fists, no beast could withstand his might. Each one was instantly decapitated. Was Chu Ci truly this ferocious? Ma Yanhua's brow twitched uncontrollably. His eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding scene in the Qinquan world. It could be said that none of the beasts that had gradually converged could approach Chu Ci. Just how strong was Chu Ci now? Even if he were merely at the late stage of the Huangji realm, with the enhancement of the Shura aura, his strength was already nearly that of a late-stage DG realm warrior. If he were to unleash some of his hidden cards, even a warrior at the early stage of the Celestial Extremity realm would find themselves in a battle against him. The more outstanding Chu Ci's performance, the more ecstatic Bai Gaoi felt. However, when he considered that the four major sects would vie for Chu Ci after this, Bai Gaoi's expression immediately darkened. Should we still attempt to extract Chu Ci and the others from the Qinquan world? At that moment, Guang Diyun suddenly spoke up. Given the strength Chu Ci has displayed, these beasts pose no real threat. Perhaps we should wait a little longer? Ma Yuanhua suggested. I am quite curious to see just how powerful Chu Ci truly is. I cannot fathom how. With Chu Ci's late-stage Huangji realm cultivation, he can unleash strength comparable to that of a late-stage DG realm warrior. It's worth noting that even among the prodigies of our sect, despite their numerous hidden cards, they could only leap over a small realm at most. Yet, we have never encountered anyone like Chu Ci, who has directly surpassed two major realms this moment within the Qinquan world. As the number of beasts Chu Ci killed increased, the dark-maned wolf could no longer sit idle. Let out a howl and charged towards Chu Ci at an astonishing speed. As the dark-maned wolf struck, it unleashed a corrosive attack. A malevolent force emanated from its body. Anyone who approached would be met with this corrosive power. Corrosive power? Is it? Chu Ci sneered coldly. With his current cultivation, the corrosive force from the dark-maned wolf would indeed pose a threat to him. However, Chu Ci did not need to close the distance to slay the dark-maned wolf. Lihua. Flames suddenly erupted from Chu Ci's body. Lihua. This is the Lihua, ranked first among the flames of the heavenly rankings. Qin Kongsheng exclaimed. The gazes of the others were fixated on the Qinquan world. This fellow actually possessed Lihua. Zhao Wuji's eyes gleamed with a hint of greed. I never expected this waste to possess such a treasure. If I could obtain this, Lihua Zhao Wuji had been stuck at the late stage of the Celestial Extremity realm for over 100 years. To date, he had yet to find a means to break through to the Martial Lord realm. However, if he could refine the Lihua from Chu Ci, he had an 80% confidence of breaking through to the Martial Lord realm. This notion greatly tempted Zhao Wuji, but he quickly suppressed this thought. In the current situation, he could not allow others to become aware of it. This matter must be handled discreetly. Within the Qinquan world, the Lihua surged towards the dark-maned wolf. The dark-maned wolf lacked significant intelligence, but the instinct of a beast warned it that the flames emanating from this human warrior were perilous. The dark-maned wolf recoiled, unwilling to confront the Lihua. The other beasts were not as fortunate as the dark-maned wolf. The dark-maned wolf was able to evade the Lihua due to its speed, but the other beasts did not possess such swiftness. Even if they wished to escape, it was too late. The speed of the Lihua's flames left them no opportunity to react. In an instant, numerous beasts perished in the flames, trying to flee. Upon seeing the dark-maned wolf attempt to escape, how could Chu Ci grant it that opportunity? Die! With a sweeping gesture, the Lihua lunged towards the dark-maned wolf. The flames engulfed the dark-maned wolf's body, and no matter how the dark-maned wolf rolled upon the ground, the Lihua upon its body could not be extinguished. In its final moments, the dark-maned wolf let out a howl. This cry was not one of lamentation or plea for mercy. It seemed to be summoning something. Indeed, as the howl of the dark-maned wolf ceased. A terrifying pressure erupted forth. Even Chu Ci and the others, who were pursuing the herd of beasts, sensed this overwhelming pressure. This is the pressure of the celestial extremity. The faces of those present turned pale with fear. How could there be a celestial extremity here? Have the four major sects gone mad, allowing a celestial extremity beast into the second round of tests? If they were closer to the source of the pressure, these weaker warriors would certainly perish on the spot. What a joke! With a celestial extremity beast present, they wouldn't even know how they died. I came to join a sect, not to seek my demise. Nearly 90% of the 400 participants chose to forfeit. Joining a sect was inconsequential. At worst, they would live a life of mediocrity. But losing their lives meant losing everything. In truth, they did not even need to forfeit. Upon discovering the presence of a celestial extremity beast, Qin Kongsheng and the others were already preparing to extract them. Damn it! How did this happen? How did a celestial extremity beast get in? Qin Kongsheng roared in anger. Yuanhua and Guang Diyun's expressions were equally grim. Impossible. The beasts I released have all been thoroughly checked. The strongest among them was only at the late stage of the DG realm. Even Zhao Wuji was astonished at this moment. The only plausible explanation was that a late-stage DG realm beast had broken through. Let us set aside that for now. We need to get these disciples out. Ma Yuanhua stated, while there are still no casualties. Zhao Wuji, you enter the Qiankun world and slay that celestial extremity beast. Chapter 71. Hand over the Li Hua. Me. Enter the Qiankun world? Zhao Wuji exclaimed in surprise. Are you certain? Ma Yuanhua frowned, visibly displeased. Is there a problem? Or do you think that as a late-stage celestial extremity warrior, you are inferior to an early-stage celestial extremity beast? Zhao Wuji chuckled lightly. Of course not. How could that be? If that is the case, I shall go. The glimmer of greed in Zhao Wuji's eyes became increasingly evident. Initially, he had contemplated how to seize the opportunity to snatch the Li Hua from Chu Ci. And now, entering the Qiankun world presented him with a perfect chance as long as he could both deal with the initial stage Tianji realm beast and wrest the Li Hua from Chu Ci. His plan would succeed, of course. Zhao Wuji had no fear of being discovered. After all, Qin Kongsheng and his associates were preoccupied with extracting disciples from the Qiankun world, which would consume considerable time. To avoid any delays, Zhao Wuji promptly entered the Qiankun world, choosing to land at Chu Ci's current location. Antiquity that moment. Chu Ci also sensed the presence of the initial stage Tianji realm beast. Alarmingly close to him, it was astonishing that such a beast was within this realm. Chu Ci furrowed his brow, relieved that his elder brother had not encountered it, given Chu Xian's current strength. Unless he faced an exceptionally formidable beast, he could easily contend with late-stage DG realm beasts. However, should he come across an initial-stage Tianji realm beast, his only fate would be death. It was coming for me. Chu Ci felt the initial-stage Tianji realm beast approaching his position, but he remained untroubled. After all, it was merely an initial-stage Tianji realm beast, and he had the strength to handle it. Yet before the beast could arrive, Zhao Wuji appeared instead. Are you all right? Chu Ci? Zhao Wuji asked as he hastened towards him. I'm fine. Chu Ci replied, his brow furrowing as he studied Zhao Wuji. He sensed a palpable greed emanating from him, clearly fixated on something of value on Chu Ci's person. Even if that were not the case, Zhao Wuji's status as an elder of the Tianjin sect already rendered their relationship fraught with tension. Zhao Wuji chuckled, then unleashed a celestial net upon Chu Ci. This technique was accessible to any martial artist in the Tianji realm. Although it posed no tangible harm, it effectively prevented any possibility of escape. Zhao Wuji's actions stemmed from his apprehension that Qin Kongsheng and his group might extract Chu Ci from the Qiankun world, jeopardizing his scheme. What is the meaning of this? Elder Zhao, Chu Ci inquired, his expression devoid of emotion, as he coldly questioned, Are you employing the celestial net to prevent my escape? Fear not, Chu Ci, I have no intention of killing you, even though you have hindered our sect's submaster from cultivating. However, I could choose to spare you, Zhao Wuji replied with a smirk. Upon hearing his words, Chu Ci responded solemnly, And what exactly do you mean by that? It is simple. Hand over the Li Hua that you possess. Zhao Wuji stated, his eyes gleaming with intensified greed at the mere mention of it. Acquiring the Li Hua and refining it would grant him access to the martial sovereign realm with ease. Understanding Zhao Wuji's intentions, Chu Ci lifted his chin defiantly. Oh, that's it. You covet my Li Hua. With that, he summoned the Li Hua into the palm of his hand. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened with excitement, and he exclaimed, "Excellent. You are quite accommodating. Rest assured, if you surrender the Li Hua, I shall disable your dantian, rendering you unable to cultivate, and I will plead for your life before the sect master." As Zhao Wuji reached out to grasp the Li Hua, the moment his fingers brushed against it, they ignited with flames. The searing pain forced him to retract his hand, his face contorted with fury as he glared at Chu Ci. "You little brat, are you seeking death?" Zhao Wuji's rage was palpable. "Hand over the Li Hua, and you may have a chance to live. If you refuse, I shall take it from your lifeless body." Chu Ci retracted the Li Hua, smiling as he replied, "Is that so? We shall see if you possess the capability to do so." Seeking death, Zhao Wuji was incensed. How dare a mere waste challenge a late-stage Tianji realm warrior? He struck out at Chu Ci with a palm. Had it been any other late-stage DG realm warrior, they would have been terrified by such an assault. Alas, Zhao Wuji faced Chu Ci with the application of a lethal secret technique. Chu Ci could easily dispatch Zhao Wuji, but at the cost of his own lifespan. If possible, he preferred not to resort to such a self-destructive method. Yet, the situation was dire, compelling him to act. At that moment, the initial stage Tianji realm beast appeared, abruptly interrupting Zhao Wuji. "Damn beast, why do you come now of all times?" Zhao Wuji scoffed. Casting a glance at Chu Ci, he disregarded him, confident that Chu Ci was ensnared within the celestial net and could not escape. "Once I eliminate this beast, I shall return a deal with you." With that, Zhao Wuji charged towards the initial stage Tianji realm beast. Seeing Zhao Wuji occupied, Chu Ci exhaled in relief. Now that Zhao Wuji was distracted, he could employ other strategies. Without hesitation, he set up a formation around himself. The formation he crafted was a combined offense and defense. The shockwave formation .it would not only repel Zhao Wuji's attacks, but could also eliminate him. To ensure safety, Chu Ci also activated another formation on himself, the Blood Dragon Mysterious Formation, which he had previously utilized against the Ma family in Tianyang City. This formation allowed Chu Ci to expend spiritual energy to enhance his power. Coupled with the Spirit Gathering Formation, it would further extend the Blood Dragon Mysterious Formation's duration. Now, Chu Ci's strength was sufficient to slay initial stage Tianji realm warriors, though he still paled in comparison to Zhao Wuji. Nevertheless, he believed that with the right strategy and the formations he had set, he could certainly bring about Zhao Wuji's demise. Chu Ci refrained from activating the Blood Dragon Mysterious Formation and the Shockwave Formation immediately. For doing so would drain too much of his energy that he needed to wait until Zhao Wuji dealt with the beast before launching his formations, ensuring efficiency. Zhao Wuji, being a late-stage Tianji realm warrior, would naturally take little time to subdue a mere initial-stage Tianji realm beast. After a quarter of an hour, he finally subdued the creature. Indeed, Zhao Wuji merely suppressed the beast. He had not chosen to kill it. Dragging the subdued beast before Chu Ci, Zhao Wuji sneered. "Chu Ci, do you intend to die at the hands of this beast, or will you obediently surrender the Li Hua? Is there not another possibility that you, Zhao Wuji, might be the one who meets your demise?" Chu Ci retorted with a calm smile, entirely dismissing Zhao Wuji's threats. "Looks like you're courting death." Zhao Wuji seethed with rage, his dignity as a Tianji realm warrior insulted by Chu Ci's repeated dismissals. "I shall see if you've begged for mercy later." Chapter 72. In utter disarray, Zhao Wuji unleashed his aura, coldly declaring to Chu Ci, "Prepare to die." With that, he struck down towards Chu Ci in Zhao Wuji's view. Chu Ci was ensnared by the celestial net and could only submit to his will. Regardless of whether Chu Ci surrendered the Li Hua, he could kill him and take it afterward. Die? Ha! I doubt it will be I who dies. Chu Ci's eyes glinted with icy determination. Meeting Zhao Wuji's gaze, a sudden wave of inexplicable fear washed over him, causing his heart to skip a beat. What nonsense is this? I am a late-stage Tianji realm warrior. How could I fear a mere insect of the DG realm? Quickly dismissing this absurd feeling, Zhao Wuji pressed forward to T that moment. However, the formations beneath Chu Ci activated. The Shockwave formation and the Blood Dragon Mysterious formation were set into motion simultaneously. In an instant, Chu Ci moved, breaking free from the celestial net. What? What is happening? Zhao Wuji froze in disbelief. How did you escape? According to reason, a celestial net established by a Tianji realm warrior should have ensnared Chu Ci without fail. Did you truly think such a trivial technique could bind me? Chu Ci scoffed. Impudent, Zhao Wuji was furious. Not only was he a Tianji realm warrior, but he was also an elder of the Tianjin sect. He had never before been humiliated by an insect like Chu Ci. If I do not obliterate you today, my fury shall remain unquenched. A gust of wind swept past as Zhao Wuji charged toward Chu Ci. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he sensed a looming danger. His instincts prompted him to retreat several steps. That it was then that he noticed the multitude of formations surrounding him. What is this? A formation? Zhao Wuji raised an eyebrow, incredulous. You know how to set up formations? Indeed, it is a formation, Chu Ci admitted with a smile. Today, I shall ensure your demise here. Zhao Wuji, with murderous intent shining in his eyes, Chu Ci activated the formation and surged toward Zhao Wuji. Ha ha! You know formations? That certainly takes me by surprise. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. But you have miscalculated. Even if your formation appears somewhat impressive, the gap in our realms cannot be bridged by a mere formation. Zhao Wuji did not regard the formation before him as a threat. Although it exuded a dangerous aura, it was ultimately set by a late-stage DG realm warrior. And no matter how perilous it seemed, it could not possibly pose a lethal threat to him. As a being of the celestial realm, if he could be so easily slain, he might as well dash himself to death. Chu Ci remained silent, allowing the facts to speak for themselves. Once the formation was activated, Zhao Wuji suddenly felt an oppressive force enveloping him. This terrifying pressure caused his countenance to darken instantly. Under its weight, his body became immobile. This cannot be possible, Zhao Wuji thought, striving to move, yet finding himself utterly paralyzed. What kind of formation have you set up? Zhao Wuji's eyes bore into Chu Ci with intensity. The shockwave formation, Chu Ci replied indifferently. This formation is not particularly formidable, but it suffices to end your life. Be shaken. Chu Ci extended his hand and struck towards Zhao. In an instant, Zhao Wuji beheld a colossal hand appearing above him. That hand regarded him as mere vermin, seemingly intent on mercilessly crushing him. Impossible! How could such a powerful formation be set by you? Zhao Wuji panicked. As the massive hand descended, he found himself utterly powerless. That I refuse to believe that a mere insect of the yellow extreme realm can truly kill me. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth. Golden bell shield. Clang! A phantom of a bronze bell manifested around Zhao Wuji. Enclosed within its embrace, he felt considerably more secure. The golden bell shield was a defensive martial art he had fortuitously acquired in his youth. When perfected, it could withstand a strike from a martial monarch. Of course, it was not capable of withstanding a full-force attack, merely a standard one. Though Zhao Wuji had not mastered the golden bell shield to its utmost, he believed that, even in its lesser form, it should suffice to block Chu Ci's assault from the formation. Humph! Perish! Chu Ci scoffed. He could only activate this formation once. Thus he poured all his strength into it. Even if Zhao Wuji activated the golden bell shield, it would not deter him from ensuring Chu Ci's demise within the formation. Chu Ci unleashed his full might with this strike, its power comparable to the full force of a late-stage celestial realm warrior. Even if this blow did not completely annihilate Zhao Wuji, it would certainly leave him gravely injured. Bang! The palm hovering above Zhao Wuji finally descended. A cloud of dust erupted around him, obscuring his figure. Chu Ci did not let down his guard. He could still sense Zhao Wuji's aura. Though it was no longer as potent as before, it indicated he was still alive, albeit that last strike had certainly taken a toll on him. How dare such a mere insect attempt to kill me? Zhao Wuji's enraged voice soon resounded. The phantom of the bronze bell surrounding him gradually dissipated, and he appeared exceedingly disheveled. Not dead yet. Then I shall deliver a few more blows. Chu Ci sneered. He discerned that Zhao Wuji was now on the brink of death. With his current strength, he was confident that he had a 60% chance of killing Zhao Wuji without resorting to lethal techniques. Supreme Fist. Chu Ci hurled a punch towards Zhao Wuji that a tremor coursed through Zhao Wuji's heart, prompting him to hastily defend himself. Moonlight Shadow. Zhao Wuji swiftly dodged, then raised his hand to strike back at Chu Ci. Boom. The two energies collided, sending Zhao Wuji staggering back several paces. How is this possible? Zhao Wuji spat blood, gazing at Chu Ci in disbelief. Even in his injured state, he thought it should be a simple task for someone of Chu Ci's late-stage yellow extreme realm to defeat him. But Chu Ci would not afford Zhao Wuji any time for contemplation. He struck again. Realizing the peril, Zhao Wuji dared not underestimate his opponent. He turned and fled. Damn it! Is this the so-called transformation of Chu Ci into a waste, as Lin Mengdai claimed? A waste can inflict such losses upon a celestial realm warrior. Zhao Wuji cursed Lin Mengdai inwardly. How could Chu Ci possess such strength and still be considered a waste? Try to escape? Chu Ci snorted coldly and pursued him. Chu Ci, wait for me. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and hurriedly exited the Qinquan realm. Chapter 73. Did he cheat? After emerging from the Qinquan realm, Zhao Wuji half-kneeled on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Damn it. How could Chu Ci be so powerful? Zhao Wuji clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury at the thought of Chu Ci. What has happened to you? Zhao Wuji, Qin Kongsheng, and the others rushed to support him upon noticing his condition. Could it be that the beast injured you? Ma Yuanhua furrowed his brows and inquired. That shouldn't be. The beast was merely at the initial stage of the celestial realm. Moreover, it had just broken through. With your strength, you should have been able to handle it, right? Even if that beast had some power, it shouldn't have left you in such a wretched state. I hate this. Zhao Wuji fell silent, uncertain of what to say. Surely he could not admit he had been injured by Chu Ci. If they found out, not only would he be ridiculed, but it might also make them more eager to recruit Chu Ci into their sect. Just a minor setback, but it's nothing serious. Zhao Wuji shook his head. I need to heal first. The rest is up to you. With that, Zhao Wuji departed hastily. He was unsure if Chu Ci would come after him once he exited the Qinquan realm. To prevent such an occurrence, it was best to hide for a while. Humph, Chu Ci, you wait for me. Once I recover, I will not let you off easily. As a warrior of the celestial realm, how could he possibly swallow such humiliation? After Zhao Wuji left, Guangdiyun remarked, Zhao Wuji has been stuck at the celestial realm for over 100 years. Hasn't he? This fellow couldn't be nearing his end, causing his strength to wane, which is why he struggled against a mere beast of the initial celestial realm. Guangdiyun's words resonated with Qin Kongsheng and Ma Yuanhua. Let us not dwell on Zhao Wuji. We should extract the remaining disciples and see how Chu Ci is faring. During this time, Qin Kongsheng and the others had already pulled many disciples from the Qinquan realm. However, when they attempted to extract Chu Ci, they found a force seemingly preventing his exit. Yet, considering Zhao Wuji was with Chu Ci, they felt no immediate concern. They observed the situation within the Qinquan realm and saw that Chu Ci was unharmed. Chu Ci seems fine. The three let out a sigh of relief. Once the other disciples were successfully retrieved, they brought Chu Ci out as well. This time, there was no opposing force that Yuanhua questioned. What was that power that hindered us earlier? Could it have been Zhao Wuji? Did he set his sights on the fire of departure on Chu Ci? Ma Yuanhua speculated that if Zhao Wuji coveted the fire of departure, it was indeed plausible he would attempt to prevent them from extracting Chu Ci. Qin Kongsheng shook his head in denial. That should not be possible. If Zhao Wuji were truly after the fire of departure, could Chu Ci still be alive? Are you implying that Zhao Wuji's injuries stem from a failed attempt to seize the fire of departure from Chu Ci? Ma Yuanhua dismissed this notion. It was utterly impossible, and no matter how formidable Chu Ci was, he could never contend with a late-stage warrior of the celestial realm. Never mind. Let us not overthink it. This must be an issue with the Qinquan realm, Qin Kongsheng stated. Let us inform the disciples that the second round of assessments has concluded. Subsequently, Ma Yuanhua announced to the 400 disciples that the second round of assessments was over. Originally, the assessment was supposed to last an entire day, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it had to be cut short. Although the assessment was abruptly halted, the requirements remained unchanged. Securing 100 demon crystals was the passing mark. And that was already a very lenient expectation. With 40 groups, each was to obtain 100 demon crystals, which, under normal circumstances, should be achievable within a couple of hours with clear division of labor. Out of the 40 groups, 27 had not fully met the passing mark. The only group that had exceeded it was Chu Ci's, having collected 178 demon crystals, the highest recorded AS for the remaining 12 groups. They barely reached the passing line. Chu Ci, how did you fare? Yanhua's gaze shifted to Chu Ci, filled with anticipation. Given that Chu Ci had slain so many beasts, he must have acquired a considerable number of demon crystals. Right? Qin, Kongsheng, and the others, having witnessed the events unfold within the Qinkun realm, were well aware of Chu Ci's performance. Meanwhile, the others were oblivious to them. Chu Ci, being merely a late-stage yellow extreme realm cultivator, should not find it easy to obtain even 100 demon crystals. If he managed to secure 10, it would be a remarkable feat. He was merely fortunate, benefiting from his brother's influence to gain entry into the academy of the Great Xia dynasty. Without Chu Ci's assistance, he would not have even made it into the academy of the Great Xia dynasty. Those eliminated disciples spoke derisively. Chu Ci was nothing but a waste with first-rate talent. While they had all tested as possessing third-rate talent could hardly be labeled as genius. At the very least, they were superior to him. Upon hearing the words of the assembled individuals, a look of discontent flickered in Chu Ci's eyes. These people were oblivious to the prowess of Chu Ci. After all, he was the one who had received assistance from Chu Ci. Without Chu Ci's guidance, he would not even have had the opportunity to stand here today. 252 demon crystals. Chu Ci leisurely produced the crystals Antiquity that moment. Every individual present was rendered speechless upon hearing the figure he had announced. 252 demon crystals? Surely you jest. How could he have accomplished this alone? Many were incredulous, suspecting that Chu Ci was fabricating the quantity. That it was important to note that even with 10 members in their group, they barely managed to reach the passing mark. Yet after counting, they found the number to be exactly as Chu Ci had stated. 252. He must have cheated. Soon, discontented voices began to emerge. It was Chu Ci. Surely, he must have given all the demon crystals he collected to Chu Ci. Some immediately thought of Chu Ci. Given the relationship between Chu Ci and Chu Ci, it was inevitable that Chu Ci's acquisition of 252 demon crystals was closely tied to Chu Ci. Lin Shun and Wang Yao, did you not feel anger when Chu Ci handed over the demon crystals you hunted to Chu Ci? The eliminated contestants voiced their grievances. Why was it that they could not meet the passing mark, while Chu Ci alone could? Lin Shun and Wang Yao exchanged glances, shaking their heads as they replied. Chu Ci has been with us the entire time, never straying from our sight. It could be said that Chu Ci's acquisition of 252 demon crystals had nothing to do with Chu Ci. Initially, they had indeed harbored doubts about Chu Ci, but considering he had always been with them, how could he possibly deliver demon crystals to Chu Ci? Chapter 74, Definitely Cheating. With the explanation from Lin Shun and Wang Yao, the gazes of all turned towards Chu Ci in astonishment. Without Chu Ci's assistance, how could Chu Ci possibly hunt such a multitude of demon beasts? Thus, even with the defense from Lin Shun and Wang Yao, there remained skeptics. How could a late-stage Huangji realm warrior possess such remarkable abilities? There must be some undisclosed secret. Perhaps Chu Ci had prepared these demon crystals in advance. Enough. Silence. Everyone, Qin Kongsheng, angered by the murmurs around him, erupted with the aura of a Tianji realm expert, compelling all present to obediently cease their chatter. The demon crystals possessed by Chu Ci were obtained through his own abilities. Qin Kongsheng coldly asserted. This, I and the other elders of the sect can attest to. Ever since you entered the Qiankun world, we have been observing your every move. Upon hearing Qin Kongsheng's words, even those with lingering discontent felt compelled to remain silent. Yet they still believed that Chu Ci must have resorted to some underhanded means. After all, how could a mere late-stage Huangji realm warrior hunt more demon crystals than they did? Lin Shun and Wang Yao, too, were perplexed. Even if they teamed up with Chu Ci, they could not manage to hunt over 200 demon crystals in such a short span of time. Chu Ci, as Chu Ci's elder brother. Do you know what the situation is? Lin Shun turned his gaze towards Chu Ci, inquiring. With a proud expression, Chu Ci replied, "Of course, Xiao Ci's strength surpasses that of all present." This was not mere boasting from Chu Ci. As Chu Ci, his elder brother, how could he be unaware of Chu Ci's capabilities? Lin Shun and Wang Yao furrowed their brows that, if Chu Ci, merely a late-stage Huangji realm warrior, was already this formidable, how much more powerful would he become upon reaching their level? As they pondered this, Qin Conqing called out Chu Ci's name. Chu Ci stepped forward. Chu Ci cast a glance at Qin Conqing before approaching him. Chu Ci, we have witnessed your performance in the Qian world, Qin Conqing said with a broad smile. Given the strength you have demonstrated, you should not have merely an elite talent in a single round of assessment. There must have been some unforeseen circumstance earlier. Now, let us reevaluate your talent. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci shook his head and replied, "No need. Regardless of the testing, my talent will only be classified as elite." The Shura seal not only seals Chu Ci's original cultivation, but also suppresses his talent. Therefore, no matter how he is tested, the ultimate result will always be elite talent that lets try again. Qin Conqing and the other two were extremely eager for Chu Ci to undergo a new talent assessment. The surrounding crowd was taken aback. Could it be that there had been an issue with Chu Ci's talent during the first round of assessments? If it were true that Chu Ci's talent exceeded theirs, then it would not be surprising for him to have hunted over 200 demon crystals alone. 3 elders. Since Chu Ci has expressed his disinterest in retesting, let us forego Antiquity Gaoi stepped forward, stating that he was the least inclined to see Chu Ci retested. Should the re-evaluation reveal Chu Ci's exceptional talent, the sects would surely compete with them for him, as long as there was no assessment of talent. Chu Ci, this hidden genius, would belong to their Daxiao Imperial Academy. By Gaoi, do you think we are unaware of your ulterior motives? Ma Yuanhua coldly scoffed. If Chu Ci truly possesses talent, remaining in your academy would only squander it. Your Daxiao Imperial Academy lacks the capacity to nurture Chu Ci. Bai Gaoi was at a loss for words, unable to counter Ma Yuanhua's statement. Indeed, the Daxiao Academy was vastly inferior to the 4 major sections. Enough, Chu Ci, please proceed with the retest. Qin Conqing smiled. If you undergo the retest, everything we previously promised you will still hold true. Seeing this, Chu Ci reluctantly said, "Fine, since you wish for a retest. Let us proceed." Under the expectant gazes of all, Chu Ci approached the Zun crystal. He placed his hand upon it. The expressions of Qin Conqing and the other two were filled with anticipation. Although Chu Ci's initial talent assessment had not been ideal, the strength he had displayed in the Qian world suggested that the talent he would reveal now would undoubtedly be remarkable. However, their expectations ultimately fell flat. The results of the second assessment mirrored the first. The light emanating from Chu Ci remained faint, indicating that his talent was indeed limited to elite status. How could this be? Guang Diyun stared blankly, disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Chu Ci. Clearly, this young man had exhibited exceptional strength in the Qian world. Why then did the second assessment still yield elite talent? Was there yet another unforeseen circumstance? Ma Yuanhua frowned. No, perhaps this is simply the truth. Chu Ci withdrew his hand and looked at the elders with a smile. Is this acceptable? I have said it before. Even with a retest, the result remains unchanged. Qin Conqing and Guang Diyun wore expressions of dismay. Meanwhile, Bai Gaoi was torn between joy and sorrow, joyful that Chu Ci would not be claimed by the 4 major sects, yet sorrowful that he was not the hidden genius they had hoped for. Perhaps there had never been any unforeseen circumstances from the outset. Yuanhua chuckled bitterly. Our belief that Chu Ci experienced an anomaly during the previous assessment was merely wishful thinking. Even if Qin Conqing and Guang Diyun remained skeptical, the results of the retest were still disappointing. Guang Diyun, puzzled, shook his head. If Chu Ci's talent is truly elite, then why was he able to slay demon beasts of the DG realm in the Qian world? This was a question that baffled Guangdiyun. Given the two major realms separating Chu Ci from the DG realm beast, surely he could not have achieved such feats with his cultivation and strength. We overlooked the Li Hua on Chu Ci. Ma Yuanhua interjected. You should remember the Li Hua possessed by Chu Ci. Though Chu Ci may be deemed weak, the Li Hua he wields is ranked first on the heavenly list. Such a powerful Li Hua, even if bestowed upon a mere pig, would enhance its strength. From the Yuanhua's explanation enlightened Qin Kongsheng and Guangdian that in truth, what Chu Ci displayed in the Qiankun world was not his inherent strength, but rather the augmentation provided by the Li Hua. They had simply been blinded by their assumptions, failing to realize this truth. Chu Ci. Let's make a trade. Yuanhua's gaze turned towards Chu Ci. Chapter 75. I can do without, but you must not. A trade? Chu Ci glanced at Ma Yuanhua and inquired. What kind of trade do you propose? I will exchange a broken earth pill for your Li Hua, Ma Yuanhua declared, with your talent. Having the Li Hua follow you would only stifle its potential. Are you jesting? Chu Ci could not contain his laughter as he looked at Ma Yuanhua. You wish to trade a single broken earth pill for my Li Hua? Do you truly believe that you can exchange a mere broken earth pill for my Li Hua? Does Ma Yuanhua think himself to be of sound mind for making such an offer? I understand that trading a broken earth pill is indeed unreasonable. However, if you give me the Li Hua, I will pass it on to your elder brother. Moreover, the broken earth pill I provide will enable you to break through to the DG realm. You must understand that, given your exceptional talent, attaining the pinnacle of this life seems utterly hopeless. Other pursuits are futile for you. Conversely, by exchanging the leaf fire for the breaking earth pill, not only could you facilitate your future breakthrough to the earthly pinnacle, but you could also use the leaf fire to assist your elder brother. This not a win-win situation. Before Chu Ci could utter a word, Chu Xian furrowed his brow and declared, I refuse. The leaf fire belongs to Xiao Ci, and I have no need for it. Chu Xian was visibly enraged. These individuals were utterly oblivious to the true extent of Chu Ci's capabilities. Do they genuinely believe Chu Ci is worthless? A bunch of short-sighted fools. Chu Xian, I am doing this for your benefit, Ma Yuanhua said, his brow furrowing, that if you were to refine the leaf fire, not only would it enhance your cultivation, but could also significantly elevate your strength. And what of it? Chu Xian retorted, clearly dissatisfied. Senior, if that is the case, then I will not join the Bloodblade sect. What you? Ma Yuanhua's expression darkened. But what could he say? Chu Xian was a genius with 9th grade talent. If he chose not to join the Bloodblade sect, it would only benefit others. Very well, I understand. Ma Yuanhua sighed. Shaking his head, he contemplated making a secret deal with Chu Ci once Chu Xian was absent. Even if Chu Ci refused, he would resort to force to compel him to comply. Ma Yuanhua, you certainly have grand ambitions, Guangdiyun and Qin Kongsheng scoffed. You think you can exchange a mere breaking earth pill for the leaf fire? Since Ma Yuanhua wishes to negotiate with Chu Ci, we can do the same. Chu Ci, hand over the leaf fire to my mysterious heaven sect, and I shall offer you a breaking earth pill along with 30,000 spirit stones. My chaotic heaven sect offers the same. But we will provide 100,000 spirit stones. Guangdiyun and Qin Kongsheng both turned their gazes toward Chu Ci. Chu Ci cast a glance at them and flatly refused. No deal. The leaf fire is the foremost flame on the heavenly ranking, a priceless treasure. You think a mere breaking earth pill and a few tens of thousands of spirit stones can entice me? Chu Ci, you must consider this carefully. Qin Kongsheng's expression turned grim. If others discover you possess the leaf fire, do you believe your own strength is sufficient to protect it? Should you attract the attention of those with ill intentions, you might even lose your life. The threat in Qin Kongsheng's tone was palpable that if Chu Ci were truly gifted, they would not entertain such thoughts. But as it stood, Chu Ci lacked that talent. With the leaf fire in his possession, was he not squandering its potential? It would be far better for them to take the leaf fire themselves. You need not worry about that, Chu Ci replied. Unperturbed by their threats, they truly think they can bully him simply because they perceive his strength as inferior. If they wish to seize the leaf fire, they should consider whether their lives can withstand the attempt. Very well, just wait and see. Qin Kongsheng scoffed. Gentlemen, Chu Ci is now a disciple of my great Xia Dynasty Academy. Bai Gaoi interjected with a smile. We will protect him and a leaf fire. The Great Xia Dynasty. Qin Kongshang sneered at D. You truly believe your Great Xia Dynasty can safeguard him and the Leaf Fire? Bai Gaoi fell silent. It was indeed impossible for the Academy of the Great Xia Dynasty to protect Chu Ci and the Leaf Fire. However, if the Leaf Fire were to fall into the hands of the Emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty, what could the four major sects do? Would they dare to snatch the Leaf Fire from the Emperor's grasp? Regardless, Chu Ci had already been established as a member of their Great Xia Dynasty Academy. With the right inducements, they could surely persuade Chu Ci to willingly relinquish the Leaf Fire. Indeed, the Academy of the Great Xia Dynasty would not resort to coercive measures. After all, Chu Xian, Chu Ci's elder brother, was a genius with ninth-grade talent. While he had not yet reached the level of other prodigies, given time, he could grow formidable. The consequences of underestimating him were dire. All right, everyone, let us set this matter aside for now, Ma Yuanhua announced. Let us proceed to the third round of assessments, just as the others were about to agree. Chu Ci interjected, have you forgotten the rewards for the second round of assessments? The three furrowed their brows upon hearing this. Earlier, they had stated that whoever collected the most monster crystals in the second round would receive a Breaking Earth pill. However, since Chu Ci had refused to trade the Leaf Fire, was there any reason to grant him the Breaking Earth pill? Exchanging glances, they said, Chu Ci, while you may have secured first place, do not forget that you did not enter the second round through the first assessment. You were merely allowed to participate with them in a trial. Chu Ci nodded. I see you intend not to give it to me. The Breaking Earth pill held no value for Chu Ci. Yet it was a promise made earlier, and they were now reneging on it. What would they do if they refused? Qin Kongsheng brandished the Breaking Earth pill. Do you think you can snatch this from me? No sooner had he spoken than a figure darted past, and the Breaking Earth pill vanished from his hand. To his astonishment, he found it in Chu Ci's possession, since he refused to honor the promised reward. I have no choice but to take it myself, Chu Ci declared with a cold smile. Chu Ci, return the Breaking Earth pill. I can overlook what just transpired. Qin Kongsheng's tone grew increasingly frigid. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Chu Ci ignored Qin Kongsheng, instead toying with the Breaking Earth pill in his hand. This pill is rightfully my reward. Since you made a promise, you must fulfill it. Chu Ci stated indifferently, though it may not serve me, you cannot simply deny me what is rightfully mine. His eyes shimmered with a cold light. For a moment, Qin Kongsheng involuntarily took several steps back. A flicker of fear igniting within him. It is merely a Breaking Earth pill, Ma Yuanhua interjected, stepping forward. Since it was promised, let it be given him. A Yuanhua was not extending kindness toward Chu Ci. He had noticed that Chu Xian clearly harbored intentions of not joining the Bloodblade sect. Losing a genius over a single Breaking Earth pill was hardly worth it. Chapter 76. The Sacred Heaven Tablet. Though Qin Kongsheng felt displeasure, he managed to swallow his pride. However, he shot an extremely dissatisfied glare at Chu Ci. Chu Ci remained unfazed. He had effectively severed ties with the four major sections. But so what? He did not fear them, that if they wished to trouble him or seize the Leaf Fire, they would soon discover whether they possessed the capability. Now, let us proceed to the third round of assessments. Ma Yuanhua stated that in the first two rounds, your talents and teamwork were commendable. However, this third round is of utmost importance. Talent may determine one's future achievements, yet potential reveals the heights one may reach. Ma Yuanhua turned his gaze toward the other disciples. You are the candidates for joining the Heavenly Sword sect. Zhao Wujing is currently absent, so we will assess your potential. The disciples exchanged puzzled looks. Where had Elder Zhao Wujing of the Heavenly Sword sect gone? Why was he absent during the third round? Only Chu Ci had an inkling of the situation. He speculated that Zhao Wujing likely fled in anticipation of Chu Ci seeking retribution. In the upcoming potential assessment, pay close attention. Though it is an evaluation, if you enter a state of meditation and gain insight, it will benefit your future cultivation. Ma Yuanhua continued. He then reached for his storage ring. Seemingly retrieving something, soon he produced a stone tablet. Upon its emergence, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire square, and the heavens and earth shifted in color. What an overwhelming sensation! What could this stone be? Many disciples felt a wave of fear rise within them. even lacking the courage to gaze directly at the tablet. This was not without reason. The tablet exuded an aura so eerie that it seemed to threaten annihilation with a mere glance. This tablet is the Sacred Heaven Tablet, Ma Yuanhua announced. It is said to have been forged by those stronger than martial emperors. If you can gain insight from this tablet, it will undoubtedly enhance your future cultivation. Upon hearing the name of the Sacred Heaven Tablet, gasps of astonishment erupted among the crowd. Is it truly the Sacred Heaven Tablet? Could the legends be true? Someone exclaimed, igniting curiosity among others. What legends? Share with us the origins of the Sacred Heaven Tablet. When this person noticed the attention directed toward him, he smiled and explained, I read about it in an ancient text passed down through my ancestors. The Sacred Heaven Tablet was crafted by a saint. It is said to record the deeds of that saint during their lifetime. Should one comprehend its essence, they may glean the teachings of that saint. Many faces reflected a dazed expression. Saint, are saints truly powerful? The most formidable warrior ever spoken within the Great Xia dynasty is none other than the martial emperor. Could it be that this sage surpasses the martial emperor? If I were to comprehend the contents of the sacred heavenly steel, might I then ascend to the rank of martial emperor myself? You become a martial emperor with your third-rate talent, if you manage to decipher even a fragment of its contents. I would consider that impressive. The murmurs and clamor from the crowd incited the ire of Ma Yuanhua. How noisy, Ma Yuanhua coldly remarked. If you continue this ruckus, you may as well forego the third round of assessments. At last, the crowd fell silent, ceasing their chatter. Very well, now for the third round of assessments. Just as Ma Yuanhua was preparing to allow the disciples to begin their comprehension of the sacred heavenly steel, Qin Kancheng intervened, raising a hand to halt Ma Yuanhua. Wait, Qin Kancheng stated in a chilling tone. Chu Ci is not among the recruits of our 4 great sections. Depart from here at once. Qin Kancheng glared at Chu Ci, asserting, the contents of the sacred heavenly steel are beyond your grasp. Chu Ci glanced over but remained silent. Turning to leave, he truly is pitiable, not only possessing the most useless first-rate talent, but also lacking the qualification to comprehend the sacred heavenly steel. His life would be thus, merely envying others who possess a superior 9th-rate talent. Even if he were to lead a life of idleness, there would be someone to shield him. They had little time to pity Chu Ci. For Ma Yuanhua had already instructed them to comprehend the sacred heavenly steel. Several seemingly useless techniques were regarded as treasures by them. From a distance, Chu Ci shook his head. The moment Ma Yuanhua unveiled the sacred heavenly steel, Chu Ci had already gleaned its essence. Indeed, the steel recorded the lifelong teachings of a sage. Yet, these were nowhere near as profound as what Chu Ci had acquired within the Forbidden Grounds. Far inferior to the imperial-level technique he had imparted to Chu Xian. As time gradually elapsed, many among the crowd found themselves scratching their heads in frustration. After gazing at the steel for an extended period, they remained utterly oblivious to any insights that is it truly the lifelong teachings of a sage contained within. Why, after such a long observation, do we discern nothing? While some failed to grasp anything, others began to see the light. How foolish of me to doubt the authenticity of the sacred heavenly steel. I have already gleaned some insights from it. Though incomplete, the revelations have proven immensely beneficial. Oddly enough, the techniques within the steel seem less effective than the ones given to me by Chu Ci. Chu Xian felt a twinge of surprise that he had extracted a considerable number of techniques from the sacred heavenly steel. Yet when compared to the techniques bestowed upon him by Chu Ci, he pondered, am I merely failing to comprehend at a deeper level? Chu Xian found himself perplexed. It is no wonder he struggled to understand. When Chu Ci had initially provided him with the technique, he had not disclosed its rank to others. The sage's techniques inscribed within the steel were undoubtedly treasures. However, when juxtaposed with imperial-level techniques, they appeared rather lackluster. After several hours of contemplation, Chu Xian's brow furrowed tightly. He was simply unable to decipher any further techniques. Enough, everyone. Cease your efforts, Yuanhua spoke, prompting the agitated crowd to direct their attention toward him. The time is nearly up. Now, share what insights you have gleaned from the sacred heavenly steel. This inquiry cast a shroud of silence over the assembly. After a prolonged pause, Lin Shun finally spoke. I have comprehended a technique. Though it is but a fragment, its value far surpasses that of any heavenly-level technique. A satisfied expression graced Lin Shun's face. Were it not for time constraints, he believed he could thoroughly master this technique. Ha ha ha! Splendid! Lin Shun, you have not disappointed me. Qin Kongsheng laughed heartily. Chapter 77. Not as good as the techniques given by Chu Ci. Lin Shun, since you have comprehended such a technique, replicate it and present it to me. Qin Kongsheng insisted. I wish to examine its shortcomings. Lin Shun bowed in response, acquiescing. The pretense of examining the technique's flaws was merely a guise. The true desire was to possess that technique. After all, it was the work of a sage, who would not be tempted. Although Lin Shun was aware, he had no intention of declining. Ultimately, Lin Shun transcribed the technique and submitted it to Qin Kongsheng. Remarkably, it was nearly complete. Qin Kongsheng was beside himself with excitement. The technique Lin Shun had comprehended was merely lacking 2 parts. However, this 80% was more than sufficient. With this technique alone, Lin Shun was destined to become a martial emperor. For centuries, during their recruitment of disciples, they had allowed them to comprehend techniques, yet what emerged were always incomplete fragments. Attempting to cultivate with them was utterly futile. Guang Diyun and Ma Yuanhua gazed enviously. How fortunate the Hunyuan sect was to acquire an 80% intact sage technique. What extraordinary luck must one possess to achieve such comprehension? Ma Yuanhua remained relatively unfazed, for he had recruited Chu Ci this time. If Lin Shun could comprehend the technique, it was reasonable to assume that Chu Ci would as well. The one truly burdened by misfortune was likely Guang Diyun. During this recruitment event, their Hunyuan sect had failed to attract any promising disciples. Wang Yao, on the other hand, had also comprehended a technique. Moreover, the technique Wang Yao had deciphered was complete. Unfortunately, he had joined the Heavenly Sword sect, and Qin Kongsheng and his associates were unable to permit him to transcribe it. Otherwise, upon learning of it, the Heavenly Sword sect would undoubtedly come seeking negotiations, and they might even demand exorbitant terms. Chu Xian, and you? Ma Yuanhua inquired, directing his gaze toward Chu Xian. Chu Xian shook his head. Upon witnessing this, Ma Yuanhua's brow involuntarily furrowed. Could it be that Chu Xian had failed to comprehend any techniques? That should not be the case. Both Lin Shun and Wang Yao had managed to decipher techniques despite their only 5th-rate talents. It was inconceivable that Chu Xian, with a 9th-rate talent, could not even grasp a fragment of a technique. The other disciples regarded Chu Xian with expressions of confusion that a 9th-rate talent should not have such outcomes. Ma Yunhua's demeanor grew somewhat troubled. If Chu Xian had gleaned nothing, it would suggest his potential was quite limited. Regardless of his talent, if his potential were low, his cultivation would stagnate after reaching a certain realm. I have comprehended several techniques, yet I have not delved into deeper layers, Chu Xian lamented, shaking his head. Upon uttering these words, Ma Yuanhua and the others stood frozen in place. After a lengthy pause, they finally widened their eyes, staring intently at Chu Xian. What did you just say? You comprehended several techniques. Ma Yuanhua spoke gravely. Chu Xian, this is no jest. Chu Xian shook his head. I am not joking. Once they confirmed that Chu Xian was serious, Ma Yuanhua erupted into joyous laughter. Splendid, splendid. Chu Xian, this is truly wonderful. Ma Yuanhua patted Chu Xian's shoulder, grinning. Remember to transcribe the techniques. Ma Yuanhua's smug demeanor irked Qin Kongsheng and Guang Diyun. What is there to gloat about? Even if he comprehended them, what does it matter if he cannot cultivate them? However, despite this sentiment, it was indeed the sage's techniques. Chu Xian found it difficult to understand. The techniques he had comprehended were not as formidable as those given by Chu Ci. This suggested that the techniques he deciphered were not particularly valuable, yet he could not fathom why Ma Yuanhua and the others were so exhilarated. Soon, Chu Xian transcribed the techniques he had comprehended and presented them to Ma Yuanhua cast a glance, his eyes nearly bulging. What is this? Ma Yuanhua trembled with excitement, unable to contain himself. What has gotten into Ma Yuanhua? Qin Kongsheng and Guang Diyun approached, eager to see the sage techniques in Ma Yuanhua's hands. Step aside. Ma Yuanhua hurriedly stowed the techniques away, exclaiming irritably, What is there to see? They are merely a few incomplete sage techniques. Yuanhua struggled to suppress his excitement, that if they were to discover that the techniques transcribed by Chu Ci were, in fact, complete sage techniques, they would certainly fight to seize them. No, I must hasten to take Chu Ci back to the Bloodblade sect. Only within the sect can the techniques be fully realized. Humph, what use are incomplete sage techniques? Guangdian scoffed. We have no idea how many of these we have accumulated over the past few centuries in our Hanyuan sect. Ma Yuanhua remained silent, merely beckoning Chu Ci to his side. Once the third round of assessments concluded, they would return to the sect. Subsequently, several other disciples managed to glean one or two insights from the sacred heavenly steel. Although their achievements were not as remarkable as those of Chu Ci and Lin Shun, they were still commendable. As for those who failed to comprehend anything, they were ruthlessly eliminated. Fortunately, while they were dismissed, the educational institutions of the Great Xia dynasty were willing to accept them. Though they could not join a sect, the educational institutions of the Great Xia dynasty were still respectable. Very well. It is time to return to the sect, Ma Yuanhua announced to Chu Ci and the others. Senior, please hold on for a moment. I wish to speak with my brother. Chu Ci interjected. Yuanhua did not object, waving his hand to urge Chu Ci to hurry. Chu Ci rushed over to Chu Ci and said, Xiao Ci, elder brother is going to the Bloodblade sect. You should stay well in the academy. In due time, elder brother will come to find you. Chu Ci smiled and nodded, saying, I understand, elder brother. Well then, I shall take my leave. After speaking, Chu Ci turned to depart. Elder brother, please wait a moment. I have something to convey to you. Chu Ci interjected, blocking Chu Xuan's path. You must never let the Blood Knife sect learn of the cultivation technique you practice. No one must be informed. Chu Ci's expression turned grave as he continued. If they urge you to cultivate the technique derived from the sacred heavenly steel, you must comply without hesitation. Not refuse. Chu Ci was momentarily taken aback. Although he did not comprehend why Chu Ci would say such a thing, he was acutely aware that Chu Ci would never wish him harm. Indeed, Chu Ci had no intentions of endangering Chu Ci. Chu Ci was cultivating an imperial-level technique, and should the Blood Knife sect discover it, it was nearly certain they would be tempted. If such temptation arose, they would undoubtedly resort to lethal measures against Chu Ci. I shall take my leave now. Chu Ci waved his hand and departed alongside Ma Yuanhua. Gaoyi approached Chu Ci and said, Chu Ci, come with me. I will escort you to the academy of the Great Xia dynasty. Chu Ci did not refuse, and followed by Gaoyi along with the others. Before long, they arrived at the academy, located within the capital. Upon entering, Gaoyi instructed someone to show the other disciples to their accommodations. While he had different plans for Chu Ci, come with me. He said that I wish for you to meet the dean of the academy. There's a matter we would like to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci nodded. Without Gaoyi needing to elaborate, Chu Ci had already surmised that Gaoyi was likely interested in the Li Hua he possessed. Chapter 78. Here, I am to rule. Gaoyi led Chu Ci into a room. The Li Hua you possess is of no use to you. In fact, it poses a danger, Gaoyi stated. Chu Ci gazed at Gaoyi and replied with a smile. So according to your perspective, what do you propose I do? In response, Gaoyi immediately suggested, how about this? You hand over the Li Hua to me, and I will present it to the emperor on your behalf. Naturally, I will do so in your name. In return, the emperor will grant you a minor official position. Rest assured, you will receive ample rewards. Chu Ci chuckled and countered, what kind of reward do you think the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty should bestow upon me for giving away this Li Hua? Gaoyi pursed his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. The Li Hua was the foremost flame on the celestial rankings. If the reward were insufficient, it would be an affront to one's intelligence. And Chu Ci was certainly no fool. So, are you implying that you do not agree? Gaoyi furrowed his brow. Indeed, Chu Ci replied with a smile, if I refuse, do you intend to resort to force? Chu Ci narrowed his eyes, contemplating the possibility of Gaoyi daring to take such an action. Should he attempt to seize it, Chu Ci would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation. That of course not. Gaoyi replied with an awkward smile. If you do not agree, I would never resort to theft. Although he had considered taking the Li Hua by force, he realized that Chu Ci's elder brother, Chu Ci, was a genius with a 9th-tier talent. Now aligned with the Blood Knife sect, If he were to steal Chu Ci's Li Hua, it would likely invite terrifying enemies for the Great Xia dynasty in the future. However, Chu Ci, you must understand how precious this Li Hua is. If others discover it, they will certainly attempt to take it from you. Your very life may be at stake, Bai Gaoi continued, still trying to persuade Chu Ci. That is of no concern to you. Chu Ci stated, if anyone dares to attempt theft, I will ensure they do not return, but Bai Gaoi remained silent, evidently realizing that further negotiation was futile. Very well, should you come to a decision, feel free to seek me out, he said, producing a token and handing it to Chu Ci. Of course, if you require assistance with anything else, do not hesitate to ask. Chu Ci accepted the token with a nod. Subsequently, Bai Gaoi instructed someone to lead Chu Ci to his living quarters. If straightforward methods fail, then I shall resort to subtler ones, Bai Gaoi mused, watching Chu Ci's departing figure. His voice was barely audible, yet Chu Ci still caught the words. He paid it no mind, whether Bai Gaoi approached directly or indirectly. He felt no fear. Before long, Chu Ci was escorted to the residence for outer disciples at the academy. You will reside here, the young disciple said coldly. This is the dwelling for outer disciples. Your daily tasks will involve both cultivation and menial work at the academy. Remember, for every task you complete here, you will earn 10 points. These points can be exchanged for items in the academy's pavilion, such as elixirs, techniques, and weapons. Chu Ci held his head high as he entered the room. Inside, there was merely a long stone bed capable of accommodating 20 individuals. At that moment, he noticed the group of newcomers who had arrived with him at the academy, now huddled in a corner, their faces bearing bruises, likely the result of a beating. New here, a somewhat portly man approached. Newcomer, remember this. Here I am the boss. The man proclaimed brazenly, from now on, 70% of the points you earn will go to me. If you refuse, my fists are not idle. With that, he raised his massive fist, declaring, if you do not wish to be beaten, you had best comply with my demands. Chu Ci cast a sidelong glance at the man and replied with a smile. And what if I decline? Decline. The man laughed. At that moment, several other disciples began to gather around him. Brothers, this fellow is quite disobedient. We ought to teach him a lesson tonight. One of them pointed to the corner where the other newcomers squatted, saying, if you do not wish to share their fate, it would be wise to comply. Is that so? Chu Ci maintained an air of indifference as he replied, I would also advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, you shall meet a most dire end. His words elicited laughter from the crowd. Haha, you think you can make us meet a terrible fate, although they were all outer disciples of the academy with relatively low cultivation levels. Their numbers were overwhelming. Get him. Teach this brat a severe lesson, so he knows who sets the rules here. With a wave of the man's hand, the surrounding disciples surged toward Chu Ci, since you are so eager to seek your own demise. I shall oblige. Chu Ci shook his head, refraining from further conversation. He swiftly retaliated, delivering a punch to the first assailant, sending him flying. The crowd was taken aback. Both sides were at the later stage of the yellow extreme realm. How could Chu Ci so easily send someone flying? Xiao San, how could you, a late-stage yellow extreme realm warrior, fail to deal with such a brat? The man expressed his displeasure, yet the one referred to as Xiao San did not respond. Done go. Xiao San has been knocked out. One person stepped forward to check on Xiao San, only to be startled upon seeing him unconscious. What? This guy is actually so formidable. One punch had rendered a fellow warrior of the same realm unconscious. How could he be here in the outer sect? Shouldn't he have directly entered the inner sect? Kid, you possess some strength. Wang Dun's expression shifted as he spoke in a low voice. Unfortunately, you have provoked the wrong person this time. And what of it? Chu Ci retorted coldly. You lot, regardless of how many there are not my match. A killing intent radiated from his body. Wang Dun was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Yet, a moment later, he recalled his backing and wondered what there was to fear. With a powerful background behind him, a new disciple daring to kill a fellow sect member was nothing short of suicidal. Kid, you are as good as dead. With such meager strength, you think you can stir up trouble here. You are not even worthy of that. Wang Dun shouted loudly. Everyone, charge at him together. In an instant, all of them rushed toward Chu Ci. Alas, regardless of how many came, each was sent flying by Chu Ci's fists. Ultimately, only Wang Dun remained, As he watched Chu Ci approach, fear gripped him, causing his legs to tremble. Don't come any closer. Wang Dun's voice quivered. I warn you, my elder brother is an inner disciple of the academy. If you dare to strike me, you are as good as dead. Chapter 79. Chun Miaoyan. Do not think that just because your elder brother is an inner disciple, or even an elder in the inner sect, that it concerns me. Chu Ci replied coldly, if I do not instill fear in them today, they will surely seek trouble with me later. Thus, Chu Ci proceeded to teach Wang Dun a lesson, beating him to the brink of unconsciousness before finally relenting. Remember, if you wish to trouble me, you ought to consider whether you possess the capability to do so. After uttering these words, Chu Ci no longer paid any heed to Wang Dun. The onlookers, filled with a mix of fear, astonishment, and incredulity, parted ways, allowing him passage. This newcomer among the outer disciples was audacious beyond measure, daring to strike Wang Dun. Wang Dun's ability to wield authority among the outer disciples was entirely attributed to the support of his elder brother. An inner disciple, it was this backing that empowered Wang Dun to oppress the outer disciples with impunity. Although there had been instances of rebellion in the past, the consequences were dire, often resulting in a severe beating from Wang Dun's elder brother. Some were fortunate enough to merely lose their cultivation abilities, while others met a far grimmer fate, being killed outright. While the academy does impose penalties for murder, Wang Dun's elder brother, being an inner disciple, could easily evade scrutiny. Even if he would take the lives of one or two outer disciples, the elders of the academy would likely turn a blind eye, given the sheer number of outer disciples in the institution. The loss of a few would hardly raise alarms. However, inner disciples were a different matter entirely. The academy was in dire need of talent and would not punish a noble inner disciple for the sake of inconsequential outer disciples. He was undoubtedly doomed. One individual shook his head, stating, once Wang Dun informs his elder brother of today's events, this person will certainly not see the dawn of tomorrow. Chu Ci, however, was unconcerned. He simply had some menial tasks to attend to as an outer disciple. While he could choose to idle away his time at the academy, if he aspired to enter the revered Danmen's sanctum, he would need to fulfill these obligations. After Chu Ci departed, Wang Dun's elder brother, Wang Ku, rushed to the outer disciples' quarters, furious upon learning of the incident. Who struck my brother? Wang Ku demanded, his face a mask of rage. The outer disciples recoiled in fear at his presence, as no one stepped forward to claim responsibility. Wang Ku seized the collar of one outer disciple, his voice cold as ice. Who dared to strike my brother? The terrified disciple stammered, if you don't speak, I'll give you a beating. Wang Ku's threat turned the disciple's face pale. Please don't hit me. I know who it is. He hastily replied. It was a newly joined disciple, but he is not here right now. Wang Ku's eyes narrowed as he asked, oh, where is he now? The disciple replied, he is likely at the chores hall. His name is Chu Ci. Wang Ku threw the disciple to the ground and stormed off toward the chores hall. At the chores hall, Chu Ci observed that the daily tasks assigned to the outer disciples were quite simple, involving chopping wood, fetching water, cleaning the academy, or cooking. He opted to chop wood, knowing that completing the batch in the courtyard would earn him 10 points today. Is that Chu Ci? Whoever is named Chu Ci, get out here. Wang Ku bellowed upon his arrival at the chores hall. The surrounding outer disciples exchanged glances, recognizing Wang Ku. Who is this Chu Ci? Has he angered Wang Ku? Many were unaware of the earlier incident involving Wang Dun, but some were in the know. This Chu Ci had struck Wang Dun earlier, and now Wang Ku had come seeking retribution. After hearing the circumstances, one disciple remarked, what audacity for a newcomer to act so recklessly. He knows nothing of the situation, yet dares to engage in violence. He will surely pay the price for his momentary bravado. Wang Ku, overhearing the murmurs, declared in a low voice, do any of you know where Chu Ci is? If anyone knows and chooses not to inform me, they shall face dire consequences. The aura of a peak earthly realm cultivator erupted from Wang Ku, causing the color to drain from the faces of all present. One disciple, fearing for his own safety, quickly spoke up, Chu Ci is outside chopping wood. If you head there now, you will find him. Wang Ku nodded in acknowledgement and made his way to the courtyard. Upon reaching the courtyard, he spotted someone chopping wood. "Are you Chu Ci?" Wang Ku confronted him. "Indeed, that is I," Chu Ci replied, glancing up at Wang Ku. "You know of Wang Dun, correct?" Wang Ku inquired. Chu Ci nodded, fully aware that he had just bested Wang Dun in a fight. "That I am his elder brother," Wang Ku stated, his expression devoid of emotion. "If you kneel before me now, I might just spare your miserable life." Chu Ci set down his axe and responded, "Is that so? I offer you a chance as well. Leave now, and I will act as though nothing has transpired." "What did you say?" Wang Ku's expression darkened. "How audacious! No one among the outer disciples has ever spoken to me in such a manner. Since you seem intent on courting death, I shall oblige." At that moment, a terrifying aura surged from Wang Ku. With a single motion, he could easily end Chu Ci's life. Yet as Chu Ci prepared to retaliate, a voice rang out. "Wang Ku, are you once again troubling the outer disciples?" The voice was melodious and clear to a girl of around 14 or 15, clad in a purple dress, approached with a displeased expression, an inner disciple and a peak earthly realm warrior. "How dare you bully the outer disciples?" The girl stepped in front of Chu Ci, blocking Wang Ku. "Sister Chen, you misunderstand. I have not bullied him. This junior simply sought my guidance regarding his cultivation issues," Wang Ku replied, forcing a smile at the girl. The girl, named Chun Mian, was the granddaughter of the Academy's Grand Elder, in terms of both cultivation and status. She was not someone Wang Ku could afford to offend. Wang Ku's gaze remained fixed on Chu Ci, silently warning him to remain silent. "Humph, do you truly believe you are worthy of my counsel?" Chu Ci scoffed, his disdain evident. "You," Wang Ku's anger flared. Just as he was about to strike, a glare from Chun Mian quelled his fury. "Do not think that I am unaware of your actions," she warned coldly. "You would do well not to take advantage of the elder's leniency to bully the outer disciples. Should I witness this again, I will certainly inform my grandfather." Hearing Chun Mian's words, Wang Ku's heart sank. The Grand Elder held his granddaughter in high esteem, and if she were to report this incident, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. "Sister, you jest. How could I dare?" Wang Ku feigned a smile. "Rest assured, I will never bully the outer disciples again." "You had better remember that," Chun Mian replied with a cold huff. "Leave this place at once." Wang Ku departed hastily. However, would he truly heed Chun Mian's words? Certainly not. He had already blamed Chu Ci for the current predicament. Just wait. Do not think that Chun Mian's intervention has saved you. You shall not be so fortunate next time. Unfortunately, Wang Ku was oblivious to the fact that Chun Mian's appearance had indeed saved his life. Had he truly clashed with Chu Ci, he would have found himself sorely outmatched. "Are you all right, Junior?" Chun Mian turned to Chu Ci, her concern evident. Chu Ci shook his head. "I am fine, thank you." While he would have been unharmed regardless of her intervention, he felt it necessary to express his gratitude. Chun Mian nodded. "If Wang Ku troubles you again, do not hesitate to seek out an elder, but if they do not handle the matter, you may come directly to me in the inner court." With that, she turned and left. Once she was gone, the voice of the Qishao Cloud Emperor reverberated in Chu Ci's mind. "Young man, with your formidable strength, why would you choose to become an outer disciple in such a modest academy? You would be better off accompanying me to the southern wilderness in search of opportunities. It would benefit us both." The Qishao Cloud Emperor had been residing within Chu Ci, fully aware of all that transpired, including the revelation of Chu Ci's exceptional talent. While he did not understand why Chu Ci's displayed aptitude seemed so low, he recognized that there was far more to him than met the eye. "I have my own plans," Chu Ci responded. "That if you have nothing else to discuss, kindly refrain from interrupting me unexpectedly." The Qishao Cloud Emperor chuckled. "Young man, allow me to explain to why sudden appearance has significance. I must inform you that I have discovered a defective imperial artifact hidden within this academy." Chu Ci responded with a simple, "Oh, and what of it? How does it concern me?" The emperor paused, taken aback, and asked, "What? Are you not interested in this defective imperial artifact? Let me tell you, even a flawed imperial artifact possesses tremendous power." The Red Sky Cloud Emperor pressed his lips together. He shared this matter with Chu Ci primarily to seek his assistance in acquiring this flawed imperial artifact. By refining this defective imperial artifact and integrating it into his own inferior one, he might transform his subpar item into a genuine imperial treasure. I have no interest, Chu Ci retorted disdainfully. It is merely a defective imperial artifact. Even if it were a true imperial treasure, I would regard it as worthless. Chu Ci's contempt was not born from a disdain for imperial artifacts, but rather from possessing weaponry far superior to any imperial item. Unfortunately, his current strength rendered him unable to wield it, and that weapon lay gathering dust within the ancient ring. Even if you disdain the flawed imperial artifact, can't you temporarily make use of it? Red Sky Cloud Emperor suggested. No need. I have my own transitional weapons, Chu Ci replied. However, at this moment, no one can compel me to employ them. The Red Sky Cloud Emperor ceased his attempts at persuasion. He understood that no matter what he said today, Chu Ci would not seek out the defective imperial artifact within the academy. He found it perplexing that someone could exhibit indifference towards a flawed item. Even if one held it in contempt, it would still be beneficial to possess it, wouldn't it? The Red Sky Cloud Emperor's reasoning was quite normal. Even if one could not utilize it, acquiring it would still be advantageous. Regrettably, Chu Ci not only had no need for the flawed artifact, but also recognized that within the academy, such an item would undoubtedly be guarded by formidable warriors, possibly even a martial emperor. A powerful martial emperor, utilizing their lethal techniques, could easily eliminate threats. But was it truly necessary to risk one's life for a defective artifact, especially without knowledge of its potential utility? Moreover, Chu Ci held no desire to engage in unscrupulous acts. After completing his menial duties, Chu Ci earned 10 points. He then returned to the accommodations for outer disciples. Upon arriving at the entrance, he overheard Wang Dun's voice from within. "Why, elder brother has already gone to trouble that brat. He is finished this time." Wang Dun said coldly "I estimate that soon my elder brother will drag that boy's body here to make him kneel and apologize. Indeed, how dare he offend Dun Ge? That boy clearly does not understand the meaning of death. Dun Ge, let me kick him a few times when the time comes." Wang Dun's sycophants chattered incessantly, showering insults upon Chu Ci while lavishing praise on Wang Dun. Although Wang Dun was aware that their words were mere flattery, he found them quite gratifying as he contemplated how to deal with Chu Ci once his brother Wang Ku brought him in. The door swung open. Initially, Wang Dun thought it was his brother arriving, but upon turning, he was taken aback to see Chu Ci standing there, unscathed. Wang Dun's expression soured dramatically. Chu Ci approached him with a smile, asking, "I heard you wanted me to kneel?" With a grin that belied a simmering dread, Wang Dun felt a sharp pang of fear as he faced Chu Ci. Although he was uncertain why his brother had yet to confront Chu Ci, he could only relent. "What nonsense have you heard?" Wang Dun stammered, retreating step by step. Alas, Chu Ci would not let him escape so easily. "Since you haven't been sufficiently taught a lesson, allow me to continue." Chu Ci's expression turned increasingly frigid. Seeing the situation escalate, Wang Dun's sycophants prepared to flee. "Since we are already here, let us deal with them all." Before long, anguished cries echoed from the outer disciples' quarters as Wang Dun once again endured a brutal beating. Filled with both fury and fear, he resolved to seek out his brother Wang Ku to teach Chu Ci a lesson at that moment. He was determined to make Chu Ci aware of who truly held power within the outer sect. When Wang Dun found his brother Wang Ku, tears almost spilled from his eyes. "Brother, you must teach that brat a lesson." Chapter 81. Today, let's see who can save you. Who has beaten you? Wang Ku inquired, observing the injuries on Wang Dun's body, his expression darkening. In a single day, his younger brother had been assaulted twice within the outer sect. Did they not realize that Wang Dun had a powerful inner disciple brother backing him? "It was that Chu Ci. He struck me again." Wang Dun spat, his teeth grinding in frustration. "Chu Ci, that brat again." Wang Ku's expression turned icy. This boy truly fears nothing. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Wang Ku's eyes. "Earlier, I couldn't act because Chen Mian was present in the chores hall. I never thought he would mistakenly believe I would refrain from retaliating." Wang Dun's heart raced with worry. "Brother, did you go looking for that brat? Did that wretched Chen Mian stop you?" Wang Dun's face was etched with fear. "Her grandfather is a supreme elder. If she is here, you cannot touch Chu Ci, can you?" Wang Dun's heart sank. If Chun Miaoyan truly intended to protect Chu Ci, then his brother Wang Ku would be unable to act against him. Yet, the thought of allowing Chu Ci to escape unscathed filled Wang Dun with resentment. He had grown accustomed to wielding power over the outer disciples. Now, with someone bold enough to stand against him, how could he maintain his authority? You need not worry about that, Wang Ku assured him. That brat can still be dealt with. Ha! Does Chun truly believe she can safeguard an outer disciple? Does she think she knows everything happening within the academy? Chun Miaoyan was no deity. She could not possibly be aware of all occurrences within the academy, as long as he dealt with Chu Ci without her knowledge. There would be no issue. Rest assured, brother, tomorrow I will make sure to teach that brat a lesson. Just remember to keep him from leaving. Ha! As long as I handle him within the outer sect, Chun Miaoyan will remain oblivious. This will also serve to intimidate the new disciples, Wang Ku added. Upon hearing his brother's promise, Wang Dun nodded eagerly. Soon, he returned to the quarters of the outer disciples. The thought that tomorrow Chu Ci would face his brother's wrath filled him with glee. However, upon entering and spotting Chu Ci, Wang Dun's smile faded. Just wait, tomorrow you will learn the true meaning of death. He cursed inwardly. When the time comes, I will ensure you regret opposing me. The following morning, as Chu Ci prepared to head to the chores hall, Wang Dun and his companions immediately blocked his path. Chu Ci, halt! Upon hearing the voice, Chu Ci turned to face Wang Dun. The icy glare in his eyes caused Wang Dun to instinctively retreat several steps. What's this? Was yesterday's lesson insufficient? Are you prepared to be beaten again? Chu Ci raised his fist, and Wang Dun's group trembled in fear. Knowing his brother would soon arrive, Wang Dun gritted his teeth, determined not to allow Chu Ci to leave. Once his brother arrived, he would ensure that Chu Ci received a proper reprimand. Haha, Chu Ci. Yesterday's events were entirely my fault. I am here to apologize that it was wrong of me to provoke you. Wang Dun feigned a conciliatory tone. We are all outer disciples. After all, we should look out for one another. Chu Ci shot Wang Dun a glance, suspecting that he harbored ulterior motives. He was curious to see what schemes Wang Dun had concocted. Let's skip the mutual concern. Just ensure you don't cross my path again, Chu Ci replied, attempting to push past Wang Dun. Wait, Chu Ci, we need to talk, Wang Dun insisted. After all, I am an old hand among the outer disciples. I know much about the affairs here. Perhaps I could share some insights? Yet, Chu Ci continued to refuse, igniting a fire of frustration within Wang Dun. Did he truly believe he wanted to engage in conversation? Were it not for the fact that his brother had yet to arrive, he would not be so accommodating. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Wang Ku arrived. Upon seeing his brother, Wang Dun's previously obsequious demeanor transformed into arrogance. The other disciples, witnessing Wang Ku's arrival, hastily departed, aware that he had come to confront Chu Ci. They feared that Wang Ku might extend his wrath to them as well. Chu Ci, your fate is sealed. My elder brother is here. Let's see who can save you now. Chu Ci merely replied with an indifferent, Oh, so you intend to keep me here to wait for your brother, so he can punish me in the outer sect? Wang Dun nodded, a triumphant smirk on his face. Exactly. Chu Ci, are you afraid now? As Wang Ku approached with a cold smile, he declared, Yesterday, I could not act due to Chun Miaoyan's presence, but in the outer sect. With her absent, let us see who can shield you. Wang Ku maintained a confident expression, oblivious to the fact that Chu Ci had yet to show a hint of fear that it seems my previous lesson was insufficient. Chu Ci cast a glance at Wang Ku and spoke, Humph, I am right here, and yet you dare to threaten my brother in my presence. Wang Ku let out a cold snort, declaring, Today, you shall learn that it is my brother who holds sway on this side of the outer gate. With that, Wang Ku launched a sudden attack, his fist swinging towards Chu Ci's head. Chu Ci swiftly raised his hand to block the blow, leaving Wang Ku momentarily taken aback. He could actually withstand my punch? Wang Ku dismissed the thought. After all, he hadn't exerted much force. It was likely just luck on Chu Ci's part. Feel my might. Wang Dun infused his fist with spiritual energy, intending to shatter Chu Ci's palm. However, as the energy erupted from his fist, Wang Ku was struck by the sensation of an unyielding wall before him, absorbing the full brunt of his assault. How can this be? I am a practitioner at the early stage of the Earth Extreme realm. What method did Chu Ci employ to withstand my attack? Chu Ci, with a look of disdain, retorted, "Today, I shall thoroughly subdue you and your brother. Who do you think you are? A mere practitioner of the Yellow Extreme realm dares to boast in my presence." Wang Ku's anger flared. Although he was uncertain of the means by which Chu Ci had deflected his strike, the Yellow Extreme realm was still a mere insect in comparison to the Earth Extreme realm. As long as he unleashed his full power, Chu Ci would be unable to withstand it. If I happen to kill you today, consider it just your misfortune. Wang Ku could not guarantee that his full strength would not be lethal. But even if Chu Ci perished, no one would hold him accountable. Chapter 82. Elder Zhuge, the aura emanating from Wang Ku surged, unleashing a terrifying force, Earth-tier martial technique, dragon-breaking fist, Wang Ku exclaimed in a low voice. His energy escalating with the invocation of the Earth-tier technique. In Earth-tier martial technique, Wang Dun exclaimed, his gaze towards Chu Ci filled with pity. "Ha, you're doomed. Kid, my brother is using an Earth-tier martial technique now. For you to provoke him to this extent, even in death, you shall have the honor. It is well known that Yellow Extreme Realm practitioners are akin to insects before those of the Earth Extreme Realm. A mere flick of a finger could crush them. That is an Earth-tier martial technique, truly formidable." Chu Ci maintained his calm demeanor, clearly unimpressed by Wang Ku. Upon hearing this, Wang Ku merely chuckled coldly. "You will soon find out just how formidable it is." With that, he hurled his fist forward, accompanied by the sounds of a dragon's roar. Boom! The entire residence of the outer gate collapsed under the force of Wang Ku's strike. Fortunately, Wang Dun and the others had evacuated at the first sign of trouble. Truly, the power of an Earth-tier martial technique is astonishing. Many gasped in awe. Though Wang Ku had merely destroyed the residence, it was crucial to note that the dwellings of the outer gate disciples were fortified with defensive arrays. Such arrays could not be breached without immense power, highlighting just how fearsome Wang Ku's punch had been. With such a powerful strike from my brother, Chu Ci is undoubtedly doomed, Wang Dun muttered, staring at the ruins of the residence. "Dun Go, will the academy hold your brother accountable for the destruction of the residence?" Someone inquired with concern. "If the elders decide to pursue this matter, we might be in trouble," they added. Wang Dun dismissed their worries, saying, "What is there to fear? My brother is an inner gate disciple. They won't say a word even if this place is destroyed. Remember, even when my brother killed a few outer gate disciples before, no elder dared to speak against him." Wang Dun spoke with pride. "Chu Ci, a mere newly initiated disciple, has chosen the wrong person to provoke. He should have considered that Dun Ge has a brother in the inner gate." The others fawned over Wang Dun, who reveled in their praises. Enough. He waved them off and approached Wang Ku, asking, "Brother, is Chu Ci dead?" Wang Ku scoffed. "What do you think? After my punch, does Chu Ci still stand a chance?" He had not only employed an Earth-tier martial technique, but had also exerted all his strength. That's so." Suddenly, Chu Ci's voice rang out, "I expected more from you, yet I find myself greatly disappointed." Amid the rubble, Chu Ci stood unscathed, brushing off the dust from his shoulders, his eyes brimming with disdain. How is this possible? Wang Ku's expression shifted in disbelief as he beheld the unharmed Chu Ci. "Who on earth are you?" Wang Dun's face was etched with terror as he turned to Wang Ku. "Brother, what is happening? Did you not kill this fellow? Why is he still alive?" Even as Wang Dun queried, Wang Ku had no answers. "How should I know?" he replied with a stern countenance. "You ask me. Go ask someone else. So what do we do now?" Wang Dun's face was a mask of fear. "Brother, this fellow can't possibly be invulnerable." "Can he? Invulnerable? Absolutely impossible." Wang Ku firmly denied it. Yet, despite his words, he felt a twinge of worry that he could not fathom how Chu Ci, a practitioner at the late stage of the Yellow Extreme Realm, had survived his attack. Just then, Chu Ci cast a glance at him, and for the first time, Wang Ku felt a pang of fear. The murderous intent radiating from Chu Ci was overwhelming, despite being merely at the late stage of the Yellow Extreme Realm. Wang Ku could not shake the inexplicable dread he felt toward him. "No. Why should I fear this fellow who remains alive? If I couldn't kill him once, I shall attempt again." Yet, just as Wang Ku prepared to strike, a furious voice interrupted. "Wang Ku, what are you doing? You dare to destroy the residence of an outer gate disciple." An elderly man rushed over in a flurry. This individual was none other than Elder Zhuge of the Outer Gate. Upon seeing the elder, Wang Ku displayed no trace of fear. Rather, he smiled and said, "Ah, Elder Zhuge, what a surprise!" Elder Zhuge snorted coldly. "Wang Ku, do not think that your status as an Inner Gate disciple grants you the right to wreak havoc in the Outer Gate. The Law Enforcement Hall chose not to hold you accountable for your previous actions, but that does not mean you are exempt from punishment." Rumors suggested that the Outer Gate elders feared Wang Ku. Yet in reality, despite being an Inner Gate disciple, he still had to show respect in front of the Outer Gate elders. However, Wang Ku was taken aback by Elder Zhuge's unusually harsh demeanor. It was true that he had gone too far by demolishing the residence of an Outer Gate disciple, yet he believed his status as an Inner Gate disciple afforded him certain privileges. "Elder Zhuge, this fellow bullied my brother. As his older brother, it is only right that I stand up for him." "Enough, do not lecture me." Elder Zhuge retorted, "Leave at once that, if you do not, I shall summon the Law Enforcement Hall." Upon hearing this, Wang Ku hastily replied, "No, no, no, Elder Zhuge, I shall take my leave immediately." If the Law Enforcement Hall were truly summoned, he would find himself in dire straits. "Brother," Wang Dun furrowed his brow. "You are fortunate this time." As he departed, Wang Ku shot a glare at Chu Ci, saying, "Last time it was Chun Miaoyun who saved you. This time it is Elder Zhuge. Your luck seems rather extraordinary." Did he believe he was the one with luck? Wang Ku was oblivious to the fact that the truly fortunate one was he, with multiple interventions thwarting his plans. "Just wait. Next time, you shall not be so fortunate." Next time? Chu Ci could not help but laugh. The one truly lacking luck next time would be Wang Ku. Indeed, he should have eliminated Wang Ku at the outset to avoid further complications. "This matter is your responsibility. You shall oversee the reconstruction of the residence." Elder Zhuge addressed Chu Ci. Chapter 83. It seems I must seize the opportunity. Why should I be the one to rebuild when it was Wang Ku who destroyed the residence? Chu Ci furrowed his brow in inquiry. Elder Zhuge's expression soured noticeably. He coldly replied, "Wang Ku is still an Inner Gate disciple. Though he erred, he must focus on cultivation rather than waste his energy on such matters. And what if I refuse?" Chu Ci responded coldly, "Why should I bear the burden for something that is not my responsibility? You say you will refuse? What gives you the audacity?" Elder Zhuge's voice turned icy. "Listen well, young man, you best handle this matter adequately. If you do not, I shall expel you from the academy." With a fleeting glance at Elder Zhuge, Chu Ci spoke with an air of indifference. "If you wish to threaten me with this, be my guest. Inquire with Bai Gao Yi, and see if he consents." Bai Gao Yi had facilitated Chu Ci's admission to the academy in a bid to win over Chu Xian, should anyone attempt to expel Chu Ci. He would undoubtedly be the first to object. "Oh, you know Prime Minister Bai." Elder Zhuge's expression darkened. He had initially assumed Chu Ci to be a mere disciple easily manipulated, never anticipating the depth of his connections. No. As Elder Zhuge contemplated retreating, a realization struck him. If you truly know Prime Minister Bai, how could you possibly be here at the Outer Gate? Since you are acquainted with Bai Gao Yi, he would certainly arrange for you to enter the Inner Gate and would not allow you to remain in the Outer Gate. If you were indeed familiar with Prime Minister Bai, then I would be his father. Now, swiftly return to repair your residence. Otherwise, the consequences shall be beyond your capacity to bear." Chu Ci disregarded Elder Zhuge's command. He would never comply with the request to restore his residence. What audacity! Elder Zhuge's demeanor turned icy. Never had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. This young man seemed to be courting disaster. If he did not receive a lesson today, he would likely grow insolent in the presence of his elders. Elder Zhuge unleashed an initial wave of his early-stage Tianji realm cultivation, a terrifying pressure bearing down upon Chu Ci. He had merely released a fraction of his power. Should he unleash more, Chu Ci would be instantly obliterated. This level of pressure should suffice to intimidate him. What Elder Zhuge did not anticipate was that under his oppressive aura, Chu Ci remained utterly unfazed. This defiance was inconceivable. Elder Zhuge's expression hardened as he intensified his aura, yet the outcome remained unchanged. What could be the reason? How could these insignificant Huangji realm warriors withstand his pressure? Frowning, Elder Zhuge pondered this perplexing matter. Was it possible that Chu Ci possessed some artifact capable of withstanding the might of the Tianji realm? With this thought, Elder Zhuge swiftly raised his hand to halt Chu Ci. Stop right there. Have I granted you face? If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will truly become lawless. Elder Zhuge struck towards Chu Ci with his palm, yet before the blow could land, Chu Ci acted. He delivered a powerful kick that sent Elder Zhuge sprawling. In that instant, Elder Zhuge lost consciousness. Did he truly believe he could bully me, that anyone could tread upon me? Chu Ci grumbled as he departed. Upon arriving at the miscellaneous hall, before he could take on any tasks, Chen Miaoyun, whom he had encountered the previous day, appeared before him. I heard that Wang Ku went to the outer gate today. Is it true that your residence there has collapsed? Upon hearing Chen Miaoyun's inquiry, Chu Ci nodded in affirmation. Yes, that is indeed the case. Are you unharmed? Chen Miaoyun inquired with a displeased expression. It seems that yesterday's warning to Wang Ku was insufficient. Today he dares to destroy the outer gate's residence. Tomorrow he will have the audacity to commit murder before all. However, my grandfather is currently in seclusion and cannot intervene. Had he been available, I would have certainly reported this matter to him. Chen Miaoyun's mood soured as she gazed at Chu Ci. Initially, I intended to seek my grandfather's assistance on your behalf. However, he fortuitously went into seclusion. Chu Ci, Wang Ku will undoubtedly seek trouble with you again. Given your strength, encountering Wang Ku could lead to your demise. It would be prudent for you to stay by my side for the time being. Chen Miaoyun smiled as she spoke, with me by your side. Wang Ku would not dare to lay a finger on you. Faced with Chen Miaoyun's goodwill, Chu Ci, of course, declined. I appreciate your kindness, but I do not require it. Wang Ku is merely a minor nuisance. I am not afraid of him. You truly do not grasp the gravity of the situation. Chen Miaoyun shook her head. Your refusal will only result in being bullied by Wang Ku. Noticing Chu Ci's lack of response, Chen Miaoyun's expression soured further. Very well. If you do not require my assistance, I shall not press the matter. With a huff, Chen Miaoyun departed, heading towards the inner gate of the academy. However, upon reaching the inner gate, she did not pause, but continued forward until she arrived at the dean's office, where she knocked and entered. Dean, I genuinely cannot manage that Chu Ci any longer. I intended to use my assistance as a means to draw closer to him. But he is utterly unyielding. As she spoke of this matter, Chen Miaoyun felt a swell of frustration. She had never proactively sought to aid anyone, and had it not been for the dean's directive, she would have had no interest in Chu Ci's affairs. The middle-aged man seated in the rattan chair frowned. This man was Bai Donglai, the dean of the Great Xia Empire Academy. Is that ineffective? Bai Donglai furrowed his brow. He had already learned about the matter concerning Chu Ci and the Li Hua from his brother Bai Gao. Initially, Bai Gao, he had intended to seize it by force. But Bai Donglai deemed that approach unwise. Instead, he sought to have the granddaughter of the Supreme Elder cultivate a closer relationship with Chu Ci, persuading him to bestow the Li Hua upon Chen Miaoyun. To give the Li Hua to a waste like Chu Ci would be a gross misallocation of resources. Only by entrusting it to a talent like Chen Miaoyun could its true potential be realized. It appeared that seizing it by force would be the only option. Bai Donglai had not wished to resort to such measures. Yet circumstances left him no choice. He looked at Chen Miaoyun and instructed, find a time to invite Chu Ci outside the academy. The matter of seizing the Li Hua from him cannot occur within the academy. If it happens outside, it can be directed towards the 4 great sections. He likely will not agree to go with me. Chen Miaoyun shook her head. It is simple. Just tell him it is an academy task and make it to that point. No matter what, Chu Ci will have to agree to accompany you. Bai Donglai stated, after that, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Hearing this, Chen Miaoyun reluctantly agreed once more, though she suspected it would not be so straightforward. Chapter 84. Tasks for Inner Gate Disciples. Nevertheless, Chen Miaoyun proceeded to act according to Dean Bai Donglai's wishes. The most pressing need for Outer Gate disciples was, indeed, points. However, the only way for Outer Gate disciples to earn points was through engaging in various menial tasks. Only Inner Gate disciples could undertake academy tasks to accumulate substantial points. Yet, if an Inner Gate disciple were willing to share tasks with an Outer Gate disciple, the latter could receive 10% of the points earned from that task. It seemed that as long as she was willing to share an inner gate task with Chu Ci, it would surely enable him to accompany her. Meanwhile, Dean Bai Donglai summoned one of his trusted aides. He would not allow any other individual within the academy to intervene in this matter, as he was concerned that someone might seize the Li Hua from Chu Ci and refine it for themselves. Additionally, it would prevent this matter from being exposed. After completing his chores, Chu Ci returned, only to find that the outer gate disciples' residence had been restored. The one responsible for this restoration was none other than Elder Zhuge, whom he had previously knocked unconscious. Lord Chu Ci, you have returned. Elder Zhuge approached Chu Ci with a flattering demeanor. Having witnessed Chu Ci's prowess, Elder Zhuge was now convinced that he was indeed someone arranged by the Prime Minister of the Great Xia Empire. Bai Gao, after all, how could an outer gate disciple possess such formidable strength? Though he did not understand why Prime Minister Bai Gao had placed Chu Ci in the outer gate. There is no doubt about the authenticity of Chu Ci's power. If you have any commands for me in the outer gate, please feel free to ask. Chu Ci nodded and replied, Indeed, there is one matter. Apart from relying on menial tasks to gain points, are there any other avenues available for outer gate disciples to earn points? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhuge responded, Generally speaking, there are none. Outer gate disciples can only acquire points through menial tasks. After a moment, Elder Zhuge added, However, there is one alternative that if you happen to know any inner gate disciples, you can ask them to share tasks with you. Upon completion, you would receive 10% of the point from the task. Each task in the inner gate is guaranteed to yield no less than 5,000 points. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci nodded. 5,000 points, with 10% allocated to him, would grant Chu Ci 500 points. This was significantly more than what he could earn through menial tasks. However, as I have just arrived at the academy, I do not know any inner gate disciples. Elder Zhuge, realizing his opportunity, quickly exclaimed, My lord, I happen to know an inner gate disciple. He is one whom I once taught. Now he is an inner gate disciple, that if I speak to him, he will undoubtedly agree to share tasks with you. If you require my assistance, I will arrange it at once. For Elder Zhuge, forging a good relationship with Chu Ci, whom he believed to be affiliated with Prime Minister Bai Gao, he would potentially elevate his own status. Very well. The Chu Ci does not refuse. The points earned through menial tasks are exceedingly meager. To ascend from the outer sect to the inner sect within the Daxia Dynasty Academy, one requires a substantial amount of points. Chu Ci aspires to enter the sacred realm of the Pill Gate through the academy and must position himself at the very core of IT. And why, Lord? Please wait. I shall go seek someone from the inner sect right away. Zhuge remarked before hastily departing. Shortly after Zhu Ji's exit, Chen Miaoyan arrived. Upon spotting Chu Ci in the outer sect, she promptly approached him and said, There you are. I happen to have something to discuss with you. Chu Ci glanced at Chen Miaoyan and inquired, What is it? I have a task for you as an outer sect disciple. Relying solely on menial tasks to earn points is far too slow. If I were to share this task with you, you could earn 10% of the points. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ci asked, Do you know Elder Zhuge? Yes, I do, Chen Miaoyan replied. Momentarily taken aback, yet she did not dwell on it. Naturally, she was acquainted with all the elders of the outer sect, although she was uncertain why Chu Ci posed such a question. Nodding, Chu Ci surmised that Chen was indeed the disciple Elder Zhuge had mentioned. Would you like to accompany me to complete this task? Chen Miaoyan inquired. It's quite simple. We just need to hunt down the escaped beasts from the nearby villages around the capital. There are a total of 10,000 points. And if we succeed, you'll earn 1,000 points. Chu Ci agreed. Chen Miaoyan had not anticipated the matter to be so effortless. She had initially thought Chu Ci would refuse. However, this was preferable, as it spared her the need to persuade him. They would merely wait for Bai Donglai's men to come and seize the fire from Chu Ci. Subsequently, Chu Ci followed Chen Miaoyan as they departed the academy. The journey from the capital to a nearby place called Sunset Village would take approximately an hour. During their travel, Chen Miaoyan elaborated on the task at hand, explaining that they were to hunt 3 beasts that had escaped from the Abyss battlefield. However, she refrained from detailing what the Abyss battlefield entailed. The 3 beasts possess mid-level strength within the earthly realm. You need not worry about anything, just stand behind me, Chen Miaoyan stated. Leave the 3 beasts to me. Chu Ci nodded. Since Chen Miaoyan had declared her intention to handle the matter, he decided against intervening. Before long, The two arrived at Sunset Village to tea that moment. The village was devoid of any life. After the beasts escaped from the Abyss battlefield, the villagers had already fled. Additionally, a formation had been established around Sunset Village to prevent the three beasts from escaping. "Follow me," Chen Miaoyan said, clutching a token and taking Chu Ci's hand as they approached the formation. With the aid of this token, both Chu Ci and Chen Miaoyan easily entered the formation. "Go," Chen Miaoyan exclaimed, retrieving a spirit bird from her storage ring. This spirit bird was not a living creature, but rather a bird crafted from spiritual energy. The spirit bird shared its vision with its master, allowing Chen Miaoyan to see what it saw. Utilizing the spirit bird to locate the three beasts was exceedingly convenient. However, once inside the formation, Chu Ci had already sensed the presence of the three beasts. "The beasts are over there," Chu Ci pointed in a direction. Chen Miaoyan glanced over and frowned, saying, "Chu Ci, although those three beasts are of mid-level strength in the earthly realm, they originate from the Abyss battlefield, and their power is far beyond that of late-stage earthly realm practitioners. Even I, wishing to slay them, can only guarantee a 70% chance of success that I will use the spirit bird to locate them, which will aid in my subsequent strategies. However, if you search for the beasts aimlessly, you may encounter them without even having a chance to fight back." Chapter 85. How can one so strong still be deemed useless? Upon hearing this, Chu Ci merely replied with an "oh." Since Chen Miaoyan was skeptical, he chose not to elaborate further. After being released, the spirit bird circled above Sunset Village, revealing the entire area within Chen Miaoyan's view. She furrowed her brow in confusion. "Strange, where are the three beasts? Why have we not detected any trace of them?" Chen Miaoyan maneuvered the spirit bird to survey every corner of Sunset Village. Yet the three beasts remained elusive. Could it be that they are hiding indoors? Chen Miaoyan muttered. If that were the case, she would have to use the spirit bird to search every house in the village. With over 300 households in Sunset Village, the search would likely consume half a day. The spirit bird could not sustain itself for that long. "That if you trust me, I can lead you to find the three beasts." Chu Ci spoke up. Chen Miaoyan frowned slightly, responding, "Chu Ci, if we act recklessly, we risk incurring the three beasts' ambush. If you trust me, please heed my advice." After a moment of indifference, Chu Ci took a step forward. Seeing this, Chen Miaoyan sighed and quickened her pace to catch up. "Chu Ci, don't walk so fast. Just stay behind me and guide me." As she spoke, Chen Miaoyan summoned her spirit bird back and added, "Tell me a location, and I will send my spirit bird to scout ahead." Hearing this, Chu Ci halted, turned to Chen Miaoyan, and after a long pause, said, "In the southeast of Sunset Village." Chen Miaoyan directed the spirit bird to fly to the location indicated by Chu Ci. Upon arrival, the images transmitted by the spirit bird revealed no sign of the beasts. "Chu Ci, the location you mentioned still has no beasts." Chen Miaoyan shook her head. "Look more closely. They are indeed nearby. The three beasts have not moved from that spot," Chu Ci insisted. Reluctantly, Chen Miaoyan had the spirit bird search the surrounding area. Soon, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. "You were right. The three beasts are indeed within the courtyard." Chen Miaoyan exclaimed, her surprise at how Chu Ci had known their location evident. "How did you know where the three beasts were hiding?" Chen Miaoyan asked curiously. Chu Ci remained silent. If one were to scan the area with their spiritual sense, it would be quite easy to discover. Chu Ci's original cultivation level was that of a sage, granting him a formidable spiritual sense that could encompass the entirety of Sunset Village. Chen Miaoyan, on the other hand, was merely at the late stage of the earthly realm with a considerably weaker spiritual sense. "Never mind, if you choose not to answer, I shan't press further," Chen Miaoyan said. Regardless, once they dealt with the three beasts, the people arranged by Donglai would come to seize the fire from Chu Ci, that of course, they would only take the fire and not Chu Ci's life. After all, Chu Ci had an elder brother with exceptional talent supporting him. The academy aimed to recruit him, so the dean would certainly not harm Chu Ci while seizing the fire. Soon, Chu Ci and Chen Miaoyan arrived at the courtyard within Sunset Village. Chen Miaoyan halted Chu Ci, stating, "We cannot proceed any further if we do. The three beasts will detect our presence that I shall prepare first. Once I am ready, we can move forward." However, Chu Ci did not heed Chen Miaoyan's words. Instead, he declared, Delaying is far too bothersome. Did Zhuge not mention that my strength is formidable? Chu Ci frowned. He had assumed Chen Mianyun was the disciple referred to by Zhuge, but in reality, she was not. What do you mean? Chen Mianyun was taken aback as Chu Ci chose not to elaborate further and made his way toward the courtyard. No, wait. We will be discovered by those three beasts. Chen Yun exclaimed anxiously. With Chu Ci's meager strength, should he be detected by the three beasts, he would undoubtedly face certain death. Furthermore, without adequate preparation, Chen Mianyun could not ensure Chu Ci's safety from the beast attacks, and she herself would be implicated as well. Unfortunately, as Chu Ci approached, the three beasts had already sensed his presence. 3 roars echoed through the air as the beasts charged out of the courtyard. Upon seeing Chu Ci and Chen Mianyun, they regarded them as delectable prey. The three beasts had lingered in Sunset Village for several days, with no living creature in sight, not even a morsel of food. They were, without a doubt, ravenously hungry. The three beasts lunged toward Chu Ci simultaneously. Not good. Chen Mianyun shouted, Chu Ci, run! Chen Mianyun dashed forward, her heart sinking. The distance was too great. She would not make it in time. She exerted all her speed, but it was ultimately a moment too late, as the three beasts had already reached Chu Ci. Just as they prepared to devour him whole, Chu Ci thrust his fist forward, unleashing a formidable strike. Supreme Fist, the terrifying force erupted, sending the three beasts flying. What? Witnessing this scene, Chen Mianyun stood frozen in place, her eyes shimmering with astonishment. No, those three demonic beasts were at the mid-level of the earthly extreme realm. How could Chu Ci have sent them flying with a single punch? From this one strike alone, it was evident that Chu Ci's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary late-stage yellow extreme practitioner. Furthermore, Chen Mianyun had assessed that even she would not be able to achieve such a feat with ease. That it was abundantly clear that if she were to engage in combat with Chu Ci, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Could such prowess belong to a mere waste? Chen Mianyun found it hard to believe, even to fathom, in the brief moment of her astonishment, Chu Ci had already slain the three demonic beasts. He presented their demonic crystals before Chen Mianyun, inquiring, "These three demonic crystals should suffice, right?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mianyun snapped back to reality, gazing at the crystals in front of her, and numbly nodded. "Yes. This is sufficient. This task is considered complete." "No, wait!" Chen Mianyun suddenly exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Chu Ci. "Chu Ci, how can your strength be so formidable? Aren't you merely at the late stage of the yellow extreme realm?" "Currently, I am at the late stage of the yellow extreme realm," Chu Ci replied. "However, I never claimed that my strength was limited to that level." Chen Mianyun was baffled. Even she, possessing the ability to fight above her level, could only surpass one realm at most. Yet, Chu Ci had directly transcended 2 major realms. With such strength, how could his talent be considered lacking? Chen Mianyun inquired. "What about the Li?" Suddenly, she clamped her mouth shut. She could not utter anything regarding the Li fire. Indeed, Chen Mianyun had initially intended to say that even if Chu Ci possessed the Li fire, his strength could not be so absurd. Chapter 86. Utter nonsense. Chu Ci cast a sidelong glance at Chen Mianyun. What was this woman about to say? Li what? Chu Ci furrowed his brow. Could it be that Chen Mianyun was referring to the Li fire he possessed? But how could she possibly know about it? Soon, he recalled Bai Gaoyi. It was undoubtedly Bai Gaoyi who had divulged the information about the Li fire to Chen Mianyun. This realization led Chu Ci to understand something. Chen Mianyun's approach towards him might not be solely for the sake of the Li fire. Right? Time to return. Chu Ci decided not to press further. If Chen Mianyun sought to draw near him in order to seize his Li fire, he would certainly not let her off easily. Of course, this was contingent upon Chen Mianyun making a move. But at this moment, would she dare to act? Certainly not now. However, it was not Chen Mianyun who would take action to snatch the Li fire from Chu Ci, but rather someone sent by the Dean, by Donglai. Chen Mianyun produced a token, and immediately, the formation of Sunset Village was dispelled. Yet as the formation was lifted, a powerful aura of the celestial extreme realm erupted forth instantaneously. A figure charged toward Chu Ci at that moment. Recognizing this, Chen Mianyun knew the incoming individual was sent by Dean by Donglai. They were indeed here to seize Chu Ci's leaf fire. To Chen Miaoyun's astonishment, Bai Donglai had actually sent a celestial extreme practitioner. Amid her shock, she felt relieved. Thankfully, it was a celestial extreme practitioner. If it were an earthly extreme one, they would be no match for Chu Ci. Having witnessed Chu Ci defeat the three beasts from the Abyss battlefield, Chen Miaoyun was well aware of his formidable strength. Even a late-stage, earthly extreme practitioner would not stand a chance against him. Only by deploying a celestial extreme practitioner could they hope to suppress him. Alas, Chen Miaoyun was still mistaken. Even a celestial extreme practitioner would not be Chu Ci's opponent. Seeking death, Chu Ci's eyes turned frigid. Yet, he did not strike immediately. Instead, he swiftly evaded. While Chu Ci possessed the ability to contend with a celestial extreme practitioner, this was only feasible if he utilized the power of the Shura and the Blood Dragon Profound Array. Only by employing both abilities could he stand a chance against a practitioner at the early stage of the celestial extreme realm. Quite the quick reaction, Deng Xiang noted, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. By all logic, a late-stage yellow extreme practitioner like Chu Ci should have been as inconsequential as a chick in his presence. Yet he had not anticipated that Chu Ci would be able to evade his attacks so effortlessly. Perhaps it was merely good fortune that allowed Chu Ci to escape his strike. Otherwise, Deng Xiang could not fathom how Chu Ci had managed to dodge. Come here. Deng Xiang's gaze turned icy as he reached out to seize Chu Ci. Dean Bai Donglai had instructed him to capture the leaf fire from Chu Ci without harming him, as long as he could apprehend Chu Ci and coerce him into handing over the leaf fire. All would be well. Shura power. As Deng Xiang approached with lethal intent, Chu Ci immediately enveloped himself in Shura power. Deng Xiang's movements were swift, leaving Chu Ci no time to set up the Blood Dragon Profound Array. Nevertheless, even a slight enhancement from the Shura power would allow Chu Ci to barely withstand Deng Xiang's onslaught. Supreme Fist. Chu Ci launched a punch forward. Deng Xiang was somewhat taken aback, then burst into laughter. You have some nerve, boy, that a mere late-stage yellow extreme practitioner encounters me. And instead of fleeing, you dare to attack? Upon hearing this, Chu Ci retorted, is a celestial extreme practitioner truly that impressive? Is it really impressive? Deng Xiang's expression darkened, and he became increasingly displeased. A mere late-stage yellow extreme practitioner truly had no idea what it meant to face death. If it weren't for Dean Bai Donglai's order to refrain from killing Chu Ci, he would have long since slapped him to death, teaching him that a celestial extreme practitioner was not someone he could insult. At this moment, Deng Xiang's thoughts were interrupted as Chu Ci's attack was already upon him. Without a second thought, he slapped outwards. What harm could a mere ant's attack inflict upon him? Even if he did not defend, Chu Ci's strike would not cause him any damage. Naturally, Deng Xiang was not foolish enough to stand still and take a hit. Bang! As Deng Xiang met Chu Ci's punch with his palm, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. Chu Ci's punch contained an astonishing amount of power. The overwhelming force erupted, sending Deng Xiang staggering back several steps. His eyes sparkled with disbelief. What just happened? How could a puny late-stage yellow extreme practitioner force him back? No, could this really be a practitioner of the yellow extreme realm? Equally astonished was Chen Miaoyun. Could it be that even a celestial extreme practitioner could do nothing to him? Chen Miaoyun was dumbfounded. With such strength, how could Chu Ci possibly be considered a waste? Not only had he slain the three beasts from the Abyss battlefield, but now he had also repelled a celestial extreme practitioner with a single punch. This clearly indicated that Chu Ci was far from useless. What have you done, you brat? Deng Xiang's eyes bore into Chu Ci. You must be hiding your true strength. No, your aura clearly indicates you were at the late stage of the yellow extreme realm. Deng Xiang's expression grew serious. Yet, Chu Ci had no intention of wasting words with him, but he moved swiftly, charging toward Deng Xiang. Supreme Fist. Although lacking the support of the Blood Dragon Profound Array, Chu Ci's strength would be diminished only slightly. However, he intended to engage Deng Xiang, while simultaneously activating the Blood Dragon Profound Array. After all, without the array, he could only defeat Deng Xiang, but not kill him, as Chu Ci closed the distance. Deng Xiang's anger flared. Damn it, do you truly think your meager yellow extreme can contend with a celestial extreme? As a celestial extreme practitioner, This was the first time Deng Ziyang felt such humiliation, especially at the hands of a yellow extreme practitioner. He unleashed a celestial-grade martial skill. Thunderclap palm. Lightning crackled in the palm of Deng Ziyang's hand, an aura of terror erupting forth. Under the influence of the thunderous power, Deng Ziyang appeared even more formidable. Even Chun Miaoyan beside him couldn't help but tremble and feared. I can't believe he would even resort to martial skills to deal with Chu Ci. Chun Miaoyan exclaimed in shock. Isn't he afraid of killing him? Deng Ziyang was certainly not concerned about killing Chu Ci. He had complete confidence in his control over his own strength, despite the apparent ferocity of this move. Deng Ziyang had restrained the majority of his power. Otherwise, Chu Ci would undoubtedly have been slain by this celestial-grade martial skill. Chu Ci had naturally noticed this as well, and he couldn't help but scoff. I advise you to unleash your full strength. Otherwise, it will be you who meets your demise. Upon hearing this, Deng Ziyang laughed. You needn't worry about that, but I do advise you to hand over the leaf fire. That way, I might spare your insignificant life. Chapter 87. Almost dying at the hands of a yellow extreme practitioner. Spare my life? Chu Ci shook his head, saying, Rather, if you leave now, I might consider not pursuing you. Arrogant brat, Deng Ziyang sneered. A mere late-stage yellow extreme dares to spout such nonsense before me. You truly don't know how to write the word death. With that, Deng Ziyang raised his hand, hurling the lightning from his palm toward Chu Ci. Boom! In an instant, the entire Sunset Village was enveloped by a surge of thunderous might. Such a terrifying assault was merely the result of Deng Ziyang restraining 80% of his power. Had he not done so, Chu Ci would undoubtedly have been obliterated by the force of his attack. If it weren't for Deng Bai Donglai's admonition to spare Chu Ci's life, there would have been no need for him to hold back his strength. However, Chu Ci merely waved his hand nonchalantly, effortlessly dissipating Deng Ziyang's onslaught. With such a method, do you truly believe you can kill me? Chu Ci scoffed, a look of disdain upon his face. If you wish to contend with me, you had best unleash your full strength. Otherwise, it shall be you who meets your demise. In a flash, Chu Ci lunged towards Deng Ziyang. Arrogant fool. Deng Ziyang snorted coldly. Yet deep down he recognized that Chu Ci was far from the simpleton Deng Bai Donglai had described. The fact that he could easily deflect even 2/10 of a celestial realm warrior's power was a testament to his capabilities. Such a person was certainly not the waste Deng Bai Donglai had claimed him to be. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to Deng Ziyang. He merely needed to fulfill the task assigned by Deng Bai Donglai. Die for me! Deng Ziyang's aura erupted, a wave of energy emanating from him. As the energy surged forth, he raised his hand. Instantly, a terrifying wave of energy surged towards Chu Ci, celestial tier martial technique, void annihilation. As this move was unleashed, everything around them faded into obscurity. The power of annihilation was sufficient to obliterate all in its vicinity. Observing this, Chu Ci made no attempt to evade. Instead, he murmured, Divine concealment, hidden strike. At the very moment the force of annihilation enveloped Chu Ci, his figure vanished without a trace. Did I perhaps lose control of my power and inadvertently kill this brat? Deng Ziyang's expression darkened. Chu Ci's fate was of little consequence to Deng Ziyang. Killing him would only earn him a reprimand from Deng Bai Donglai. However, if Li He were to be lost, that would pose a significant problem. Just as Deng Ziyang grappled with this dilemma, he suddenly sensed a looming threat. He turned abruptly, only to hear Chu Ci's voice, Blood Dragon Profound Array, activate. In that moment, by harnessing the Blood Dragon Profound Array to amplify his spiritual energy, Chu Ci's cultivation soared to a new realm. Supreme Fist. Chu Ci hurled a punch towards Deng Ziyang. Deng Ziyang's expression shifted in astonishment. Chu Ci's movements were astonishingly swift, leaving the celestial realm warrior with no opportunity to react. Yet Deng Ziyang remained unfazed. Even if Chu Ci were to strike him directly, what harm could it inflict? Could it possibly kill him? Deng Ziyang was not mistaken. Chu Ci's punch indeed could not kill him. However, inflicting serious injury was entirely within the realm of possibility. Bang! Deng Ziyang was sent flying by the force of the blow. He coughed up blood. Deng Ziyang's expression was one of shock, his body trembling involuntarily. Could this brat's attack truly be so formidable? Is this the power of a Yellow Realm warrior? A seemingly feeble cultivator unleashing such terrifying strength. This defied all logic. Are Celestial Realm warriors truly not his match? Chen Miaoyun's pupils constricted. The scene unfolding before her was one she would remember for a lifetime. A Yellow Realm warrior injuring a Celestial Realm warrior. This spectacle was more astonishing than any other. Chu Ci was indifferent to the thoughts swirling in their minds that he advanced towards Deng Xiang. You wish to kill me? Deng Xiang rose to his feet, his countenance icy to the core. It appears I underestimated you. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Deng Xiang intoned gravely. You shall soon witness the terror of a Celestial Realm warrior. Deng Xiang resolved to no longer conceal his power. What of killing Chu Ci? His dignity as a Celestial Realm warrior could not be compromised. As for Li Hua, he merely needed to extract it from Chu Ci's body before delivering the fatal blow. Celestial Tier Martial Technique, Void Annihilation. This strike was even more fearsome than the last, for Deng Xiang was now utilizing all his strength. Alas, even with his full power, it proved futile with the enhancement of the Shura energy and the Blood Dragon Profound Array. Chu Ci's strength was now comparable to that of a Celestial Realm warrior. Divine Concealment. Chu Ci vanished, evading Deng Xiang's assault. Having learned from his previous experience, Deng Xiang would not remain stationary, for he knew Chu Ci could appear behind him in the next instant. Yet this time, Deng Xiang's deduction was flawed. Chu Ci materialized directly before him, launching a palm strike towards Deng Xiang. Seeking death, thunderous quake palm. Deng Xiang's attack erupted forth to the moment their strikes collided. A terrifying shockwave ensued. Chen Miaoyun was sent flying by the force, while the 300 homes of Sunset Village were reduced to ruins beneath the onslaught. Cease! Stop this at once! Chen Miaoyun shouted. If this continued, Chu Ci would surely be killed by Deng Xiang. However, Deng Xiang had no intention of heeding her cries. Die for me! At this moment, Deng Xiang would not allow his Celestial Realm prestige to be challenged. Chu Ci's expression was cold, entirely dismissive of Deng Xiang, that he murmured, Supreme Fist! At the moment of the attack's eruption, Chu Ci contemplated how much longer the Blood Dragon Profound Array could sustain itself. The Blood Dragon Profound Array functioned by converting the spiritual energy from Chu Ci's Dantian to provide power. Without the Gathering Spirit Array, the Blood Dragon Profound Array could not endure for long. Thus, this punch needed to either slay Deng Xiang or leave him gravely wounded. Boom. Deng Xiang was sent reeling, a gaping wound from Chu Ci's supreme fist marring his form. No, this is impossible, Deng Xiang howled. A distinguished Celestial Realm warrior injured by a mere Yellow Realm warrior. This would cause uproarious laughter if it spread. Time to end this swiftly. Chu Ci inhaled deeply. The Blood Dragon Profound Array could no longer operate. Therefore, his next attack must be decisive in eliminating Deng Xiang. As Chu Ci approached, Deng Xiang's expression shifted dramatically. He dared not linger. Otherwise, he feared becoming the first Celestial Realm warrior to perish at the hands of a Yellow Realm warrior. In a flash, Deng Xiang distanced himself by 100 meters, then fled into the distance. Observing this, Chu Ci chose not to pursue. After all, the Blood Dragon Profound Array could no longer function. Chapter 88. Injured by Chu Ci. Watching Deng Xiang retreat, Chu Ci pondered deeply. His gaze fell upon Chen Miaoyun. Since Deng Xiang's arrival, she had displayed no signs of alarm, but it was evident that she was acquainted with him. Or perhaps this was a scheme premeditated between Chen Miaoyun and Deng Xiang. What is it? Chen Miaoyun felt a chill as Chu Ci's piercing gaze fixed upon her, stirring a sense of unease within her, one exacerbated by her fear of Chu Ci. After all, the power Chu Ci had previously unleashed had exceeded her wildest imagination. You know that man, don't you? Chu Ci's inquiry caused Chen Miaoyun's heart to skip a beat. However, she quickly regained her composure, shaking her head vigorously as she replied, No, I don't know him at all. I've never seen that person in my life. Chen Miaoyun would certainly not admit to knowing him. Acknowledging such a connection would likely lead to her demise at Chu Ci's hands. Yet, it was unfortunate that the subtle changes in her expression had already been noted by Chu Ci. However, he lacked concrete evidence. It would not suffice to accuse Chen Miaoyun based solely on her facial expressions. Still, this raised his guard against her. Should this individual make another move, he would not hesitate to deal with her first. Meanwhile, Chen Mian dared not contemplate such matters. She yearned to return to the academy immediately to inform Dean Bai Donglai of the day's events. Yet, the fleeing Deng Xiang would likely be the first to report this incident to Dean Bai Donglai. "Let us return for now," Chen Miaoyun suggested with a smile. Chu Ci nodded in agreement. As they made their way back to the Great Xia Imperial Academy, no further incidents transpired. Meanwhile, the fleeing Deng Xiang raged inwardly. Damn it, is this fellow truly only a late-stage Yellow Realm warrior? Such formidable strength. How could the dean label him a waste in martial arts? If he is a waste, then what are the other geniuses? Today he had been careless. Had he not escaped in time, he would have met his end at Chu Ci's hands. Upon returning to the academy, Deng Xiang hurried to Dean Bai Donglai's study. Seeing Deng Xiang's return, Bai Donglai inquired, "How did it go? Did you secure Li Hua? What happened? Why are you so severely injured?" Upon noticing Deng Xiang's wounds, Bai Donglai's brow furrowed in concern. "Could it be that someone else was competing with you when you made your move?" Bai Donglai's expression darkened. "Was it those from the four great sects? That shouldn't be the case. Your strength is considered above average within the Celestial Realm. Could it be that several Celestial Realm warriors attacked you simultaneously?" Bai Donglai speculated repeatedly. Yet regrettably, none of his conjectures were correct. Deng Xiang shook his head and said, "Director, please allow me to explain. There were no other Tianji Realm warriors competing with me for the Li Hua. All of my injuries were inflicted by Chu Ci." Bai Donglai was momentarily taken aback, and soon a look of skepticism emerged in his eyes. "You claim that your injuries were all caused by Chu Ci? He is merely a Huangji Realm warrior." Bai Donglai furrowed his brow and remarked, "If someone else had stolen it from you, I would not hold you accountable. After all, I did not anticipate that members of the four major sects would intervene. However, it is beneath your dignity to assert that it was Chu Ci who injured you, that a dignified Tianji Realm warrior being severely wounded by a Huangji Realm warrior. Such a tale would be met with disbelief by anyone." Deng Xiang was aware that Bai Donglai would find it hard to believe, given the absurdity of the situation. Yet, what could he do? This was the truth. "Director, I am not jesting," Deng Xiang said earnestly. "Once Chu Ci and Chen Miaoyun return, you will understand." Bai Donglai's expression gradually turned grave. "That is it truly him? A Huangji Realm warrior?" Bai Donglai began to comprehend that Deng Xiang had no reason to deceive him. He fell into contemplation, murmuring to himself, "A late-stage Huangji Realm warrior possesses such formidable strength. Even with the enhancement of Li Hua, he should not be able to injure a Tianji Realm warrior. Could it be that he possesses other treasures?" However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Bai Donglai himself. No. If he truly had other treasures, it would not be feasible. Even if Chu Ci had external aids to bolster his combat power, such enhancements place an immense burden on the body. With his late-stage Huangji Realm cultivation, he could not possibly endure it. The only truth may lie in Chu Ci himself. His innate strength is astonishing. Could it be that his talent is indeed of the highest caliber? Deng Xiang spoke solemnly. Even if his talent is merely of the highest tier, his sheer strength alone is sufficient for our academy to nurture him well. Who knows, in the future, even if Chu Ci's cultivation does not reach great heights, he may possess the capability to contend with warriors of the Wuhuang realm. Deng Xiang's words stirred Bai Donglai's interest. If they could indeed cultivate a disciple capable of battling a Wuhuang warrior without even entering that realm, the reputation of the Daxiao Imperial Academy would soar, rivaling that of the four major sects. Just then, Deng Xiang's voice pulled Bai Donglai back from his musings. "Enough of this, for now. You should focus on recuperating. I will handle matters regarding Chu Ci." Bai Donglai resolved to seek out his elder brother, Bai Gaoyi, later to inquire about Chu Ci's performance in the enrollment examination. Meanwhile, 300 miles to the north of the Daxiao Empire, there lay a forest where countless swords floated, each exuding a hint of sword qi. This place was the Tianjian sect. One of the four major sections. Zhao Wuji returned to the Tianjian sect and entered seclusion to heal his wounds following the conclusion of the enrollment conference. The injuries inflicted by Chu Ci were far too severe. It took him several days to fully recover. Now, Zhao Wuji made his way to the main hall of the Tianjian sect. Inside the hall, The sect leader Bai Hongyun and several elders were present. Zhao Wuji, what transpired that day? Why did you return so injured after the enrollment examination? Bai Hongyun inquired coldly, directing his gaze at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji cupped his hands in greeting and replied, Sect leader, it was Chu Ci. The injuries I sustained were caused by Chu Ci. Chu Ci? Bai Hongyun's expression grew increasingly frigid. You speak of Chu Ci, the very one who has rendered my son incapable of cultivation. Indeed, it is him. Zhao Wuji nodded. Sect leader, that lad is not the waste Lin Mengdai described. His strength already rivals that of the Tianji realm. Even I cannot withstand more than a few exchanges against him. I suspect he has concealed his true cultivation. Chapter 89. He must have encountered a fortuitous opportunity, concealed his cultivation. Bai Hongyun's demeanor darkened. Chu Ci was originally the unparalleled genius of 5 years ago, having reached the Tianji realm by the age of 10, only to vanish later. Upon his return, he had become a waste, a revelation brought back by Lin Mengdai. How could a former genius become a waste after 5 years? Zhao Wuji, are you jesting? At this moment, the other elders in the hall scoffed, to my knowledge, that Chu Ci has indeed become a waste. Furthermore, our Tianjin sect's people investigated in Tianyang City, and Chu Ci has truly regressed from the Tianji realm to the Huangji realm. Pray tell, how could a Huangji realm warrior injure you? Among the elders of the Tianjin sect, there was palpable discord. Given the situation, they would certainly not let Zhao Wuji's dignity go unchallenged. Am I jesting? Zhao Wuji coldly snorted. Have you all forgotten the matter of the Nangong Manor? The young master witnessed Chu Ci slaying the Tianji realm Nangong Hongda with his own eyes. Although Bai Yangxiu had been driven to madness by fear at that time, they had not taken it seriously, merely believing that someone had aided Chu Ci. After all, both Baibao Pavilion and Dan Building had announced their intention to protect the Chu family, making it difficult not to associate the downfall of Nangong Manor with their interference. However, now, with Zhao Wuji's account, Bai Hongyun was compelled to reconsider whether the incident at Nangong Manor was solely the doing of Chu Ci. Now, tell me, what exactly transpired? After Bai Hongyun's inquiry, Zhao Wuji recounted all that had occurred during the enrollment conference, including the matter of Chu Ci possessing Li Hua. Zhao Wuji had intended to keep this under wraps, planning to seize the Li Hua from Chu Ci when the opportunity arose. Yet if he did not disclose it, Bai Hongyun would inevitably learn of it later. To that point, Bai Hongyun would not hesitate to confront him about the Li Hua. Thus, it was more prudent to reveal it now to avoid future complications. Li Hua. He actually possesses Li Hua. A glimmer of delight appeared in Bai Hongyun's eyes. Chu Ci must have encountered a fortuitous opportunity during his 5-year disappearance. Even if his cultivation had faltered, his strength remained formidable. Bai Hongyun declared, this must be related to the fortuitous opportunity he obtained. Sect leader, if that is the case, we should capture Chu Ci, compel him to surrender the Li Hua, and extract information about the fortuitous opportunity he encountered. Indeed, it is possible that the fortuitous opportunity Chu Ci obtained includes a means to restore the young master's strength. The elders in the hall began to chatter excitedly. Bai Hongyun naturally shared their sentiments. Zhao Wuji nodded and asked, Sect leader, what shall we do now? Chu Ci has joined the Daxiao Imperial Academy, and he has an elder brother with 9th-tier talent who has also joined the Bloodblade sect. Upon hearing this, Bai Hongyun fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, he finally spoke. The matter with the Daxiao Imperial Academy is manageable as long as our Tianjin sect applies a bit of pressure. They will obediently hand Chu Ci over. If that does not suffice, we can promise them benefits. A mere academy should not be willing to offend our Tianjin sect over a waste like Chu Ci. Should they? Elderly, I entrust this matter to you. Bai Hongyun directed his gaze toward an elder nearby. This elderly was Bai Hongyun's trusted confidant, having been by his side since his youth. Thus, Bai Hongyun had complete faith in him. As for the others, Bai Hongyun was wary, especially of Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's injuries were likely a result of his attempt to seize the Li Hua from Chu Ci. He had not anticipated that Chu Ci would be so powerful as to inflict severe wounds upon him. Very well, sect leader, I shall proceed to the Daxiao Imperial Academy at once. Elderly performed a respectful bow and left the hall. Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes slightly. If the Daxia Imperial Academy truly handed Chu Ci over, then he would be unable to obtain the Lihua. He would be left languishing at the late-stage Tianji realm. Having lost both the woman and his soldiers, sect leader, I should accompany elderly, Zhao Wuji suggested with a smile. But Bi Gaoi mentioned that their academy would protect both the Li Hua and Chu Ci. If elderly goes alone, he may encounter obstacles. As long as I accompany him, I will find an opportunity to seize the Li Hua. There is no need, Zhao Elder, Bai Hongyun replied. Did you not sustain injuries? You should focus on recuperating. I will have others attend to this matter. Zhao Wuji nodded in response. Very well, since the sect leader has made arrangements, I shall not press further. The Great Xia Dynasty Academy. Chu Ci and Chen Mianyun returned to the academy, and she guided Chu Ci towards the inner gate. The disciples of the inner gate were tasked with submitting their assignments at the task tower. Upon submission, they received 10,000 points. Chen Mianyun generously allocated 1,000 points to Chu Ci. Chu Ci nodded, appreciating the opportunity to share the rewards of the inner gate's tasks. Earning that 1,000 points would have taken him 100 days of menial labor. If there are more tasks in the future, continue to share with me. Although Chen Mianyun had ulterior motives regarding Chu Ci, he remained unperturbed. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, generals block. When water comes, earth covers. All right, I understand. Chen Mianyun nodded in agreement. Just as the two prepared to leave, a voice rang out. Chen Mianyun, who is this kid? Why are you with him? A young man in white approached with a cold expression. Suyu. Chen Mianyun frowned and replied, This has nothing to do with you, does it? Suyu's expression darkened as he retorted, How could it not concern me? Who in the inner gate doesn't he know that you, Chen Mianyun, are the woman I, Suyu, have chosen? And this kid dares to associate with you. Does he seek to provoke me? Suyu's icy glare fixed on Chu Ci, his eyes betraying a murderous intent that was impossible to disguise. The oppressive aura emanating from him, a late-stage Earth Extremity Realm cultivator, pressed down upon Chu Ci like a heavy weight. Sensing this, Chu Ci's demeanor gradually shifted to one of cold determination. Clearly, he was poised to retaliate. Suyu, stand down. Chen Mianyun swiftly interposed herself in front of Chu Ci, her voice cold and resolute. If you don't wish to die, leave now. Suyu was truly out of his mind. Chu Ci could defeat even those at the Celestial Extremity Realm. In his presence, Suyu would only meet his demise. Get out of my way, Chen Mianyun. Suyu coldly commanded, Today, I must eliminate this kid. Suyu's fury surged as he observed Chen Mianyun's protective stance towards Chu Ci. He could no longer contain his rage. If he did not kill Chu Ci today, he would surely become the laughingstock of the other disciples in the inner gate. Chapter 90. He truly can confront the Celestial Extremity Realm. Suyu, it seems you are courting death. Chen Mianyun's expression turned frigid. Though Suyu often irritated her and was quite bothersome, she did not wish to see him meet his end, especially considering the long-standing relationship between their families. However, if Suyu was intent on pursuing his own demise, that was not her concern. Upon hearing Chen Mianyun's words, Suyu feigned sorrow. Chen Mianyun, how long have you known this kid? Are you truly willing to fight me over someone you've only just met? In Suyu's perspective, Chen Mianyun's remark implied she was ready to engage him in battle. Alas, he was mistaken. While Chen Mianyun might choose to ignore Suyu, she could not guarantee that Chu Ci would refrain from acting decisively against him. After all, the murderous intent in Chu Ci's eyes was unmistakable. Die for me! Suyu lunged forward at that moment, but a voice thundered forth, Suyu, halt! An elder suddenly appeared, gripping Suyu's wrist with a cold glare, who permitted you to strike your fellow disciples within the academy. Are you seeking death? Elder Wang. Suyu's countenance darkened upon recognizing the elder. As an elder of the inner gate, Suyu knew better than to speak out of turn. If it had been an elder from the outer gate, he would not have paid them any mind. Return and reflect on your actions. Elder Wang huffed dismissively. Though Suyu was discontented, he dared not protest further, casting a venomous glance at Chu Ci instead. His silence spoke volumes, conveying that he would seek revenge upon returning from his reflection. A mere outer gate disciple daring to vie for a woman against him was akin to courting death. Once Suyu departed, Chen Mianyun sighed in relief. Suyu was fortunate to have encountered Elder Wang at that moment. Had the elder not intervened, so you would surely have perished. However, Elder Wang's presence was not mere coincidence. He had come to find Chu Ci. You must be Chu Ci, correct? Elder Wang's gaze fell upon him. Yes, that's me. There's something you need? Chu Ci nodded. Elder Wang scrutinized him with a serious expression. Mediocre, merely a late-stage yellow extremity realm cultivator. Elder Wang shook his head, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Such a mundane disciple. He cannot fathom why the Academy's dean, by Donglai, and the chancellor, by Gaoi, sought out Chu Ci. The dean wishes to see you. Follow me. Though Elder Wang did not comprehend the reasoning behind the request, he was bound to fulfill the task assigned by Dean by Donglai. The dean is looking for him. Chen Yun's heart sank. The dean, by Donglai, must have summoned Chu Ci regarding the matter of the fire of departure. Should Chu Ci accompany Elder Wang, it could spell disaster for him. After all, those sent by Dean by Donglai had failed to obtain the fire of departure from Chu Ci, and the dean was undoubtedly displeased. Perhaps he had even entertained thoughts of eliminating Chu Ci to seize the fire. Elder Wang, I would like to accompany Chu Ci. Chun interjected. However, Elder Wang wavered off. Chun Yun, the dean only wishes to see Chu Ci, or not intrude. With her request denied, Chen Miaoyun had no choice but to relent. What would happen next was now in Chu Ci's hands. Come with me, Chu Ci. Elder Wang beckoned. Chu Ci nodded and followed closely behind him. Although he was uncertain why the Academy's dean sought him, he speculated it might relate to the fire of departure. His suspicion was primarily influenced by Chen Miaoyun's earlier demeanor. She seemed to believe that meeting Dean by Donglai would pose a threat to him. It appeared that Chen Miaoyun's interest in him was indeed orchestrated by Dean by Donglai. Chu Ci was eager to discover what schemes the dean had in store. Before long, Elder Wang led Chu Ci deep into the academy. They arrived at a courtyard, within which stood a wooden house. Chu Ci sensed the presence of two individuals inside, one of whom was by Gaoi. The other was presumably the dean of the Great Xia Dynasty Academy, by Donglai. The dean is inside. You may enter and speak with him. With that, Elder Wang departed. Chu Ci approached the wooden house and pushed open the door, finding both by Donglai and by Gaoi inside. Upon his arrival, both men scrutinized him from head to toe. A late-stage yellow extremity realm cultivator, nothing more than an ordinary sight. The Bai Gaoi furrowed his brow. By Donglai, do you truly believe he possesses the strength to defeat a celestial extremity realm cultivator? Bai Donglai turned to Bai Gaoi and replied solemnly, Brother, didn't I just inform you? After Bai Donglai brought Bai Gaoi to this place, he recounted the incident of Deng Xiang being injured by Chu Ci. Truthfully, Bai Gaoi was skeptical. What is it that you require of me? Chu Ci inquired, feeling perplexed by the two men's apparent disregard for him as they engaged in conversation. Chu Ci, tell me, can you truly contend with a celestial extremity realm cultivator, given your strength? Bai Donglai's gaze was fixed on him as he posed the question to in response. Chu Ci nodded. Indeed, the celestial extremity realm is but a trifle before me. Bai Gaoi's brow furrowed deeper, and he replied gravely, Chu Ci, your talent was deemed first-rate at the 4 major sect recruitment conference. Do not speak so recklessly here. How could a yellow extremity realm cultivator possibly confront a celestial extremity realm? Moreover, if you truly possess such power, why was your talent rated as the lowest of the first tier? Whether or not he is boasting can be determined through a test. Bai Donglai chuckled, then unleashed his late-stage celestial extremity realm cultivation. Suddenly, he launched an attack against Chu Ci, a fierce punch aimed directly at him. Notably, Bai Donglai did not unleash his full strength. This strike was roughly equivalent to that of a beginner in the celestial extremity realm. Chu Ci's expression turned cold as he prepared to counter with a punch of his own. Naturally, he channeled the energy of the Shura into himself. Without that enhancement, he would find it difficult to withstand Bai Donglai's assault.